Ao Qing was reborn as a dragon, the son of the sovereign of the seas, the dragon king of the East Sea, whose power was unparalleled. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he emerged into the world with a colossal form stretching 1,000-zhang and the ability to wield celestial powers. He became the protector of countless citizens, earning renown across the land, and was venerated as the dragon god emperor. It was believed that he would traverse the vast oceans with ease and live a life of leisure. However, much to his dismay, the seemingly formidable father was reduced to a mere reigned deity by a single decree, losing his majesty. It was at this juncture that Ao Qing realized he had traversed into the realm of journey to the west. Yet, this version of the journey was not as he had envisioned. The Lord of the Tao opened the heavens with a mere gesture, and the Buddha dreamt of endless epochs. Above him, the Jade Emperor issued edicts, appointing 3,000 great emperors. Below, the Empress of the Earth governed the realm, nurturing millions of beings. This world was teeming with formidable forces: monkeys storming the Dragon Palace, Wei Zheng slaying dragons, the 8 immortals crossing boundaries, and Zhang Yu boiling the sea. Recalling the tragic fate awaiting the Dragon Clan, Ao Qing resolved to emulate the Monkey King and set sail in search of a master. To his astonishment, he inadvertently became a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch a millennium ahead of Sun Wukong, assuming the weighty responsibility of imparting teachings to the future monkey. In the Eastern Victory Continent, in the proud nation of Ao, lay the flower and fruit mountain breathtaking paradise, the ancestral vein of the 10 continents. Its mountains stretched vast and wide, a sight to behold, at least in Ao Qing's eyes. At this moment, Ao Qing hovered high above, gazing down upon Flower and Fruit Mountain. His form, over 1,000-zhang in length, spanned the sky. As he moved, his scaled armor gently clinked, resonating with a robust metallic sound. The azure scales glimmered in the sunlight, shimmering like a flowing river amidst the clouds. Indeed, Ao Qing was a dragon. He had been a dragon for 300 years, a time that seemed almost unfathomable, as his years as a dragon far surpassed those of his human existence. Yet, in this realm, he was merely a newly born young dragon. Until now, Ao Qing had not fully grasped this reality. He was the sole legitimate offspring of Ao Qing, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Of course, Ao Qing had other legitimate children in the past, including a legendary elder brother, but those tales belonged to a time long gone, and all had perished. As a dragon prince, Ao Qing initially harbored some anxiety, for he knew that the status of the 4 sea dragons in mythology was often precarious, relegated to mere background figures in stories. Tales of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, Zhang Yu boiling the ocean, Neze stirring the waters, Jing Wei filling the sea, and Wei Zheng slaying dragons abounded, alongside that mischievous son Wukong who dared to seize the treasures of the sea god. It was said that even mortals sought to master the art of dragon slaying, like Zhu Pingman and Ji Li. Indeed, the plight of the Dragon Clan was dire. Perhaps those elder brothers who perished met their end in such a manner. However, as he became more acquainted with the vastness of the ocean, his concerns began to dissipate. For the East Sea was immense, and the Dragon Clan was formidable, not to mention the Dragon King of the East Sea, whose form stretched thousands of zhang. Even Ao Qing himself had grown to 100 zhang in just a few short years. As time progressed, his physique grew increasingly formidable, effortlessly reaching a size of 1,000 fathoms, and with age, it would continue to expand. Size, indeed, signifies strength. Ao Qing possessed not only boundless might, but his entire body was adorned with scales akin to golden iron, impervious to blades and spears. Furthermore, he wielded the ability to summon clouds and exhale mist to call forth winds and rain, while even ferocious flames and thunder were mere playthings for him. In moments of exhilaration, his roiling form could conjure towering waves in the ocean, obscuring the sun and the moon. This was the innate power of the dragonkin. Moreover, this merely scratched the surface of the dragon lineage's grandeur. The dragons governed the vast seas, and the enormity of the oceans was beyond comprehension. Even the Eastern Sea, Ao Qing had yet to fully explore in 3 centuries. The Dragon King's subordinates were elite warriors, akin to deities, numbering in the millions. It could be said that wherever the ocean lay, it was the domain of the Dragon Clan. Even the so-called minions under Ao Qing, such as the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, or the sea patrolling epochs, while insignificant in the grand scheme of the dragon race, were nonetheless fearsome in appearance and possessed tremendous strength, their claws sharp as blades. Ao Qing's father, the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Qing, was revered as invincible. Though he had never witnessed Ao Qing in action, the king's authority was universally acknowledged and respected, instilling fear and deterring any thought of provocation. In stark contrast, the human race appeared diminutive, akin to ants, when compared to the mighty dragon clan. How could such a powerful dominion of the seas, such a formidable race as the dragons, ever encounter the absurdity of being trifled with by mere mortals, as depicted in myths? Thus, Ao Qing truly reveled in 3 centuries of power and privilege. As the dragon prince of the Eastern Sea, he was revered wherever he roamed, commanding both wind and rain at his behest. His edicts were followed without question. Had it not been for the soul from his past life, he might have succumbed to the hedonistic lifestyle of a spoiled aristocrat. Fortunately, Ao Qing remained untainted by the corruption of the wicked old world, at least not entirely. Believing himself to be well-educated, he did not allow himself to be fully tainted by malevolence. Within his capacity, he sheltered the populace with his magical prowess, articulating human speech to impart practical knowledge, thereby enlightening the common folk. He introduced advanced techniques such as papermaking, glass manufacturing, and the refinement of fine salt. Of course, to Ao Qing, these were merely small skills, for he was a dragon. Nevertheless, these skills became celebrated among the masses. Consequently, Ao Qing was adored by millions, with mortals erecting statues in his honor, reverently referring to him as the wise dragon. Thus, Ao Qing blissfully existed for 3 centuries, believing he could continue this carefree existence indefinitely. Yet, who could have foreseen that merely a year prior, Ao Qing's dream shattered? He vividly recalled that day, when he was joyfully playing with dragon princes and princesses within the dragon palace. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the treasures of the palace dimmed, and a tsunami surged forth. An overwhelming majesty descended from the heavens, as if destined to obliterate the 4 seas. Then, a bamboo slip materialized from the void. Astonishingly, this bamboo slip was the very instigator of all that transpired. At that moment, Ao Qing was still struggling to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. He observed his invincible father, trembling in fear at the sight of the bamboo scroll, so much so that the Dragon King's crown slipped from his head. Furthermore, he prostrated himself before the scroll, offering deep reverence, as if terrified of offending it. Ao Qing's worldview was shattered. Only later did he learn that the scroll had originated from the celestial court, intended to assess the rainfall in the Eastern Sea. Upon hearing this revelation, Ao Qing was initially left in utter bewilderment. The celestial court? Was there truly a celestial court in this world? But soon, he was overtaken by astonishment. From the words of the Dragon King Ao Qing, he discovered that not only did the celestial court exist, but so did the underworld. In the underworld resided the 10 Yama Kings. However, much like the Dragon King, the 10 Yama Kings were merely minor deities. No, they were even lesser than the Dragon King. This was because the Dragon King possessed a modicum of authority to report to the heavens. In contrast, the 10 Yama Kings could only submit memorials, ascending through ranks to obtain approval. Yet the Dragon King's status was limited to this. His true divine office was as the Dragon God, or Rain God, within the rain department of the celestial court, akin to the other deities of wind and cloud. A more vivid example would be his standing being on par with that of Old Lady Wind, Lord of Mist, and Cloud-Pushing Boy. The water deity of the rain department had the authority to oversee all dragon gods, including Ao Qing himself. Ordinarily, the celestial court did not impose strict regulations on the dragon clan, allowing them to manage rainfall freely. However, should a heavenly mandate be conveyed, and if the rainfall statistics were found to be erroneous, that would be deemed an act of defiance against divine decree, punishable by death. Typically, such mandates were issued personally by the deities of the celestial realm, addressing extreme droughts or floods in specific regions, requiring precise rainfall allocations. Thus, it was understandable why Ao Qing was so agitated when the rainfall statistics were scrutinized. Once the ordeal passed without incident, Ao Qing, appearing relieved, reassured Ao Qing, My dear Qing, you need not worry. Although our dragon clan is subject to the oversight of the celestial court, the saying "the heavens are high and the emperor far away" holds true. We ultimately command the four seas. Even if there were to be an error in the rainfall records, it would amount to little more than a superficial reprimand. Of course, it is preferable to avoid any mistakes altogether. Your earlier demeanor hardly reflected such confidence, Ao Qing inwardly scoffed. After uncovering all these truths, his perception of reality was irrevocably altered. For if this were indeed the case, how formidable must the celestial court be, given the strength of the dragon clan? Moreover, if this were true, did it not imply that the tragic tales of the dragon clan recounted in mythology were also grounded in reality? Recalling the tragic incident involving the Dragon King of the Jing River sent a chill down Ao Qing's spine. It was no wonder that several of his legitimate brothers had met untimely ends. Furthermore, even beyond the Jing River Dragon King, there existed numerous similar occurrences. Not to mention, during the 8 Immortals' crossing of the sea, it seemed they had slain 2 dragon sons, who could potentially have been his future brothers, or perhaps one of them was even himself in a future incarnation. Ao Qing felt a profound sense of despair. Nonetheless, he resolved to transcend the shackles of fate, rather than succumb to complacency like the Dragon King. Thus, he had journeyed to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Chapter 2. Journey to Huahua Mountain. Indeed, Huahua Mountain is remarkably picturesque and magnificent, worthy of being the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the celestial origins of the 3 islands. Ao Qing's gaze was fixed upon Huahua Mountain. Upon realizing that the Dragon Clan might not be as formidable as he had previously imagined, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure and an imminent sense of crisis. Fortunately, these crises were still distant in the future. Moreover, Ao Qing vaguely sensed that the temporal scale of this world seemed to differ somewhat from the timelines depicted in the novels he had read. It was as if the decrees from the heavenly court regarding rainfall, which were often issued at fixed intervals, might not manifest for centuries at a time. While such details were unnecessary in the novels, in reality, this was quite normal. After all, the operational system of the heavenly court is vast, and it cannot possibly address every trivial matter in the world in a short span of time. In most cases, the 4 seas, the underworld, and even the deities of mountains and city gods possess a degree of autonomy. The Dragon Clan operates in a similar manner, managing their affairs independently for the most part, unless significant matters arise that warrant a report. Otherwise, they lack the privilege to attend court. This explains why, for 3 centuries, Ao Qing remained oblivious to the existence of the heavenly court. Though this world closely resembles the mythological realms depicted in classical literature, it is, in fact, more expansive, akin to what might be the true essence of a mythological world. The simplest example is that upon learning of the heavenly court's existence, Ao Qing immediately thought of journey to the west. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the tales depicted in that narrative also held truth. Although there are indeed many nations along the shores of the Eastern Sea, and numerous mountains bearing the name Huahua Mountain, this does not signify much, for there are simply too many such mountains. As long as there are flowers and fruits, they can all be referred to as Huahua Mountain. Presently, the Huahua Mountain adjacent to the Kingdom of Ao is not even the most renowned one. Thus, to ascertain the existence of the journey to the west stories, Ao Qing inquired of his father about the legendary divine metal left behind by Diyu. After a long contemplation, the old Dragon King replied, "It seems there is indeed such a thing. Approximately 100,000 years ago, during Diyu's efforts to control the waters, he left a stabilizing device in my eastern sea to regulate the depths of the river. 100,000 years, Ao Qing fell into a contemplative silence. This was entirely different from the history he remembered. However, if viewed through the lens of mythology, it was not entirely implausible. After all, not to mention a mere 100,000 years, even Buddhism speaks of epochs spanning billions of years. When Ao Qing personally descended to the seabed of the Eastern Sea and beheld the colossal divine metal, towering over 10,000-zhang and emanating a brilliant golden light amidst the molten rock, he was rendered even more speechless. Was this truly 15,000 Nevertheless, given that Huahua Mountain exists, the kingdom of Ao exists, and the divine metal of Dinghai exists, there is no reason for Sun Wukong to be absent. Thus, Ao Qing's journey to Huahua Mountain was to catch an early glimpse of the Monkey King. If one day he were to set sail to seek a master and could bring him along, that would be simply splendid. This marks the first crisis faced by Ao Qing stemming from the tumultuous incident involving son Wukong wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace. Recalling that chaotic episode, not only did it bring disgrace upon the Dragon clan, but it also resulted in the destruction of numerous palaces and the demise of many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The fate of the dragon princes and princesses during that tumult remains unclear. Nonetheless, in Ao Qing's eyes, those seemingly insignificant shrimp soldiers and crab generals were very much real, many of whom had been close friends and companions throughout his 300 years of life. It seemed utterly unnecessary for them to lose their lives to such an unwarranted calamity. Moreover, if this opportunity could be seized to learn the art of cultivation, it would be even more advantageous. Indeed, as the prince of the Dragon clan, Ao Qing found himself devoid of any knowledge of cultivation techniques, a fact that appeared absurd. He could scarcely believe that a divine dragon could be so ignorant of the ways of cultivation. After all, dragons in Journey to the West were depicted as possessing the ability to transform into human forms and wield various magical powers, such as Princess Wansheng, the White Dragon, and Ao Qing. Initially, he thought that his youth was the reason the Dragon King withheld such teachings from him. However, upon further inquiry, he was compelled to accept the disheartening truth. The Dragon clan lacked any exclusive cultivation methods. Perhaps, long ago, such methods existed, but they were certainly absent in the present time. The contemporary Dragon clan primarily relies on the innate strength of their forms, including the Dragon King Ao Qing himself. In truth, the power inherent in a divine dragon is astonishingly formidable. A fully grown divine dragon reaches a colossal size, capable of commanding the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. For instance, Ao Qing's body typically measures tens of thousands of zhang, and it could potentially grow even larger. In the presence of such a gargantuan dragon, ordinary individuals, even practitioners or common celestial beings, appear as mere ants, unless they possess a similar formidable physique. Hence, it is evident that the Dragon clan has no need for cultivation methods, as their growth itself constitutes the finest form of cultivation. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques available in the world today, particularly those associated with celestial beings, generally fall into two categories: Buddhist and Taoist schools. Yet, the Dragon clan belongs to neither. Ao Qing refrains from favoring either path to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, thus negating any possibility of practicing Buddhist or Taoist methods. However, Ao Qing understands that the innate power of a dragon has its limits, or at least, once a certain level of growth is attained, the process slows significantly. Only through Buddhist or Taoist practices or similar legitimate cultivation methods can one find a swift path to empowerment. Without such pathways, the Dragon clan would be unable to take on human forms. For example, the immense Ao Qing cannot transform into a human. Naturally, the dragons possess innate abilities to assume human forms, yet such transformations are rarely employed. It is only when meeting the Jade Emperor or when commanded by him that Ao Qing would take on a human guise, to avoid any display of disrespect. This power is a natural gift that comes with the passage of time and age. Ao Qing has not acquired it through cultivation, nor can it be considered a true achievement. There is an essential distinction between this innate ability and the processes of cultivation and transformation. Much like the myriad of demons in Journey to the West, who possess such illusions rather than true transformations. Naturally, this power cannot genuinely alter one's essence into that of a human. However, Ao Qing does not concern himself with such trivialities, especially in the vastness of the ocean, where there is little need for such transformations. After all, for a dragon, residing in the sea, why would there be a necessity to take on human form? In summary, Ao Qing drifted above the flower and fruit mountain, gazing upon the land with increasing delight. He had inquired and learned that this was indeed the flower and fruit mountain range adjacent to the kingdom of Ao. The Dragon King had also shared with him that many eons ago, at the dawn of creation, this place was the origin of all things. At that time, Flower and Fruit Mountain served as the pillar of heaven. As recorded in Journey to the West, where the rivers converge, stands the pillar of heaven. The roots of the earth remain unshaken through countless tribulations. Yet, it has since diminished in stature. In truth, Flower and Fruit Mountain is splendid and majestic. Yet there are many similarly enchanting landscapes upon the seas as well. Had he remained unaware, Ao Qing might have overlooked it. But now that he recognizes its marvel, he cannot help but regard it with admiration. The more he gazes, the more he feels that it rightfully deserves its reputation as Flower and Fruit Mountain. truly distinct from ordinary celestial peaks. He lowered his form and descended upon the mountain range. Ao Qing's intention was to search for any monkey tribes within the mountain, hoping to find the legendary son Wukong and perhaps forge a bond of brotherhood. However, to his astonishment, he found no monkeys. Instead, he encountered only a solitary, stubborn stone at the summit. Son Wukong had yet to be born. Chapter 3. The Search for the Monkey. It is said that atop the majestic flower fruit mountain, at the summit of its towering peaks, stands a magnificent crimson cliff. This cliff rises with tremendous force, piercing the clouds like a celestial pillar, resembling a great mountain with its steep, sheer walls. Usually, vibrant phoenixes sing and auspicious qilins dwell here. However, today, an enormous azure dragon descends from the heavens, its formidable presence causing the mountain's phoenixes and qilins to scatter and hide. The wolves, tigers, leopards, insects, and birds, along with the deer, foxes, and the troop of monkeys, tremble in fear, taking refuge deep within the forest. In an instant, Flower Fruit Mountain is enveloped in an unusual silence. Yet, the colossal dragon, coiling its tail, gazes down at the cliff with eyes that convey both anticipation and unease. Is this the very stone that nurtures the monkey? As he gazes upon the extraordinarily large celestial stone, Ao Qing feels a whirlwind of emotions. He never expected that the monkey had not yet come into existence. Initially, Ao Qing had come here with the intention of seeking out the monkey troop of Flower Fruit Mountain. But with the descent of the thousand-zhang long dragon from the sky, the monkeys, having never encountered such a spectacle, were thrown into chaos and panic, scattering in all directions. Some even stumbled and fell into the valley. Had it not been for Ao Qing summoning a fierce wind, they might have met their demise on the spot. Witnessing this commotion, Ao Qing felt a chill in his heart, for if son Wukong were present, the monkeys would surely not behave in such a manner, suggesting that it was quite possible the monkeys had ventured out to seek immortality. If that were the case, all his plans would be in vain. A dragon, capable of great size and small, Ao Qing first minimized his form to a size of several hundred zhang, then looked down upon the forest and unleashed a mighty roar, which reverberated in all directions. Soon, the troop of monkeys, intimidated by the dragon's might, ceased their flight. At this juncture, the monkeys began to discern that although this azure dragon possessed unfathomable strength, it seemed devoid of any hostility towards them. In fact, it even rescued some monkeys who were on the brink of tumbling off the cliff. Thus, the troop of monkeys relinquished their resistance and approached Ao Qing. He calmed himself and observed closely, soon realizing that this troop appeared to lack the presence of a monkey king. While many had attained a degree of intelligence, most retained their wild and unruly nature, showing no signs of having undergone any training. Maintaining order among them proved challenging, as if no one had ever led them. Ao Qing pondered for a moment before inquiring of an elder monkey, "Where is your great king?" Faced with the awe-inspiring azure dragon, the elder monkey, believing they had offended the dragon king of the East Sea, immediately fell to the ground in supplication. Dragon king, your majesty, we do not have a great king among us. Our monkeys differ from other clans. We have various types such as gibbons, macaques, and langurs. Although we occasionally respect certain leaders, none hold dominion over the others, and thus we lack a universally acknowledged king. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing sighed in relief. If that were the case, then the son Wukong had likely not ventured out to sea, suggesting he might have arrived prematurely. He then asked, "Is there among you one? A monkey born of heaven and earth?" The elder monkey looked bewildered. "All our monkeys are born of heaven and earth." Ao Qing paused momentarily, yet refrained from uttering the word stone monkey. Instead, he inquired, "Which is the most aesthetically pleasing monkey in your troop?" The old monkey's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, "I shall present to His Majesty, the Dragon King." He hurriedly summoned the other monkeys. In a short while, several exquisite female monkeys, with alluring gazes, were brought before Ao Qing, their eyes sparkling with a feigned shyness. The old monkey proclaimed, "Your Majesty, these are the most beautiful among our kind. I hope you find them to your liking." After a brief silence, Ao Qing responded, "I seek male monkeys." "What?" The old monkey felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, meeting the profound gaze of the azure dragon, he hastily said, "Very well. Quickly, summon the most handsome males from our troop to present to His Majesty." Observing the old monkey's compliance, Ao Qing stifled the impulse to strike him down. Following the arrival of numerous monkeys, Ao Qing became convinced that the legendary son Wukong had yet to be born. With this realization, Ao Qing decided not to squander any more time with the monkeys. Once again, he unleashed a dragon's roar and soared into the sky, his colossal form obscuring the sun, scales reflecting the heavens and radiating a brilliant glow. The monkeys gazed up in awe at the magnificent dragon, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. They had heard tales of dragons, legends suggesting that the monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain had once been sheltered by the dragon god of the Eastern Sea. Yet this was their first encounter with a true dragon, more magnificent than the legends had ever described. The old monkey shouted to Ao Qing, "Your Majesty, the tributes. You have yet to take them." As he watched the dragon ascend higher into the distance, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He turned to the other monkeys and remarked, "Surely, the Dragon King does not think much of our offerings. Nevertheless, it would indeed be splendid if our monkey tribe could have a true king. Yet, who could command the respect of all?" The monkeys were not averse to having a sovereign, particularly those from Flowerfruit Mountain, who possessed a measure of wisdom. However, the diversity within their ranks made it exceedingly difficult to find a universally accepted leader. At that moment, a particularly charming female monkey shyly spoke up. "How wonderful it would be if His Majesty the Dragon could become our king." The old monkey, upon hearing this, began to entertain a bold notion. Meanwhile, after several days of meticulous searching, Ao Qing finally discovered the immortal stone described in the journey to the west atop the Dan Cliff. The reason this stone was recognized as the immortal stone was that it distinctly differed from the surrounding ordinary rocks. It stood 365 feet tall and 240 feet wide. Enveloped in clouds and mist atop the Dan Cliff, the immortal stone hung between the stars, embodying the essence of heaven and earth and capturing the quintessence of the sun and moon. Yet, this was not its most remarkable feature. Ao Qing's ability to discern that this was a celestial stone stemmed from the fact that the rock bore a natural depiction of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Such a phenomenon was indeed a marvel. The cliffs of Dan Cliff soared into the clouds, and the celestial stone was equally imposing. Consequently, the surroundings were devoid of trees, yet abundant with various spiritual herbs, such as ganoderma, orchids, and ginseng. Each of these treasures was of a size comparable to a basin, truly worthy of being called celestial treasures. Ao Qing sampled a few, and indeed, they exuded immense spiritual energy, accompanied by a refreshing essence. These spiritual herbs were, astonishingly, on par with the celestial rarities found in the Dragon Palace's treasury. However, Ao Qing did not dwell on this too much. After all, the emergence of the Monkey King was of paramount importance. The fact that the Monkey King had yet to manifest could not be deemed entirely positive, but it was likely not a negative occurrence either. It was certainly preferable to venturing out to sea, wasn't it? In any case, it would only be a matter of a few decades at most. He could always choose to reside here. His greatest concern was whether the whereabouts of the Monkey King would attract the watchful eyes of deities. Ao Qing had speculated that the monkey's identity was extraordinary. Nevertheless, since he had arrived here and was not hindered by some divine power preventing him from locating the celestial stone, it indicated that the situation was not dire. Furthermore, even if divine beings were indeed observing, he could devise a strategy when the time came. Thus, Ao Qing resolutely decided to wait here until the Monkey King's arrival. Little did he anticipate, this wait would extend to 200 years. Chapter 4. 2 centuries O, Monkey King, when shall you emerge? On the summit of Flowerfruit Mountain, Ao Qing gazed upon the celestial stone before him, initially filled with eager anticipation, mingled with a tinge of apprehension. How would he confront the monkey once it was born? Was there some divine being observing Flowerfruit Mountain from the shadows? As time wore on, these emotions gradually transformed into impatience and vexation. Would you hasten your arrival? Ultimately, even the impatience and irritation subsided into a tranquil resignation, leaving Ao Qing with a sense of helplessness. 2 centuries have passed since Ao Qing discovered Flowerfruit Mountain and devoted himself to guarding this celestial stone. A full 200 years have elapsed. Now, should the monkey emerge, Ao Qing longs to inquire, "Are you aware of how I have spent these 200 years? Well, perhaps it is not as exaggerated as it sounds. 200 years may seem an eternity. However, for a dragon, it is but a fleeting moment. In truth, since his transformation into a dragon, Ao Qing's perception of time has dulled, only becoming apparent during interactions with humans, allowing him to sense the passage of time. Otherwise, it often seems that an extensive period has slipped away in the blink of an eye. Yet, this is to be expected. The concept of time is inherently relative. As the saying goes, in the mountains, there are no cycles of years. One is unaware of the passing seasons. For humans, the flow of time varies. And for a dragon, it is even more pronounced. During these 2 centuries, Ao Qing has not been idle. Occasionally, he would manifest at the shores, imparting survival knowledge to the people, such as iron smelting, agriculture, and animal husbandry, excluding fishing techniques, perhaps due to the limitations of the era. The coastal inhabitants were rather primitive, thus, sharing survival wisdom with them could be seen as a form of protection for the aquatic beings. Furthermore, Ao Qing occasionally took it upon himself to educate the monkeys. Yes, he instructed the monkeys. Since that day, he consulted the elder monkey. The monkey clan of Flowerfruit Mountain seemed to recognize that although Ao Qing possessed immense dragon might, he was not cruel. In fact, to some extent, he was quite amicable. Benefiting from Ao Qing's formidable presence, the once menacing beasts, such as bears, tigers, and leopards, dared not cause disturbances near the Dan Cliff, which naturally encouraged the monkeys to approach Ao Qing and even settle beneath the Dan Cliff. For the amiable monkey group that approached him, Ao Qing did not drive them away. Instead, he graciously offered them protection. Although Ao Qing was not adept in the practices of Buddhism or Taoism as a dragon, he inherently wielded the ability to manipulate the 5 elements. Summoning rain during droughts and gathering clouds during torrential downpours were effortless feats for him. Under his protection, the area beneath the Dan Cliff flourished, akin to a paradise. The clever monkeys, grateful for Ao Qing's benevolence, regarded him as their sovereign, not only inviting various clans to seek refuge, but also gathering an abundance of fresh, crisp fruits to present to Ao Qing daily. This left Ao Qing in a state of bemusement. Who would have imagined that, while Sun Wukong did not ascend to the throne of Monkey King, he himself had inadvertently become the king of monkeys? Certainly, Ao Qing is aware that he, the Monkey King, is regarded as a deity by the monkeys, eliciting more reverence than familiarity. However, there is nothing amiss with this arrangement. After all, Ao Qing is not a monkey, and thus does not need to communicate with the monkey tribe in their manner. Moreover, given that these monkeys are the progeny of the future Sun Wukong, Ao Qing is pleased to cultivate a noble and virtuous image among them. Occasionally, he imparts lessons on human ethics and principles of mutual survival. Yet, the monkeys, with their capricious nature, differ from humans. For instance, they are incapable of grasping skills such as papermaking or salt refining, which are teachable to humans. Ao Qing does not impose any expectations upon them. Humans have their way of life, and monkeys have theirs, and it is not a matter of superiority or inferiority. On this particular day, Ao Qing remained vigilant at the Dan Cliff, awaiting any sign from the celestial stone. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, as if he sensed something below the cliff. There, a gathering of monkeys had assembled, listening intently to an elder monkey recounting tales. Our Flowerfruit Mountain is a realm of clear waters and lush landscapes, blessed by the venerable Dragon King. It is indeed a land of fortune. However, the world beyond is fraught with peril. The elder monkey sat atop a large boulder, his voice resonating with authority. A young monkey, curious, inquired, "Grandfather Monkey, what is the world outside like?" The elder feigned a fearsome demeanor and replied, "The world outside is indeed terrifying. I have heard from the Dragon King that the world is divided into 4 great continents. Among them, the northern Julu continent is overrun by demons and ancient beasts. In the past, the Dragon King ventured alone to the northern Julu continent and spent millennia sealing the demons there. Had he not, chaos would surely have ensued." The young monkey appeared startled. "Thank goodness for the Dragon King, but what about the other continents?" The elder monkey continued, "Our Flowerfruit Mountain is situated in the eastern Victory continent. Apart from the northern Julu continent, there are also the southern-zhang continent and the western Nyoha continent. Those places are also fraught with danger. Take the southern-zhang continent, for instance. It is home to a multitude of hairless creatures, wicked and cunning, who forge all manner of magical artifacts. One such artifact, if it ensnares you, compels you to obey its wielder's commands." The elder monkey paused momentarily before continuing. Before the Dragon King's arrival, the Ao Kingdom was plagued by these hairless creatures. Many of our kin were captured by them, skinned and consumed, or forced to perform tricks, tumbling and entertaining in the streets amidst the clamor. Fortunately, with the Dragon King's arrival, these creatures now fear his might and offer tribute, thus alleviating such calamities. The elder monkey's words instilled a sense of dread among the young monkeys, prompting them to gaze up at the towering figure of Ao Qing at the Dan Cliff with newfound admiration for the Dragon King. However, Ao Qing, overhearing the elder's exaggerated tales, found the entire situation rather amusing realizing that the elder had inflated the narrative considerably. The four great continents had indeed been mentioned by Ao Qing, but only in passing and with little elaboration. To his surprise, through the whispers of the wind, the tale had transformed in the mouth of the old monkey into a narrative of his dominion over Beiju Luzhou and his guardianship of Dongxing Shenzhou. Fortunately, the monkeys merely boasted among their kin. Otherwise, their notoriety could invite calamity upon themselves. However, as he listened to the old monkey's eloquent discourse, Ao Qing felt a sudden furrow of concern etch across his brow. 2 centuries had passed, and the old monkey still thrived. Remarkably, he appeared unchanged since their first encounter 200 years ago. There seemed to be an unsettling anomaly about Huaguo Mountain. It is known that the lifespan of mortals outside is fleeting, often lasting only 2 to 3 decades, or at most 5 decades, before succumbing to illness. Yet, it appeared that the monkeys of Huaguo Mountain enjoyed an extraordinary longevity. If that were indeed the case, Ao Qing gazed at the celestial stone before him, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Chapter 5. Patriarch Bodhi. 2 centuries had elapsed, yet the celestial stone remained utterly silent. This situation seemed rather implausible. Upon deeper reflection, it appeared that the world in which he resided was not entirely as depicted in historical accounts. For instance, the Great Yu's control of the waters, as recounted by the Dragon King Ao Qing, was said to have occurred over 100,000 years ago. Though such claims may be exaggerated, they nonetheless indicated that the mythic realm he inhabited possessed a temporal scale distinct from history. Thus one could not solely rely on personal understanding for judgment. Might it be that the celestial stone would not emerge for several millennia yet? Ao Qing's emotions were somewhat convoluted. However, before he could contemplate further, a faint buzzing sound suddenly resonated in his ears. The sound escalated abruptly, morphing into a resounding roar. Boom! Ao Qing looked up to behold the celestial stone radiating brilliant light. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the stone, reverberating throughout the Dan cliff and shaking the very earth. Although this roar caused the ground to tremble, and all creatures on Flower and Fruit Mountain became aware, it did not lead to any further consequences or destruction. For this roar was merely the dispersal of spiritual energy. Not only did it fail to cause harm, but the entire Flower and Fruit Mountain thrived under the nourishing aura, becoming increasingly divine and ethereal. The creatures of the mountain mirrored this transformation. Wolves, boars, tigers, leopards, cattle, sheep, deer, horses, as well as ants, insects, river fish, and forest birds, all basked in the blessings of this spiritual energy, instinctively gazing towards the direction of the Dan Cliff. The monkeys were no exception. However, upon seeing Ao Qing atop the Dan Cliff, they instinctively knelt and worshipped him. Clearly, they had misconstrued the situation, believing that Ao Qing had conjured this spectacle. Yet, at this moment, Ao Qing had little time for such considerations. On one hand, being closest to the celestial stone, he too felt rejuvenated by the spiritual energy, invigorated to the point where he sensed a significant increase in his strength. His scales gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, as if he had undergone a form of growth. On the other hand, this phenomenon heralded the emergence of the Monkey King. Ao Qing felt a mix of astonishment and elation. Was not the appearance of such a spectacle an omen of the Monkey King's arrival? Wait, he recalled that when the monkey was born, not only was there a radiant light, but also golden beams piercing the heavens, catching the attention of the Jade Emperor. Should he seek refuge in advance? Would the Jade Emperor fixate on him upon seeing him? Surely, that could not be the case. How should he confront the Monkey King? To be overly arrogant would not do, yet to be excessively humble would be contrary to his character, which he could never embody. Perhaps it would be best to approach the encounter with a calm demeanor, he mused, somewhat anxious about the outcome. However, just as he prepared for the Monkey King's arrival, the radiance abruptly extinguished. Indeed, the once brilliant spiritual light, after a series of resplendent flashes, suddenly converged and vanished. In an instant, the spiritual energy that had gathered above the celestial stone dissipated once more. In Ao Qing's eyes, he observed that as the ethereal light infused through the 9 orifices and 8 apertures of the stone, it gradually faded as it reached 3 orifices and 2 apertures. Hey, Monkey King, do not fall silent halfway through your emergence, Ao Qing exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety, observing the diminishing activity of the mystical stone. It resembled a woman in labor facing complications. Ao Qing's emotions mirrored this turmoil. Yet, The celestial stone remained unresponsive to his inner turmoil, ultimately falling silent. In desperation, Ao Qing pondered deeply, attempting to distill the events that had just transpired. Could it be that time was insufficient? The ethereal light had only filled 3 of the stone's apertures. Must it reach all 9 apertures, forming the intricate patterns of the Ao Qing? Before the monkey could be born? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. However, after waiting 2 centuries, the celestial stone had only accumulated enough spiritual light for 3 apertures. No, perhaps it had been longer than 2 centuries. According to the records of Journey to the West, this celestial stone came into existence at the dawn of creation. Surely it could not take such an eternity to nurture so little? Yet, it could not be so exaggerated. After all, the process of maturation requires considerable time. The completion of the Ao Qing patterns seemed to represent the final crucial step. Nevertheless, even so, it appeared that without several more centuries, the monkey might not emerge. If only I could infuse spiritual energy into this stone myself, perhaps the process could be expedited. Ao Qing mused, but quickly shook his head at the thought. If he possessed such power, would he still need to wait for the monkey? Despite this, Ao Qing resolved to continue his vigil. Abandoning his post midway was not in his nature. Moreover, he had indeed reaped rewards. The flickering ethereal light and the surging spiritual energy had greatly benefited him. He felt as though he had undergone a transformation, if not a complete rebirth. However, although Ao Qing decided to persist in his wait, reality seemed less accommodating. Meanwhile, far away in the West Cowherd continent, upon a celestial mountain that lay between the 3 realms, an ancient sage with white beard, white hair, and a white robe sat upon a mat. With a youthful visage amidst his aged appearance, he exuded an air of celestial grace. Indeed, this was the esteemed Bodhi Patriarch, residing upon the Ling Taifeng Siyuan mountain. At the very moment when the mystical stone of Flower Fruit Mountain shone with ethereal light and released abundant spiritual energy, the Bodhi Patriarch was suddenly inspired and opened his eyes. He sensed a connection to his own destiny, far beyond the West Cowherd continent. Every adept in the path of cultivation perceives the world through their destined connections. Now, on the Eastern Victory Divine continent, a being was about to emerge from Flower Fruit Mountain. A being with whom he shared a master-disciple bond. The Bodhi Patriarch contemplated the forces of creation. In an instant, he envisioned the heavens and tuned into the 3 realms. He beheld the gathering of spiritual light at the location of the Flower Fruit Mountain. However, he could not suppress a surprised exclamation. Azure Dragon? No. This spiritual light is not summoned by this dragon. However, the venerable Bodhi Master, with his profound cultivation, could naturally discern that the extraordinary phenomenon was not instigated by Ao Qing. Nonetheless, he felt a subtle yet elusive connection with Ao Qing, as if there was a bond between them, yet simultaneously a sense of disconnection. This enigma deeply intrigued him. The Bodhi Master, well-versed in the 3 teachings and possessing celestial cultivation, had never encountered such a spectacle. Contemplating this, he calculated the cosmic principles and instantly discerned Ao Qing's past identity. This young dragon possessed a certain intrigue. While the celestial stone was indeed linked to him, Ao Qing also emerged as a promising figure. The master held a high regard for Ao Qing's imaginative ideas and benevolent deeds. Although the so-called inventions of paper-making and glass might seem trivial to the master, they nonetheless represented skills accessible to mortals. Furthermore, Ao Qing's lineage was commendable. Belonging to the dragon tribe, a seemingly awkward race that neither fully adhered to the Taoist nor Buddhist paths, and although the Dragon King is subject to the heavenly court, he does not maintain close ties with the Jade Emperor. Yet, this peculiar status resonated with the essence of the harmonious unity of the 3 teachings. Very well, let us test this. If this young dragon indeed possesses a genuine aspiration for the Tao, he should be worthy of receiving my true teachings. The master gently closed his eyes and, in an instant, transcended millions of miles, departing from the 3 Stars Cave. Chapter 6. Crystal Palace. Ao Qing had resolutely decided to await the birth of the Monkey King on the Flower Fruit Mountain. However, to his astonishment, just a few months after this decision, the air above the eastern sea suddenly resonated with the harmonious sounds of bells and drums. His father? Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was Ao Guang summoning him. The vastness of the 4 seas seemed infinite. Yet the Dragon Clan communicated through artifacts such as the Golden Bell and Jade Drum within the Dragon Palace. These instruments, struck by the Toad Minister and the Turtle General, could summon the aquatic beings of the 4 seas. Yet, This particular sound did not spread far and wide, nor did it possess overwhelming power. It was a simple call directed solely at Ao Qing. Surprised, Ao Qing contemplated for a moment before unfolding his form and soaring from the cliff, ascending into the celestial expanse and releasing a mighty dragon's roar. The resonant sound echoed through the heavens with the force of thunder, deep and resonant. In the Flower Fruit Mountain, all creatures lay dormant beneath the majesty of the dragon's might. As the dragon's roar reverberated, dawn broke on the horizon, revealing tumultuous waves rolling among the clouds, from which emerged the Toad Minister and the Turtle General. "I am aware. You may withdraw," the Toad Minister declared. "I beseech your forgiveness. His Majesty has urgent matters to convey, and I hope the Crown Prince will not delay his journey." Ao Qing was taken aback. What urgent matter could necessitate his presence? And why such solemnity? Above the celestial realm, a colossal azure dragon, over 1,200 zhang long, surged through the clouds with the ferocity of thunder. Gale winds swept across, and waves surged mightily. Torrential rains cascaded for 900 miles, and dense clouds towered 3,000 zhang high. Indeed, Ao Qing discovered that the ethereal essence of the Flower Fruit Mountain's celestial stone had significantly enhanced his innate abilities. As the saying goes, the dragon is capable of both greatness and smallness, ascending or concealing itself. When grand, it stirs clouds and exhales mist. When small, it hides its form. When ascending, it soars through the cosmos. When concealed, it lurks beneath the waves. Although Ao Qing could not achieve such exaggerated feats, he could, to a certain extent, contract or expand his form. In the past, while riding the clouds, he had made quite an impression, but nothing compared to the awe he inspired now. Merely to hasten his journey, he revealed his form, inadvertently invoking such celestial might. He even sensed that if he continued to ascend, his body might extend to 2,000 zhang. In other words, his innate potential had nearly doubled. The essence of the celestial stone was perhaps even more wondrous than he had imagined. It was no wonder that the Flower Fruit Mountain could give rise to auspicious creatures like the phoenix and the qilin, following the Monkey King's emergence. It had also gathered a multitude of 72 demon lairs. It is worth noting that when Ao Qing arrived, the sentient beings in the mountain were few, and none were the 72 demons. Perhaps they were all derived from the essence of the celestial stone. However, Ao Qing was entwined with the cliff, observing the celestial stone, thus reaping the greatest benefits from that essence. Meanwhile, the Toad Minister and the Turtle General, witnessing this, were silently astonished, their eyes filled with anticipation for Ao Qing. The Crown Prince was indeed extraordinary. Despite having only emerged for a few hundred years, he had grown to such an extent. It seemed that His Majesty's foresight was truly commendable. In the heart of the Eastern Sea lies the Dragon Palace, surrounded by a myriad of mountainous islands, yet seldom frequented by human presence. At this moment, the Minister of Toad and the General of Turtle must have remained in the Flower Fruit Mountain. However, he did not wait for the two, instead proceeding directly into the Dragon Palace. Within its confines, the coral shimmered with vibrant colors, and the divine trees glowed with ethereal light. In the depths of the sea, golden rays shone like 1,000 suns. An immense and magnificent palace emerged amidst the lustrous treasures, known as the Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea, or the Dragon Palace. This crystal palace stretched for miles, a veritable realm apart from the world above. It housed not only countless rare aquatic creatures but also an abundance of unique flora. The coral reefs were simply remarkable, and the iron trees, copper flowers, silver mountains, and ink-like seas offered an expansive vista that invigorated the spirit. As the Dragon Prince, Ao Qing was accustomed to the grandeur of the Crystal Palace and felt little awe. Yet, as he beheld it now, he could not help but compare it to his father's palace, which was also grand and magnificent. How splendid and resplendent must the heavenly palace above the clouds be. Shrinking his form to 100 zhang, he entered the Dragon Palace. Indeed, he saw, atop a platform towering above 10,000 zhang, his father, the Dragon King Ao Qing, adorned with the Dragon King's crown and draped in the colors of the sea, awaiting his arrival. Beside Ao Qing stood two other azure dragons, his half-brother and half-sister. Though they were of different mothers, their lineage remained pure, for their mother was also a dragoness. Ao Qing's form was colossal, even in its reduced state, towering over 1,000 zhang. His siblings, too, were of 100 zhang in size, not due to any reduction in form, but rather by nature of their being. This difference highlighted Ao Qing's exceptional aptitude. Even without the benefits of the celestial stone's spiritual essence, his form was already over 1,000 zhang. Of course, Whether it be the Dragon King, the Dragon Prince, or the Dragon Princess, their appearances were not what one might envision as humanoid. This could be attributed to either their inability to transform or the discomfort a human form might evoke in the depths of the ocean. After all, the anatomical structure of a human differs from that of a dragon. Even a monkey must employ a water closure technique when submerged. Thus, despite the inability to transform, Ao Qing believed that in the depths of the sea, a dragon form was most comfortable. "Qing'er, you have arrived." Ao Guang's voice resonated, deep and thunderous, akin to rolling thunder. Upon seeing Ao Qing, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in his eyes, and as he beheld his son, a hint of joy flickered within. "Have you grown stronger?" Ao Qing replied, "I report to you, father, that I have encountered some celestial materials and earthly treasures in the east, consuming them daily, thus achieving a slight enhancement." He refrained from disclosing the events at Flower Fruit Mountain to Ao Guang, as it seemed that Ao Guang had always been reluctant to permit him to cultivate. Moreover, the celestial stone appeared unremarkable at first glance, making it difficult for him to explain how he had come to perceive its extraordinary nature. Ao Guang remarked, "The so-called treasures of heaven and earth are merely supplementary. The spiritual herbs and vermilion fruits within my Dragon Palace's treasury far surpass those found elsewhere. Yet none have achieved the heights you have attained. Your current standing is solely due to your exceptional talent. Do not underestimate your own worth." Ao Guang's praise left Ao Qing feeling somewhat bashful. He then directly inquired, "Father, you summoned me. May I ask what your command is?" Ao Guang nodded slightly, saying, "The reason I called you here is that I intend to send the 7 daughters and 9 sons to the eastern Shangle world and to the sacred Mount Putuwa in the South China Sea." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 7. The Pearl-Holding Dragon Maiden. The name Eastern Shanglu World sounded somewhat familiar to Ao Qing, yet he could not immediately recall whose domain it was. However, the South Sea's Putuwa Luajia Mountain was undoubtedly the sacred ground of Guanyin Bodhisattva. As he gazed at the Dragon Maiden, a flicker of eagerness ignited within his eyes. Before him stood the Dragon Maiden and the Dragon Prince, the 9th and 7th children born of concubines, respectively. The lineage of concubine-born dragon offspring was extensive, with Ao Qing himself remembering at least a dozen brothers and sisters. It was said that at the dawn of creation, before Ao Guang ascended to the throne as Dragon King, the number of dragon offspring born of concubines was even more staggering, reaching into the millions. Among them were legendary divine beasts such as Qianyo, Yizi, and Qi-1, progeny of ancient dragon kings and fearsome creatures, thus not entirely pure-blooded dragons. In the present day, the dragon clan has strictly prohibited intermarriage with outsiders, for they could not fathom what offspring might emerge. Indeed, it was not just intermarriage that was scrutinized. Even the most mundane acts, such as relieving oneself, were approached with caution. The white dragon from the journey to the west once remarked, "If I were to urinate in water, the fish therein might transform into dragons. If I were to relieve myself on a mountain, the grass would absorb the essence and become lingji, taken by celestial youths for longevity. How could I recklessly cast away such potential in this mundane world?" Ao Qing resonated with this sentiment. If his essence were to be consumed by fish, those fish might just be bestowed with the chance to metamorphose into dragon-like beings. Fortunately, dragons do not need to engage in such acts unless absolutely necessary. Returning to the matter at hand, although Ao Qing had many siblings, he was acutely aware that the 9th brother and 7th sister were among the most gifted of the concubine-born dragon offspring, thus receiving considerable attention from Ao Guang. The notion that Ao Guang intended to send them to the eastern Shanglu world and the South Sea's Putuwa Luajia Mountain triggered Ao Qing as thoughts of the Pearl-Holding Dragon Maiden. The Pearl-Holding Dragon Maiden, also known as the Good Fortune Dragon Maiden, is widely recognized. It is well known that Guanyin Bodhisattva in the South Sea is accompanied by a Good Fortune Boy and a Good Fortune Dragon Maiden. The Good Fortune Boy is none other than the Red Boy. Could it be that the Good Fortune Dragon Maiden is indeed his own 7th sister? If so, does this not imply that she would learn the path of cultivation? Perhaps she would even take Guanyin Bodhisattva as her master? Let us not forget, Guanyin Bodhisattva is a paragon of divine prowess, among the very few esteemed beings second only to the likes of the Tathagata Buddha, Laozi, Bodhi Patriarch, and the Jade Emperor in the annals of Journey to the West. Ao Qing felt a tinge of envy welling up within him. Furthermore, while the narrative does not explicitly convey the strength of the Good Fortune Dragon Maiden, one must ponder how weak she could possibly be, given her proximity to the Bodhisattva. Consider those who accompany the Bodhisattva: the black bear spirit, Mu Cha, the red boy, and the golden-haired hound, each one capable of contending with the monkey king. Even a goldfish in the pond possesses considerable divine abilities. Surely, the good fortune dragon maiden could not be weaker than an ornamental fish, could she? In the realm of Buddhist mythology, the dragon maiden holds a significance that is far from trivial. In the Lotus Sutra, it is recorded that the daughter of the dragon king of Esgara, at the tender age of 8, possessed exceptional wisdom. She was able to comprehend and uphold the profound secrets imparted by the Buddhas. In an instant, she awakened the Bodhi mind and transcended to the Pure Land in the southern direction, achieving perfect enlightenment. Truly, she exemplifies the existence of one who has attained the Bodhisattva path. The term Esgara translates to Great Sea, which suggests that the Dragon King of Esgara may indeed correspond to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. However, according to Indian mythology, dragons are more akin to serpents, a notion that Ao Qing could not definitively affirm. There are also local legends suggesting that the Dragon Girl of Esgara and the Dragon Girl of Good Fortune are not the same individual. Moreover, Ao Qing glanced at his sister, the seventh maiden. Is she truly 8 years old? That seems rather incongruous. Nevertheless, it is possible that this age is derived from a Buddhist perspective. After all, Ao Qing is 500 years old, yet he is still considered a young dragon. In any case, this represents a significant opportunity, much like the young white dragon, who, despite being a steed, has attained enlightenment and was ultimately recognized as a bodhisattva. Ao Qing harbors no ill feelings towards the Buddhist narratives within mythology. In fact, he holds profound admiration for bodhisattvas such as Avalokitesvara and Ksitigarbha, who undertake great vows to save sentient beings. Similarly, in Taoism, there exist deities dedicated to the salvation of all, evoking Ao Qing's respect and reverence. However, he does harbor disdain for fake monks, a sentiment that extends to those false Taoist priests as well. Ao Qing expressed his desire to visit the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara in the South Sea and become a good fortune dragon son alongside the dragon girl. After all, the red boy should not have been born yet. Of course, even if he cannot reach Mount Putao in the South Sea, a journey to the eastern land of eternal happiness would suffice. Although Ao Qing momentarily could not recall whose domain that was, it must belong to a formidable practitioner. Father, what is your command for my arrival? Are you perhaps considering sending me away? Ao Qing inquired. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing quickly responded, Qinger, do not misunderstand. How could I bear to send you to the paths of Buddhism or Taoism? No, I am not misunderstanding. Observing Ao Qing's expression, Ao Qing felt a chill in his heart. He hastily added, Father, I am willing to go. Qinger, you are to inherit your father's title as Dragon Prince. The future responsibilities of our dragon kin rest solely upon your shoulders. You are the singular hope of the 4 seas. How could I allow you to submit to another's tutelage? Ao Qing stated earnestly. This, Ao Qing was taken aback. He opened his mouth to voice a response. Yet glancing at his sister and younger brother, he refrained from speaking directly. Instead, he asked, Then, Father, why have you summoned me? Ao Qing replied, This eastern land of eternal happiness, I shall personally send your 9 siblings there. As for your summons, it is to have you substitute for me and escort the 7 maidens to Mount Putao in the South Sea. Firstly, to let the deities know that you are the dragon prince of our lineage. Secondly, to provide you with experience, ensuring that you do not become unaccustomed when the time comes for you to inherit the title of Dragon King. Ao Qing fell silent. Just as he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it seemed he was merely destined to accompany others on their journey. Certainly, Ao Qing is well aware that this matter is far more complex than it appears on the surface. At the Eastern Changla world, Ao Qing intends to personally attend to the delivery. Although he has forgotten whose domain this place truly belongs to, it is evident that it must possess considerable significance. Perhaps it is not beneath the South Sea's Guanyin Bodhisattva, and indeed, it may command even greater reverence from the Dragon King. However, sending oneself to the sacred Mount Putao in the South Sea is, in a certain sense, a demonstration of one's standing in the 3 realms, signifying that he does not fall short of the Dragon King Ao Qing. This is, in fact, a matter of great honor. Yet, Ao Qing still feels a sense of helplessness. Inheriting the title of Dragon King is not without merit. However, if he were to forsake the path of cultivation, what means would he have to rejuvenate the Dragon clan, even with the title in hand? This solitary hope seems rather insubstantial. Moreover, Ao Qing glanced at his younger sister and brother, who gazed upon him with an air of envy, as if to say, how wonderful it would be if we could also become the crown prince. Such natural talent and born of the main line. It is truly enviable. Ao Qing could only lament, to be in the lap of luxury and yet remain oblivious to one's fortune. These two are completely unaware of the trials that lie ahead for him. There are the humiliating events of Wei Zheng slaying dragons, wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace, the 8 immortals crossing boundaries, and Zhang Yu boiling the sea, among others. Furthermore, what use is talent in the world outside? One must navigate the complexities of power and lineage. His status as crown prince within the vast frameworks of Buddhism and Taoism is, quite frankly, negligible. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Qing resolved to persuade Ao Guang. He spoke, "Father, may I request a brief respite for my sister and brother? I have a matter I wish to discuss." Chapter 8. The thoughts of Ao Guang. Originally, Ao Guang intended to issue a few commands before promptly preparing for departure. However, upon hearing Ao Qing's words, he vaguely sensed something and paused briefly, saying, "Very well." He then turned to the Dragon Prince and Princess, instructing them, "You two should also tidy yourselves up and make proper preparations, ensuring that you do not neglect the decorum befitting your station." The Dragon Prince and Princess, upon hearing this, refrained from further conversation, as they indeed wished to bid farewell to some friends and relatives, and thus bowed their heads and left. Once the two dragons departed, Ao Guang looked at Ao Qing and said, "Qing'er, if you have something to express, then speak it." He could naturally discern that Ao Qing had something significant to convey. Indeed, Ao Qing gazed at Ao Guang and once again inquired, "Father, you have taught me to inherit the title of Dragon King and to revitalize our dragon lineage. But why do you hesitate to send me to the eastern Changlu world or to the southern seas Putua Luajia mountain?" In response, Ao Guang asked pointedly, "What connection exists between inheriting the title of Dragon King and sending you to the Celestial Master Tai Yi or the Bodhisattva Guanyin?" Celestial Master Tai Yi. It dawned upon Ao Qing that the eastern Changlu world was, in fact, the domain of Celestial Master Tai Yi. Suddenly enlightened, he comprehended why the Dragon King himself would venture to the eastern Changlu world. Celestial Master Tai Yi, akin to the revered Bodhisattva Guanyin, is indeed a figure of immense sanctity, perhaps even more formidable than known. The nine-spirit primordial sage from Journey to the West is his steed. Moreover, within the narrative of Journey to the West, numerous deities of Taoism exist, each possessing extraordinary power. For instance, the great Emperor Zhenwu alone can suppress the entire demon population of the northern Jiulu continent. Furthermore, there are tales in Journey to the West of Laozi transforming into a Buddha, signifying the exalted status of Taoism, arguably surpassing that of Buddhism. To think that Ao Guang intended to send the Dragon Prince to Celestial Master Tai Yi, this realization deepened Ao Qing's envy. He turned to Ao Guang and said, "If our dragon lineage possesses no method of cultivation and relies solely on innate divine abilities, there will inevitably be limitations. As the saying goes, there are always those beyond oneself. If you do not send your son to cultivate, what use is it for him to inherit the title of Dragon King?" Ao Qing sought to persuade Ao Guang. He had long been perplexed by Ao Guang's apparent indifference to the ways of cultivation, and even a sense of aversion to it. Ao Guang regarded Ao Qing, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes, and replied, "Qing'er, you are still young and, naturally, do not grasp the intricacies of this matter." Ao Qing responded, "Since you say that your son is unaware, I humbly request that you enlighten me." Ao Guang continued, "Do you understand why I have chosen to send my 7 daughters and 9 sons to the southern seas Putualajia mountain and the eastern Changlu world, rather than to a single location?" Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. He felt as though he was beginning to grasp something. Yet before he could inquire further, Ao Guang revealed the reason, because Celestial Master Tai Yi is a revered figure of the Taoist pantheon, while the Bodhisattva Guanyin belongs to the Buddhist order. With a sigh, Ao Guang added, "Qing'er, do not be deceived by the current stature of our dragon lineage as the sovereigns of the 4 seas, commanding the winds and rains across the vast ocean. In the 3 realms, there exist countless entities that surpass our kind. Aside from the celestial court that governs the 3 realms and suppresses the heavens, the Tao and Buddhist sects also constitute formidable entities. The majority of the celestial beings in the 3 realms belong to either the Tao or the Buddha. Only my dragon clan stands as an exception." Ao Qiang's earlier remarks were known to Ao Qing. However, he found himself perplexed by the implication of the dragon clan's uniqueness. Upon reflection, It seemed evident that the Dragon Clan indeed does not belong to either the Buddhist or Taoist sections. If one were to speculate, perhaps the Dragon Clan is directly overseen by the Jade Emperor. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Ao Qing began to grasp his father's meaning. The essence of his father's words was that our Dragon Clan must not lean towards either the Tao or the Buddha. Ao Qing nodded affirmatively, commending Ao Qing's insight. In ancient times, myriad races coexisted, with divine beasts and ferocious creatures abounding. Yet, in the present three realms, can one find a creature as profound and robust as the Dragon Clan among the auspicious beasts like the Qilin, Phoenix, or Spirit Fox? This is precisely because the Dragon Clan has never shown favoritism towards any faction, even in the presence of the Jade Emperor, maintaining a demeanor of respect and humility, thus ensuring our continued existence in this world. Ao Qing finally comprehended Ao Qing's concerns. The Dragon Clan has always adhered to a philosophy of impartiality and moderation. They would not ally with the Tao merely because of its power, nor would they exploit the Buddha due to its perceived weakness. Even the celestial court is regarded with deference, without overstepping its bounds. After all, to serve a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. One can never predict when inadvertent misfortune may arise, particularly given that the lifespans of deities are measured in millions of years. Who can guarantee they will not err over such an extended duration? Of course, while being cautious and humble, it does not imply that the Dragon Clan remains idle. For instance, Ao Qing's younger sister and brother have been sent to the Buddhist and Taoist sects as acolytes. Moreover, the Dragon Clan has intricate ties with legendary figures such as the Yinglong who aided the Yellow Emperor and Diyu, the divine dragon under the command of Emperor Zhenwu. In the future by Long, among others. Yet, one thing is certain, the Dragon Clan would never show bias towards any single power, nor would it associate too closely with any faction. However, Ao Qing is the prince of the Eastern Sea, the foremost among the 4 sea dragon clans. This implies that should he choose to join either the Buddhist or Taoist sects, it would be tantamount to the future Dragon King aligning with one of these factions. Therefore, Ao Qing would not permit Ao Qing to serve as an acolyte under Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even if it were another prince from one of the other seas, it might be acceptable. But the prince of the Eastern Sea must not be allowed to do so. Yet, despite this understanding, Ao Qing felt a lingering discontent in his heart. He perceived Ao Qing's perspective as overly naive. While caution is not misplaced, must it be taken to such extremes? If this continues. Indeed, there are many shadows of the Dragon Clan within the 3 realms, some possessing considerable powers. Yet what substantial advancement can the 4 sea dragon clans achieve? No. The Dragon Clan as a whole remains rather humble. Consider the myriad events that may transpire in the future against the Dragon Clan. Even the Dragon King of the Jing River faced execution for a mere reduction in rainfall, and this was done for the sake of the Jing River Water Clan. Because of Yuan Shouqing, the aquatic race suffered first. Although the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas cannot act with the same ruthlessness as the Dragon King of the Jingha, in the eyes of the divine beings across the 3 realms, they are incapable of stirring any significant turbulence. In fact, Ao Qing even contemplated that perhaps Ao Guang's so-called path of harmony is, in the eyes of the true masters of the 3 realms, akin to the antics of ants, merely an exercise in self-deception. However, Ao Qing found himself lacking a compelling reason to refute Ao Guang, and moreover, he did not desire feudal disputes. Furthermore, given his current status, Ao Qing harbored no illusions. Even if he wished to defect to the divine path of Buddhism, he doubted he would be welcomed. Observing Ao Qing's silence and stubbornness, Ao Guang suddenly felt a pang in his heart, as if the scene before him echoed a memory from the past. He spoke, "Qing'er, did you not once inquire whether our dragon lineage possesses a method of cultivation?" "Indeed, there is." At once, Ao Qing lifted his head. Chapter 9. The cultivation method of the Dragon Clan. Ao Qing lifted his head, gazing at Ao Guang, and inquired, "Does our Dragon Clan possess a method of cultivation? Yet, why has father never mentioned it?" Ao Guang sighed gently and replied, "Because the cultivation methods of our clan have long since declined, nearly fading into obscurity. Moreover, there are inherent flaws within these practices, which is why I have been reluctant for you to pursue them. Nevertheless, my dear Qing'er, come with me to the Dragon Palace treasury." Upon finishing his words, Ao Guang transformed into a swirling shadow, surging towards the depths of the Crystal Palace. Ao Qing hastened to follow. His curiosity piqued about the nature of the Dragon Clan's cultivation method and the reasons behind its near extinction. As the two colossal dragons glided through the underwater realm, the scenery around them shifted dramatically, revealing clusters of crystals, corals, and rocks. The schools of fish seemed to sense the presence of the dragons, instinctively parting to create a vast corridor for their passage. The underwater fish were a breathtaking sight, sparkling like stars. However, as they approached the Dragon Palace treasury, the fish became increasingly sparse. This was partly due to the extreme depths of the treasury where few fish could survive, and partly because the area was heavily guarded by the dragon warriors. Along their journey, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with sea demons, bowed in reverence to the two dragons. As they neared the ocean floor, the pressure and temperature increased noticeably, and the surroundings grew darker, as if stepping into a realm of shadows. Yet, the two dragons' eyes gleamed with a brilliant light, illuminating the depths around them. After a while, a radiant glow emerged from the abyss, revealing the Dragon Palace treasury. Within this treasury lay countless treasures from across the seas, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, divine weapons, and precious stones, an extensive array of riches. Among the treasures were indeed many powerful weapons, primarily designed for the aquatic warriors. However, Ao Qing had grown accustomed to the sight of these treasures and paid little heed. This time, though, Ao Guang led Ao Qing to a place he had never visited before, a crystalline door nestled deep among the bountiful treasures. Ao Guang approached the door and exhaled a beam of azure light, which struck the door with a resounding impact. The door opened with a resounding echo. Ao Guang entered first, followed closely by Ao Qing. Upon crossing the threshold of the crystal door, Ao Qing was immediately dazzled by the sight before him. Within the depths of this chamber, countless streams of vibrant light danced, revealing an array of bizarre and extraordinary weapons and artifacts, alongside many skeletal remains. Yes, skeletal remains. They resembled bizarre forms, some akin to large fish, others resembling tigers or leopards, while some bore a dragon-like shape with fish-like heads. Others appeared fish-like, yet possessed dragon-like heads. There were even grotesque shapes that defied identification. Yet, these bones seemed to emanate a faint yet palpable pressure, akin to the sensation an antelope feels in the presence of a tiger, as if they were the last remnants of a once mighty lineage, hinting at the extraordinary legends that once surrounded them. Ao Guang intended to reveal to Ao Qing something far more significant than mere treasures or divine artifacts. He led her to the very heart of the treasury, where, upon a solitary platform, lay a fragment, an exceedingly dull shard. Ao Qing could not discern the material of this fragment, yet she sensed a powerful draconic aura emanating from it. Could this be the cultivation method of the dragon clan that Ao Guang spoke of? Indeed, Ao Guang addressed the fragment, stating, "Qinger, the so-called cultivation method of the dragon clan is embodied in this very shard before you. This shard is a fragment of the dragon pearl." The mention of the dragon pearl stirred Ao Qing's curiosity. Legends of the dragon pearl abound in mythology. For instance, the tale of the twin dragons playing with the pearl depicts two draconic constellations contending for dominance over the blazing star. In Buddhist lore, there exists the legend of the Naga spitting out pearls. Moreover, ancient myths are replete with depictions of the dragon pearl. It is said that one who consumes the dragon pearl not only cures ailments and wards off evil, but also ascends to the heavens as an immortal. The dragon pearl is reputed to be the essence of dragons, the very source of their true energy. Ao Qing had once thought such tales were mere fables, yet now it seemed they held a kernel of truth. Ao Guang continued, "The dragon pearl is the cultivation method passed down from the dawn of time within our dragon lineage. In the primordial era, myriad clans flourished, and divine beasts roamed the earth. To elevate the dragon clan, our ancestors devised the method of cultivating the dragon pearl. Mastery of the dragon pearl demands exceptional talent and aptitude, yet once achieved, one shall stand unrivaled even among immortals. Furthermore, the dragon pearl can be inherited by the offspring of dragons, ensuring that our lineage grows ever stronger." As he spoke, pride glimmered in Ao Guang's eyes. Seemingly lost in reverie of a bygone era when the dragon clan reigned supreme, commanding the winds and clouds. Ao Qing, too, was taken aback. If the dragon pearl were indeed as Ao Guang claimed, then this cultivation method was undeniably formidable. Although it appeared to have a high threshold for initiation, the potential for inheritance was remarkable, for did it not imply that once one achieved mastery of the dragon pearl, even in death, their powers could be passed down to their progeny? This would ensure that the dragon clan's mid-tier strength would remain perpetually formidable, if unforeseen circumstances did not arise. the Dragon clan would undoubtedly continue to grow in power. However, Ao Qing was acutely aware that matters were not so simple. For all the grandeur of the primordial age, the Dragon clan now lacked the means to cultivate the Dragon Pearl. Even this fragment, potentially the last vestige of the Dragon Pearl, remained but a mere shard. Ao Qing soon interjected, "Yet, our clan's fortune and misfortune are both tied to the Dragon Pearl. While it has elevated our status, it has also sown discord among us over the ages. The Dragon Pearl is a coveted prize. Even mortals who consume it can transform into dragons. Moreover, in the primordial era, our clan proliferated immensely, including many divine beasts and even ferocious creatures with draconic bloodlines. How could the Dragon Pearl be entrusted to them? Thus, when our clan reached its zenith, a great upheaval ensued." Ao Qing listened intently as Ao Qing recounted the tale. The account recounted by Ao Qing lacks considerable detail, for it pertains to an era long past. He may not possess extensive knowledge on the matter. However, Ao Qing likely grasped the essence of these events. If the Dragon Balls can indeed be seized, then it follows that disputes regarding the distribution of benefits must exist. Moreover, as Ao Qing mentioned, there are numerous ancient fierce beasts and divine creatures, many of whom are offspring of the Dragon clan. It is said that the dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each distinct in nature. Among the 9 great beasts, led by Qionyou, although they are descendants of the Dragon clan and possess powers that may even surpass those of their progenitors, their peculiar forms preclude them from claiming the right to the Dragon Balls. Yet, how could they ever submit? Chaos is inevitable. Chapter 10. The nobleman conceals his treasures nevertheless. Ao Qing remained somewhat perplexed. Although the reasoning presented was undeniably reasonable, the Dragon Pearl must harbor other secrets, otherwise it would not have been lost to time, even amidst turmoil. In truth, this was indeed the case. Ao Qing, after briefly recounting the chaos that ensued, did not linger on the ancient past, recognizing that it was a bygone era. He continued, "Moreover, the Dragon Pearl possesses other drawbacks. It was only after that tumultuous period that our dragon lineage discovered inheriting the Dragon Pearl dilutes our bloodline. If future generations do not cultivate their own bloodline and refine the Dragon Pearl, not only will its power diminish, but the innate talents of those who inherit it will also wane, bringing misfortune upon subsequent descendants. This phenomenon was not evident during the zenith of our dragon lineage, as we had countless offspring, many of whom were exceptionally gifted. This revelation struck a chord with Ao Qing. He finally comprehended that inheriting the Dragon Pearl diminished the talents and potential of the offspring, which explained why the present-day dragon lineage was inferior to its former glory. It was no wonder that Ao Qing perceived inherent flaws in the cultivation methods of the Dragon clan. Legends tell of dragons in ancient times that towered over tens of thousands of feet. Yet now, in all the seas, only Ao Qing could reach such heights. Perhaps Ao Qing might one day grow to similar stature, but he would undoubtedly fall short of the splendor exhibited by the ancient dragons. Ultimately, this was quite natural. Even in his past life, there were instances where closely related genes resulted in latent and overt defects, even in a mythical realm. It would be exceedingly exaggerated for a foolish dragon to attain the grand mastery of a dragon ancestor solely through the Dragon Pearl without effort. However, Ao Qing did not foresee that even this was not the true reason for the Dragon Pearl's loss. "Qinger, do you know whose Dragon Pearl this fragment belongs to?" Ao Qing suddenly inquired. Naturally, Ao Qing was unaware. "Please enlighten me, father." Ao Qing replied, "The owner of this Dragon Pearl is none other than the Yinglong, who once aided the Yellow Emperor in defeating Qiyu, assisted Diyu in subduing the demon monkey Waziki, and quelled the ferocious beast Xianglu." Yinglong. Ao Qing was taken aback. The name of Yinglong resounded like thunder in the realm of mythology. It is said that Yinglong assisted the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing Qiyu, slaying Quafu, and driving away the drought demon. He also aided Diyu in controlling the waters, battling against the Feng clan, and subduing the water monkey king Waziki. Clearly, Yinglong was a formidable existence within the dragon lineage. Moreover, it is said that he served as a divine general under the Queen Mother of the West, thus embodying immense celestial power. Little did he expect that his Dragon Pearl would be enshrined deep within this Dragon Palace treasury. Could it be that Yinglong has perished? But why did this Dragon Pearl become fragmented? Ao Qing felt a profound sense of regret. Indeed, from the very first glance at the Dragon Pearl, he sensed a connection, as if fate intertwined their destinies. Alas, it was in shards, and there was no miraculous restoration upon his arrival. Ao Qing inquired, "How did this dragon pearl come to be shattered?" Ao Guang replied, "This is what I wish to convey to you, the second flaw of the dragon pearl." Ao Qing inquired, "What is the second flaw?" Ao Guang sighed softly at this point, his eyes seemingly filled with profound emotion. "Qing'er, you once had an elder brother. Before you, he was the crown prince of the dragon clan of the East Sea. He possessed extraordinary talent. Not only did he comprehend our dragon clan's cultivation methods, but he also inherited the dragon pearl of the Yinglong." Ao Qing was taken aback. He was aware that he had several elder brothers, yet he only remembered that they had all passed away prematurely. He had not realized that one of them had grasped the cultivation methods of the dragon clan and even inherited the dragon pearl of the Yinglong. But who was that individual? However, the good fortune did not last long. No one had anticipated that the dragon pearl of the Yinglong would attract an old adversary of Yinglong. Your brother, for the sake of the dragon clan, had to unleash the full power of the dragon pearl, ultimately suppressing that foe. Thus, our dragon clan discovered that the dragon pearl harbors another flaw. The inheritor of the dragon pearl also inherits its karmic ties. Once Ao Guang finished explaining, Ao Qing finally understood. This was indeed the true reason behind the demise of the dragon pearl's cultivation methods. Who can guarantee that they will not have enemies throughout their lives, especially in this mythological world? Moreover, the descendants inheriting the dragon pearl would similarly inherit the karmic ties of that pearl. Naturally, such ties would bring formidable foes. If those enemies were not particularly powerful, or if the descendants were exceptionally talented and possessed profound magical abilities, that might be manageable. Yet, who were Yinglong's enemies? Qiyu, the Four Fiends, Quafu, the Fangfeng clan, Fengbua, Yushi, Shangliu, Hanjia, and Waziki. Each one is renowned and possesses immense power. Although Ao Qing's elder brother inherited the dragon pearl of Yinglong, he did not possess the entirety of Yinglong's power, only a fraction. Furthermore, while he was indeed extraordinarily talented, he likely had only just begun to grasp the cultivation method. How could he possibly contend against such adversaries? Ao Qing finally comprehended why Ao Guang believed the dragon clan lacked cultivation methods, and why he felt averse when Ao Qing sought such methods. Perhaps for Ao Qing, this was merely a tale. However, for Ao Guang, it was the anguish of losing a son. Ao Qing fell silent. Although he did not entirely agree with Ao Guang's perspective, he recognized that the cultivation methods of the dragon clan were not easily comprehended, especially since the dragon pearl of Yinglong had already shattered. Moreover, seeing the sorrow and hope in Ao Guang's eyes, he found it difficult to argue or remain obstinate. Noticing Ao Qing's change, Ao Guang appeared considerably relieved. It seemed that Qing'er had truly come to an understanding. His efforts had not been in vain. A hint of comfort appeared in his eyes as he encouraged, "Qing'er, do not fault your father. I have lost one son and do not wish to lose you as well. Moreover, is cultivation truly so crucial? Our dragon clan does not necessarily require formidable prowess. How powerful was Yinglong? He even aided the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan in vanquishing Qiyu. Yet, in the end, he too could not escape the fate of fading into oblivion. Remember, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Our dragon clan simply needs to endure and reign supreme over the seas for eternity. As for the rest, the heavenly realm of Buddhism and Taoism will bear the brunt. There is no need for us to overexert ourselves. One's innate talents are inherently finite. Our dragon lineage is blessed with a remarkably long lifespan, and with age, our true forms grow ever more formidable, rendering the pursuit of cultivation unnecessary. Thus, for us, rather than focusing on the arduous path of cultivation, it is far more crucial to nurture relationships, expand our influence, and rely on powerful allies. These endeavors are of paramount importance. Chapter 11. Ao Qing's resolve. Ao Guang's words once again reshaped Ao Qing's understanding of this world. This is, after all, a genuine world. A true world is exceedingly intricate, encompassing far more than mere cultivation. Perhaps for Ao Guang, and indeed for the dragon clan, the insights gathered over the ages could be deemed invaluable experiences, particularly fitting for the current state of the dragon clan. Ao Qing concurs with this sentiment. In truth, it is possible that the dragon clan, by adhering to this path, ultimately supplanted the Xian bird, the heavenly turtle, the phoenix, and other divine beasts, enduring numerous trials and humiliations to emerge as a prominent symbol of China, a sovereign across the seas. As time has progressed, Even the image of dragons within Buddhist and Taoist traditions has become inseparable from their essence. Ao Qing has indeed sacrificed much for the dragon clan, enduring considerable suffering, and he ultimately succeeded. Although he left behind an image of timidity before the Monkey King, humility before deities, and a demeanor of restraint even in the presence of the 8 immortals, from this current perspective, Ao Qing is truly deserving of the title of East Sea Dragon King. For the first time, Ao Qing feels a sense of recognition and respect for his father. Yet, father is father, and self is self. Ao Qing may endure humiliation and subservience for a glimmer of hope for the dragon clan, even bearing the pain of losing a child. But can Ao Qing achieve the same? To inherit the title of Dragon King, would he be willing to forsake the path of cultivation, abandon the pursuit of the grand Tao, and relinquish the noble endeavor of seeking enlightenment even unto death, all while being cautious and hesitant? Could he truly do this? A self-examination reveals that Ao Qing cannot. Even if he could, he would rather not, for every individual's journey is distinct. Perhaps it is a touch selfish, but if he were to inherit the position of Dragon King, Ao Qing would prefer to lead his kin in a bold endeavor, whether in prideful existence or in noble sacrifice. He would not wish to surrender dignity for the sake of continuity. If he cannot uphold this principle, then Ao Qing would choose to renounce the claim to the Dragon King's throne. After all, the East Sea would not be utterly devoid of a successor in his absence. Of course, if possible, Ao Qing would aspire to rise with the Dragon Clan as their king. This recent incident has indeed transformed Ao Qing's mindset. However, it does not signify a relinquishment of his will to cultivate. Rather, it allows him to perceive the future of the Dragon Clan from a broader perspective. Nevertheless, Ao Qing refrained from further debate with Ao Qing. Arguing would prove futile. Until tangible achievements are realized, no matter how correct one's views may be, they seldom resonate deeply. He slightly raised his gaze, looking at Ao Qing, and said, "Father, your words have been etched in my heart. Beyond the means of cultivation, the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the celestial realms is paramount. I shall strive to collaborate with the 3 realms to revitalize our lineage." Ao Qing regarded Ao Qing, a look of relief illuminating his eyes. Although Ao Qing's words did not entirely dismiss his fervor for the path of cultivation, there was a sense of understanding emerging between them. However, in truth, Ao Qing did not genuinely intend to prohibit Ao Qing from cultivating. Moreover, with the dragon pearl having been lost to time, if he could comprehend the essence of cultivation independently, it would indeed be a monumental blessing. Yet, such an endeavor is fraught with difficulty. To grasp a complex cultivation method on one's own is akin to a mortal attempting to ascend to the heavens, particularly given that this method was conceived by the dragon ancestor. Nevertheless, beyond this, Ao Qing's primary purpose in bringing him here was to instill in Ao Qing the understanding that, as the Dragon King, he possesses a formidable support system and vast resources across the seas. However, it is equally imperative to act with prudence and not to let the pursuit of cultivation overshadow the responsibilities towards the Dragon Clan or neglect the significance of his status as the Dragon Prince, thereby jeopardizing the very existence of their lineage. In this regard, Ao Qing's demeanor evidently did not disappoint him. The Dragon King of the East declared joyfully, "Well done. My son, prepare to escort the Dragon Maiden to the sacred Mount Puto in the South Sea." "Yes, father," Ao Qing replied, his gaze lowered slightly. Thus, Ao Qing and Ao Qing departed from the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace, gliding towards the Crystal Palace. The depths of the Dragon Palace's treasure vault were once again enveloped in darkness, with the fragments of the Dragon Pearl lying solitary upon the altar. At that moment, however, the fragment of the Inglong's Dragon Pearl began to shimmer with a faint light. Within this illumination emerged the ethereal silhouette of a colossal dragon. As if depicting a scene from the past, it was a portrayal of a delicately adorned youth frolicking with the azure dragon, both basking in the radiant glow of the sea, chasing after a beautifully embroidered ball. Far beyond in the heavenly realm, within the resplendent halls of the 9 heavens, Neza, resting with his demon-slaying sword, suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and abruptly lifted his gaze. At his waist, a conch shell emitted a gentle luminescence. As the sounds of bells and drums resonated, ripples emerged across the ocean, radiating outward. The Dragon Prince and Dragon Maiden, summoned forth, swiftly arrived at the Crystal Palace, bowing respectfully to Ao Qing and Ao Qing. "We pay our respects, Father King and the Crown Prince." Ao Qing nodded slightly. "No need for excessive formalities. My children, accompany me to the Eastern Changle world. As for you," he glanced at the Dragon Maiden, You shall follow Ao Qing directly to the sacred Mount Puto in the South Sea. Upon setting sail, vibrant clouds and ethereal light will guide your way, accompanied by 90,000 aquatic beings. Ensure you conduct yourselves with decorum, lest you lose composure before the Bodhisattva. The Dragon Prince and Dragon Maiden replied in unison, "Yes, we shall heed your command." Ao Qing added, "The child will remember." It turned out that sending himself to accompany the Dragon Maiden did not imply that they would go together alone. It would have been too humble a journey. And even if he were to go, he would not know how to reach the South Sea. Indeed, as soon as Ao Qing embarked with the Dragon Maiden, they beheld a magnificent sight from the southeastern seas, where radiant clouds soared and ethereal lights burst forth. It was a scene of divine illumination upon the ocean, with vibrant clouds emerging from the heavens. Pearls and gems soared into the sacred realm, and fish and dragons danced in the spiritual breeze. Not only did the sky ahead shine brightly, but the breathtaking grandeur extended for countless miles. Behind Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden, countless dragons and flying fish surged forth, accompanied by the resonant calls of whales and the formidable presence of tiger sharks. These were indeed the elite of 90,000 aquatic beings, the valiant forces of the East Sea. Amidst the swirling fish and dragons, not only did a tempestuous east wind arise, but it also stirred up a resplendent tide of crimson and violet waves. Such a spectacle undoubtedly honored the illustrious presence of the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the South Sea. Simultaneously, it underscored Ao Qing's princely status, which was far from ordinary. However, witnessing this grand display, Ao Qing, who had come to understand its implications, felt neither joy nor pride in his role as the Dragon Prince. On the contrary, he was beset by profound distress. This identity had rendered him unable to approach the Buddhist and Taoist paths with the ease he desired. It was even conceivable that when the Monkey King emerged from the stone, the Bodhi Patriarch might not accept him. Nevertheless, Ao Qing did not indulge in self-pity, nor did he blame his father. He held steadfast in his belief that he would discern a glimmer of hope amidst the myriad obstacles. Moreover, he was bolstered by the enduring presence of the entire dragon clan behind him. Chapter 12. The Journey of Compassion. Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden journeyed southward, and the magnificent scenery of the vast ocean unfolded before them. Two colossal divine dragons, each hundreds of feet long, chased the colorful clouds in the distance, while behind them, a multitude of 90,000 aquatic beings followed suit. The grandeur of their procession was unmistakable, causing the demons of the south to retreat and fierce beasts to lie in wait. The aquatic creatures on the sea also instinctively parted to the sides, with countless sentient fish peeking their heads above the water, gazing at the sky with eyes filled with longing. On the coastline, the beings dwelling near the shore could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the ocean. They all understood that this was the grand display of the Dragon Clan, the sovereigns of the four seas. Meanwhile, among the entourage, Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden engaged in light conversation as they traveled. Ao Qing, possessing profound knowledge and remarkable experiences, captivated the Dragon Maiden with just a few words, evoking admiration and respect in her eyes. Her elder brother truly was worthy of being a prince, a beacon of hope for the East Sea. The Dragon Maiden gazed at Ao Qing, her eyes filled with aspirations. Noticing the admiration shimmering like stars in her gaze, Ao Qing smiled. However, envy exists in relativity. His seventh sister, in the future, would become the wealthy Dragon Maiden. If he had not found a breakthrough by then, he might have to rely on her more than he anticipated. Indeed, although Ao Qing had set his sights on the monkey, he did not intend to rely solely on it. The future wealthy Dragon Maiden might prove to be just as formidable. Furthermore, being a member of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Maiden would invariably take certain sentiments into account. Thus, throughout their journey, Ao Qing engaged in extensive conversations with his seventh sister. Moreover, the Dragon Maiden was undeniably intelligent, not only courteous but also quirky and quite endearing. Although Ao Qing had not conversed with her much in the past, he felt a brotherly bond with her. Among his many sisters, she left the deepest impression on him. "Prince, is the Bodhisattva Guanyin truly as formidable as they say? Not only can she perceive the affairs of the world, but she also possesses 33 manifestations?" The Dragon Maiden inquired. Ao Qing recounted many tales during their journey. However, it was clear that the Dragon Maiden's curiosity was piqued by the story of Guanyin, especially as she was about to meet the Bodhisattva and potentially become her attendant. "Indeed," Ao Qing replied. "Moreover, those 33 manifestations encompass the 33 heavens, each possessing boundless magical power. Immensely formidable. Furthermore, Guanyin is well versed in the 6 supernatural powers of Buddhism. Anyone in the world who utters her name and suffering will elicit her awareness. Such a divine being exists in the world. The dragon maiden marveled. Ao Qing was familiar with the tales of Guanyin. But what he shared with the dragon maiden was not a secret. Rather, it was a long-standing legend that had circulated widely. Indeed, countless stories of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have existed throughout the ages, even across the 4 great continents. Even in the East Victory Divine Continent, where Taoism is held in high regard, many are aware of Guanyin's existence. This understanding differed from Ao Qing's own perception. Upon careful reflection, one realizes the profound ambiguity of the era in which one resides, as time seems to stretch interminably. Perhaps the tale of Laozi's journey westward from Hanga Pass, transforming barbarians into Buddhists, transpired tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. In this light, it is no wonder that the narratives of Buddhism have been passed down through generations, reaching even the beings of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Naturally, within the realms of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the southern land of abundant happiness, and even the northern land of abundant treasures, the Taoist teachings predominate. While the Buddhist tales may be known, their roots fundamentally remain in the Western Bullock Cart continent. Observing the awe of the dragon maiden, Ao Qing merely smiled and remarked, "However, dear sister, when compared to the powers of the Bodhisattva, what I find truly admirable is her unwavering determination, immense perseverance, and boundless compassion." The dragon maiden paused, slightly taken aback. Unwavering determination? Indeed, Ao Qing continued, with Guanyin Bodhisattva's powers, she has long been capable of attaining Buddhahood. In fact, during countless eons past, she was known as the true Dharma illuminating Tathagata. Yet, for the sake of sentient beings seeking even a glimmer of hope amidst the sea of suffering, she vowed with great compassion and made profound aspirations to listen to the world's cries, striving to liberate all beings. Thus, she turned the vessel of compassion and became a bodhisattva. Upon hearing this, the dragon maiden's eyes reflected a hint of reverence. Indeed, when compared to the magnitude of her powers, the actions and compassion of Guanyin Bodhisattva command greater admiration. It becomes evident that the prospect of visiting the Bodhisattva is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Initially filled with trepidation, the dragon maiden found her heart settled and her spirits lifted by Ao Qing's words. However, as she listened further, curiosity suddenly stirred within her. "Prince, did you not say that a Buddha is one who is awakened, and that one must relinquish attachments and obsessions? If so, why does the Bodhisattva cling to the idea of liberating all beings?" Indeed, many have pondered such questions. The vow of not becoming a Buddha until hell is empty, is this not a form of attachment? The Buddha teaches non-attachment, yet why do they themselves struggle to see beyond? Ao Qing contemplated briefly before responding. This question is indeed challenging to elucidate. Nevertheless, it reminds me of a certain incident. The dragon maiden inquired, "What incident?" Her curiosity piqued. She pressed, "And what happened next?" Ao Qing replied, "Sister, if you were in that position, what would you do?" The dragon maiden asserted, "As a member of the dragon clan, I possess the innate ability to control water. Rescuing a child is but a simple act for me. I would undoubtedly save him." Ao Qing smiled. "Precisely. The Bodhisattva's endeavor to liberate all beings mirrors your desire to save this child. Do you consider your benevolence to be an attachment?" At this, the dragon maiden fell into contemplation. The wind began to rise, and the waves surged. Unbeknownst to them, they had already crossed the Eastern Sea. In the South Sea, on Mount Putuo, Guanyin Bodhisattva sat with her eyes gently closed. At the moment Ao Qing mentioned turning the vessel of compassion, a subtle smile graced the Bodhisattva's face. The world knows Guanyin Bodhisattva as the master of the 7 Buddhas, revered and possessing boundless powers. Yet, what few realize is that her greatest pride lies in her unwavering commitment to turning the vessel of compassion. However, as Ao Qing spoke of the children building houses, a slight furrow appeared on the Bodhisattva's brow. When Ao Qing revealed the answer, the Bodhisattva could not help but slightly open her eyes, a glimmer of admiration surfacing within them. This young man possesses an extraordinary Buddhist nature. Avalokitesvara was quite moved. She even felt an inclination to take him as her disciple. Unfortunately, she could not accept Ao Qing. It was not due to his identity as the Dragon Prince. In truth, someone of the Bodhisattva's stature would not concern herself with such trivial matters. However, she was preoccupied with that venerable ancestor. A hint of resignation appeared on Avalokitesvara's face. No wonder he made a special trip to my sacred Mount Putah to wager with me. I never anticipated that there would be such a reason behind it. Now, it seems I have truly been deceived. Chapter 13. Arrival at the South China Sea. Indeed, the reason Guanyin Bodhisattva pays heed to the Dragon Clan, particularly to Ao Qing, stems from the prior intervention of Bodhi Patriarch, who sought her assistance to ascertain whether Ao Qing truly possesses a connection with her. The actions of Ao Qing have indeed stirred the heart of Bodhi Patriarch. However, after a careful calculation, Guanyin Bodhisattva did not place much significance on it at the time. After all, although Ao Qing exhibited benevolence and wisdom, the essence of Buddhism has always prioritized Buddhahood. Until that moment, Ao Qing had never displayed any extraordinary qualities. In contrast, the Dragon Maiden had shown her innate wisdom from a young age. Thus, Guanyin Bodhisattva willingly accepted the Dragon Maiden as her attendant. Little did she know. Upon observing Ao Qing today and hearing his insights on obsession, Guanyin Bodhisattva realized she may have underestimated him. This young man possesses a remarkable Buddha nature. If he were to enter the Buddhist fold, he might even attain enlightenment in the future. Contemplating this, Guanyin Bodhisattva shook her head slightly, revealing a bittersweet smile. Bodhi Patriarch truly is a figure akin to the Buddha. Her vision pales in comparison to his foresight. In truth, Guanyin Bodhisattva was unaware that Bodhi Patriarch, while observing Ao Qing, also found himself somewhat surprised by Ao Qing's discourse on the nature of detachment. Although many powerful beings across the three realms can perceive the essence of non-attachment, Ao Qing is but a young dragon, newly born 500 years. The concept of non-attachment and the insight into obsession represent profound teachings within Buddhism. Even astute monks sometimes grapple with doctrinal attachments. Yet, the young dragon Ao Qing not only comprehended this without a teacher, but also articulated it through simple and accessible stories, imparting wisdom to the Dragon Maiden. It seems he is indeed destined for greatness. This dragon prince truly shares a bond with him. However, Buddha nature is but one facet. Although Ao Qing has now qualified to become his disciple, how far can he truly go? This is something Bodhi Patriarch wishes to explore further. Merely possessing Buddha nature may not suffice. Bodhi Patriarch is not merely a practitioner of Buddhism. He possesses profound knowledge of Taoism and Confucianism as well. He is adept in the three teachings, mastering the subtleties of all doctrines. Confucianism serves as the foundation, Taoism as the gateway, and Buddhism as the guiding principle. Currently, while Ao Qing possesses Buddha nature, it is merely an innate trait. Understanding is easy, yet practice is challenging. Sometimes, knowing does not equate to fully realizing the truth. Furthermore, the heart of Tao and familial ties are equally significant. If he possesses only Buddha nature without other qualities, then Ao Qing, under his tutelage, may ultimately achieve limited success. Who would not desire their disciples to excel? Thus, Bodhi Patriarch intends to observe further. He opened his eyes and waved his hand with a whisk. Suddenly, on the surface of the ocean, water columns surged and torrents roared from the depths of the sea. An unknown continent emerged. On this continent, time seemed to accelerate rapidly, giving birth to flowers, grasses, and trees, mountains and rivers, as well as radiant clouds and auspicious light. Above the South China Sea, an entire continent has seemingly emerged from thin air. One would expect that the Dragon King of the South Sea would sense such a phenomenon. However, astonishingly, the masterful creation by the Bodhi Patriarch unfolded without causing any significant commotion. It was as serene as a gentle breeze caressing the moon. Remarkably, not only did the Dragon King remain unperturbed, but even the surrounding aquatic beings exhibited little reaction. Ao Qing, of course, was oblivious to the attention he garnered from Guanyin and the Bodhi Patriarch. This is quite understandable. Who would take special notice of an ordinary dragon? Furthermore, Ao Qing had not engaged in fervent worship or chanted the name of the Bodhisattva. By all reasonable accounts, even in the presence of a grand ceremony, Guanyin would have little reason to observe him closely. Indeed, this was the case. Had it not been for the Bodhi Patriarch, Guanyin would scarcely have acknowledged Ao Qing, let alone regard his supposed Buddhist nature with any esteem. It can only be said that this was a matter of fate. Although devoid of such fortune, Ao Qing would have sought his own path. Nonetheless, this serendipity saved him considerable effort. Of course, he remained unaware of this fact at present. Currently, Ao Qing, accompanied by the Dragon Maiden and 90,000 aquatic beings, traversed the East Sea and arrived at the South Sea. Upon reaching the South Sea, the Dragon King promptly sensed their presence. Numerous water division generals emerged from the depths, accompanied by the South Sea soldiers, to pay their respects to Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden. Furthermore, the South Sea Dragon King himself made an appearance to greet Ao Qing. As the water division generals parted the waters, a grand spectacle unfolded. Flames and shadows danced, and a colossal crimson dragon, thousands of feet long, surged from the depths, casting a shadow over the sky with an imposing presence and an aura of heat and urgency. This was none other than the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing. The dragon clan of the East Sea, associated with wood, predominantly consists of azure dragons. The South Sea, aligned with fire, is home to the red dragons. In contrast, the North Sea, ruled by water, primarily features black dragons, while the West Sea, governed by metal, not gold, but iron, boasts white dragons. Consequently, the innate abilities of the dragon clans across the four seas differ significantly. When it comes to water manipulation, the North Sea Dragon Clan excels, whereas the South Sea Dragon King reigns supreme in the art of fire control. The endeavor to escort the Dragon Maiden to the sacred Mount Putao in the South Sea was well known to the South Sea Dragon King, who dared not be negligent. Thus, he personally appeared to honor Ao Qing and guide him. After all, Ao Qing was the Dragon Prince of the East Sea, destined to become the future Dragon King. The East Sea is esteemed among the four seas, and Ao Qing is poised to be the master of all seas following Ao Guang. Although the South Sea Dragon King could be considered Ao Qing's uncle by rank, he did not presume to underestimate Ao Qing due to their familial ties. This adherence to protocol is a long-standing tradition among the dragon clans. With the South Sea Dragon King leading the way, Ao Qing understood that Mount Putao in the South Sea was now within reach. Upon encountering the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden exchanged little conversation thereafter. Once again, the journey unfolds. Guided by the Dragon Clan of the South Sea, Ao Qing swiftly encounters a grove of bamboo, standing in harmony with the sea, nestled between two towering mountains. This is none other than Putao Rock and Luojia Mountain. The majestic peaks rise grandly, their ridges extending in a continuous line. The island is adorned with shimmering waters and lush flora. Within the grove, the vegetation flourishes, swaying gracefully in the breeze. On the path, massive rocks emerge, and peculiar stones stand tall. The winding stream meanders, with exotic birds occasionally singing. What a serene sanctuary of the Buddhist realm! Chapter 14. The Great Compassionate One. Upon arriving at the sacred Mount Putao in the South Sea, the Dragon Clan of the sea dared not display any arrogance, bowing down at a distance upon the surface of the water. Behind them, the vast assembly of aquatic beings stood in solemn silence, gathered behind Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden. Observing this, Ao Qing felt a slight tumult within. After all, he was about to meet the revered Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea. In his previous life, he had been well acquainted with the legends surrounding Guanyin, and he held profound respect for this great Bodhisattva, who navigates the compassionate vessel to save sentient beings. Although he had now become a member of the dragon lineage, he had never imagined that he would have the fortune to meet her in this life. Even when Ao Guang entrusted him with the task of escorting the Dragon Maiden, he had not fully grasped its significance. It was only now, as he stood on the brink of witnessing a legend, that he began to realize the gravity of the moment. Calming his mind, Ao Qing spoke with a composed demeanor. Seventh sister, let us descend to pay our respects to the Bodhisattva. Yes, indeed. The Dragon Maiden appeared somewhat nervous, but upon hearing Ao Qing's words, a sense of reassurance seemed to wash over her, and she responded with respectful deference. Thereafter, Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden descended upon the clouds, making their way toward the grove of purple bamboo. As they approached, radiant beams of Buddhist light began to emerge from within the bamboo forest. Subsequently, luminous halos ascended, revealing numerous divine forms within. Some were clad in armor, wielding sharp blades. Others resembled celestial maidens, gracefully dancing. Some were stout and mighty, exuding a valiant aura, yet bore youthful faces, while others appeared as fearsome deities, with 3 eyes and fangs, their skin pale and their expressions fierce. Ao Qing immediately recognized that these halos represented the celestial beings from Buddhist lore. The celestial assembly consisted of deities, primarily derived from the 24 celestial beings, who were known for their longevity, purity, and ability to traverse the void with ease, enjoying unparalleled bliss. Each of these celestial beings emanated a pure Buddhist light. which inexplicably instilled within Ao Qing a sense of profound pressure. Yes, pressure. Each of these celestial forms possessed formidable powers, undoubtedly esteemed figures within the three realms. However, to his astonishment, these celestial beings treated Ao Qing with utmost respect, performing the traditional Buddhist greeting with hands clasped in reverence, stating, "We have the honor of meeting the Dragon Prince. The Bodhisattva has been awaiting you in the celestial abode for some time. Please, Prince and Princess, enter." Ao Qing was taken aback by their courteous demeanor. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that as a representative of the Dragon Clan, even though these celestial beings possessed their own powers, they would naturally show respect to the lineage of dragons, which was steeped in profound heritage. This prompted Ao Qing to ponder, what indeed were the realms of these celestial beings? Or more broadly, what was the nature of cultivation in this world? Curiosity stirred within him. He was uncertain of the precise classifications. However, he had heard that adult dragons possessed abilities that rivaled those of immortals, not through cultivation, but rather as a gift from birth. While the celestial beings before him instilled a sense of pressure, he did not perceive them as insurmountable adversaries. Perhaps they were not as formidable as immortals. Nevertheless, he decided to remain patient and refrained from speaking further. Accompanied by the Dragon Maiden, he minimized his form as much as possible and ventured into the purple bamboo forest. Initially, Ao Qing harbored concerns about the propriety of their considerable size. But upon entering the forest, he soon realized his apprehensions were unfounded. The expanse of the purple bamboo forest was astonishingly vast. From an external viewpoint, one might assume that not only the purple bamboo forest, but also the entire Mount Putah in the South China Sea appeared rather modest in scale. However, as they drew nearer, the forest revealed its remarkable breadth. Once Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden descended into the bamboo grove, its summit towered into the clouds. Despite their efforts to reduce their size, the two dragons still exceeded 100 feet in length, yet within the confines of the forest, they felt utterly unconfined. As Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden traversed the bamboo thicket, they entered a celestial realm. The scenery within was breathtaking, adorned with the harmonious sounds of Buddhist chants, far surpassing their expectations. The Bodhisattva, it seemed, had no intention of keeping them in suspense. Soon, they beheld a lotus platform within that ethereal domain. There, seated upon the precious lotus, was Guanyin Bodhisattva herself. Adorned with a jeweled crown and celestial ornaments, her visage exuded solemnity, and her hands formed the gesture of meditation. Draped in shimmering garments resembling water and moonlight, she wore a necklace of sacred relics and had a vial of sweet nectar that overflowed each year, complemented by willow branches that signified eternal vitality. In Ao Qing's estimation, Guanyin Bodhisattva resembled his preconceived notions, appearing as a youthful woman. Yet, it is worth noting that in the origins of Buddhism, the Bodhisattva was considered male. It was only after its introduction to China that the feminine depiction emerged. Nevertheless, Ao Qing held his own interpretation of this matter. For Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, gender is but an ephemeral illusion, not to be rigidly defined. Much like the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who is originally female, yet has male representations in Chinese culture, both forms embody the essence of the divine. To cling to such distinctions would be to descend into superficiality. The prince of the East Sea Dragon clan, Ao Qing, had come before the Bodhisattva. He spoke, acknowledging that in comparison to her, his colossal form rendered her seemingly diminutive. To avoid any semblance of disrespect, he refrained from approaching too closely. Guanyin Bodhisattva regarded Ao Qing with a hint of admiration and said, "There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness. Such speech seems overly restrained. Would you kindly reduce your size for convenience?" Upon hearing this, Ao Qing sensed the Bodhisattva's intent and replied, "Bodhisattva, I am still young and have yet to master the innate abilities of the Dragon Clan. I humbly request your assistance." Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded slightly. With a gesture from her left hand, she pointed towards Ao Qing and the Dragon Maiden, and in an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, as if enveloped in a serene and comfortable realm. No, it was as though he had diminished in stature. He glanced at the Dragon Maiden, and indeed, she too had undergone a transformation. After the Bodhisattva's gesture, their forms had shrunk to less than a foot in height. Ao Qing was taken aback by this astonishing change. What had the Bodhisattva done? He had not even perceived any signs of this phenomenon. And in the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to such a size. Despite his astonishment, he remained composed. Before the figure before him, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, Even the Monkey King, whom he had long cherished in his heart, could not be considered her equal. It was entirely natural for her to possess such capabilities. After diminishing the two dragons in size, the Bodhisattva turned her gaze towards the dragon maiden and, after a brief moment, nodded in approval. Indeed, your talents are extraordinary, possessing a touch of Buddhahood. Henceforth, you shall serve as a pearl-bearing dragon maiden in my South Sea, accompanying me day and night to listen to the teachings of the Buddha. Should you grasp the essence in the future, you may yet attain the Bodhisattva's vehicle. Yes, thank you, Bodhisattva, the dragon maiden replied, gracefully bowing. Upon witnessing this, the Bodhisattva smiled and lifted a willow branch, allowing droplets of sweet dew to fall upon the dragon maiden. In an instant, she transformed from a small dragon into a maiden clad in a flowing azure gown. The maiden's brows resembled crescent moons, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Adorning her forehead were two delicate dragon horns, adding to her charming and exquisite beauty. With just a wave of her hand, the dragon maiden had undergone such a metamorphosis. Ao Qing could not help but feel a twinge of envy. To be honest, he too harbored a desire for transformation. Yet, it was evident that the Bodhisattva would not grant him such a favor. Nevertheless, with the task completed, Ao Qing felt no lingering attachments. He paused momentarily, preparing to bow and take his leave. Just then, the Bodhisattva unexpectedly turned her gaze towards him and inquired, Prince, what do you think of my Mount Putua? Do you find it to your liking? Chapter 15. The Bodhisattva's Sanctuary. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva spoke, Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he truly cherished this place? Why would the Bodhisattva inquire about his feelings? Was it possible that she intended to accept him as her disciple? No. He was not a being of divine origin like the Monkey King, and besides, he held the status of the Prince of the East Sea. It seemed unlikely that the Bodhisattva would take him under her wing. Perhaps her question was merely a casual remark. Yet, Ao Qing remained unaware of the Bodhisattva's true intentions. In her eyes, he appeared as an unrefined gem, a rough stone waiting to be polished. If the dragon maiden possessed a certain degree of Buddhist nature, Ao Qing already harbored a Buddhist heart. Thus, the Bodhisattva genuinely felt a sense of delight at the prospect of his potential. However, upon reflecting on the Bodhi patriarch, the Bodhisattva gently shook her head, deciding to postpone any discussions about accepting disciples for the time being. Nevertheless, this did not imply that she had entirely relinquished the thought of taking him as her student. It was known that when the Bodhi patriarch arrived at Mount Luojia, he had mentioned that he would set 3 trials. Should Ao Qing succeed, he would be granted the opportunity to become his disciple. But what if he were to fail? Perhaps the Bodhi patriarch was observing the dragon prince as well, and upon witnessing his innate talent, had silently acknowledged him, just as she had. Yet, it must be noted that the Bodhi patriarch was not merely a figure of the pure Buddhist realm. Even within Buddhism, alongside the essence of Buddha nature, the importance of profound perseverance was emphasized by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Simply possessing Buddha nature might not suffice to impress the Bodhi patriarch. The concept of causal connection was ineffable, and it was not entirely impossible for Ao Qing and the Bodhisattva to form a master-disciple bond. Thus, prior to that, it would not be unwise to cultivate a closer acquaintance with him. The Bodhisattva's intentions remained unknown to Ao Qing, who assumed her words were merely courteous. However, he had no intention of dismissing the opportunity. Considering the future relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Buddhist Heavenly Court, Ao Qing sought to enhance the Bodhisattva's favor. He surveyed his surroundings thoughtfully and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. The sacred realms of Putua Mountain and Luojia Mountain are indeed exceptional sanctuaries. They are interconnected and serve as a conduit among the 3 realms, not only situated within the human realm, but perhaps also linked to the 24 heavens and the 6 realms of desire. Avalokiteshvara's gaze flickered with interest. How did the prince discern this? Ao Qing replied, I have heard that the Bodhisattva possesses 33 transformations. Among these, the forms of Buddha, Pratyabuddha, and the voice hearer represent the great vehicle, middle vehicle, and small vehicle of Buddhist teachings. The remaining 30 transformations correspond to the 24 heavens and the 6 realms of desire, encompassing all heavens and perceiving the myriad worlds. Furthermore, prior to entering the bamboo grove, my sister and I were greeted by the assembly of the 24 heavenly beings, leading me to surmise that they descended to the human realm via Putua and Luojia mountains, hence my conjecture. Avalokiteshvara nodded in approval. Well said. Ao Qing's deductions were remarkably aligned with the current state of South Sea's Putuo and Luojia Mountains. Although situated in the human realm, they served as a bridge connecting the three realms and even the 24 heavenly realms of Buddhism. The Bodhisattva's compassionate endeavor to save all beings was not limited to mere mortals. Simultaneously, it also extends its compassion to the beings of the 24 celestial realms and the 6 heavens of desire. However, the 24 celestial beings in Buddhism are not all guardians of the faith. Many of them have long been ensnared in confusion and delusion over the Vastians. For instance, the fierce and warlike Asuras and the cruel and malevolent ghostly mother. Even today, within the 6 heavens of desire, countless heretics remain unredeemed or refuse salvation. Even the formidable demon king, MRA, of the 6th heaven poses a challenge that even the Tathagata struggles to overcome. These dilemmas are what Buddhism must confront. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, with boundless aspirations, naturally embodies great compassion for all beings in the world. It is well known that Avalokiteshvara has 33 manifestations. Yet few comprehend that these 33 forms represent the infinite. As the saying goes, 3 threes equal 9, echoing the significance of the number 9 in the Ao Qing. However, Ao Qing had not yet finished speaking. Observing Avalokiteshvara nodding in acknowledgement, Ao Qing continued, "Nevertheless, I feel that Mount Putuo, the sacred abode of the Bodhisattva, is not truly the Bodhisattva's ultimate sanctuary." Oh, Avalokiteshvara raised her gaze towards Ao Qing, inquiring, "What leads you to such a conclusion, Prince?" Ao Qing responded, "It is said that in times past, the Bodhisattva attained the fruition of the right Dharma illuminating Tathagata, and, in a bid to liberate sentient beings, embarked on the compassionate voyage. However, to truly liberate beings, it is essential for them to attain rebirth in the Pure Land. This compassionate journey does not equate to relinquishing Buddhahood. Rather, it suggests that only through a heart that embodies Buddhahood, devoid of attachment and form, can one rescue the suffering masses from the ocean of anguish. Therefore, I surmise that Mount Putuo is merely a place for the Bodhisattva to express her grand vows to save sentient beings, while the true sanctuary of the Bodhisattva must reside in the Pure Land." A wave of astonishment washed over Avalokiteshvara's heart, and a radiant light suddenly emanated from her eyes, enveloping Ao Qing. She had activated the divine insight known as the divine eye of destiny, a profound ability possessed solely by the Buddha, which allows one to perceive the myriad destinies and actions of beings across the 3 realms and 6 paths throughout countless lifetimes. Indeed, Ao Qing's words had unveiled her very essence. This prompted Avalokiteshvara to ponder if Ao Qing might be an incarnation of a certain Buddha or Bodhisattva, jesting with her. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized this was improbable. Few in the 3 realms could elude her perception, and those with such capabilities would not engage in trivial pursuits. Thus, Ao Qing might be the reincarnation of a past arhat, Bodhisattva, or even a Buddha. If that were the case, then even the venerable Bodhidharma would have no reason to contend for disciples, for if Ao Qing were indeed a member of the Buddhist order, then even Bodhidharma would need to take into account the Tathagata. However, to Avalokiteshvara's disappointment, despite the clarity of Ao Qing's existence revealed through the divine eye of destiny, there were no traces of a past life. This was sufficient to indicate that Ao Qing was indeed a newly born dragon. In this world, all things typically possess a destiny from previous lives. Yet, Ao Qing's lack of a past life was not particularly surprising. The Bodhisattva, aware that Ao Qing was born from the essence of the dragon pearl and the bloodline of the dragon clan, recognized him as a nascent dragon, devoid of any ties to previous incarnations. Thus, he stands as the sole legitimate dragon offspring in the East Sea. One could only attribute this to innate talent, for indeed, such extraordinary potential does exist in the world. With proper guidance, after millennia, he is bound to achieve remarkable accomplishments. Bodhisattva? Ao Qing inquired. He remained oblivious to the power of fate, yet he distinctly sensed that Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared to be momentarily lost in thought. What could this mean? Could it be that the Bodhisattva is actually dazed? Perhaps he had spoken too extensively, exceeding the bounds of propriety. However, if the Bodhisattva were capable of perceiving this truth, it would indeed be astonishing. Chapter 16. The Wonderland Indeed. The Prince is astute. From beginning to end, Ao Qing remained oblivious to the fact that the Bodhisattva Guanyin had been employing her divine powers upon him. Consequently, Ao Qing could not help but ponder whether the momentary daze he observed in the bodhisattva was merely a figment of his imagination. He noticed her slightly parting her lips, seemingly about to speak. However, at that very instant, her gaze was drawn to the east, where streaks of radiant light appeared from beyond 1,000 miles. The brilliance soared into the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence, yet only the bodhisattva could perceive it. Amidst the resplendence, a celestial mountain seemed to emerge, veiled within the clouds. Atop this mountain, a figure appeared to be heading toward the purple bamboo forest. The manifestation of this cloud-kissed mountain abruptly halted the words the bodhisattva intended to utter regarding her desire to accept disciples. With a subtle sigh, she addressed Ao Qing. Hearing this, Ao Qing's heart leaped with joy. He was pleasantly surprised by the bodhisattva's amiability. Could it be that he was permitted to freely visit Luojia Mountain? Might it be acceptable to occasionally listen to her teachings there? Furthermore, the king of inspiration might even allow for a hint of clandestine learning. Certainly, he would opt to attend with sincerity and respect, perhaps even seeking guidance from the bodhisattva herself. However, despite his excitement, Ao Qing chose not to reveal too much. After all, such matters need not be rushed. He then conveyed a few words of reassurance to the dragon maiden, indicating that he would soon pay her a visit. With utmost respect, he took his leave of the bodhisattva and vanished from the purple bamboo forest. Far away in the west Nyohuzhou, within the Shiyue Sanqing cave of Mount Focusing, the patriarch Bodhi furrowed his brow slightly. The radiant light was indeed summoned by him. This Guanyin has devised a clever scheme. Truly, she is worthy of being a bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, reminiscent of the Tathagata of old. Yes, the celestial mountain in the clouds is none other than Mount Focusing. The figure upon it is, of course, the patriarch Bodhi himself. Yet, this cloud-kissed mountain is not located above the South Sea, but rather far in the west Nyohuzhou. Just moments ago, the patriarch observed that the bodhisattva was willing to disregard their agreement and contend with him for a disciple, prompting him to reveal the mountain. The bodhisattva, possessing the divine eye, was naturally aware of this, leading her to withdraw in chagrin. It seems there is no time to lose. If the dragon prince were to frequently visit Luojia Mountain, it is conceivable that, even without formal recognition as master and disciple, a genuine bond could develop. Would he not risk being preempted by the Tathagata? The patriarch Bodhi pondered this in silence. He felt a flicker of intrigue at Ao Qing's displayed talents. However, having witnessed countless prodigious individuals throughout the ages, he did not share the same urgency as the bodhisattva. His concern for Ao Qing stemmed more from the calculated fate he discerned at Flower Fruit Mountain. But was the dragon prince truly fated to connect with him? In any case, if the dragon prince is indeed destined to be his disciple, he would naturally not escape. Conversely, if there were no fate between them, then even a forceful acceptance as a disciple would likely yield no fruitful outcome. With that thought, the patriarch's gaze drifted toward the Flower Fruit Mountain in the eastern Victory Divine Continent, fixating on the celestial stone atop the Dan Cliff, an entity that was, by destiny, intertwined with his own. Yet, the question remains, when will it come to fruition? As Ao Qing departed from the purple bamboo forest, a multitude of celestial beings arrived to escort him. At this moment, the South Sea Dragon clan along with the 90,000 aquatic beings awaited his arrival. Witnessing Ao Qing receiving such esteemed treatment from the celestial hosts, they could not help but feel astonished, alongside a sense of pride. After all, these celestial beings were the protectors of Guanyin Bodhisattva, symbolizing, in a sense, the very will of the Bodhisattva herself. It seemed that the Crown Prince's journey was indeed auspicious. It was no wonder the Dragon clan felt elated, for there had been instances in the past when their kind had sent individuals forth, only to be met with disregard. The Prince of the West Sea, Mo, had hoped to send a disciple to learn the sacred arts, yet although he received some guidance, he was ultimately turned away due to his princely status. Similarly, when the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun visited the Xiantian Emperor, he was met with a cold reception. In contrast, Guanyin Bodhisattva's warm reception of Ao Qing spoke volumes of the Crown Prince's exceptional qualities. I find solace in solitude, Ao Qing mused. The Dragon Maiden then conveyed. The Bodhisattva instructed me to invite you, Crown Prince, to visit Mount Putao whenever you find the time. Do not forget to come and see your younger sister. Despite the gentle and kind demeanor of Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Dragon Maiden felt a tinge of trepidation, prompting her words. However, Ao Qing discerned that the Bodhisattva's invitation was sincere, genuinely welcoming him to visit. Truly, Guanyin Bodhisattva possessed a broad heart and immense tolerance, showing not a hint of impatience towards him. Thus, Ao Qing replied, "Seventh sister, we are siblings by nature, and in terms of age, you are even my elder. There is no need for such formality, simply call me elder brother henceforth." Upon hearing this, the dragon maiden felt a sense of closeness. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "In that case, when we are alone, I shall refer to you as elder brother. The Bodhisattva has taught me to comprehend the Dharma at the fragrant water sea, and my Dharma name is Shui Xin. From now on, you may call me Shui Xin as well." Shui Xin. Ao Qing recalled the name Mu Cha. Nonetheless, this Dharma name was quite pleasant. "Very well," he said. "Then quickly proceed to your place of practice. In the future, should time permit, I shall come to visit you." "Very well, elder brother, travel safely." The dragon maiden replied respectfully. With no further words exchanged, Ao Qing summoned a whirlwind, his form gradually expanding until he transformed into a colossal dragon. Soaring towards the East Sea, he flew with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the eastern shores of the South Sea. Suddenly, Ao Qing paused in astonishment. Below him lay an expansive continent stretching endlessly. But, was this land here before? As he traveled, his pace had been leisurely enough to take in the scenic vistas. He distinctly remembered that this area was solely a vast expanse of ocean. How could such a lengthy continent have appeared seemingly out of nowhere? Moreover, the aquatic beings around him appeared oblivious to any anomalies, effortlessly gliding through the land, yet unable to reach the shores, as if this continent were merely a mirage. This peculiar situation led Ao Qing to surmise that there must be some extraordinary existence concealed within this land. At that moment, suddenly, radiant beams of light emerged across the continent. Chapter 17. The woodcutter. As Ao Qing beheld the continent illuminated by the radiant glow, he initially approached with caution, yet soon found himself at ease. This was the South Sea. However, the Dragon King of the South Sea remained oblivious to the expansive land before him. It is well known that while the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas may not be deemed overwhelmingly powerful, they certainly cannot be considered weak, especially upon the vast ocean. They carry the profound heritage of the dragon lineage. Yet, at this moment, even such a conspicuous location had gone unnoticed. It was evident that the creator of this realm was an extraordinary being. What, then, could be their purpose? Was it an invitation meant solely for him, or merely a fortunate coincidence? Or perhaps this was a celestial paradise into which he had inadvertently stumbled. Ao Qing pondered for a moment, when suddenly the radiant glow approached him. It surrounded him, imbued with a certain joy, illuminating his form. Was this an invitation? From the brilliance, he sensed an inexplicable delight. Concurrently, a profound feeling of opportunity arose within him. He hesitated briefly, but without further deliberation, he lowered himself, following the allure of the glow towards the continent. Indeed, Ao Qing chose to advance. Firstly, because the radiance seemed to possess a spiritual essence, devoid of any malevolent intent. Secondly, if behind this land lay a being of great power, it was unlikely they would target him alone. Perhaps this glow was a sign welcoming those of fate. He had long sought opportunities, and now it appeared to be within reach. To waver would be akin to the foolishness of Yi Gong, who feigned a love for dragons. After all, he was the Dragon Prince of the East Sea, and had even established a modest rapport with the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ordinary malevolent entities would lack the audacity to challenge the dragon lineage. Should perilous danger arise, he could silently invoke the Bodhisattva's name and seek her assistance. Ao Qing felt certain that such a benevolent figure would not abandon him in his hour of need. Would she? In any case, under the guidance of the radiant glow, Ao Qing swiftly descended upon the continent. Instantly, the brilliance receded, unveiling an atmosphere of ancient grandeur. Ao Qing observed that this land bore a striking resemblance to the purple bamboo groves associated with the Bodhisattva. Some mountain ranges, while expansive from a distance, were visibly bounded. One would assume that his colossal form, towering at 2000-zhang, would feel somewhat constrained upon the earth. Yet, upon touching the ground, it felt as if the continent had expanded, much like the sacred purple bamboo groves of Guanyin. This further affirmed that this place was likely a holy sanctuary of a divine being. Since he had been invited, it could very well be his destined opportunity. While in the purple bamboo grove, Ao Qing had not thoroughly contemplated this notion. However, upon this continent, he distinctly sensed the profound mysteries of power. The closer he drew to the earth, the more expansive it felt. Conversely, the farther he distanced himself, the more it appeared to diminish. This phenomenon, in Chinese mythology, resembled the grand magic of the sun and moon in a pot and heaven and earth in a sleeve. Ao Qing gazed around, taking in the surroundings. As I gazed upon the vastness of the continent, with its myriad mountains standing like sentinels and lofty peaks rising majestically, I was enveloped by the grandeur of the scenery. The undulating hills were interconnected, and wide avenues beckoned to the skies above. The depths of the forest resonated with the sound of gushing springs, while ethereal mists gently embraced the verdant landscape, casting a cool, dark hue. The undulating ridges revealed the dragon's vein, hinting at the presence of an immortal whose name was concealed in the shadows. What a splendid abode for celestial beings, a paradise of hidden realms. Just as Ao Qing was about to venture into the mountains, he suddenly heard voices emanating from the depths of the forest. Straining to listen, he discerned that it was the sound of singing. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. A dreamlike clarity enveloped him. A lifetime spent in revelry. A century of intoxication, a fleeting reflection of beauty. The smallest ant and the great rock all eventually succumbed to the fall of leaves. With a few strokes of the axe, he felled wood, laughing at the mundane world and pondering the cycle of life and death. As Ao Qing listened to the verses, he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of desolation. Life is but a dream, whether one is a mighty sovereign or a beggar by the roadside. Whether a mayfly living a day or a great rock soaring across the winds, all inevitably return to the dust. Is there truly anything in this world that does not perish? Even the countless ancient deities may one day vanish into the ether. After all, in Taoist lore, even heaven and earth have their lifespans. Yet, this poetry did not seem to be the work of an ordinary mortal. He leaned down, his immense dragon head peering into the depths of the forest. Though his form was colossal, as a divine dragon, his vision was vibrant and expansive. Focusing his gaze, he discovered a woodcutter engaged in his toil, wielding an axe with remarkable finesse. The woodcutter, clad in simple yet immaculate attire, moved with a deliberate grace, each stroke of his axe landing upon the tree with an almost imperceptible sound, his melodious singing devoid of any discord. This woodcutter, Ao Qing's pupils narrowed. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment from Journey to the West, reminiscent of the woodcutter encountered by the Monkey King upon his arrival at Mount Fengsuan. However, the verses sung by this woodcutter diverged from those recorded in the classic tale, which spoke of playing chess and the rotten axe. Nevertheless, the divergence in poetry was hardly surprising. The very existence of this woodcutter suggested that he was no ordinary person, and thus, he would not merely recite a single poem. But, if this woodcutter was present, did it not imply that this place was indeed Mount Fengsuan? Could it be that this was the sacred ground of the Bodhi Patriarch? Ao Qing's heart stirred with excitement. He knew well that his purpose for guarding the Monkey King was to seek a way to become a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. Now, even before the birth of the Monkey King, could it be that he had already encountered this fortuitous opportunity? Upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. In Journey to the West, the Bodhi Patriarch had many disciples, and the Monkey King was merely the 10th among them, following the teachings of profound wisdom. It was entirely possible that prior to this, the Patriarch had already accepted numerous students. However, the records in Journey to the West were scant and often focused on those who achieved little. Yet, Ao Qing found himself in a tangible world, which could not be wholly dictated by the narrative of the classic tale. Of course, Ao Qing remained somewhat perplexed. If this was indeed Mount Fengsuan, why did it manifest above the South Sea? Shouldn't Mount Fengsuan be located in the West Nehezu? However, this notion seems rather unsurprising. After all, such extraordinary beings may possess a singular sacred ground, or they might manifest their presence in all realms as sanctuaries. There are even assertions that Mount Fengsuan exists solely within the heart of the monkey, rendering it a mere figment of imagination in reality. This possibility cannot be dismissed. In any case, Ao Qing was genuinely captivated upon encountering the woodcutter. Particularly, the Dragon Clan's harmonious path aspires to establish a balanced connection among the teachings of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. If this serves as a foundation, gazing across the three realms, it appears that only the enigmatic and formidable Bodhi Patriarch, who is well versed in all three teachings, is most suited to become one's master. Chapter 18. A path. Upon this realization, Ao Qing ceased to hesitate, steadying his mind. The Grand Dragon head surveyed the surroundings. Directing his inquiry towards the woodcutter, "May I ask, esteemed elder, which immortal from the three realms do you represent?" Ao Qing's voice was slightly husky and deep. a consequence of his dragon form. Although he did not intend to, an aura of dragon majesty emanated from him, which would likely have left an ordinary mortal trembling in fear. However, the woodcutter lifted his gaze to Ao Qing, displaying no sign of trepidation, but rather a smile. "I am but a humble woodcutter. Why does the dragon god address me with such terms as esteemed elder and immortal?" Ao Qing could not help but mutter to himself, "Why do the wise always play such games?" In Journey to the West, the woodcutter remained unfazed upon encountering the Monkey King, and now he displayed the same composure in the presence of a great dragon. Moreover, the span of time that separated them was anything but ordinary. If he were merely an ordinary man, Ao Qing would have found it utterly implausible. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on this and respectfully replied, "The words you sing, ants rely on 3 points. The rock soars 10,000 miles. All return to fallen leaves and laughing at the world, sighing at life and death, reveal a profound understanding of worldly affairs that only an immortal could easily comprehend." Upon hearing this, the woodcutter silently praised Ao Qing's insight, recognizing the dragon princess worth as his master had indeed valued him highly. He chuckled and said, "To be frank, this verse, known as Water Dragon Chant, was indeed taught to me by an immortal. That immortal is known as Bodhi Patriarch, residing within this mountain. So, it is indeed the Bodhi Patriarch." Ao Qing responded, "Please guide me, esteemed elder. If I may glean wisdom, I shall forever be grateful." The woodcutter shook his head, saying, "The paths within this mountain are not ordinary. It is not enough for me to indicate the way. You must seek and discover it for yourself." Ao Qing was taken aback. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, he observed the surrounding mist and colors dissipate, the sun and moon shimmering. In the blink of an eye, the woodcutter had vanished, and the dense forest ahead seemed to widen, revealing a series of mountain trails and paths. Ao Qing paused momentarily. Upon reflection, it seemed that in Journey to the West, the woodcutter had not accompanied the Monkey King to seek the Bodhi Patriarch, but had rather instructed him to find it on his own. As he recollected, it did not appear to be too difficult to locate. Very well then. Ao Qing gazed at the forest paths, feeling he had no other recourse, and decided to soar once more into the skies, hoping to survey the mountains from above in search of the 3-star cave. However, just as Ao Qing took flight, an astonishing occurrence transpired. The surrounding trees in the forest suddenly grew immensely tall. The height to which he flew corresponded to the vastness of the forest, standing at 2,000-zhang. Ao Qing found that a single tree could reach heights of 10,000-zhang, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Yet, no matter how far he flew, the sky remained boundless, and he found himself perpetually ensnared within the woods. Ao Qing was stunned. It appeared rather ominous. Why did he feel as if he were being ensnared by treasures such as the purple gold red gourd or the jade purity bottle? Or by mystical abilities like the universe in one sleeve? After contemplating, he retreated. The trees, however, ceased their growth and gradually returned to their original state. Yet, when he advanced forward, the trees once again towered high into the sky. Thus, Ao Qing understood. It appears that I do not enjoy the same privileges as the Monkey King. The journey to the 3 stars cave may not simply be a matter of desire. Am I to say that I have been denied? No, that is not the case. Although I yearn to depart, the Bodhi Patriarch does not obstruct my wishes. However, the mesmerizing radiance of the island is indeed compelling, and it is not something I have ventured into of my own accord. Had the Bodhi Patriarch wished, I might not have even discovered this continent. Thus, the scene before me resembles a reluctant invitation. Is the Bodhi Patriarch testing me? Could it be that he has observed me during my time at Flower Fruit Mountain? Perhaps this moment is a result of that observation. The Bodhi Patriarch may have discerned a fated individual, yet he remains uncertain whether that individual is myself or the monkey. The more I ponder, the more I believe this to be true. In fact, my conjecture is quite close to the mark. Well, perhaps this is an opportunity for me to undergo some trials. After a moment's thought, I resolved to minimize my form and boldly entered the forest, though I possess little confidence in my ability to pass this trial. The opportunity is before me. How could I possibly retreat without making an attempt? At this moment, within the 3 Stars Cave and on Mount Putua in the South Sea, both the Bodhi Patriarch and Guanyin Bodhisattva are observing me. However, regarding my choice, both the Bodhisattva and the Patriarch have already anticipated my decision, despite our few encounters. They can discern that I am a person of lofty aspirations. Of course, this is not necessarily a detriment. On the path of cultivation, lacking ambition may hinder one from achieving great things. Thus, The patriarch has devised this trial. Let us see how far this young man can go. The Bodhi patriarch gently stroked his beard, his gaze growing contemplative. This trial is no ordinary challenge. It embodies the very essence of the path he tread before attaining enlightenment. Consequently, it conceals myriad profound mysteries. Although it is a test, it also serves as a form of instruction. Those who traverse this path, if they can uncover these mysteries, will undoubtedly gain immense benefit, regardless of whether they succeed in the trial. It is akin to a preparatory lesson before the commencement of formal teachings. The extent of my true capabilities will be unveiled in this lesson. On the other hand, upon witnessing my choice to enter the forest, the Bodhisattva, though already prepared for this outcome, could not help but sigh softly. Certainly, if the Tathagata Buddha were to intervene, perhaps I could be salvaged. However, upon reflection, it seems that I must let it go. Although I possess a profound Buddhist nature, it would be rather absurd for me to solicit the Tathagata merely to secure a disciple. In truth, there is nothing wrong with accepting disciples. Like the Bodhi patriarch, she too is curious to see how far I can progress. The threshold for the patriarch's discipleship is quite high. Talent, enlightenment, potential, and perseverance are all essential. It seems that I have demonstrated sufficient talent and enlightenment. As the scion of the Dragon clan, I embody the innate gifts of the Eastern Sea. As for my enlightenment, it is indeed remarkable. Without delving into other matters, let us speak solely of its inherent Buddha nature. Although one may have never perused the Buddhist scriptures, it is remarkable that, through mere fables and tales, one can attain such profound comprehension and insight into Buddhist philosophy. However, innate talent and enlightenment are but secondary considerations. The path of cultivation cannot solely rely on cleverness derived from enlightenment, for ultimately, it results in nothing more than a castle in the air. Potential and perseverance hold paramount significance as well. From the perspective of the Bodhisattva, it is evident that the next challenge for Ao Qing will be an examination of his latent abilities and steadfastness. Yet, what method will be employed for this trial? The Bodhisattva observed intently and noticed that Ao Qing, after traversing the forest, arrived at a broad and open road. This road was illuminated and spacious, uniformly wide, connecting myriad mountains and valleys, at times steep, at times flat. Beyond the continent lay stretches of remarkably tranquil waters. Is this a road? Guanyin Bodhisattva paused for a moment. Indeed, it is a road, a path that appears ordinary at first glance. But no, this road is extraordinary. The Bodhisattva's gaze sharpened. Although it seems like an unremarkable path, the Bodhisattva sensed an aura of the fruit of the way emanating from it. Chapter 19. The endless path for Ao Qing. He was utterly oblivious to this road. He traversed through mountains and forests, arriving at this path. In the distance, countless peaks soared, piercing the horizon. What a long road. The terror of the monkey is indeed formidable. Ao Qing mused, feeling a shiver run down his spine. In the journey to the west, the monkey seemingly traversed less than 10 miles before discovering the three-star cave. Yet in reality, he had soared at least 10,000 miles. Of course, it could also be that Bodhi Patriarch treated him differently. Furthermore, the monkey had to traverse the vast sea to reach Mount Fangtsuan, a feat far more arduous than his own. However, contemplating the vastness of this world left Ao Qing both anxious and exhilarated. Not to mention, he had never practiced before, yet relying solely on his dragon lineage. He could fly thousands of miles with the wind. Although not as swift as the cloud somersault, one must consider that in this world, a single somersault should not merely span 100,000 miles, right? Leaving aside the cloud somersault, Ao Qing had also witnessed the mighty Rui Jingu Bang. That golden staff undoubtedly weighed over 10,000 pounds. Even if multiplied by 100, it would likely exceed that, with such complex emotions stirring within him. Ao Qing stepped onto this grand road. However, as soon as he set foot upon it, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, the clouds and light he had summoned dissipated, causing Ao Qing to plummet from a height of over 10-zhang. The abrupt drop left him momentarily disoriented. Surely, this is the challenge I must face. Ao Qing quickly realized that this road was far from ordinary. The previously traversed 1,000 miles of forest was merely a prelude. The true trials were only just beginning. Yet what of this road? Ao Qing scrutinized his surroundings and noticed that the path was encircled by flowing rivers, while ahead lay a largely flat expanse. A glance revealed a towering mountain shimmering with radiant hues at the road's end. That place bathed in light was most likely the three-star cave. Conventionally, if he could cross this path, he should theoretically arrive at the three-star cave. But is it truly that simple? Ao Qing refrained from recklessly advancing. First, he attempted to soar up and down. He soon discovered that on this broad and flat road, he could ascend to a height of 30,000-zhang. 30,000-zhang translates to approximately 200 miles in elevation. This indeed is an astonishing figure. In his previous life, a vertical height of 200 miles would allow one to gaze down upon the earth. Yet, in the realm of myth, this hardly constitutes great altitude. Ao Qing's highest attempt at flight reached 3,000 miles vertically. Yet there, the air showed little change. And even the East Sea was beyond his sight. Vast, expansive, infinite. This encapsulated Ao Qing's perception of the world. Thus, a height of 200 miles was insignificant to him. Yet on this path, he found himself confined to that 200-mile altitude. Beyond that, he could ascend no further. Ao Qing's gaze shifted to the rivers flanking the road. He endeavored to immerse himself in the river, instantly perceiving an exceedingly slow yet remarkably potent current pulling him in. Even with the Dragon Clan's mastery over water, he found himself unable to manipulate the river's flow. A foreboding sense enveloped Ao Qing. He felt that should he plunge into its depths, escape would be nearly impossible. This water resembled the mythical weak water, fragile and incapable of supporting a vessel. The lightest feather cannot soar, and the reeds will inevitably sink. It seemed that surrender was the only option, for there was no other path available. Ao Qing gazed ahead, no longer hesitating, and surged forward. Suddenly, the road appeared to tremble with a resonant vibration. As Ao Qing progressed, a subtle transformation seemed to unfold around him. When he moved swiftly, the changes accelerated. When he slowed, they mirrored his pace. When he halted, the alterations ceased. It was indeed more complex than it seemed. Ao Qing understood that something significant was transpiring on this path, though the specifics eluded him. Resolving to set aside his confusion, he gathered his strength and propelled himself down the road with all his might. In an instant, swirling winds and clouds manifested along the sides of the path. Ao Qing paused momentarily, catching fleeting glimpses of fragmented scenes depicting various tales and characters. Yet, these fragments vanished with alarming speed, making it impossible to discern any details. Furrowing his brow, he pressed on, believing these fragments to be chaotic thoughts attempting to obstruct his journey. Thus, he focused solely on the radiant light at the road's end. At that moment, he cast aside all other considerations. His singular aim was to reach the three-star cave. As Ao Qing's velocity increased, the light at the end of the path appeared to grow ever larger. Am I drawing closer? He pondered. Yet, why did it feel as though, despite the proximity of the light, the road had not altered significantly? Suddenly, a shadow loomed ahead, followed by a steep incline materializing before him. He quickly elevated his form, soaring several miles upward, though his movements began to slow slightly. From a distance, the road appeared relatively flat, with only a gentle slope, but upon closer inspections, the incline proved to be unexpectedly steep. Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon realized, no, if the slope were this steep, it should not have seemed so level at first glance. Could it be? He glanced to the sides, and his pupils contracted. The paths on both sides seemed to widen. It was not that the slope had steepened, nor that the road had expanded, but rather, he had diminished in size. Ao Qing suddenly darted skyward. Previously, he had tested his limits, soaring 200 miles high. Yet this time, he could ascend no further than a mere 20 miles. The once colossal form of over 2,000-zhang had shrunk to a mere several hundred zhang. The path ahead appears to diminish the stature of the traveler with every step taken. It is not that the ethereal light of the three stars cave grows larger, but rather that one's perspective narrows. A sense of foreboding envelopes Ao Qing. The closer one draws to the destination, the smaller one becomes, and the slower the pace. When one's form is reduced to half, the speed, too, will dwindle to half. From 1/2 to 1/4, to 1/8, and then to 1/16, 1/32, 1/64. Although it seems the distance to the destination lessens, the time expended remains unchanged. The path is constant, yet the journey ahead appears infinitely vast. Even if the end is seemingly within reach, it remains perpetually unattainable. An endless approach, never converging. Presently, Ao Qing finds himself in a similar predicament. The Three Stars Cave lies at the terminus of the road, yet as he soars towards it, he only feels himself diminishing further, ultimately becoming as insignificant as an ant or even a louse. If this diminutive state knows no bounds, then even with the radiant light before him, he shall never reach the Three Stars Cave. Moreover, an unsettling premonition stirs within Ao Qing's heart. Chapter 20. fragments in mythology, there exist numerous extraordinary powers, wondrous to the highest degree. The situation before us is not without precedent. Consider the pot that contains the sun and moon, or the universe concealed within a sleeve. The principles governing them are akin. Just as previously, the vastness of the mountains and forests would expand with the growth of Ao Qing, boundless and infinite. However, the contraction he now experiences seems to have weakened the essence of his inherent power. He appears to be ensnared in a stalemate. It is crucial to understand that the innate abilities of the dragon lineage and their might fundamentally hinge upon the size of their corporeal forms. The larger the dragon's body, the more formidable its powers, signifying greater innate talent. Conversely, a smaller dragon implies weaker abilities and diminished potential. So, how could he possibly explain this to his father? Even if he were to speak the truth, could Ao Qing demand accountability from Master Bodhi? Moreover, if he were to abandon his quest here, Ao Qing would find himself unwilling to concede defeat. Yet, should he recklessly proceed, the outcome would likely lead to annihilation. Upon grasping the underlying principles, Ao Qing does not believe that merely continuing onward will grant him the opportunity to reach his destination. He risks being eternally ensnared on this path, facing complete obliteration. Of course, theoretically, he could place his hopes upon the Bodhisattva of compassion, silently reciting her name in prayer for salvation. However, the present circumstances do not solely embody peril. The so-called crisis is intertwined with both danger and opportunity. The path devised by Master Bodhi cannot solely be intended for his downfall. There must exist a means to traverse it. As Ao Qing pondered deeply, he suddenly recalled the fragments encountered along the way. Could the key to breaking this impasse lie within them? His gaze shifted, and he concentrated his mind, calming his spirit, before abruptly surveying his surroundings. In an instant, what had once been an expanse of desolate riverbanks transformed, revealing fragments of various scenes. These fragments appeared to be disassociated from himself. This time, he discerned a multitude of experiences within the fragments, some rooted in the past, others glimpsed from the future. These seemed to encapsulate his former thoughts and reflections. It appeared that he had uncovered the mystery of this path. Master Bodhi, stroking his beard, contemplated. This path represents the mental journey he embarked upon prior to attaining enlightenment. Aptly named the path of pursuit, the profundity of the way is elusive and immeasurable. It exists everywhere, yet nowhere at all. It can be found in the highest heavens or amidst the filth of the earth. It may be visible to the eye or concealed in the unfathomable. However, the quest for the way is an exceedingly distant journey. No individual has ever reached the terminus of the way. Even the formidable Tao ancestor, who forcibly named this existence born before heaven and earth as the way, has never truly grasped it. Thus, this path of pursuit is without end. Meanwhile, the Bodhisattva of compassion also perceived the mystery of this path of pursuit. She could not help but furrow her brow, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Yet, as a Bodhisattva, she remained steadfast. Her mind, though momentarily immersed in the pursuit of the path, quickly extricated itself from it. The path of pursuit knows no bounds, a truth she was inherently aware of. Yet, the gaze of Avalokiteshvara has never fixated on the path's end. While she is indeed on the path of cultivation, she has never truly been confined to it. Even if she were to tread this path, it could not ensnare her. However, Avalokiteshvara is a bodhisattva, while Ao Qing is not endowed with such divine prowess. As Avalokiteshvara cast her gaze upon Ao Qing, a flicker of concern surfaced in her eyes. This path of pursuit is fraught with unparalleled peril. Ao Qing remains merely an ordinary being yet to embark on the journey of cultivation. Was the Bodhi patriarch perhaps exaggerating? Upon further reflection, after Ao Qing revealed his insight, the trials of this path no longer seemed exaggerated. It could be said that the patriarch's heart has already acknowledged this child. Thus, this path of pursuit, rather than being a mere trial, appears to be more of a means to assist Ao Qing. On one hand, it measures his potential. On the other, if this child can uncover the mysteries along the way, it will help him to unleash that potential. Avalokiteshvara could not help but feel admiration. This patriarch indeed possesses far-reaching thoughts. He has the ability to transform a trial into a prelude to enlightenment, a testament to his meticulous intent. It seems he holds this dragon prince in high regard. The prospect of him taking on a disciple now seems even more elusive. Indeed, while the path has no terminus, it does possess varying lengths. The distance one can traverse also reflects the manifestation of one's potential. For instance, understanding of the Buddha, comprehension of the Tao, or the insights gained from the myriad rules of the world, all serve as the driving forces propelling one along this path. An ordinary mortal, frail in body and shallow in thought, might find their limit at a mere few dozen paces before shrinking back in resignation. Practitioners among mortals might traverse a bit further. As for the typical dragon clan, taking the dragon maid as an example, they could manage perhaps 500 miles at most. Yet, should they persist resolutely even after realizing their diminished stature, their limit might extend to 700 miles. Currently, Ao Qing's potential is indeed immense, for he has already journeyed 7,000 miles. Though his form has diminished, he still retains a stature of several hundred paces. If he were to stubbornly forge ahead, his limit might reach approximately 12,000 miles. For one who has never engaged in cultivation, this is truly astonishing. While Avalokiteshvara is undoubtedly surprised by Ao Qing's achievements, such outcomes, though unexpected, are within the realm of reason. If it were solely a matter of Buddha nature, it might not suffice to support Ao Qing on such an extensive journey. It is evident that Ao Qing possesses profound insights not only in Buddhism, but also in other fields of knowledge, all of which are deeply rooted. No further testing is necessary. Through this path of pursuit, the Bodhi Patriarch has discerned the depths of Ao Qing's understanding. However, having measured his potential, the question remains, will his potential be successfully awakened? Has the Dragon Prince already discerned the hidden truths? How shall he navigate his choices? The answer, indeed, is quite evident. Both the Bodhisattva and the Patriarch are aware that with Ao Qing's temperament, he is not one to abandon his path midway. The only course available to him is to forge ahead. Moreover, Ao Qing possesses remarkable insight and potential that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. To label him merely as a genius would be an understatement. Perhaps, under these circumstances, he may achieve further breakthroughs, and traversing a distance of 15,000 miles is not beyond the realm of possibility. In truth, Ao Qing has indeed made such a choice. Furthermore, he has not disappointed the Bodhi Patriarch or the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. Upon recognizing the essence of this quest, he was almost instantly reminded of the myriad fragments of worldly affairs that had floated upon the river before him. He suddenly realized that these fragments served as the impetus for his advancement. Therefore, he understood that he could harness his past experiences to fortify himself, allowing for a series of enlightening revelations, thus enabling him to grow immensely once more. Chapter 21. Enlightenment. Upon grasping this notion, Ao Qing commenced his meditation. Within the recesses of his mind, not only this life, but also the myriad disciplines and skills from his past lives unfurled before him. Astronomy, geography, medicine, craftsmanship, mathematics, species, classics, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism. It was not merely knowledge that surfaced, but also experiences. Ao Qing reflected deeply upon his own journey. As the saying goes, reviewing the old enables one to learn the new. Initially, the endeavor to revisit these insights alone proved arduous. Yet, on the path of seeking, these experiences and knowledge had become fragmented. Thus, Ao Qing's contemplation and thoughts crystallized with unprecedented clarity. The road ahead is long and winding. I shall search high and low. At present, Ao Qing's sole pursuit was this very task. Instantly, the fragments seemed to pulse with vitality, coalescing into brilliance that filled his dragon form. His physique, once diminished to mere hundreds of feet, began to regain its grandeur. Gradually, it swelled to 1,000 feet, then to 1,500. Before long, it approached its prime once again. However, at this juncture, Ao Qing discovered that his meditation became obscured, as if the magnitude of his body constrained his spirit. Thus, it became evident that by reorganizing these fragments, he could indeed restore himself to his former glory. This path of inquiry is not merely a test, but also a serendipitous opportunity. A surge of confidence coursed through Ao Qing. If he could maintain such a formidable stature, perhaps he might transcend the path of seeking and reach the 3-star cave. Moreover, each time he diminished in size, the reorganization of fragments became increasingly apparent, allowing Ao Qing a renewed understanding of the various knowledge he possessed. While this did not elevate his cultivation, it undeniably enhanced his perception and innate talent. Viewed in this light, this path indeed presented a fortuitous opportunity for him. Once Ao Qing regained his size, he soared upon the winds once more, moving forward. In the 3-star cave, the Bodhi Patriarch's eyes glimmered with amusement. Indeed, Ao Qing had not disappointed him. To possess one's own understanding of knowledge is wisdom. Advancing through knowledge measures potential. The ability to synthesize and inspire from the known, along with the adage of reviewing the old to learn the new, ignites latent potential. This dragon prince has grasped the essence of the lesson. Now, Ao Qing has truly awakened his potential, allowing his spirit to flourish on the path of seeking. However, the patriarch was also somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the dragon prince's wisdom to be so profound. The Bodhi patriarch recognized Ao Qing's deep-seated Buddha nature, and he was aware that Ao Qing had once imparted unique and ingenious skills to mortals. These pieces of knowledge were indeed inspired creations, remarkable in their artistry. Although they might seem of little use to immortals, they remained undeniably exquisite works. Yet, Ao Qing's potential now reaffirmed that his comprehension of knowledge transcended merely Buddhism and ingenious crafts. Indeed, there existed realms of understanding far beyond that of ordinary beings. I fear that within lies a profound understanding of the teachings of Taoism, Confucianism, and even the myriad philosophies akin to the so-called 100 schools of thought. It appears that this individual can traverse distances of at least 50,000 miles, or perhaps even 100,000 miles, thought the Bodhi patriarch. If the Bodhi patriarch merely offered a hint of admiration, then Avalokiteshvara was truly astonished. Observing Ao Qing's form continually expanding, he journeyed for thousands of miles, only to grow significantly larger yet again, resuming his flight. The Bodhisattva could not help but feel a sense of wonder. This prince possesses remarkable talent. It seems that crossing 30,000 miles should pose no challenge. Thus, Avalokiteshvara mused. In truth, did Ao Qing merely surpass 30,000 miles? He traversed 50,000, 70,000, 90,000. After grasping the essence of meditation and the wisdom of learning from the past, Ao Qing meticulously reorganized the knowledge of his previous and current lives. Ultimately, he covered a staggering distance of 100,000 and 3,000 miles. His journey was not far off from the Bodhi patriarch's estimation. However, for Avalokiteshvara, it was nothing short of extraordinary. If this child were to enter my tutelage, given time, the Buddhist realm would surely witness the emergence of another Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, thought Avalokiteshvara. In the distant ages, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's former incarnation, the Radiant Eye Maiden, possessed such innate brilliance. Yet, neither the patriarch nor the Bodhisattva anticipated that this was not Ao Qing's terminus. After traversing 100,000 and 3,000 miles, Ao Qing paused. His form reverted to the colossal stature of 2000-zhang. Nevertheless, Ao Qing felt a sense of mental exhaustion. Indeed, despite possessing extensive knowledge from past and present lives, along with avant-garde insights into various matters, there are inherent limitations. He gazed into the distance, yet the radiant glow appeared unchanged from the first time he beheld it. In other words, he had scarcely made any progress. Although he had traveled no less than 100,000 miles, reaching the destination remained an impossibility. Should he continue onward? The limit would likely extend only another 15 to 16,000 miles, at most reaching around 130,000 miles. The distance to the endpoint still felt insurmountably vast. Alas, it seemed he must relinquish this opportunity to seek a mentor. Ao Qing was unaware that he had already exceeded the Bodhi patriarch's expectations. He believed that if he could not reach the realm of the radiant glow, he would be unable to seek guidance. Thus, he halted once more. Where, indeed, lay the problem? This path could not be infinitely long. Relying solely on fragmented understanding of all things, traversing this road seemed nearly impossible. Unless, of course, he could attain the level of the Bodhi patriarch. Yet if that were the case, why would he still need a mentor? With his eyes gently closed, Ao Qing began to contemplate deeply. His thoughts seemed to drift further away, and his consciousness inadvertently appeared above a vast universe. His awareness surveyed the cosmos, as vivid scenes unfolded before his eyes. It was the arduous journey of meditation, a culmination of 5 centuries of experience, a reflection of Ao Qing's past lives. Suddenly, a spark illuminated his mind. The words of Zhuangzi echoed. A foot of a cane, taken half each day, remains inexhaustible through the ages. How remarkably similar was this scene. Yet, could such a phenomenon truly manifest in reality? This indeed posed a paradox. Much like the renowned paradox of Zeno's tortoise that Ao Qing had studied in a previous life. There was a tortoise ahead, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. No matter how swiftly the pursuer ran, they could never catch up to the tortoise, for each time they approached the finish line, the tortoise would advance a tiny step. That minuscule step represented infinity for the chaser. But could reality truly unfold in such a manner? A foot of a cane, taken half each day, after several days. Human effort would no longer suffice to have it. Or, even if it could be halved, it would be of no practical use. The tortoise moving forward did not necessitate the pursuer to wait for its advance. They could simply leap over it. After such a prolonged journey, Ao Qing recognized that the path beneath his feet was, in essence, the pursuit of the Tao. Yet, the Tao is boundless. If this path indeed symbolizes the quest for enlightenment, who among us can claim to reach its conclusion? Who dares to assert they have arrived at the end? Perhaps only the illustrious Laozi, with his profound understanding of the Tao, could assert such confidence. Therefore, this path cannot genuinely lead to the great Tao. For although the patriarch Bodhi is formidable, his comprehension of the Tao surely pales in comparison to that of Laozi. Since the endpoint does not exist, perhaps only one word remains: the heart. Thus, this path is fundamentally a journey of the heart. The spiritual platform, the slanted moon, and the three stars all reside within the heart. In this quest for the Tao, what is truly sought is not the great Tao itself, but rather the essence of one's own inner self. The road is long and arduous. I shall diligently seek and explore. Upon realizing this, Ao Qing radiated an unimaginable brilliance. The quest for the Tao suddenly began to tremble and, with a thunderous crash, shattered and collapsed. Chapter 22. A Breakthrough. At the peak of the Samsung cave, Master Bodhi gazed at Ao Qing, who was striving on the path of enlightenment. At this moment, Ao Qing had come to a standstill. The master understood the reason for his pause. Ao Qing's contemplation of his past life's knowledge and skills had reached a limit. His potential had been maximally explored. 100,000 and 3,000 miles. If he were to exert himself fully, he could perhaps traverse over 130,000 miles. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in the master's eyes. Ao Qing's potential was far more astonishing than he had imagined. To have such a disciple was indeed a remarkable blessing in the mortal realm. As for this first trial, he had undoubtedly passed with flying colors. Although he might not be the foremost among those who seek the sacred path, he certainly stood out. Thus thought the master. However, at that moment, a peculiar premonition arose. Master Bodhi furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards Ao Qing, who was radiating a profound luminescence. His soul seemed to detach, hovering above his body, as if it were crossing the dragon-s form to survey the path of enlightenment. The master's expression shifted slightly. Just then, the path of enlightenment suddenly emitted a tremendous rumble. With that upheaval, the ground beneath began to crack like a spider's web, and the road behind Ao Qing collapsed with a thunderous roar. Clang! As the path behind Ao Qing shattered, the road ahead, where the radiant light resided, abruptly tilted. The source of that luminous glow swiftly descended. In that instant, Ao Qing let out a dragon's roar, and his soul returned to his body. In the blink of an eye, transformations unfolded. A colossal divine dragon soared upward, and what should have been an almost infinite path revealed its terminus after the shattering. Ao Qing charged straight into the radiant light. In that fleeting moment, it was as if he transcended upon reaching his limits. This relentless pursuit was exhausted by Ao Qing. This eternally elusive tortoise was surpassed by him. The path to enlightenment is perpetually boundless. The truth, too, knows no end. Yet within Ao Qing's heart, there existed a terminus to the path and a conclusion to truth. Therefore, he transcended the road of the heart, reaching that radiant light meant for him. When external forces cannot be fully comprehended, one should turn inward and focus on the heart. This is the answer of the heart's path. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous tremor. The original path of enlightenment was reduced to an endless array of fragments, drifting through the void. Amidst these shards, a gigantic azure dragon emerged, as if breaking through the dust, bathing in light, and soaring toward the radiance, surpassing the heart's path. Witnessing the shattering of the path, Master Bodhi was momentarily taken aback. Avalokiteshvara was equally stunned, even believing it to be a manifestation of Master Bodhi's influence. No matter how highly they regarded Ao Qing, they could never have anticipated that he could attain enlightenment from the path of understanding. It is essential to recognize that this path embodies the essence of enlightenment. All beings in the world, whether mortals or immortals, are perpetually traversing this very road. Some individuals traverse this path without ever perceiving it, yet are inexorably drawn to its course. Others may behold this path, yet find themselves unable to transcend it. At most, they may diverge slightly, exploring a side road while continuing their journey. Then there are those who aspire to reach the terminus of this path, employing every means at their disposal. However, their outcomes are invariably the same, reduced to mere ashes. In this present moment, Ao Qing, this little dragon, astonishingly, appears to have completed this journey. No, the Bodhi patriarch swiftly comprehended that Ao Qing could not have genuinely traversed this path of pursuit. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to seek a master. Ao Qing seems to have achieved a profound understanding of his own inner journey. Indeed, the path manifested by the Bodhi patriarch cannot possibly lead to the true Great Way. In reality, this path is a reflection of the Bodhi patriarch's own journey prior to enlightenment, akin to an infinitely long road where the predecessors have traversed 100 miles, standing there to await the successors. The culmination of the Bodhi patriarch's path is none other than his own self before enlightenment, rather than the authentic Great Way. Nonetheless, the fact that Ao Qing could disregard the path and arrive at the endpoint is truly astonishing. How has he accomplished this? Could it be that Ao Qing has already attained such a lofty realm? This, of course, is improbable. Hence, the Bodhi patriarch's curiosity deepens. He resolves to investigate further. With a single hand, he performs a calculation, and soon, employing the method of mind perception, he discerns the matters within Ao Qing's heart. Though no thoughts arise, he perceives the foreknowledge. Though no ideas have taken form, he grasps the precognition. This is the essence of mind perception. Under this divine ability, the patriarch rapidly acquires a general understanding of Ao Qing's actions. He cannot help but shake his head in admiration, exclaiming, "What a remarkable dragon prince, capable of discovering such an ingenious method." However, while the Bodhi patriarch grasps the reason, Guanyin Bodhisattva remains perplexed. Even on Mount Fongsuan, she finds herself unable to utilize the 6 transcendental powers of Buddhism to eavesdrop on Ao Qing, and thus must continue to observe him. She sees Ao Qing tracing the rays of light, swiftly arriving at their terminus. Behind him, the path of pursuit has dissolved into countless fragments of flowing light, still drifting in the void. Ahead, the rays of light culminate atop a towering mountain. Its height is immense, its cliffs steep, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Though the surroundings boast myriad peaks, they appear as mere mounds in comparison to this lofty summit. My young friend, congratulations. Who would have thought you could surpass this path of pursuit? Suddenly, a voice resounds. Ao Qing instinctively assumes that it must be the Bodhi patriarch speaking. Yet, upon looking down, he discovers it is the woodcutter. The woodcutter has arrived here before him, awaiting his presence. It seems this woodcutter is indeed no ordinary individual. Ao Qing gazes at the woodcutter and inquires, "Senior, you jest. I merely stumbled upon the subtleties of this path. It is hardly worthy of mention." Upon hearing this, the woodcutter, with his cultivation, cannot help but feel a tinge of competitive spirit arise within him. Merely stumbled upon the subtleties? Hardly worthy of mention? This quest for the path has yet to be traversed by me, not even by my own self. In fact, during my own journey along this road, I barely advanced beyond 80,000 miles. Nevertheless, he is indeed a senior, refraining from uttering any bitter words. Instead, he sincerely inquires, "Pray tell, how has this young friend discerned the profundity of this quest for the path?" Ao Qing pondered for a moment, then replied, "I merely recalled a story I once heard." The woodcutter was taken aback. "A story?" Chapter 23, Dust Indeed, Ao Qing remarked. The elder mentioned that the deity residing in the mountains is known as the Patriarch of Bodhi. This brings to mind a tale. It is said that Lao Jun ventured westward from Hanga Pass, transforming the barbaric into the enlightened. Upon witnessing Lao Jun's teachings in the West, Shakyamuni was enlightened, and thus beneath a Bodhi tree, he inherited the past and opened the way for the future, attaining the state of Buddha. The woodcutter nodded slightly. This matter was no secret. Many mortals across the 3 realms regarded it as a curious anecdote, sharing it amongst themselves. As a disciple of the Patriarch of Bodhi, the woodcutter understood the underlying cause and effect. However, how was this related to the pursuit of the path? Before the woodcutter could inquire further, Ao Qing continued. It is said that the Buddha is of an immaculate form, and the Bodhi tree is likewise pure and untainted. Yet how could an ordinary tree remain unblemished? I pondered that it must be due to the diligent care it receives from those who frequently wipe its leaves, thus keeping it free from dust. The Buddha, too, must have been an ordinary person. How could he have been born immaculate? He must have used the Bodhi tree as a mirror, for the body is the Bodhi tree, and the heart is the bright mirror stand. One must constantly polish it, lest it be sullied by dust. The woodcutter nodded again. There is profound wisdom in your words. In the South Sea, Guanyin Bodhisattva also nodded in agreement. The body is the Bodhi tree, and the heart is the bright mirror stand. One must constantly polish it, lest it be sullied by dust. The world believes the Buddha was born pure, yet many saints, divine beings, and even earthly monarchs have similar legends. However, the truth is that they were not born with omniscience. Their accomplishments were the result of relentless effort, constant polishing. This is a simple principle, yet one exceedingly difficult to realize. Were it so that ordinary people could achieve this, perhaps the world would not be so murky. Nevertheless, how does this relate to the pursuit of the path? The woodcutter looked at Ao Qing with a puzzled expression. Ao Qing continued, however, since we are human, bound by the flesh, we inevitably attract dust, even with diligent polishing. It remains a perpetual cycle, never attaining true purity. Thus, I wonder, if the corporeal form cannot achieve purity, what of the soul? The human soul is innately pure, existing as the most pristine entity. If one perceives the essence and comprehends Bodhi, then one is free from all impurities. Bodhi is fundamentally treeless, and the bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing. Where then can dust cling? Boom. Upon these words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. The woodcutter was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. What a profound understanding. At last, Guanyin Bodhisattva comprehended why Ao Qing could traverse the path of pursuit. For this quest, while seemingly leading to the Great Way, ultimately leads to the Patriarch of Bodhi. And how did the Patriarch attain enlightenment? It is through the heart. The body is the Bodhi tree, and the heart is the bright mirror stand. One must constantly polish it, lest it be sullied by dust. Bodhi is fundamentally treeless, and the bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing. Where then can dust cling? These two verses encapsulate the experiences of the Patriarch of Bodhi before his enlightenment, illuminating his Bodhi heart. And the so-called quest for the path is thus. The path itself is fraught with obstacles and limitations, shrouded in dust. It is a journey that may never reach its destination. This is akin to the body being the Bodhi tree and the heart resembling a bright mirror stand. One must constantly wipe away the dust, lest it accumulate. When Ao Qing perceives that the road is not merely a path, but that mountains cease to be mountains and waters no longer remain waters, the essence of the journey is unveiled. The destination lies within the heart and is right before the eyes. Thus, what truly exists in the realm of limits, obstacles, or dust? Therefore, the end is indeed before Ao Qing. This echoes the sentiment that the Bodhi tree is inherently without form, and the bright mirror is not a stand. In truth, there is nothing at all. Where then can dust settle? Hence, Ao Qing traverses the path of seeking. Or rather, what he traverses is not merely the pursuit of the path, but the heart's journey of the Bodhi Patriarch. The path of the Bodhi heart. Guanyin Bodhisattva rises, gazing intently at Ao Qing. This principle may appear simple, yet in reality, it is far from comprehensible to the average person. Just to consider the story of the Buddha's enlightenment, one can discern the truth of mountains being mountains and waters being waters, as well as the deeper understanding that mountains are not mountains and waters are not waters. Such insight is already rare. Moreover, this young man has succinctly encapsulated it in 2 lines of Buddhist verse. He has even discovered and traversed the path of the Bodhi heart. This transcends mere profound Buddha nature. However, as Guanyin Bodhisattva prepares to observe once more, suddenly, the radiant light dims. A veil of mist envelopes her vision, obscuring the inner landscape of Fangsuan Mountain. Her divine sight is unexpectedly hindered by the Bodhi Patriarch. What is this? Guanyin Bodhisattva cannot help but pause, and then she smiles wryly. It seems the Patriarch is aware of her growing interest. Yet, one cannot blame her. Ao Qing is indeed a rare gem. Now, with the Bodhi Patriarch obstructing her view, it signifies that he has decided to accept this disciple. Although 2 trials remain, these trials are akin to the first. They primarily serve as a means of anticipation. During the trials, more assistance will be given to Ao Qing to solidify his foundation, much like a precious stone being nurtured before it is carved. Therefore, if there was a glimmer of hope before, now it seems nearly impossible for Ao Qing to be taken as a disciple. Where is the wooden fork? The Bodhisattva suddenly inquires. Moments later, the Huiyan practitioner steps forward to heed her command. Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva states, I must journey to Ling Mountain to guide the Dragon Maiden regarding the matters of the fragrant water sea. I entrust this to you. The Huiyan practitioner is momentarily taken aback. Did the Bodhisattva not previously mention that the Dragon Maiden possesses profound Buddha nature, and requires her personal guidance? However, he does not dwell on it and gently nods, saying, "Yes, the wooden fork understands." After providing her instructions, Guanyin Bodhisattva swiftly departs towards the western Ling Mountain using her divine powers. She had not intended to trouble the Tathagata over matters of accepting a disciple. Yet, alas, the innate talent displayed by Ao Qing is exceptionally high. Even the Bodhi Patriarch does not permit her to gaze further. Thus, even without contending with the Bodhi Patriarch, she felt compelled to convey this matter to the Buddha. Ao Qing's explanation to the woodcutter was not born from a desire to plagiarize the Bodhi verses of Shinshio and Huaining. Moreover, his reliance extended beyond merely the Bodhi verses. It encompassed the teachings found in Zhuangzi, chapter on the world, the Tao Te Ching, and certain philosophical paradoxes from his past lives. The principles elucidated by these three sources resonate with a similar essence, collectively inspiring Ao Qing. It can be said that these insights were the fruits of his continuous meditation and reflection on the path he sought. Through the synthesis of these teachings, Ao Qing discovered the path of Bodhi and arrived at the realm of radiant light. However, in his explanation to the woodcutter, he naturally opted for a phrasing that closely aligned with the Bodhi Patriarch's teachings, as such an approach would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on the master. The woodcutter, oblivious to the myriad thoughts Ao Qing had entertained, gazed at him and concluded that this little dragon was, more likely than not, his junior disciple. Yet, recalling the master's instructions, he smiled and said, "Dear friend, your insight truly commands my admiration. Even the patriarch holds you in high esteem." Chapter 24. A mountain. Ao Qing was taken aback. The master? Following the woodcutter's gaze, he beheld the shattered remnants of the path, which suddenly transformed into countless streams of radiant light, hurtling towards his location. Before Ao Qing could react, these myriad beams of light struck his colossal dragon head and swiftly converged within his mind. In an instant, Ao Qing experienced a sensation akin to a divine revelation. His consciousness felt unprecedentedly clear. Past experiences materialized as vivid text, easily accessible within his thoughts. Moreover, Ao Qing felt an enhancement in his understanding and memory regarding various matters after the influx of light. Could it be that this was the reward for discovering the path of Bodhi? How immensely fruitful it was, even if he could not successfully become the master's disciple this time. Ao Qing felt a glimmer of hope that he could grasp the Dragon Clan's cultivation methods on his own, merely from this experience. However, Ao Qing did not allow himself to become overly excited, nor did he abandon his desire to seek a mentor. If even a single path of Bodhi could yield such significant benefits, then what might await him as a true disciple of the master? He turned to the woodcutter, his dragon head swaying, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The woodcutter swiftly waved his hand. "Do not thank me in error. These fragments are your own insights. They belong to you. This path was arranged by the master, so there is no need for gratitude towards me." Ao Qing replied, "I am Ao Qing, a humble dragon, and I seek your guidance to reach the master and become his disciple." The woodcutter smiled. "Young friend, I understand your desire to learn from the master. Your insight is indeed rare. However, the path of cultivation requires more than mere insight. Comprehension, perseverance, and a resolute heart are all essential. Since you wish to have a mentor, then please ascend the mountain." Ascend the mountain? Ao Qing was momentarily stunned. He gazed at the steep, towering peaks where the rosy light resided. Rather than mountains, these summits resembled immense conical pillars, shrouded in radiant hues, emanating an aura of profound mystery and weightiness. For a moment, Ao Qing felt uncertain about stepping forward. Just as he was about to inquire further, the woodcutter vanished from sight. In that instant, Ao Qing realized that the first path he traversed was not the true destination. He had now arrived beneath the rosy light, yet it rested upon a sheer cliff. This towering precipice must represent his second trial. Nevertheless, Ao Qing was not disheartened. Much like the significant gains he had reaped from the first path, he believed that this second challenge also harbored opportunities. By now, Ao Qing had begun to perceive that. In a certain sense, these trials were a unique form of pedagogy, much like the first path he had encountered. Although it may appear as if one has reached understanding solely through personal contemplation, without the guiding assistance of the path, one might meditate for centuries without attaining such profound insights. Moreover, recognizing the existence of the path to enlightenment would be nearly impossible. While Ao Qing's insights stem from his own meditation, they were undeniably influenced by the reflections and teachings received along the way. Given that he has absorbed such wisdom, what is there to lament? Consequently, he now even welcomes the prospect of facing multiple trials, for indeed, this is akin to attending a lesson. Upon grasping this realization, Ao Qing commenced a meticulous observation of the towering cliffs before him. The radiant light on the horizon appeared to be his destination. The cliffs, undeniably lofty, bore a resemblance to the length of the path he sought. Ao Qing resolved to make a tentative attempt. With renewed vigor, he surged towards the source of the light. In a swift ascent, akin to the soaring azure dragon, he reached an altitude of 39,000 feet, which was nearly the pinnacle of his current capabilities. However, throughout this endeavor, he felt no semblance of the limitations encountered on his quest. His form remained unchanged, and his altitude was unrestrained. In essence, the luminous light and the sheer cliffs were merely high. This second trial was straightforward and evident, yet profoundly challenging, much like a mortal attempting to scale a majestic mountain. In relation to the radiant peak, Ao Qing was but an ordinary dragon. Upon landing, Ao Qing attentively scrutinized his surroundings, pondering potential strategies that might facilitate his ascent, akin to his discovery of the path to enlightenment. After considerable contemplation, he found himself at an impasse, perhaps because the answer simply did not exist. This was a mountain, devoid of the intricacies of the path, and thus, shortcuts were non-existent. Moreover, he recalled the woodcutter's earlier words: understanding, perseverance, and sincerity are indispensable. It became clear to Ao Qing. He addressed the heavens, expressing gratitude for the guidance bestowed upon him. Indeed, the woodcutter had imparted the answer to the second challenge: perseverance. On the path of cultivation, while understanding and potential are undeniably significant, perseverance holds equal weight. If one possesses extraordinary insight and capability, yet fails to exert effort, merely indulging in clever shortcuts, success will remain elusive. The Buddha, in his quest to eradicate the afflictions of perception, desire, and ignorance, endured 3 great eons from the moment of his first enlightenment. In Taoism, the Jade Emperor underwent 2,400 eons, followed by 3,200 more before achieving immortality, ultimately traversing 100 million eons to attain the esteemed title of Heavenly Emperor. Even within Journey to the West, the Jade Emperor faced 1,750 eons, with each eon lasting 129,600 years. Furthermore, the Tang monk and his disciples had to confront numerous trials on their pilgrimage to the West. Thus, this second challenge serves as a test and refinement of Ao Qing's perseverance by the Bodhi patriarch. Surveying his surroundings, Ao Qing recognized that ascending the smooth, radiant peak through sheer will alone would be a formidable endeavor. Moreover, he attempted to strike the glimmering peak, a mountain shrouded in mystical energy, yet it remained utterly impervious, not even vibrating slightly. His dragon claws left no mark upon its surface. However, upon this land, countless towering peaks and colossal cliffs stretched endlessly. What if all these mountains and rocks were gathered together and piled high? Ao Qing recalled the fable of the crow drinking water, where stones added to a vessel caused the water to rise and overflow, thus allowing the crow to quench its thirst. Although this may seem a rather clumsy method, it embodies the essence of perseverance akin to the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains. With this thought, Ao Qing resolved with unwavering determination. Roaring, he revealed his full form and unleashed a mighty roar as he charged toward a small hill. Boom! The small hill trembled violently upon being struck by Ao Qing's dragon body, shattering into fragments, with rocks tumbling everywhere. Then, Ao Qing began to gather the debris, piling large stones at the base of the glimmering peak. Though the initial effects might be imperceptible, Ao Qing chose to confront this towering mountain head-on. He believed that one day, the mountains he amassed would culminate in a grand staircase, allowing him to harness its power and reach the pinnacle. Chapter 25. The Art of Moving Mountains. Upon the summit of Fangsuan Mountain, the Bodhi patriarch gazed into the distance, surveying the vast continent he had brought into existence. His vision and hearing were entirely absorbed by the movements of Ao Qing. Boom, boom. Thunderous sounds resonated across this land, akin to the roar of thunder or the low growl of the heavens, deafening and relentless. Accompanying this cacophony, a colossal azure dragon, measuring 12,000-zhang, weaved and twined between lofty peaks and majestic mountains. Each flick of its tail caused the mountains to shatter, boulders tumbling, captured either in its maw or clutched in its claws, subsequently heaped beneath the radiant peak. Since that fateful day, Ao Qing had been tirelessly crafting steps from the accumulated rocks and mountain debris. At this moment, the stone steps had ascended to a staggering height of several 100,000-zhang. Such elevation could not possibly be achieved in a mere instant. Nevertheless, the effort Ao Qing poured into this endeavor was profoundly palpable. This continent boasted countless majestic peaks, each a formidable challenge for mere mortals to traverse. Yet Ao Qing sought to collapse them. While it was not unduly difficult for Ao Qing to bring down the mountains with his formidable strength, it is essential to recognize that he engaged in this endeavor primarily with his physical form. Moreover, he never faltered. Consequently, throughout this arduous process, his scales had shattered innumerable times, and on occasion, blood flowed freely, painting him in crimson. It can be said that each step of the staircase bore the essence of Ao Qing's blood and sweat. This was an immense trial and refinement for his body, subjecting him to both agony and torment. Yet, Ao Qing reveled in this suffering. Indeed, what could be more gratifying than witnessing the tangible progress of one's own body? Ao Qing was acutely aware of his advancement. When hunger struck, he feasted upon the peaches of the mountain. When thirst arose, he quenched it with the ethereal springs below the peaks. The radiant peak itself was a confluence of the continent's spiritual essence, resembling a vital vein of energy. Spiritual qi, divine peaches, and sacred springs continuously nourished Ao Qing, allowing him to endure pain while simultaneously feeling invigorated. Though he faced trials, he also experienced exhilarating relief, akin to growing amid the interplay of ice and fire. This reflected Ao Qing's aspirations. Just as the first trial of seeking the path tested him, the second trial of the radiant peak also served to foster his growth. However, it lacked the profound mystique of the first test. Its simplicity lay in honing Ao Qing's will and fortifying his physique. Here, he could push his body to its limits without sustaining irreparable harm. Furthermore, the spiritual peaches, springs, and qi of the mountains enabled him to swiftly restore his energy and heal his wounds, allowing him to continually transcend the limitations of his corporeal form. Perhaps the initial changes were not overtly discernible. It is akin to that heap of stone steps. At the outset, it may be deemed insignificant. However, perseverance yields results. The iron pestle can indeed be ground to a needle, and the persistent drip of water can pierce stone. Now, Ao Qing has grown to an astonishing height of 12,000-zhang. Compared to his initial self, he has expanded sixfold. It must be understood that in the realm of dragons, the magnitude of one's physique is synonymous with strength. A colossal form of 10,000-zhang is a privilege reserved solely for the dragon kings of the four seas, let alone an extraordinary 12,000-zhang. One could assert that Ao Qing is nearing the stature of the dragon king Ao Guang of the East Sea. Naturally, Ao Guang's form should not merely be confined to 10,000-zhang, and as a dragon king, one ought not to judge strength solely by physical size. Nevertheless, even so, the transformation from a 2,000-zhang dragon body to one of 12,000-zhang is indeed an extraordinary feat in the outside world. Such a transformation would be nearly impossible for Ao Qing. This matter is not predominantly related to innate talent, but rather contravenes the natural growth patterns of dragonkind. The growth of a dragon's body is a gradual process, intrinsically linked to the passage of time. There exists a natural order. Much like how forcing a child into rigorous training can lead not to fortification but to physical harm. Thus, if one were to consider the external realm, the chaotic consequences of recklessly colliding with mountains would be catastrophic for countless living beings. Even if Ao Qing were indifferent to the suffering of others, his body would still be unable to withstand such trials. Continuous and unbridled exertion, pushing one's potential to its limits, would not only hinder growth, but could also inflict irreversible damage upon oneself. Yet, within this confined mountain, he achieved the seemingly impossible. This is undoubtedly attributed to the guidance of the Master Bodhi. The Master had meticulously prepared everything, and as long as Ao Qing possessed patience and an unwavering spirit to endure trials, he would undoubtedly attain growth. Thus, he eagerly embraced the second test, which was essentially a trial of perseverance. In fact, the Master Bodhi was quite pleased with Ao Qing's performance. The second trial seemed deceptively simple. However, as the saying goes, the path to greatness is often the simplest. Sometimes, simplicity is the most challenging, particularly for the intelligent, who are accustomed to cleverness and often seek shortcuts. When they cannot find a shortcut, they are prone to abandon their efforts. During the first trial, Ao Qing's ability to discern the Bodhi path astonished and earned the praise of the master. However, the more remarkable his cleverness, the more the master feared that Ao Qing might be ensnared by his own intellect. Fortunately, this was not the case. Ao Qing not only demonstrated extraordinary insight to the master, but, upon recognizing the opportunity presented by the second trial, resolutely abandoned the pursuit of clever shortcuts in favor of a more straightforward approach. Even during this process, he remained undisturbed by the tumult of worldly affairs, steadfastly adhering to this seemingly simplistic method. After all, the master perceived Ao Qing's earnest desire to revitalize the dragon lineage. Yet, he managed to suppress his impatience and temporarily set aside worldly distractions. This alone signifies a level of prowess surpassing that of countless others. In the master's eyes, this is as rare as the ability to discover the Bodhi path itself. This dragon prince is truly a flawless gem. The ancestral master stroked his beard, contemplating. However, judging by Ao Qing's current performance, he is indeed sufficiently qualified to become my disciple. Yet, he still falls short of attaining true clarity of heart and mind. It may be easy for him to resemble the blue dye, but to surpass it remains a distant aspiration. Chapter 26. Cultivation and the Pursuit of Immortality Indeed. Master Bodhi perceives Ao Qing as a flawless gem. However, in truth, there lingers a sense that this gem is lacking in certain qualities. To his discerning eye, it appears that Ao Qing has compelled himself to focus through some form of exertion. It must be acknowledged that Master Bodhi is indeed worthy of his title. As he surmised, Ao Qing's ability to concentrate and dismiss distractions is not born of innate clarity, but rather stems from the duality of his soul across lifetimes. Ao Qing has endured spiritual tribulations in his past life and possesses the patience of a monkey in this one, rendering him more composed and focused. He is not oblivious to the worldly matters that occupy the master's thoughts. Ao Qing is acutely aware that he has lingered here for an extended period. Logically, much time has likely elapsed. Perhaps Ao Guang is anxiously awaiting his return, or the dragon clan is undergoing suffering. Yet, Ao Qing understands that if he cannot seize the opportunity here, or embark upon the path of cultivation and seek guidance from Master Bodhi, then should he remain inadequate in strength, he would ultimately be a burden to the dragon clan. Even if Ao Guang is not currently troubled by his absence, there will come a day when he will be concerned. Should Ao Qing lack the power to safeguard the dragon clan, it is inevitable that, regardless of their present tranquility, they will one day face disintegration and despair. Thus, his singular thought is to focus, grow stronger, tread the path of cultivation, and seek the mentorship of Bodhi. The fears, uncertainties, and anxieties regarding the future are akin to the 9 trials of the mortal realm in Taoism. The mortal's journey to enlightenment entails enduring 9 tribulations, the pressures of sustenance, the hindrances posed by elders, the entanglements of affection, the snares of fame and fortune, the onset of calamities, the constraints of misguided teachers, the judgments of others, the lethargy of will, and the passage of time. Although Ao Qing is not a mere mortal, he too faces similar entanglements, with the greatest being his ties to the dragon clan. Nevertheless, in moments of powerlessness, these worldly distractions serve only to muddle his pursuit of the Tao. When he attains the strength to confront these challenges, the 9 trials of the mortal realm will naturally dissipate like mist. However, while the principle is simple, the execution is fraught with difficulty. With the fortitude of 2 lifetimes' worth of spirit, coupled with the rigorous training of his body, Ao Qing forces himself to suppress his wandering thoughts, managing to achieve a semblance of focus. Yet, even so, the tumult of the 9 trials continues to vex him. Rather than possessing a true heart for the Tao, he merely suppresses his worldly desires through the strength of his soul, continually battling these inner demons and achieving fleeting victories. Master Bodhi recognizes this, which fosters his belief that Ao Qing still lacks a certain essence. The so-called heart for the Tao is a yearning towards the path. The 9 trials represent the entanglements of the heart, which can also be regarded as a form of inner demon. Presently, Ao Qing has not vanquished these demons, nor does he possess a genuine heart inclined toward the Tao. His endeavors are but a struggle against these inner foes, bolstered by the strength of his soul, resulting in temporary triumphs. However, the formidable nature of the heart's demons lies in the impossibility of obliterating them through mere opposition. Each confrontation only serves to strengthen these inner adversaries. If one solely resorts to suppression, eventual exhaustion is inevitable. It is better to embrace than to block. Only by cultivating a heart of virtue and discerning the nature of these demons can one truly embark on the path of enlightenment. rather than merely seeking immortality. Presently, Ao Qing possesses the potential for transcendence, yet struggles to cultivate the deeper principles of the Tao. This heart of virtue is by no means a simple endeavor. Even among the countless deities across the realms, many are engaged in the pursuit of immortality rather than the profound understanding of the Tao. Who among them truly possesses such a heart? There is the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, who navigates the currents of compassion, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, whose singular aspiration is to rescue souls from hell, the Ta-Ijiu Ku Tianzun, who responds to the cries of suffering, and the steadfast Jinwu Emperor, who maintains his essence while subduing the north. Additionally, there is the Yuhuang Dadi, who remains unwavering through eons. All of them embody the heart of virtue. Those who possess such a heart, given sufficient cultivation, may at the very least be honored with the title of Tianzun. It is hoped that from this third trial, you may glean some wisdom. The Bodhi patriarch gently brushed his sleeve. Unbeknownst to him, his once tranquil heart, forged through the passage of time, began to ripple with emotion. After all, he holds Ao Qing in high regard. The potential, perseverance, and insight that Ao Qing currently displays indeed qualify him to be the patriarch's disciple. What teacher does not wish for their student to surpass them? Moreover, the heart of virtue is undeniably significant. Should one possess great power without such a heart, they might well become a pawn of the heart's demons. Throughout the ages, such talents have existed, albeit infrequently. Contemplating this, the Bodhi patriarch focused his thoughts, and a Bodhi seed materialized atop the radiant peak. As the seed was planted, a soft sound echoed, reminiscent of a dragonfly touching the water, and a sapling of the Bodhi tree emerged from the stone. This tree represents the third trial prepared for Ao Qing, a crystallization of the patriarch's wisdom. In his efforts to help Ao Qing sow the seeds of virtue, the Bodhi patriarch has truly exerted great care. It is fair to say that although Ao Qing has not formally taken a master, the Bodhi patriarch already regards him as his true disciple. Thus, he spares no effort in assisting Ao Qing. If the first trial held an element of assessment, the second resembles an opportunity. The third trial is entirely focused on guiding Ao Qing towards the understanding of the heart of virtue, enabling him to become a practitioner of the Tao rather than merely an immortal seeker. Yet, at this moment, Ao Qing remains unaware of this. He is still engaged in the arduous task of climbing the mountainside, stacking stones to form a staircase. At last, the steps are nearly sufficient for him to leap and ascend to the radiant summit. The time has come. Ao Qing's form rests upon his stone platform. The stone steps are remarkably solid. However, when juxtaposed with his colossal stature, they appear somewhat meager. Yet, Ao Qing remains unconcerned, for he is on the verge of leveraging this very ascent to transcend the stone steps and reach the pinnacle. His gaze is fixed upon the radiant light at the summit, and gradually, his eyes begin to exude a resolute determination. Surrounding him, azure light converges, swiftly coalescing into a formidable force. A resonant hum emanates. The stone steps tremble violently, dust swirling as layers of fissures emerge upon their surface, causing them to sway precariously. A twinge of anxiety grips Ao Qing at the thought of their potential collapse. Nevertheless, hesitation is no longer an option. He channels his magical energy with unwavering focus and suddenly leaps into the air. In the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberates. The stone steps shatter explosively. Ao Qing propels himself skyward with all his might, breaking through the dense clouds and soaring towards the zenith. Chapter 27: A Tree Upon the Summit of Fongsong Mountain. The Bodhi patriarch gazed down upon the realm he had fashioned. Yet, this was not the true earth. The slanted moon and 3 stars cave, the Lingtai Fongsong Mountain. The Bodhi patriarch's sanctuary, and even the patriarch himself, all served as symbols of the heart, enlightenment, and wisdom. Therefore, what lay before him existed in a space that traversed the realms of reality and illusion. However, this did not imply that the events unfolding were mere figments of imagination. At this moment, upon that vast expanse, a magnificent azure dragon, stretching over 12,000-zhang, soared into the heavens. It was none other than Ao Qing. Having endured trials and tribulations, Ao Qing had amassed the strength necessary to ascend the celestial radiance peak. At last, the moment to take flight had arrived. Clad in divine light, he commanded the tempest and broke through the heavy clouds, surging toward the peak as if dispelling a veil of confusion. Yet, just as he approached within 1,000-zhang of the celestial radiance peak, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming force that impeded his ascent, causing him to falter. Winds and torrents seemed to whirl around the summit, striking at Ao Qing as form like sharpened blades. Although he remained steadfast, he could not escape the unimaginable weight bearing down upon him. It felt as if countless mountains of daggers pressed upon his head, fracturing his very being. This was indeed a terrifying ordeal. It must be noted that Ao Qing, now of 12,000-zhang in length, with scales as resilient as gold and iron, was impervious to blades and spears. Yet, he was still wounded. Had the 2,000-zhang version of Ao Qing been present, he would have surely succumbed to this pressure in an instant. It appeared that this second trial could not be circumvented. Setting aside the notion of trickery to reach this point, how could one possibly arrive at the summit unscathed? Nevertheless, through years of rigorous refinement, Ao Qing had transformed into a being of remarkable prowess. Above the clouds, the Bodhi patriarch, stroking his beard with one hand while gently waving his whisk with the other, seemed poised to extend a helping hand at any moment. Yet, in the end, he refrained, for he understood that Ao Qing was not relying solely on chance. Ao Qing had nearly maximized his potential. Not only had his body grown close to its limits, but the very stones and earth around him had been piled beneath the peak. Thus, his flight was warranted. As the saying goes, the diligent shall not be forsaken by the heavens. Such perseverance, how could it fail to pierce through the clouds? And indeed, Ao Qing did not disappoint the Bodhi patriarch. In the lofty heights, he managed to withstand the crushing weight descending from above. Even as his body bled profusely, mere 100-zhang from the peak, he persevered and reached the realm of the celestial radiance. Upon arriving at this point, his energy was nearly depleted. Yet his will remained unwavering. A glimmer of admiration flickered in the Bodhi patriarch's eyes. Although the events that transpired were within his expectations, Ao Qing's performance was indeed commendable. However, this admiration was fleeting, for the third trial that Ao Qing would soon face would present an ultimate threshold. A pivotal decision awaited Ao Qing, determining whether he would become a practitioner of the Tao or a seeker of immortality. Originally, the Bodhi patriarch had not intended to reveal this threshold so prematurely, for the cultivation of the Tao is not a fleeting endeavor. Much like the character Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, the Bodhi patriarch symbolizes wisdom and enlightenment. Yet, the monkey, despite his time with the master, only acquired the skills of the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault before departing, brimming with arrogance and unruly spirit. Ultimately expelled from the 3 Stars Cave, Ao Qing was expected to follow a similar path. However, an unexpected twist had emerged. His innate understanding and resilience prompted the patriarch to transform this third trial into an awakening of Taoist resolve. Should he successfully transcend this threshold, his future would be boundless. At this moment, the radiance of twilight gradually receded. Ao Qing had finally surmounted the challenge of the second mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered that the peak was devoid of any substance. The once resplendent light had vanished without a trace. This place was not the 3 Stars Cave. It was merely a solitary, desolate peak, surrounded by sheer cliffs with no visible escape. In the center stood a tree not particularly grand in size. Its deep green foliage emitted a faint luminescence, with a green trunk that tapered to a sharp point at the top, resembling a tail. From this tree emanated a resonant energy, subtly exuding the essence of tranquility and nature. The Bodhi patriarch was absent from this place. Could it be that the trial had not yet concluded? Was this the third challenge set forth by the master, a mere tree? Ao Qing found himself momentarily taken aback. A path was straightforward to traverse, and a mountain could be scaled. But how does one successfully engage with a tree? He scrutinized the tree before him, and suddenly, a thought ignited within him. Though he did not recognize the tree, the connection to the term Bodhi in the patriarch's name sparked an idea. Could it be that this tree was the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree, known in its original form as the Pipala tree, is said to be where the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, attained enlightenment and profound understanding. Thus, the tree earned its name, symbolizing wisdom and awakening. If this tree were indeed the Bodhi tree, then perhaps the third trial held a deeper significance. Did the patriarch intend for him to achieve enlightenment? Ao Qing paused momentarily. Then a radiant glow enveloped him. His scales began to emit the sound of metal grinding against metal, and gradually, his form began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, his once colossal dragon body diminished to a length of approximately several dozen feet before finally ceasing its transformation. Indeed, during his arduous journey over the mountains, Ao Qing not only experienced physical growth, but also awakened his innate ability to effortlessly alter his size. He could now reduce his form to a mere thousand-zhang. After shrinking, the Bodhi tree before him appeared somewhat larger, standing at just under 100-zhang. The tree was not insignificant in the realm of mortals, yet in Ao Qing's eyes, it seemed rather diminutive. He made an attempt to approach the Bodhi tree. However, at that moment, an unsettling wave of restlessness surged within him, accompanied by a torrent of anxiety and fatigue in his mind. It seemed that as he drew closer to the Bodhi tree, he was involuntarily besieged by feelings of suffering and tribulation emanating from his heart. What could this mean? Ao Qing paused for a moment, then steadied his resolve and pressed forward. Yet, he soon discovered that when he was merely 10-zhang away from the Bodhi tree, an enormous roar erupted within his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Chapter 28. The Heart's Enlightenment. As Ao Qing approached the Bodhi tree, a tumult of anxious emotions surged within his mind. Questions plagued him. Would the Bodhi Patriarch accept him? What would become of his fate? What future awaited the Dragon Clan? After ascending to the throne of the Dragon King, what path should he pursue? Should he seek refuge in the Buddhist path through the connections of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Or should he leverage the advantages of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to align with the Taoist teachings? Or should he, like the Dragon King, adhere to the middle path, maintaining a balance among the three teachings? These swirling emotions, akin to a multitude of shackles, constricted around him, leaving him in a state of profound dizziness. Was this the third trial? To regain his composure, Ao Qing focused his mind and advanced toward the Bodhi tree. He endeavored to harness his mental strength to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his consciousness. In the past, he had employed this technique to quell such tormenting thoughts, and had always succeeded in overcoming the accompanying panic and unease through sheer willpower. However, this time, the method seemed ineffective. No matter how fervently Ao Qing attempted to rein in his awareness, the multitude of thoughts continued to surge forth unabated. At that moment, in the eyes of the Bodhi Patriarch, Ao Qing's dragon form was ensnared by countless strands of dark energy, resembling chains that bound him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. This dark energy represented the concept of karma. In Buddhism, karma is the principle of cause and effect, asserting that all phenomena arise or perish in accordance with this law. The cycle of karma dictates that every cause in this life ultimately yields a corresponding effect. If one cannot comprehend the intricacies of karma, they will inevitably remain distant from enlightenment, unable to attain the highest state of being. Among the Buddha's 10 foremost disciples, the unparalleled divine power of Moggallana once promised the potential to achieve Buddhahood. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the entanglements of karma, illustrating the supremacy of karma over divine abilities. Presently, the Bodhi Patriarch regarded Ao Qing's innate talent as equal to, if not surpassing, that of Moggallana. Nevertheless, if he, like Moggallana, remained unable to grasp the cycle of karma, he too would likely fail to inherit the true teachings. Indeed, during the second trial, the Patriarch had discerned Ao Qing's inner turmoil. His heart was unable to release the Dragon Clan, while his desire for cultivation stemmed partly from a yearning for personal transcendence. A significant portion of his motivation was rooted in the aspiration to revitalize the Dragon Clan. Yet, this was inherently contradictory. Furthermore, during the fourth trial, the Buddha recognized that this was the inevitable consequence of the shared karma of the Shakyamuni lineage, a fate that could not be averted. Moggallana, unaware of this truth, attempted to forcibly intervene, using his divine powers to confine certain members of the Shakyamuni clan within a bowl, hoping to preserve his lineage. Alas, after the tumult, the individuals within the bowl were transformed into blood. Even Shakyamuni himself ultimately could not save his clan. In this present moment, although the Dragon Clan does not face annihilation as the Sakya clan did by the decree of fate, it has nonetheless experienced its own zenith from the dawn of creation to the present, and now it appears to be approaching its nadir. Ao Qing. If one cannot see through this truth, how can one hope to cultivate the Tao? Thus, the third trial. The Bodhi Patriarch hopes to assist Ao Qing in purging the karmic burdens from his heart, attaining enlightenment, and comprehending the intricacies of cause and effect. Beneath the Bodhi tree, only those with a pure body and mind, akin to the enlightened Buddha of ancient times, may reach such a state. Presently, Ao Qing seems to grasp this principle. After numerous failures to suppress his karmic influences, he has come to understand that the Bodhi tree symbolizes the renunciation of worldly attachments and the pursuit of transcendence. Each individual possesses their own destiny, With Ao Qing's personal strength, he might alter the paths of a few, but how can one defy the greater currents of fate? In Buddhism, divine powers cannot surpass karmic law. In Taoism, there exists the notion that the great river of life cannot be reversed. Although the content described in these philosophies is not entirely identical, the underlying truths they convey are quite similar. Sometimes, perhaps the only answer lies in letting go. Yet, can reality truly be so? Gazing at the Bodhi tree before him, Ao Qing feels a sense of reluctance. The opportunity to become a disciple lies directly in front of him. Must the price be the forsaking of his dragon lineage? No. Perhaps it entails more than simply relinquishing his clan. The notion of perceiving the truth behind cause and effect, besides the dragon clan, what of Ao Qing himself? Is he not also ensnared within the web of karmic consequences? If he were to genuinely cast aside these so-called disturbances, in some sense, he would also be relinquishing his own identity. At the very least, he would be forsaking his current existence. Ao Qing's thoughts drift farther away, and unbidden. Memories from his past life as a human begin to surface in his mind, stirring something within him. Perhaps he had long forgotten certain truths about cause and effect. In this life, he is a dragon, and as a member of the dragon clan, he has already lived for 5 centuries. It seems he has overlooked the fact that once, he bore another identity as a human. And now, the Bodhi tree beckons him to abandon his identity as a dragon. If he were truly to do so, what would he become? This question momentarily leaves Ao Qing in a state of confusion, but soon after, his gaze transforms into one of resolve. My life has its limits, yet knowledge is boundless. To engage the finite with the infinite is perilous. This is a phrase once spoken by Zhuangzi, and it holds true in the current context. The tumult of the mortal realm is boundless, and the expansion of consciousness is infinite. Past and present lives, though insignificant remnants of bygone days, remain beyond the scope of individual comprehension. Ao Qing has long understood this principle. However, he need not choose to abandon. Rather, he must choose to embrace. In the waters before him, myriad disturbances resemble countless bubbles. When one is burst, it merely gives rise to another. The resolution to these bubbles lies in 2 approaches. One, to forsake the pool of water itself, and the other, to sustain his inner self without being ensnared by the waters. Instead of shattering the bubble, one should quietly observe it until it dissipates naturally. All conditioned phenomena are akin to dreams, illusions, bubbles, or fleeting shadows, as ephemeral as dew or lightning. Thus, one ought to regard them as such. Ao Qing gazed upon the Bodhi tree. Suddenly, he stirred once more. Countless karmic entanglements, though they had manifested into myriad forms, tightly bound his corporeal existence. Yet, upon his dragon form, a radiant essence burst forth, carrying the essence of Ao Qing from 2 lifetimes, emanating clarity and freedom as it surged towards the sacred Bodhi. Chapter 29. The arrival at the 3 Stars Cave. Indeed, in the face of obsession and enlightenment, Ao Qing's ultimate choice was neither to abandon his dragon lineage nor forsake his true self, nor to discard clarity and transcendence. He engaged in but a singular act, that of quiet observation. From the vantage of an onlooker, he gazed down upon the mundane world from the celestial heights, existing within the earthly realm, yet with a heart detached from the 3 realms. It was not a matter of clinging to the decision of whether to relinquish or to embrace enlightenment. While divine powers may falter before karmic forces, it is essential to recognize that not all karma is inherently malevolent. The mighty river cannot flow backward, it may only proceed downstream. Yet this journey need not lead to confinement. Unbeknownst to him, drawing upon the memories of 2 lifetimes, Ao Qing, beneath the Bodhi tree, comprehended this profound truth. He embraced his past self, accepted his present self, and welcomed his future self. His heart had transcended, yet his current actions, as a dragon, remained those that he was meant to undertake. Even if all that exists before him may eventually dissipate into oblivion after eons, the universe will undeniably retain the evidence of its past existence. This aligns with the Taoist principle of going with the flow of nature. To go with the flow does not equate to inaction, nor does it imply drifting aimlessly, much less abandoning one's aspirations. To go with the flow is to relinquish attachment. Much like the Buddha, Shakyamuni, who, despite knowing the eventual demise of his clan, still dissuaded King Liuli thrice. In the face of worldly affairs and karma, Ao Qing's choice was neither to cling nor to renounce, but to align himself appropriately with the natural order. In spring, one must sow. In autumn, one must reap. When the time comes for the dragon clan, it will also be the moment for Ao Qing to revitalize his lineage, not through stubbornness. As for the fate of the dragon clan, whether it shall decline or flourish, and whether he shall inherit the throne to lead his kin, the answers will reveal themselves in due time. This is the essence of the Tao's natural law. As the Tao Te Ching states, the sage places himself behind and thus stands in front. He puts himself outside and thus remains. Rather than gazing far into the future, one should accept the past and engage with the present. If karma is to arrive, let it come. If it is destined to depart, it shall. Upon realizing this wisdom, the Bodhi tree embraced Ao Qing. His heart, in that moment, grasped the essence of Bodhi wisdom, accompanied by a radiant enlightenment. The Bodhi tree emanated the profound tranquility of nature, all of which it graciously accepted. Rays of light enveloped the solitary peak in an instant, then spread throughout the entire celestial realm. Below that solitary peak, a woodcutter gazed upward, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. Above the clouds, the Bodhi patriarch was equally unprepared for such an outcome. Once more, this dragon prince had exceeded expectations. Bodhi signifies wisdom and enlightenment. Many deities have previously attained this state through various means. Without a doubt, Ao Qing had now achieved this enlightenment and realized Bodhi. However, it was a Bodhi attained through the heart, while the karmic burdens of his corporeal form had not dissipated. As the radiant light of enlightenment permeates the present moment, the tumultuous karma intriguingly coexists with the serene essence of the Bodhi heart, a paradox of opposition and unity. Thus, one may ponder whether this prince has truly attained the heart of the Tao or has failed to do so. The venerable master gently stroked his beard, and after a brief pause, a subtle smile graced his lips. It seems I nearly lost my composure. The Bodhi tree, although planted by the Bodhi patriarch, remains beyond his dominion. Just as Bodhi symbolizes wisdom, the presence of the Bodhi tree embodies the realm of enlightenment and awareness. Each individual possesses their own wisdom, and when faced with adversity, each finds their unique resolution. In times past, Shakyamuni attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, realizing the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, a state beyond birth and death. However, in the days of yore, the Taoist ancestor, in harmony with nature, imparted wisdom to various Buddhas, which did not always mirror that of Shakyamuni. Presently, Ao Qing finds himself in a similar situation. The wisdom he acquires may well be unprecedented, a beacon uncharted by those before or after him. Yet, this in itself holds little significance. One merely needs to embrace the natural flow. In contrast, the master's own disciples' comprehension of the Bodhi heart, regardless of its alignment with the master's understanding of the Tao, brings him great solace. It appears that his path shall indeed be carried forth by another. Perhaps, this individual may one day surpass his own teachings. It seems time has come to meet this child. With a smile illuminating his countenance, the Bodhi patriarch gently brushed away the dust, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed, revealing the Sanqing cave amidst swirling mist. Ao Qing appeared to be enveloped in an unprecedented sense of freedom and joy. His consciousness drifted among the Bodhi trees, oscillating between clarity and drowsiness. Yet, within his heart lay a steadfast resolve, unperturbed by external distractions. As the luminescence of the Bodhi tree shifted, a single seed fell from its branches, transforming into a stream of light that penetrated Ao Qing's mind. In that moment, he realized he had acquired a certain power, a power derived from the Bodhi, attained through his enlightenment beneath the tree. After receiving this power, Ao Qing sensed his spirit no longer constrained by his physical form. He felt as though he could transcend his body, soaring freely through the cosmos, beholding countless vistas. In fact, with the aid of this newfound strength, Ao Qing departed from the earth, gazing down upon the vast ocean, observing the famed Fangtsuan mountain from a lofty perspective. However, this state of transcendence was fleeting, as he soon sensed a beckoning. Though vague, an instinct stirred within him, a calling from the Bodhi patriarch. The master was summoning him. He glanced around, only to discover he was no longer atop the solitary peak. Instead, he found himself within a mountainous realm, before a cave adorned with splendid flowers and fragrant grasses lining the bridge. A wave of joy surged within Ao Qing. At last, he had arrived. He understood that upon encountering this stone tablet, it essentially signified that he had successfully passed the trial. Indeed, before any action was taken, the cave entrance gradually swung open. To his surprise, it was not a young acolyte who emerged, but rather the woodsman he had encountered earlier. Upon seeing Ao Qing, the woodsman exhibited a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Congratulations, young friend, or perhaps, congratulations, junior apprentice. The ancestral master has been awaiting you in the cave. Please proceed to the Yao Terrace. Chapter 30. Apprenticing under Bodhi. Upon hearing the woodcutter's words, Ao Qing was filled with immense joy, for it essentially signified that the master had decided to accept him as a disciple. He contemplated following the woodcutter into the cave, yet hesitated, aware that his dragon form, albeit shrunk, still measured several dozen feet in length, making the seemingly modest cave entrance appear somewhat daunting. Just then, however, Ao Qing suddenly paused in astonishment. He realized that he had inexplicably grown arms and legs. At first, he had been oblivious to this transformation, but now he was acutely aware that he had unknowingly taken on a human form. The woodcutter seemed to notice this change, smiling as he said, "Have you not yet perceived it, junior brother? Come with me to the Yao platform to meet the master. You will understand the reason." Repressing his curiosity, Ao Qing followed the woodcutter into the cave. From the outside, the thousand-zhang cave appeared unremarkable, yet once inside, it revealed an extraordinary world. Layer upon layer of exquisite pavilions and halls, each entrance adorned with pearl and shell, spoke of tranquil chambers and serene abodes, embodying the essence of a celestial paradise. Lingtai and Fengxian Mountain, the thousand-zhang cave. Since arriving here, the wonders Ao Qing had witnessed were truly innumerable, far beyond anything he had previously imagined. Under the woodcutter's guidance, Ao Qing soon arrived beneath the Yao platform. There, he beheld the Bodhi Master, youthful yet with white hair, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Seated on the platform, holding a whisk, he emanated a natural spiritual charm, embodying the very essence of an immortal sage. With reverence, Ao Qing faced the master and bowed respectfully, declaring, "Disciple Ao Qing pays homage, hoping the master will accept me as a pupil." The Bodhi Master did not deter him. Having accepted a disciple, he naturally welcomed the gesture. After Ao Qing completed his bow, the master gently waved his whisk and said, "There is no need for formality. Since you have arrived here, it is clear that we share a bond. Thus, accepting you as a disciple is entirely fitting." Though he had prepared himself for this moment, Ao Qing felt a flutter of nerves upon finally meeting the master he had longed for. Hearing the master acknowledge him, his heart swelled with joy. "I pay my respects to you, master." The master, observing Ao Qing's ecstatic demeanor, felt a surge of happiness himself, a smile of satisfaction unconsciously gracing his features. The disciple chooses the master, and the master likewise chooses the disciple. For Ao Qing, being accepted into the fold of the Bodhi Master was a moment of unparalleled joy. Yet for the Bodhi Master, the opportunity to take on such a promising pupil was equally delightful. Just as Ao Qing was about to speak, the master began, "Now that you have joined my teachings, you must adhere to my rules. Although you already possess a name, you should also be given a Dharma name for ease of address." Ao Qing did not find this unexpected. Rather, he would have felt anxious had the master chosen not to bestow a Dharma name upon him. A Dharma name is akin to a spiritual rebirth certificate, signifying one's entry into the path. In Journey to the West, the naming of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Xing carries the profound connotation of a rebirth, representing a significant transformation. It can be said that, in a certain sense, one can only be considered a true disciple upon receiving a bestowed name from one's master. Without such a name, even if there exists a bond of teacher and student, it does not equate to the transmission of genuine teachings. For instance, the revered Taishang, with his 81 transformations, has guided countless adept practitioners. Yet few dare to claim themselves as disciples of the Tao ancestor. Presently, as the Bodhi Patriarch prepares to bestow a Dharma name upon Ao Qing, the latter is naturally delighted to accept, for it signifies the master's genuine recognition of him. However, he is also somewhat curious about what name the Patriarch will choose for him. He recalls that the Bodhi Patriarch once told Sun Wukong that among his disciples, there are 12 characters: broad, great, wisdom, true, suchness, nature, sea, pinnacle, enlightenment, complete, and awakening. When it comes to Sun Wukong, it is precisely at the character for enlightenment. Now, with Sun Wukong yet to be born, what about himself? Is he the pinnacle or the sea? Ao Qing ponders this. Yet, in a twist of fate, he finds himself caught off guard. The master, after a moment of contemplation, gently brushes away the dust and slowly articulates, "You are capable of discerning the path of my heart, and attaining my Bodhi. Thus, you may inherit the character heart. I observe that beneath the Bodhi tree, you seem to have grasped profound mysteries, your thoughts dispersing and merging within the three realms. Therefore, I shall call you Xian, heart profound. May you remember this name and not forget the principle. Words can sever the path, and actions of the heart can extinguish. Heart profound? Ao Qing silently contemplates these two characters. It is evident that the patriarch perceives his enlightenment from the Bodhi tree, allowing his spirit to freely float within heaven and earth. Therefore, he advises himself to not forget his true nature and to avoid losing sight of his original heart. The saying that words can sever the path, and actions of the heart can extinguish encapsulates this very principle. The true nature is beyond thought and discussion, untouched by the six senses. It can only be experienced by relinquishing attachment to the six senses and the external world. This name, indeed, embodies the patriarch's expectations for him. Ao Qing immediately expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the name. Xian shall remember it well. From that moment onward, Ao Qing is known by the Dharma name Ao Xian. This aligns perfectly with the sentiment. In the reflection of Bodhi, enlightenment observes thus, extinguishing the heart's actions, realizing the profound path. After receiving his Dharma name, Ao Qing is filled with joy, yet there remains one matter unclear to him. He thus inquires of his master, Master, what of this body of mine? It turns out that since awakening within the realm of Bodhi and arriving at the three-star cave, Ao Qing has discovered that he has indeed transformed. Recalling the dragon maiden, Ao Qing naturally assumes that it is the Bodhi patriarch who has aided in his transformation. However, upon hearing this, the patriarch responds, "This body is merely a manifestation of your heart's image. It is not I who assisted in your transformation." Ao Qing is momentarily taken aback. A manifestation of the heart's image? What does this mean? Listening to the Bodhi patriarch's words, Ao Qing finds himself only partially understanding. The Bodhi patriarch, noticing his confusion, gently shakes his head and says, "Very well. Disciple, you have now entered my fold. But do you know the meanings behind the Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountain and Xia Yu Sin Xing cave that lie before the cave entrance?" Ao Qing replies, "Ling Tai Fong Cun, Xia Yu Sin Xing, both signify heart. Could it be?" Suddenly, Ao Qing realizes the implications of the patriarch's words and asks, "Could it be that this place is not of the mortal realm?" The master smiles and replies, "Indeed, indeed. You possess a keen insight. In this realm of the Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountain, within the slanted moon and the three-star cave, one does not exist within the confines of the three realms. Rather, it is a domain of the heart. To reside here is to attain a state beyond birth and death, beyond increase and decrease. This place is both real and illusory. The skills you have acquired are genuine. Yet the experiences you undergo are but fabrications. It was beneath the Bodhi tree that you attained the wisdom of the heart, and thus the forms you envision manifest as a result." Ao Qing understood. It became clear that he had integrated the experiences of 2 lifetimes, thereby discovering his true essence. Consequently, he no longer existed merely as a dragon. Instead, he harmonized the past and present. Hence, the concept of manifesting within this heart realm arose. Simultaneously, he was struck with astonishment. No wonder, after the monkey departed from the three-star cave and journeyed to the west, there was no further news of the Bodhi patriarch. For this master is, in essence, an existence that is neither born nor extinguished, both illusory and real. The events occurring here are all ephemeral. However, the powers attained through cultivation within this heart realm are undeniably authentic. Indeed, when the true is mistaken for the false may also become true. The void may sometimes appear as existence, while existence may reveal itself as void. Ao Qing also recalled the poetic title of the Bodhi patriarch, the Great Awakening Golden Immortal. Untainted in form, the Western marvelous image, Grand Bodhi. Neither born nor extinguished, the 3 lines flow, full of spirit and compassion, boundless in grace. Emptiness and stillness naturally follow change. True nature allows for freedom. With the heavens, sharing longevity in a dignified body, enduring tribulations, the great master of enlightenment. The profound meaning encapsulated within these lines is indeed most fitting. Chapter 31. Benevolent Connections in the West, atop the spiritual peak of Ling Mountain. Within the Thunder Sound Precious Monastery, the Tathagata sat gracefully upon a lotus throne, his hands forming the mudra of meditation. Beneath his exalted seat, a multitude of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and monks gathered, each holding banners, precious canopies, and rare celestial flowers, arrayed in the sacred realm of Ling Mountain. The Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and monks radiated luminous halos, each unique in form. Some emitted a brilliant light from the crown of their heads, known as the crown radiance. Others were enveloped in an aura of Buddha light, referred to as the full-body radiance. These luminous manifestations varied in shape, some circular, some resembling precious orbs, while others took on the form of flames. The shapes of these Buddha lights symbolize the distinct teachings cultivated by each Buddha, bodhisattva, and arhat. Some were sharp as blades, others gentle as water, some exuded compassion, akin to the warmth of spring, while others were tempestuous, reminiscent of the sweltering heat of summer. However, the radiance surrounding the Tathagata was the most magnificent and pure, known as the infinite Buddha light. This infinite Buddha light was tranquil and serene, enveloping Ling Mountain, spreading across the western lands, and further enveloping all Buddhas and bodhisattvas. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that all the Buddhas and bodhisattvas within the Ling Mountain Monastery maintained remarkable postures, seemingly motionless. In truth, this was because their Dharma forms were not confined to Ling Mountain. They existed in various Buddha realms or traversed the three realms to disseminate teachings. Yet, the golden bodies of the Dharma present at Ling Mountain remained ever attentive to the Tathagata's boundless Buddha sounds. On one hand, they could purify malevolent forces with the wisdom of prajna. On the other, they were nurtured by the teachings of the Tathagata, fostering their spiritual growth. However, on this particular day, the Dharma form of Bodhisattva Guanyin unexpectedly arrived at the thunder sound precious monastery of Ling Mountain. The resounding thunder that perpetually echoed through the grand hall seemed to quiet significantly upon her arrival. The Buddha slowly opened his eyes and gazed down at the Bodhisattva, who, with hands joined in reverence, spoke. World-honored one, Bodhisattva Guanyin has come to report on the matter of Ao Qing. Yet, before she could elaborate, the Buddha gently interjected, Revered Guanyin, I am already aware of the purpose of your visit. Throughout the vast expanse of time, there are countless beings with the seeds of wisdom. Those who return to my Buddhist teachings do so by virtue of fate. Those who do not are also bound by fate. Why should one impose demands? Indeed, replied Bodhisattva Guanyin, her hands pressed together. Our Buddha's compassion is vast. Whether the dragon prince enters our Buddhist fold is secondary. However, he has not only discerned my true nature, but has also comprehended the path to Bodhi within the 3 stars cave. Such innate potential and Buddha nature have never been witnessed before. Therefore, I am curious and apprehensive about this child's identity. Should he act recklessly, it may inevitably give rise to demonic hindrances. Thus, I have come to inform our Buddha, to prevent calamities from befalling the world. The Buddha nodded slightly, acknowledging the concerns of Bodhisattva Guanyin as valid. Whenever exceptional talents emerged within the 3 realms, they often heralded numerous, unpredictable changes. Since such an encounter had occurred, it was only natural to express concern. Very well, the Buddha said, turning his gaze towards the Bodhisattva. In that case, I shall utilize my divine powers to listen to the past events of the 3 realms and trace the origins and consequences of this child. With that, the Buddha formed the wheel-turning mudra with his right hand, employing profound mystical powers to listen to the heavens. Instantly, every minute shift of dust and every intricate pattern unfolded swiftly in the Buddha's mind. The past, present, and future of Ao Qing all unfold before the eyes of the Buddha. At this moment, Avalokiteshvara noticed a flicker of curiosity and then surprise in the Buddha's gaze. Indeed, astonishment. The revered leader of the myriad Buddhas revealed a momentary look of astonishment. Though this expression of surprise vanished in the blink of an eye, the Buddha's eyes returned to their tranquil depths. Addressing Avalokiteshvara, he stated, This young man indeed shares a benevolent connection with us. Upon receiving his Dharma name after paying homage to the Bodhi Patriarch, Ao Qing was assigned a dwelling. Although the 3 stars cave exists within the realm of the heart, its architecture mirrors that of the mortal world. With splendid towers and intricately carved beams, it is nothing short of complete. Guided by a woodcutter, Ao Qing settled in the nearest abode to the Yao Tai. While the grandeur of the 3 stars cave may not rival that of the Crystal Palace, Ao Qing felt a surge of excitement in having a place to call his own, accompanied by a tinge of nostalgia. As he had not lived as a human for a long time. May I ask, what should I call you, brother? Ao Qing inquired of the woodcutter, his curiosity piqued. The woodcutter, merely a minor character in Journey to the West, surprisingly turned out to be a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. Setting aside the woodcutter's recitation of Shui Long Yin, which was undoubtedly a legacy from the patriarch, it was clear he could not be an ordinary individual. The woodcutter feigned envy and replied, "A name? I do not possess the same innate talent as you, Junior. Though I have received teachings from the patriarch, I have yet to be bestowed a name. As for my past, I have forgotten it completely. You may simply call me woodcutter." Ao Qing responded, "I presume you are older than I, so calling you brother feels rather inappropriate." "How could I dare to do so?" The woodcutter laughed heartily. "I am not that old." Seeing the woodcutter's amiable demeanor, Ao Qing felt a sense of ease. He did not dwell on the woodcutter's identity, trusting that he would learn in due time. Moreover, there was a pressing matter he wished to inquire about, perhaps even more significant than the woodcutter's identity. "May I ask, brother, how long have I lingered in this 3-stars cave? What has transpired outside?" Ao Qing questioned. The woodcutter, understanding Ao Qing's thoughts, replied, "Indeed. Although you have affirmed your connection with the Bodhi, you remain mindful of the Dragon Clan. While cultivation is vital, your concern for the outside world is equally valid. The time you have spent in the 3-stars cave amounts to 215 years. The outside world has experienced the same passage of time." Ao Qing's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that over 2 centuries had elapsed since his arrival here. Truly, it is said that time within the mountains is elusive. He pondered the state of the Eastern Sea and his father's well-being. The woodcutter seemed to sense Ao Qing's worries and reassured him, "However, do not fret, for the master has already made arrangements for the Eastern Sea. It is presumed that Ao Qing, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, harbors no concerns." Upon hearing the woodcutter's words, Ao Qing felt a sense of relief. In truth, Ao Qing was not overly troubled by the passage of 2 centuries. Much like in Huagua Mountain, where he could patiently bide his time for several hundred years, now that news had reached from Ao Qing, there was no cause for alarm. He could simply focus on his cultivation here with tranquility. Chapter 32. The Gathering of Beauty. Ao Qing held a significant regard for the monkey, albeit with a shift in perspective. Previously, his interest stemmed from a desire to become the monkey's apprentice. But now he found himself contemplating that the monkey would one day be his junior disciple. To be the elder brother of Sun Wukong was indeed a delightful prospect. Nevertheless, while these thoughts flitted through his mind, Ao Qing remained focused on his primary pursuit, cultivation. Once the monkey embarked on his journey, the circumstances would naturally unfold in their own time. Having just met the master and received a name from him, Ao Qing was soon assigned a place to stay by a woodsman. In 3 days, he would officially commence his training in the 3-star cave. Indeed, 3 days hence. This delay was due to the Bodhi Patriarch's need for time to prepare for Ao Qing's instruction. As Ao Qing had anticipated, the 3 trials set forth by the master were akin to preliminary lessons. After spending over 2 centuries overcoming these trials, he would not need to linger in the 3-star cave like the monkey in the original journey to the west before receiving the master's true teachings. However, Ao Qing had not previously associated the monkey with his own experiences, but now he pondered that the monkey might have traversed a path similar to his. While he pursued the path of cultivation, the monkey roamed the mundane world of the southern continent. Ao Qing had moved mountains and built steps with great determination to reach the peak of radiance, while the monkey had also scaled mountains and crossed seas with equal resolve to arrive at the mountain of the square inch. Ao Qing's enlightenment with the Bodhi was likely analogous to the monkey's experience of becoming the master's disciple in the 3-star cave, where he feasted on peaches 7 times atop the mountain of rotting peaches. Thus, it appeared that to gain entry into the 3-star cave, one indeed required insight, perseverance, and a sincere heart. Yet, Ao Qing resolved not to emulate the monkey, who had been expelled from the 3-star cave soon after beginning his studies. With this thought in mind, he slowly stood, pushed open the door, and gazed into the courtyard. With 3 days remaining before his cultivation commenced, he intended to take in the splendor of the 3-star cave, for it was the sacred ground of the Bodhi Patriarch. Who, one might ask, was the Bodhi Patriarch? He was none other than the master of Sun Wukong. As for his true identity, many speculations had arisen in the past. Some claimed he was an incarnation of the Supreme Lord Laozi, while others suggested he was a manifestation of the Buddha. There were also those who believed he was a self-generated mentor arising from the monkey's innate wisdom. Each theory held its merit. However, for Ao Qing, he firmly believed that the Bodhi Patriarch was simply the Bodhi Patriarch, much like the Buddha is the Buddha and the Taoist Patriarch is the Taoist Patriarch. The Bodhi Patriarch, who amalgamated the 3 teachings, was indeed a grand master of comparable stature. In this light, The three-star cave bore no difference from the Tai Qing heaven or the Thunder Sound Temple. Since he had arrived in such a divine sanctuary, how could he not indulge in the beauty surrounding him? Thus, over the next 3 days, Ao Qing reveled in the exquisite sights. The three-star cave, with its jade palaces and celestial abodes, was exquisite beyond words. The ancient trees rose in layers, and the peaks loomed mysteriously, harmoniously blending with the natural beauty of the surroundings, creating a serene atmosphere where humanity and nature coexisted in perfect unity. Gu Xiufeng is astonishing. With perilous paths suspended in midair, the mountains encircle the sun, a single pillar reaches towards the heavens. The azure peaks vie for prominence, while the white cascades compete in elegance. The flying springs are crystal clear, and the cloud ladders are fraught with danger. Though lacking the grandeur and splendor of a crystal palace, there exists an ethereal quality, as if one were adrift in a painting, embodying a magical magnificence. Moreover, apart from these breathtaking vistas, Ao Qing also perceives a subtle sense of serene nature within the three-star cave, akin to the feelings evoked by the Bodhi tree. Upon deeper reflection, it seems as though one's thoughts ascend into the ether, akin to being ensconced in a dream, imparting a sensation that is both real and illusory. This so-called Ling Tai Fong Siyuan mountain and the slanted moon in the three-star cave, what essence do they truly embody? The venerable master is indeed awe-inspiring. Ao Qing cannot help but feel a profound admiration. Everything before him feels so strikingly real. Furthermore, the cultivation undertaken here yields genuine results. Yet, this realm is one of the heart. The master has explicitly stated that all of this is a convergence of mental imagery, fundamentally illusory. Remarkably, this illusion has reached its zenith, transforming into reality. The power of the Bodhi is truly beyond imagination. However, upon this thought, Ao Qing suddenly recalls the Bodhi seed he obtained beneath the Bodhi tree. The master indicated that he attained an understanding of Bodhi there. In truth, he had no conscious awareness, but could this be what is referred to as Bodhi wisdom? Ao Qing's gaze intensified. Soon, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and a Bodhi mark gradually emerged at his brow, akin to a heavenly eye. It was indeed the very Bodhi seed. As the seed manifested, Ao Qing felt as if his spirit could break free. This spirit is not the so-called primordial spirit. It lacks form, embodying pure consciousness. As this consciousness emerged, the scenery of the three-star cave was instantaneously captured within Ao Qing's mind. He felt as if he soared to great heights. Gazing down upon the three-star cave from above, he beheld countless breathtaking sights, observed the woodcutter and the master, and even glimpsed himself. In the courtyard, a youth clad in simple attire stood amidst the garden. This youth, with delicate features and 2 dragon horns adorning his forehead, bore an uncanny resemblance to Ao Qing in his transformed state. His appearance was, in essence, identical to that of a human, save for the dragon horns that signified his identities from both past and present lives. As his dragon form was still youthful and yet to mature, his transformed visage appeared rather juvenile. Although he had just seen his reflection by the pond, Ao Qing now possessed a clearer understanding of his transformed appearance. Yet beyond this, he was even more curious about the true nature of the Bodhi seed's power. Why does it enable his consciousness to transcend the void? Akin to the sensation of the soul departing the body, yet it seems not to be a genuine out-of-body experience? Ao Qing paused, attempting to harness even greater power from the Bodhi seed. As this power surged, he once again sensed a condition reminiscent of his experience beneath the Bodhi tree. His consciousness appeared to surpass this world, gradually ascending beyond the confines of Ling Tai Fong Siyuan. The power of the Bodhi seed had indeed allowed him to transcend Ling Tai Fong Siyuan mountain. He opened his eyes and beheld the surrounding scenery, still within the confines of the three-star cave, and could not help but marvel. It appeared that he had indeed received an opportunity beneath the Bodhi tree. However, the nature of this opportunity remained a mystery to him. After pondering for a moment, Ao Qing resolved to inquire with the Bodhi Master 3 days hence. Firstly, since he had obtained this opportunity beneath the Bodhi tree, it was highly likely that it had been bestowed upon him by the Bodhi Master. Even if it were not so, the Master would surely possess some insights. Secondly, as he was still unable to fully grasp the implications of this opportunity, he remained uncertain about its advantages and disadvantages. Furthermore, in his heart, he deemed the forthcoming teachings from the Master to be of paramount importance. and he would naturally refrain from jeopardizing greater gains for the sake of minor ones by deliberately concealing matters. Chapter 33. The Four Realms for Ao Qing. 3 days is but a fleeting moment. Ding. The resonant sound of a great bell suddenly reverberates throughout the Sanqing cave, emitting a profound and heavy chime. Ao Qing, having calculated the passage of time, rises calmly and begins to walk towards the Yaodai. As dawn breaks, at the Yaodai, the Bodhi Patriarch appears to be seated casually below. The woodcutter has not yet arrived, suggesting that the bell's toll serves only as a reminder to the Patriarch that the time has come, devoid of any intent to summon others. In truth, within the journey to the west, the Patriarch has numerous disciples and Taoist boys attending him. However, Ao Qing, upon his arrival, is unaware of how much earlier he is than the Monkey King. Aside from the Patriarch and the woodcutter, there is no third person present in the Sanqing cave. This, of course, is quite normal, as those so-called disciples hardly seem to possess the true teachings of the Patriarch. Greetings, Master. Ao Qing approaches the Yaodai and bows respectfully to the Patriarch. The Patriarch nods slightly and says, "Disciple, you have arrived. You have spent 200 years within my Fangsuan mountain. Although you did not formally become my disciple until 3 days ago, I have come to know you well. There is no need for such formalities between master and disciple." Ao Qing speaks with genuine sincerity. Although he officially became a disciple just 3 days prior, he has, in truth, been under the Patriarch's guidance since he first entered this realm of the heart. The 3 trials he faced were filled with profound mysteries and immense opportunities. Moreover, the woodcutter's guidance towards Ao Qing was largely at the behest of the Patriarch. Thus, even without the formal title of master and disciple, their bond had already been established in essence. Ao Qing continues, "Although I have heard a little, I do not fully comprehend. For instance, I know that in Buddhism, there is the cultivation of the golden body and Dharma forms. In Taoism, there are golden elixirs and primordial spirits. The deities of the heavenly court each wield their own powers over the world. As for my dragon clan, we are primarily endowed with innate divine abilities." The Bodhi Patriarch nods slightly in acknowledgement. "Indeed, what you speak of encompasses the various powers that exist in this world. Buddhism has its teachings, Taoism its arts, and the gods their duties. Creatures like your dragon clan, being auspicious beasts, naturally possess a multitude of divine abilities, such as calling the wind and summoning rain. However, when we discuss the realms of cultivation, the practices of the world can ultimately be categorized into 4 major stages. The Bodhi Patriarch slowly elucidates the principles of cultivation in this world. It turns out that although there are myriad paths to cultivation, they ultimately converge towards the same destination. Generally, those on the path of cultivation can be divided into 4 primary realms: mortal, immortal, sage, and Tao. The mortal realm refers to those who have yet to step into the gates of cultivation. This includes all beings, from ordinary humans to auspicious beasts and fierce creatures. The term mortal signifies the essence of a sail, symbolizing the solitary voyage across the sea of suffering, a challenge to transcend. The immortal realm is attained through cultivation, reaching a state of carefree existence. The term immortal implies longevity and transcendence, indicating a being who can uphold their own integrity, achieve eternal life, and possesses various divine abilities to sever desires and live freely. Most beings regarded as immortals in this world, whether celestial deities or those from the West, are typically in the immortal realm. The sacred realm embodies profound wisdom and virtue, conforming to the will of heaven and rescuing all beings. The term sacred originally signifies the act of listening attentively, implying a process of enlightenment. Those who attain the sacred realm possess clarity of understanding and insight into the cosmic order, wielding their powers to perceive the 3 realms and subdue their domains. They can even create worlds and investigate the intricate web of cause and effect. Exemplars of such divinity include figures like Avalokiteshvara and the Supreme Emperor Jinwu. Conversely, the Tao realm signifies an understanding of the Tao's fruits, monitoring the transformations of the grand epochs. It transcends the concepts of heaven and earth, directly pointing to the essence of the great Tao. The Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao. Those who reach this exalted state of divine power cannot be judged by ordinary standards. For instance, the Buddha, in a single dream, can traverse myriad worlds, while the Tao ancestor, through his 81 transformations, comprehends the profound mysteries of the heavens. Upon hearing the master's elucidation, Ao Qing felt a surge of inspiration and yearning. He grasped for the first time the essence of these realms and was astonished to realize that the powers of the great beings in the three realms far exceeded his previous imaginings. Merely attaining the immortal realm would nearly grant him eternal life, existing in harmony with the universe. The sacred realm could even allow one to create miniature worlds and govern vast territories. As for the Tao realm, its complexities are beyond imagination. However, these aspirations feel distant to him. Not to mention that within the Tao realm, only a handful of figures, such as the Buddha and Tao ancestor, were explicitly acknowledged by the Master. The sacred realm already feels unattainable. Ao Qing inquired of the Master, "Master, if that is the case, can I now be considered to have reached the so-called realm of immortals?" The Bodhi Master turned to Ao Qing, smiled gently, and replied, "It is not so simply calculated. Although your innate talent is extraordinary, you have yet to formally cultivate. How can you claim to possess a realm? Moreover, the concept of realm is not as rigid as it seems and does not necessarily correlate with the strength of one's power. It merely serves as minor markers along the path of cultivation and seeking immortality." Ao Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the so-called realms of mortal, immortal, sacred, and Tao are not to be confused with the typical notions of golden elixirs, primordial spirits, or the Buddha's Dharma body and forms. They do not truly serve as measures of strength, but rather represent broad classifications. Currently, Ao Qing has not embarked on the path of cultivation and is, in truth, quite ignorant of magical arts. According to these four grand realms, he can be considered a genuine mortal. Yet, in terms of actual strength, he surpasses many immortals. Not to mention the innate powers of the dragon race, which can summon winds and rains, ride clouds, and command lightning. His colossal dragon form, stretching 12,000-zhang, is already beyond the reach of most immortals. After all, typical immortals do not possess particularly formidable spells. Even those with a modest understanding of powers akin to manipulating heaven and earth would find themselves powerless in the face of such a massive azure dragon. Nonetheless, the overarching direction of these four realms can still serve as a guiding target for Ao Qing, illuminating his path forward. Chapter 34. The Dragon Ancestor. Now that Ao Qing has come to comprehend the four realms of cultivation, he is even more enamored with the path ahead. He humbly beseeches his master, "I hope Master will impart the secrets of cultivation. As your disciple, I shall inherit your teachings and strive to enhance the prestige of Mount Fengsuan and the Sanqing Cave." Sanqing Cave? The Bodhi Patriarch replied with a smile. "Are you not referring to the elevation of the Dragon Clan?" "Master, Enough," the Patriarch interjected, waving his hand. "I do not instruct you to forsake your heritage. I have observed your actions beneath the Bodhi tree. As the saying goes, follow the natural order. Your lofty aspirations are indeed a result of karmic causes. But remember the nonchalance you exhibited under the Bodhi tree. Never forget that one must not force matters. Should there come a day when you stray from your original intent, even if I do not expel you, I would have to cast you out for the sake of preserving my teachings." Ao Qing sat up straight, bowing respectfully. "I shall bear this in mind." "Good." The Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. In this world, there are two paths of cultivation, the path of Tao and the path of seeking immortality. The path of Tao is the cultivation of the heart, while seeking immortality pertains to the acquisition of skills. Now that you have attained insight under the Bodhi tree, you have embarked upon the path of Tao. The realm of heart is complex and difficult to articulate clearly. Thus, I will commence your instruction from the perspective of seeking immortality, which pertains to skills. Ao Qing was overjoyed. While he understood the importance of cultivating the Tao, he also recognized the significance of seeking immortality, particularly before one attains mastery of the Tao. It is essential to employ skills to safeguard the path against malevolent forces and disturbances. For Ao Qing, the allure of skills was undeniable. Who does not wish to transform at will, soaring through the clouds, gazing upon the azure sky while ascending towards the sun, journeying to the North Sea by day and to Kangwu by night? "Master, might I inquire what spells you intend to impart?" Ao Qing recalled that in Journey to the West, the Bodhi Patriarch was well versed in the three teachings, excelling in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Moreover, the Patriarch possessed knowledge of the four branches of skills: movement, stillness, and the lesser paths. Though Sun Wukong dismissed these lesser paths, they all possessed their own merits. The path of skills aims to attract fortune and avert calamity. The path of movement seeks truth and divine beings. The path of stillness allows for meditation and tranquility. And the path of action involves harmonizing yin and yang. The grand celestial technique bestowed upon Sun Wukong by the patriarch was the pinnacle of the three teachings, encapsulating the essence of supreme cultivation. The phrase, converging the five elements to reverse their uses, achieving Buddhahood and immortality upon completion, eloquently expresses the power of this technique. Naturally, Ao Qing was curious whether the patriarch would teach him this grand celestial technique. However, the truth was otherwise. The Bodhi patriarch turned to Ao Qing and said, "For an ordinary individual, I could impart 360 lesser paths and 72 unorthodox methods. For those with extraordinary gifts, I would teach them the great paths of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. If one's understanding is exceptional and their heart attuned to the Tao, I would bestow upon them the profound secrets of both the exoteric and esoteric teachings, allowing them to inherit my true transmission. Yet you are different. As a member of the Dragon Clan, I believe you can learn my great methods, but you should also carry forward the legacy and innovate with your own contributions." With that, the patriarch gently waved the whisk in his hand. In that void, a radiant light shifted, suddenly revealing a sheet of white paper. What could this be? Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. The Bodhi patriarch remarked, "Disciple, do you recognize this object?" Ao Qing replied, "This is a mundane item I once imparted to mortals during moments of boredom, known as paper." "Indeed, this is paper. In my youth, out of sheer idleness, I once sheltered the people of coastal nations and taught them various skills, such as the art of paper making." Who would have thought that the Bodhi patriarch would be aware of this? Certainly, this paper, crafted from unknown materials, was exceptionally delicate, far beyond the ordinary. It was likely born of mystical powers, imbued with a depth of mystery that surpassed that of common paper. At this moment, he presented the paper, not merely to commend Ao Qing, but with a deeper intention. The Bodhi patriarch said, "You, little dragon, possess a kind heart and a clever mind, able to transform tree bark, hemp fibers, and tattered cloth into such an intriguing object. This illustrates the wondrous nature of the heavenly way and the innate qualities of divine objects. I shall use this paper to guide you toward the path of cultivation." After speaking, he gently waved his dust brush, and immediately, intricate lines began to emerge upon the white paper. As the lines intertwined and shifted, a vivid image gradually came to life. Upon closer inspection, Ao Qing discerned a divine dragon, standing majestically in the heavens, surveying all beings below. The dragon was immense, with antlers resembling those of a deer, a head akin to a camel, eyes like those of a rabbit, a neck resembling a serpent, a belly like that of a giant clam, scales akin to fish, claws resembling those of an eagle, paws like a tiger's, and ears resembling those of an ox. Beside its mouth were whiskers, and beneath its jaw shone luminous pearls. Its throat bore radiant reverse scales, vibrant in hue, creating an astonishingly lifelike portrayal. What was most striking were its eyes. Within those pupils reflected an entire world, as if the entirety of existence was captured within their depths. Merely gazing at the dragon might not have been overwhelming, but with the addition of those eyes, Ao Qing felt an acute sense of insignificance, as though the entire world was trivial in the presence of this divine creature. In just one glance, Ao Qing's heart was stirred. His thoughts seemed to be drawn into the painting, and faintly, the Bodhi seed appeared to emit a glow, immersing Ao Qing's consciousness in a distant past. It seemed as if a dragon, surveying all directions and soaring through the heavens, ascended into the sky. Its form was colossal, beyond measure, and its powers vast enough to stir the three realms with a mere movement. Lo and behold, my dragon lineage possesses such formidable abilities. Moreover, this prowess seemed merely a fragment of the divine dragon's essence. What an extraordinary existence this dragon represented. Ao Qing's spirit was profoundly moved. Disciple, the progenitor of the dragon lineage. Ao Qing suddenly attained clarity. No wonder this divine dragon was so formidable. Merely through the painting, he felt a sense of the world's insignificance. The so-called progenitor of the dragon lineage was neither Yinglong nor Zhulong, but the dragon ancestor emperor from the initial calamity of Dragon Han. The initial calamity of Dragon Han marks the beginning of the 5 calamities in Taoism. What are the years of Yuan Shi Tianzun? According to the thousand-zhang, the first year of Dragon Han is indeed the ancestral calamity. The term dragon signifies its transformation, while Han signifies its greatness. The initial calamity bore the dragon ancestor emperor. Notably, the dragon ancestor did not originally emerge from the sea, but from the galaxy. As for Yinglong, although it possesses great strength, it cannot be deemed as ancient. In fact, it is not far removed from the era of Ao Qing. Countless divine dragons existed prior to Yinglong, among which the 5 Emperors Dragon Kings and the Haijin Dragon King belong to an era that predates the vast expanse of time, rendering them significantly more ancient than Yinglong. However, what perplexes Ao Qing even more is the reason why Patriarch Bodhi chose to present a portrait of the dragon ancestor for his viewing. Could it be that? Chapter 35, Legacy. Gazing at the scroll before him, Ao Qing was suddenly struck by a profound thought. Paper serves as a medium for recording words and conveying intentions. Before the advent of paper, humanity relied on tortoise shells, animal bones, bronze, pottery, stone, wooden planks, bamboo slips, and silk to document and pass down knowledge. Regardless of the medium, the recorded words possess an extraordinary essence. In a previous life, the inscriptions of the stone drum script from the pre-Qing era endured for 2,500 years, their clarity undiminished. The ancient records unfurl magnificent tapestries before the eyes of contemporary beings, resurrecting former glories. Now, within the confines of the 3 Stars Cave, before the revered master, this portrayal of the dragon ancestor likely holds a similar significance. Indeed, it is highly probable that this image represents the authentic likeness of the dragon ancestor. Although the great emperor of dragons existed eons ago, during the primordial era of Taoism, it is essential to recognize that the Bodhi Patriarch is no ordinary individual. He may very well be a transcendent being present since the dawn of creation. Perhaps he has truly witnessed the dragon ancestor in his true form. Indeed, the master's demeanor towards Ao Qing was markedly different from that towards the Monkey King. He offered no riddles or veiled hints, instead stating plainly, "Disciple, this image of the dragon ancestor is a result of my profound magical powers through which I traverse time, reaching back to the moment when the great emperor of dragons forged the starry rivers. I have documented it using what you call paper. I believe that as a member of the dragon clan, it would be most beneficial for you to establish your foundation through the cultivation methods inherent to your lineage. Hence, this image was created." Ao Qing found himself momentarily speechless. The Bodhi Patriarch's words, though simple, revealed a depth of intention that stirred his heart profoundly. Indeed, over the past 3 days, the Patriarch was not merely making excuses, but had genuinely dedicated himself to teaching. He had utilized immense magical abilities to traverse the ages, capturing a moment from the dragon ancestor's time of enlightenment within the scroll. While the act may sound straightforward, to reverse the flow of time is no trivial feat. Though the Patriarch displayed no sign of fatigue before Ao Qing, it was evident that he had expended considerable effort. This endeavor was solely to enable Ao Qing to establish a foundation through the cultivation methods of his dragon heritage. Blessed with such a mentor, what more could one desire in this life? Initially, Ao Qing's feelings towards the Bodhi Patriarch were tinged with admiration. However, through the subsequent trials, he developed a deep respect and gratitude. Now, witnessing the master's tireless dedication and profound concern for his well-being, Ao Qing felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. This is the essence of the master-disciple bond. Such sentiments truly exist in this world. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. There is no greater truth. Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Ao Qing said earnestly, bowing deeply before the Patriarch. There is no need for such formalities. I have merely provided you with a medium. The essence of the dragon pearl cultivation method is one that must be grasped through personal enlightenment, as the Master stated. This method belongs to the dragon clan. Although the Bodhi Master possesses a modicum of understanding, he himself has not undergone this practice. The adage that each individual has their own path holds particularly true for the dragon clan. Each divine dragon's pearl possesses unique characteristics. Hence, while the pearls can be inherited, such inheritance often results in a significant loss of power. Consequently, the Master did not directly impart the cultivation method of Ao Qing's dragon pearl, but instead provided a painting to facilitate Ao Qing's own comprehension. He believed that with Ao Qing's innate talent, the mere possession of this scroll would enable him to grasp the dragon pearl cultivation method and refine his own pearl. Naturally, as long as Ao Qing remains within the confines of this 3 Stars Cave, even if he strays from the path and encounters difficulties in his training, the Master would sense it immediately and offer correction. Ao Qing held this portrait of the dragon ancestor in high regard. After all, its authentic depiction of the dragon ancestor's former glory is unmatched by any treasure in the eyes of the dragon clan. Furthermore, The foundation of his own cultivation would also be derived from this image. Therefore, he carefully lifted the painting, refraining from rolling it up to avoid creasing. Given his current form as a young boy, he felt as though he were holding a grand tapestry. The master, observing this, found it quite amusing. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the image transformed into a stream of light and entered Ao Qing's brow. Ao Qing then felt a surge of spiritual energy emanate from the Bodhi seed at his brow, anchoring the painting in his mind. With a mere thought, the image could materialize before him or be summoned anew. Master, there is a matter I must not conceal from you. I humbly seek your guidance. Ao Qing suddenly spoke. Indeed, he wished to disclose his experience beneath the Bodhi tree and inquire about the Bodhi seed. He recounted his thoughts during the moment of enlightenment, the radiance that enveloped him under the tree, and the acquisition of the Bodhi seed, expressing how his spirit could transcend its shell. As the master listened to Ao Qing's narrative, a hint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Although the Bodhi realm was of his own design, the insights attained by each individual who comprehended it varied. Hence, the Bodhi seed represented Ao Qing's personal achievement. The true nature of its wonders eluded the master's certainty, but one thing was clear: Ao Qing's gains surpassed his expectations. It could even be said that he had fully inherited the power of the heart, allowing his spirit to transcend the confines of Lingtai, Fangsuan Mountain, and the Three Stars Cave. Fate and transformation. The Bodhi Master could not help but stroke his beard and smile. Disciple, the power of the Bodhi seed arises from fortuitous circumstances. It is the manifestation of your heart's understanding of emptiness and naturalness and the true nature of reality. The outcome of this cultivation is difficult for me to predict, but if sown wisely, your achievements may be on par with this Bodhi heart realm. Indeed, in ancient times, the Bodhi Patriarch also forged a similar Bodhi seed. The Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain and the Shiyue Sanqing Cave were born from this very essence. However, akin to the growth of seeds, while the fruits they yield may bear resemblance, they ultimately possess their own distinctiveness. Thus, the future of Ao Qing's Bodhi seed remains an enigma even to the Patriarch. As the Buddha proclaimed, it is ineffable. For once articulated, the boundless transformations of the great Tao cease to exist. The profound sound is rarely heard, and the grand form remains formless. Upon hearing the Patriarch's words, Ao Qing grasped this wisdom, though he still remained unaware of the true nature of the Bodhi seed. He understood that this seed could be considered the essence of the Bodhi Patriarch's authentic transmission, even serving as the foundation of the entire lineage of the Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain and the Shiyue Sanqing Cave. Chapter 36. The Newborn. After acquiring the Dragon Ancestor's Scroll, Master Bodhi engaged in a leisurely conversation with Ao Qing. The master, possessing extraordinary powers, exuded a gentle demeanor, making Ao Qing feel at ease during their discourse. Rather than adopting a purely instructive stance, Master Bodhi approached their dialogue with a spirit of deliberation and discussion. Throughout this exchange, Ao Qing experienced profound revelations concerning his past uncertainties about the cosmos and the Buddhist path, akin to a sudden enlightenment that harmonized his understanding. Conversely, Ao Qing's occasional flashes of inspiration amused the master, illustrating the ancient principle that teaching enriches both the student and the teacher. Though Master Bodhi had achieved a state of perfect tranquility, he was nonetheless stirred by Ao Qing's insights. The elder and the youth conversed in the ethereal Yao Terrace, continuing their dialogue until the sun set over the Three Stars Cave, casting a fiery glow across the sky. Only then did Master Bodhi cease his words, encouraging Ao Qing to retire for the night. The Three Stars Cave, a realm straddling reality and illusion, encapsulated the essence of natural laws, embodying the cycles of the sun and moon. It resembled a paradise, truly deserving of its title as a heavenly cave. In the morning, the dawn broke with a gentle light. At noon, the sun illuminated the clear sky. During dusk, the horizon shimmered with vibrant hues, and at night, the stars sparkled brilliantly. This enchanting environment provided Ao Qing with an ideal setting to calm his mind, dispel his worries, and cultivate profound insights. From their conversations and the inspiration derived from the Dragon Ancestor's Scroll, Ao Qing realized that the scroll essentially represented the foundational principles of the Dragon Pearl cultivation method. However, rather than being recorded in conventional script, it manifested the intricate patterns and spiritual essence of the cultivation technique in the form of a painting. Ao Qing's task was to distill and transcribe the Dragon Pearl cultivation method from the scroll. Only by doing so could he embark upon his subsequent training. The following day, Ao Qing commenced this endeavor. Yet, upon beginning, he felt somewhat perplexed. Although the scroll was extraordinary, it appeared to him like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. As the saying goes, the layman observes the spectacle, while the expert discerns the underlying principles. While Ao Qing sensed profound meaning within the artwork, he initially perceived it merely as an intriguing spectacle, unable to grasp its deeper significance. Nonetheless, Ao Qing remained patient. This scroll represented a fleeting moment of divine inspiration from the dragon ancestor during the creation of the path in the cosmic river. The act of creation embodied the enlightenment of the natural order and the establishment of a framework for spiritual realization. On a grand scale, it encompassed the dragon race's understanding of the universe and the natural laws. On a more intimate level, it included the cultivation techniques that enabled the dragon race to flourish. Mastering this wisdom was not something Ao Qing could achieve casually. Should he become anxious or overly eager for success, he risked misunderstanding the teachings and wandering astray. Had it not been for Ao Qing's demonstrated understanding, which prompted Master Bodhi to recognize his potential for enlightenment, the master likely would not have entrusted him with the scroll for comprehension. Instead, he might choose to directly impart the dragon pearl cultivation method to him. Ao Qing was acutely aware of this principle. Of course, there exists a stark contrast between direct transmission and the process of personal comprehension and synthesis. The former is akin to reciting from a script, while the latter serves as a bridge, connecting the past to the future. He understood that if he could meticulously reproduce the dragon pearl cultivation method from the scroll, even if it could not rival the dragon ancestor's establishment of a unique lineage, he would still be regarded as a paragon of the dragon pearl cultivation method within the dragon clan. Even in ancient times, such an achievement would be worthy of the title of genius. Thus, he felt no urgency. From that day forth, Ao Qing began to visualize the scroll in his mind. In the three-star cave, a young boy in simple attire could often be seen lost in thought. At times, he would sit by the riverside, palms facing the heavens, eyes closed in meditation. At other moments, he would be seated cross-legged upon a rock before the cascading waterfall, or reclined beneath an ancient tree, immersed in the twilight, basking in its radiance. Occasionally, he would stand atop the mountain peak, gazing up at the starry sky, captivated by the luminous moon. This young boy was none other than Ao Qing. Although he stood amidst the myriad wonders of the three-star cave, seemingly dazed, he was, in fact, deeply engaged in contemplating the myriad heart images within, visualizing the dragon ancestor's scroll. This contemplation persisted for a full century. Indeed, Ao Qing's initial foray into the understanding of the dragon ancestor's scroll within the three-star cave had already spanned a century. At this moment, however, Ao Qing had completely forgotten the concept of time. He was solely focused on visualizing the dragon ancestor. With each incremental accumulation of insights, the figure of the dragon ancestor did not appear singular, but rather became increasingly profound. The more he gazed, the more he felt that this figure was unfathomable. 100 years passed like a fleeting moment. Within Ao Qing's mind, the figure of the dragon ancestor seemed to embody countless transformations, shifting in accordance with the surrounding imagery. By the riverside, he beheld the flowing waters, within which lay a dark dragon, coiled beneath the turbulent currents, concealed yet subtly stirring. Before the waterfall, he observed the cascading curtain, wherein a white dragon emerged, roaring from the heights, descending with fervor to the earth below. Beneath the ancient tree, he gazed at the twilight glow, where amidst the setting sun and the expansive sky, a red dragon could be discerned, howling across vast distances, exuding divine splendor. Atop the mountain peak, he marveled at the galaxy stretching infinitely, where the Milky Way hung like a curtain, the constellations arrayed in a grand spectacle, resembling a green dragon adorned with pearls, winding across the heavens. Within a century of contemplation, the dragon ancestor's scroll seemed to repeatedly transcend its confines, manifesting in a myriad of symbols, brimming with life, as if it were omnipresent. In the vastness of the world, amidst the natural order nurtured by the Tao, countless divine dragons were concealed everywhere. On this day, Ao Qing finally set about the task of replication. He raised his spirit, using the heavens and the earth as his canvas, and the myriad phenomena as his pigments, and began to paint, no longer merely observing the dragon, but rather painting it. With a flick of his sleeve, Ao Qing conjured the dragon amidst cascading waterfalls, flowing rivers, majestic mountains, verdant flora, the setting sun, and even the celestial river of stars. As he gently swept his long sleeves, the ancestral dragon scroll materialized in the void. Ao Qing focused his gaze, his brow furrowing as his spirit coalesced, and the Bodhi seed radiated an infinite brilliance, illuminating the ancestral dragon scroll. Instantly, from the myriad forms, a cacophony of roars erupted. The waterfalls surged, the rivers trembled. The flora soared, the mountains and rivers shifted. The sunset gathered beauty, and the starry sea quaked. Azure dragons, white dragons, black dragons, red dragons, Xinchuan dragons, Qiu dragons, Qi dragons, Ao dragons. Behold, one by one, the flying dragons, illuminated by the Bodhi seed, leapt forth from the ancestral dragon scroll, roaring within the three-star cave. Soaring into the sky. Roar. The landscape within the three-star cave seemed to echo the roar. Those divine dragons bellowed within the cave, and countless scenes coalesced into a myriad of colorful sights, akin to an ink-wash painting, weaving together myriad dragons, howling towards the heavens, ultimately merging into one. Above the sky, an immense divine dragon, unfathomably vast, materialized with grandeur. This dragon, surveying the universe with an imposing gaze, was none other than the ancestral dragon emperor. Before Ao Qing, the divine dragon within the ancestral scroll had abruptly vanished. Indeed, the ancestral figure within the scroll appeared to come to life under Ao Qing's meticulous replication using the Bodhi seed and the infinite scenes of the three-star cave. This newly born ancestral dragon emperor resembled the one in the scroll, yet there was a subtle difference in its expression. Its demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Ao Qing's true self. For this was the new dragon that Ao Qing had painstakingly crafted. Boom. The newly born ancestral dragon emperor's eyes shimmered with divine light as it opened its mighty jaws. And from within, a luminous pearl emerged, rolling forth into Ao Qing's sight. The dragon's form in the sky seemed as if the ancestral dragon emperor had returned to life. Concurrently, the dragon pearl cultivation method it had created also experienced a renaissance. Meanwhile, in the depths of the crystal palace of the East Sea, within the dragon clan's treasury, fragments of Yinglong's dragon pearl emitted an unparalleled brilliance. In an instant, the entire East Sea reverberated with a cataclysmic tremor. Chapter 37. A tremor heard across the lands in the East Sea Dragon Palace. As the magnificent spectacle of the dragon ancestor's pearl unfolded, deep within the East Sea treasury, shards of the Yinglong dragon pearl suddenly emanated a formidable power. The East Sea trembled violently. Throughout the three realms, all entities associated with dragons felt an unfathomable pressure, as if an innate reverence from the ancient times surged forth from their hearts. In the depths of the North Sea, accompanied by the howling waves, a jet-black dragon surged forth from the ocean. This colossal serpent, stretching thousands of fathoms, obscured the sun and roared in fury towards the four corners of the world. In an instant, amid the transformation of divine light, the enormous dragon morphed into a black-haired man who gazed southward. His eyes reflecting a mix of hatred and greed. The dragon pearl has appeared. I wonder which ancient dragon deity has emerged. Nonetheless, it matters not. Humph. Ao Shun, you dare betray me. When I seize the dragon pearl and attain the status of a true dragon, I shall overturn the four seas. In the northwest, amidst a desolate mountain range, a divine being opened his eyes, radiating a crimson glow. In the great river, a golden dragon spouted water, and upon sensing this power, a flicker of jealousy appeared in its eyes. The dragon pearl. I never expected someone to cultivate it before me. In the nine heavens, within the cloud palace, Neza felt this power, and his gaze sparkled, revealing hints of great joy. He caressed the conch shell adorning him. This innate pressure, naturally, was also sensed by the dragon kings of the four seas. Moreover, the tremendous tremor originating from the East Sea treasury occurred right beneath Ao Guang's very eyes. Startled and alarmed, Ao Guang hastened to the East Sea treasury to examine the shards of the Yinglong dragon pearl. After a moment of confusion, he noticed the shards shimmering with a radiant brilliance, seemingly resonating with something else. This stirred many memories within him. Yet, Ao Guang soon realized the gravity of the matter. The Yinglong's dragon pearl had long been shattered, but now it was suddenly stirring. This indicated that a significant, indescribable change had occurred in the world, likely related to the dragon lineage. Ao Guang immediately instructed the tortoise general to sound the golden bell and jade drums to summon the other dragon kings of the three seas. As waves surged and tides rolled, the other dragon kings, already sensing the anomaly, made their way to the East Sea Dragon Palace without waiting for the sound of the bells and drums. Ao Qing explained the situation and conferred with the three Dragon Kings. Upon hearing the news, the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing, remarked, "We have all felt that oppressive force, and with such anomalies arising from the treasury, I believe there are only two possibilities." "What are those two?" Ao Qing inquired. Ao Qing replied, "Eldest brother must have already surmised. If it is not a descendant who has cultivated the dragon pearl, then it must be that an ancient dragon deity of our lineage has emerged. Furthermore, this dragon deity's might is likely on par with that of the former Yinglong." At Ao Qing's declaration, the expressions of both the West Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings shifted dramatically. Their initial reaction was not one of surprise, but rather of fear, with deep concern etched across their faces. The method of cultivating Dragon Balls had long been lost to time, rendering the chances of a descendant successfully mastering it exceedingly slim. However, if an ancient dragon god were to emerge, would it be a blessing or a curse for the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas? This remains a perplexing question. Indeed, the Dragon Clan has witnessed formidable beings in the past, yet such occurrences have often brought about significant calamities. Some of these have inflicted severe damage upon the Dragon Clan itself, such as the malevolent dragons that wreaked havoc during the era of the Five Emperors. These too were part of the Dragon Clan, but they brought no benefit. Not to mention the fierce beasts born from the intermingling of ancient dragon races with other species, which posed a considerable threat to the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the current Dragon King of the Four Seas is Ao Qing. If the dragon god were to assert dominance over the seas, what would become of them? The present-day Dragon Clan cannot endure such tumult. Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, promptly suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should present this matter before the Jade Emperor and seek his judgment." To which Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, swiftly replied, "That would be unwise. This is, after all, a family matter of the Dragon Clan. If we can resolve it ourselves, it is best not to disturb the heavenly court." The cautious Ao Run preferred to rely on external support, having even sent his son to the heavenly court. Conversely, Ao Shun believed that the affairs of the Dragon Clan should be settled by their own strength to avoid ridicule. Meanwhile, Ao Qing, the Dragon King of the South Sea, turned his gaze to Ao Qing, seeking his decision. Observing the three Dragon Kings, a possibility emerged in Ao Qing's mind. Yes, he thought of Ao Qing. What if this commotion was instigated by Ao Qing? Although, by conventional reasoning, this seemed unlikely, Ao Qing felt an inexplicable premonition. A multitude of emotions surged within him, yet ultimately settled into tranquility. Indeed, despite his inner turmoil, Ao Qing realized that regardless of whether this formidable presence was a result of Ao Qing's actions, it was imperative to remain calm and discreet. It must not be publicly proclaimed, lest it invite disaster. Brothers, do not be anxious, since this anomaly is quite pronounced. It stands to reason that the Jade Emperor will also sense it. Moreover, now that the phenomenon has passed and the Four Seas have returned to calm, there is no extraordinary occurrence. Let us wait for further news, Ao Qing declared. Meanwhile, within the Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, in the Shiyue Sanqing Cave, the architect of this tumult, Ao Qing, remained unaware that the portrait of the dragon ancestor, meticulously rendered by Bodhi, had sparked such a considerable stir. Although the cave was alive with activity, Ao Qing perceived it merely as the usual ambience of the heart realm. Nonetheless, the moment the portrait of the dragon ancestor materialized, Ao Qing suddenly grasped the process of cultivating the Dragon Ball. At that instant, he had mastered the method of Dragon Ball cultivation, derived from the most orthodox teachings of the dragon ancestor. At that very moment, high above the three-star cave, the precious orb of the dragon ancestor emperor radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a series of illusions emerged, causing the scales upon the dragon's body to shatter and fall, while the celestial brilliance appeared to waver. Even someone with Ao Qing's temperament could not help but feel a twinge of restlessness in response to this disconcerting spectacle. Fortunately, it was at this critical juncture that the Bodhi Patriarch made his move. Chapter 38. The birth of the Dragon Pearl. As the form of the dragon ancestor loomed in the sky, scales began to shed, and cracks marred the precious pearl in its maw, threatening to shatter at any moment. At that critical juncture, Master Bodhi gently waved his whisk. With his motion, a radiant beam surged forth from the whisk, soaring high from the Yao platform into the heavens. The shimmering light was indistinguishable from the brilliance of the Bodhi seed, yet it was evidently more potent. The luminous beam struck the pearl, momentarily anchoring it in the air. At this point, The dragon ancestor's body was on the brink of destruction, yet the pearl remained immovable under the light's influence, even restoring its original form, erasing the cracks that had marred it. Master, Ao Qing's heart swelled with joy. Upon witnessing such a phenomenon, he instinctively recognized that it was the intervention of Master Bodhi. Indeed, the voice of Master Bodhi resonated. Do not harbor distractions. Focus on refining the dragon pearl. Yes, Ao Qing responded, immediately calming his mind and concentrating all his thoughts on the pearl suspended in the sky. Drawing upon the force of the Bodhi seed within his consciousness, he began to absorb the essence of the pearl. As the divine light coalesced and dispersed, Ao Qing's spirit filled the pearl, nurturing it, and gradually, it seemed to grow ever closer to him. Simultaneously, Ao Qing sensed waves of pure power emanating from the pearl, a force that felt inherently his, as if he could command it at will, like an extension of his own limbs. This was what one might call magical power. From this moment forth, Ao Qing finally acquired his very own dragon pearl, crafting the first strand of his unique magical energy. Though the dragon pearl was newly formed, and the precious gem had just metamorphosed into something that belonged to him, this magical power was still not particularly formidable. However, it was remarkably pure, pristine, and exquisite. Under the influence of the dragon pearl's magic, Ao Qing even perceived his own colossal dragon form as somewhat crude. Indeed, this was to be expected. Ao Qing was a Qinglong. Just as the other three Cs of the dragon clan are represented by the red dragon, black dragon, and white dragon, Ao Qing belonged to the same lineage. He was a descendant of the dragon clan, which had endured the passage of time, perpetuating its heritage. Although his bloodline was undeniably pure, it had inevitably been thinned by the passage of time and environmental influences, gradually conforming to a singular nature. Why are the dragons of the East Sea all Qinglong? This is not merely due to their race, but rather the influence of their surroundings. Just as individuals who dwell for long in frigid regions often possess fairer skin, the East, associated with wood, has, through the ages, given rise to the Qinglong of the East Sea, which possesses a stronger affinity for wood. Moreover, the dragon ancestor's pearl is a fusion of the quintessence of heaven and earth, embodying a remarkable balance of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all coexisting harmoniously. Furthermore, this dragon pearl can be regarded as the most orthodox dragon pearl prior to the great epochs. Thus, in comparison to the pearl, Ao Qing's dragon form now seemed to embody a sense of incongruity, as if his virtues did not match his position. Very well, there is no need for haste. Ao Qing remained undisturbed, free from any sense of anxiety. He gazed at the Baozhu, and suddenly, an array of azure radiance enveloped him. In an instant, his form transformed, the once small child metamorphosing into a majestic azure dragon. This dragon, stretching thousands of feet long, radiated an aura of divine might. It was none other than Ao Qing. Observing this, he realized that the Baozhu had melded with his spirit. Ao Qing then revealed his true form, soaring into the heavens, opening his vast dragon maw, and swiftly consuming the dragon pearl. With a resounding roar, Ao Qing, having swallowed the dragon pearl, released a thunderous cry. His entire being shimmered with divine light, and his scales began to emit an extraordinarily blinding brilliance. Upon ingesting the dragon pearl, he felt his body undergo a transformation under its potent energy. Not only did his physique become immensely powerful, but his spirit also grew remarkably resilient. Even his vitality seemed to surge with newfound vigor. Taking his scales as an example, they not only became harder, but also sparkled with a sharp luminescence. The reverse scales glinted like blades, exuding a chilling brilliance beneath the sunlight. His claws sharpened as well. It was evident that the dragon pearl had bestowed upon Ao Qing an unprecedented metamorphosis. Moreover, Ao Qing sensed that his innate abilities had become even more formidable. He directed his gaze towards the distant, desolate mountains, and suddenly, his eyes ignited with lightning. Boom! A deafening thunderclap resounded. The distant mountains, over 100 miles away, were struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as a water column. Indeed, although Ao Qing had previously wielded lightning, he had never done so with such effortless ease or overwhelming power. Of course, in comparison to the strength of his physical form and innate abilities, Ao Qing's greatest gain was undoubtedly his magical power. The dragon pearl within him continuously radiated pure magical energy. Though the dragon pearl was still in its nascent stage, this energy, albeit not overwhelmingly powerful, seemed to emanate waves of hope, symbolizing that he was no longer an ordinary mortal. Indeed, the essence separating the mortal realm from the celestial realm likely lies in this very distinction. Taoism speaks of inner alchemy, and Buddhism refers to the practice of relics. The dragon pearl is akin to the golden elixir and the Dharma relics. Yet as a dragon's inner elixir, the dragon pearl is all the more potent. Ao Qing had intended to further explore the wondrous applications of this magical power. However, at that moment, the teasing voice of Patriarch Bodhi echoed from afar, "Exine Xian, are you not coming down? Do you intend to dismantle my three-star cave?" Upon hearing this, Ao Qing promptly transformed into a streak of light, reverting to his youthful form. He then approached the Yao Tai. "I apologize for my lack of decorum, nearly causing a disturbance. Please punish me, Master." Ao Qing bowed respectfully. Observing this, a fleeting moment of admiration flickered in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes before he smiled and said, "You have comprehended the teachings after a century of reflection. Deriving the path of cultivation from the Dragon Ancestor's scroll, it is only natural to be overwhelmed with joy. What wrongdoing is there in that?" As the Patriarch spoke, he glanced towards the distant, desolate mountains and added, "Moreover, you have not acted disrespectfully. You wisely chose a secluded place to unleash your exuberance." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Indeed, he had just been a bit too carried away. Fortunately, the Bodhi Patriarch did not express any reproach. The Patriarch, gathering his smile, spoke with a hint of solemnity. "Disciple, you have just begun to form your dragon pearl, which signifies your initial mastery of mystical powers. However, this is merely a glimpse into the vastness of the path. Know that the universe is boundless, and there are always those beyond oneself, realms beyond realms. Even I, your master, deeply feel the boundless nature of the Great Way. In this expansive world, whether in the pursuit of spiritual cultivation or the quest for immortality, one must never harbor a sense of arrogance." Listening to the Patriarch's earnest counsel, Ao Qing felt warmth in his heart. "Disciple understands." The Patriarch gently stroked his long beard, the gravity on his face easing somewhat, and said, "That is well. Now that you have initially formed your dragon pearl, it signifies a degree of achievement in your studies. However, you must remain vigilant against the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, 4 disasters, and 5 declines." Chapter 39. The Art of Celestial Transformation. Upon hearing his master's words, Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. The concepts of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, as well as the 4 disasters and 5 declines, conjured memories of the trials faced by the monkey in Journey to the West. In that tale, after mastering the great immortal technique, Sun Wukong fortified his essence and focused his spirit, achieving a state where water and fire could not harm him and diseases could not arise. His path was noble, and he was destined to share longevity with the heavens. At that moment, Bodhi Patriarch cautioned him to be wary of the 3 calamities, signifying the perils of thunder, fire, and wind. It was to prepare for these calamities that the Patriarch imparted to the monkey the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. However, what of the 9 tribulations, 4 disasters, and 5 declines? Hence, Ao Qing inquired of his master, "Master, what do these calamities entail?" Naturally, Bodhi Patriarch answered all of Ao Qing's questions without reservation. After an enlightening discourse, Ao Qing finally comprehended the essence of these tribulations. The 3 calamities represent the heavenly tribulations of thunder, fire, and wind, while the 9 tribulations symbolize the worldly obstacles to cultivation, akin to the trials of mundane existence. The 4 disasters and 5 declines pertain to the calamities of Buddhism. The 4 disasters denote the phases of existence: formation, stability, decay, and emptiness, while the 5 declines refer to the deteriorations faced by celestial beings. The former signifies spiritual decay, whereas the latter denotes physical degradation. Both are calamities accumulated over the passage of time, known as the calamity of time. In addition to these tribulations, Bodhi Patriarch remarked that the dragon pearl possesses an exceptionally pure magical essence. While it is immensely powerful, it is equally coveted by demons and malevolent spirits. Moreover, Ao Qing's dragon pearl is a legacy passed down from the dragon ancestor, making it even more extraordinary. For mortals, possessing such a pearl allows one to transform into a true dragon and attain immortality. For demons, it greatly enhances their cultivation, granting them longevity akin to that of the heavens. And for malevolent beings, it bestows tremendous magical powers, enabling them to seize creation itself. If one could conceal it, there would be no issue. However, should it be revealed before proper cultivation is achieved, it would inevitably attract envy and covetousness. At that juncture, not only would the demons and malevolent spirits of this world come to claim it, but even the fiends of the desire realm would likely descend to seize it. Having received this explanation, Ao Qing grasped the gravity of the situation, heavenly tribulations, worldly trials, and the calamity of time. Additionally, the allure of the dragon pearl, even more enticing than the flesh of Tang's son, represented a form of human disaster. In this moment, he felt as though he had accumulated all hardships within himself. Yet, Ao Qing felt no weight of pressure. Rather, he mused that without the dragon pearl, he would indeed have no cause to worry about these tribulations, as he would not even be qualified to confront them. These calamities are not something that everyone encounters. One may drift through life, oblivious to the passage of time. Even though the lifespan of the dragon race is prolonged, it, too, has an end. How could one possess such enduring confidence in the present? As for the specter of demons and malevolent spirits seeking to seize his treasure, might it be that refraining from cultivating the dragon pearl would render him exempt from such challenges? Furthermore, Ao Qing held the greatest assurance of all, Bodhi Patriarch himself. Indeed, Bodhi Patriarch is his master, and should any genuine peril arise, Ao Qing firmly believed that his master would not remain indifferent. Moreover, since the Patriarch had revealed these calamities, it was certain that there existed methods to counter them. 80 to 90% of the time, it is akin to the teachings found in Journey to the West, where one imparts the art of transformation. Contemplating this, Ao Qing felt a surge of excitement. After all, although he had achieved the dragon pearl, he resembled an innocent child standing guard over a treasure mountain, unaware of how to wield his miraculous powers. Aside from his innate abilities, he possessed no other powers. Even his transformation was merely an illusion conjured within his heart's domain. It would be nothing short of splendid to learn the art of transformation and other mystical spells. However, he pondered what the Grandmaster would choose to impart to him. Master, since you have mentioned these tribulations, surely there must be a means of resolution? I humbly request your grace to teach your disciple, so that I may remain by your side. Ao Qing expressed earnestly. The Bodhi Grandmaster gazed at Ao Qing before chuckling. Why do you suddenly speak so eloquently? Ao Qing responded with a faint smile. Disciple does not speak insincerely, but rather with heartfelt sincerity. The Grandmaster remarked, your sincerity brings me solace. Very well, I shall first teach you the method to evade calamities. Step forward, and I shall impart the profound incantation to you. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing was filled with joy. Yet, a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. Had he not been promised the choice between the 36 transformations of the celestial and the 72 transformations of the earthly? Why was he being taught directly? However, when faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, what reason was there to hesitate? He had unwavering faith that the Grandmaster possessed the wisdom to guide him, and thus he approached attentively. The Grandmaster leaned in to whisper, sharing the incantation. Ao Qing pondered the incantation carefully, soon finding himself immersed in its depths. The incantation was profoundly intricate, brimming with infinite wonders, and comprised exceedingly practical transformation techniques. This art of transformation was not merely an illusion akin to the tricks of demons and phantoms. It was a genuine metamorphosis of one's physical structure. Indeed, the transformation conferred the characteristics of any species one chose to embody, from wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards, to terrestrial and avian creatures. Nothing was beyond reach. It could be said that if one wished to transform into a phoenix, they could indeed become a phoenix. If one desired to be a chicken, they could be a chicken. Furthermore, one could metamorphose into mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, flora, and dwellings, even to the extent of embodying the colors of dawn, the mists, and the celestial bodies. This transformative art allowed not only for self-transformation, but also for the metamorphosis of others, yielding nearly identical results. Moreover, the incantation encompassed various techniques such as immobilization, projection of an external self, manipulation of celestial bodies, inversion of yin and yang, shifting stars and constellations, moving mountains and filling seas, conjuring soldiers from beings, evading water and fire, invisibility, flight, and earth evasion, among others. It could be said that one could change at will. With limitless possibilities at their disposal, Ao Qing could not ascertain whether what the Grandmaster had imparted was the 36 transformations or the 72, or perhaps a synthesis of both. However, once he completed his study of the incantation, he felt the distinction became inconsequential. For at its core, the 36 transformations of the celestial and the 72 transformations of the earthly were merely methods to evade the three calamities. As for their potency, indeed, they were remarkably powerful. However, this is certainly not the most crucial aspect. As long as one can master this technique, the celestial and terrestrial phenomena become trivial. It is akin to the tale from Journey to the West. If Sun Wukong were unable to wield the grand heavenly immortal technique, then his 72 transformations and cloud somersaulting would merely be illusions, like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. The reason the monkey possesses such formidable strength, capable of kicking the heavens and stirring the wells, is undoubtedly due to the merit of his transformations. Yet it is the grand heavenly immortal technique that holds the utmost significance. Indeed, after imparting these incantations, the master declared, "My disciple, the method of cosmic transformation I have taught you can evade calamities and misfortunes, yet it cannot aid you in overcoming the tribulations of mundane entanglements and the passage of time during your cultivation. Moreover, in comparison to this transformative art, the dragon pearl is the essence of your quest for immortality. Therefore, remember this well. Do not forsake the fundamental for the trivial, lest you lose your true heart." Chapter 40. Entering the realm, the words of the Bodhi ancestor validated the suspicions held within Ao Qing's heart. The adage, "A clever woman cannot cook without rice," encapsulates this very truth. Ao Qing remarked, "Master's teachings are etched in my heart. However, in these times of natural disasters and human calamities, I believe I possess the capability to confront them. Yet, how should one deal with the tribulations of the mundane world and the trials of time?" The Bodhi ancestor replied, "The tribulations of the mundane world and the trials of time are obstacles on the path of cultivation. At their core, they revolve around the concept of heart. My assistance is limited, but I impart to you a single Buddhist verse that you must remember." Ao Qing requested guidance, to which the Bodhi ancestor, stroking his beard and pacing, gracefully waved his whisk and spoke slowly. "Bodhi originally has no tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust alight?" Upon hearing these words, Ao Qing felt a stirring within his gaze. Indeed, the verse recited by the Bodhi ancestor was the same as the one he had discussed with the woodcutter. This led Ao Qing to ponder. The path of Bodhi. Had he truly completed the journey of Bodhi? Perhaps not. While knowing is easy, action is difficult. The essence of the Bodhi verse is simple, however. How many can truly attain its realm? Ao Qing respectfully declared, "I shall engrave it in my heart." The Bodhi ancestor nodded slightly. Good. After achieving the dragon pearl and mastering the art of the celestial transformations, Ao Qing devoted himself to diligent cultivation. This art, while challenging, was also accessible. Within a few months, he had grasped it entirely. However, the dragon pearl proved to be a more intricate endeavor. Although Ao Qing had initially cultivated the dragon pearl, it had yet to reach perfection, and its circulating magical power was not formidable. Most significantly, Ao Qing discovered a peculiar and faint sense of alienation between the dragon pearl and his own body, as though the dragon pearl did not truly belong to him. When he introspected upon the dragon pearl, he found that, though it was enveloped in shades of azure, at its essence, it remained a treasure of the 5 elements unified as one. In other words, it could not genuinely integrate with Ao Qing's dragon form, resulting in a subtle feeling of detachment. To address this issue, Ao Qing pondered deeply and frequently sought the advice of his master. Ultimately, he managed to comprehend the root of the problem. As previously mentioned, the dragon pearl was crafted from the scenery of the 3-star cave, birthed from the mysteries of the 5 elements. This was the orthodox cultivation method of the dragon ancestor. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. Ao Qing's body was somewhat unworthy of such a treasure. The azure dragon's form belonged to the wood element. If the dragon pearl could be deemed a primordial treasure, then, theoretically, Ao Qing's body could only perfectly harmonize with a wooden dragon pearl. After the dragon ancestor, the subsequent generations of dragons largely adhered to this principle. Their dragon pearls, while possessing unique characteristics and formidable powers, could not compare to that of the dragon ancestor. The fact that Ao Qing was able to cultivate this dragon pearl was, in itself, a product of numerous coincidences. In the conventional sense, dragons traditionally cultivate their dragon pearls by harnessing their inherent attributes to condense the pearls from within. However, Ao Qing has employed the forces of nature, utilizing external powers to forge his dragon pearl. Philosophically, this bears a striking resemblance to the Taoist practice of refining the void to unite with the Tao in internal alchemy. This remarkable feat is, of course, attributable to the ancestral master's reverse journey through time, which unveiled the ancestral dragon scroll, coupled with the potency of the Bodhi seed. Ao Qing has, through visualization, remarkably recreated the authentic primordial pearl of the dragon ancestral emperor. Yet, it is precisely this method that has led to the current predicament. Nonetheless, even in its incomplete form, the primordial pearl of the dragon ancestral emperor far surpasses a singular wooden dragon pearl. However, to attain perfection, certain deficiencies remain. Upon realizing this, Ao Qing inquired with his master for a solution. In response to his query, the master merely smiled and remained silent. Recognizing the situation, Ao Qing discerned that there were likely two possible paths forward. The first option entails relinquishing the primordial dragon pearl and instead using this method of cultivation to gather a wooden dragon pearl. This would ensure a flawless synergy between the wooden pearl and his dragon body, albeit potentially at the cost of diminished power, and it could introduce vulnerabilities in the future. For instance, fire poses a threat. Just as wood ignites when exposed to flames, the azure dragon, while impervious to mundane fire, may find itself endangered by divine flames such as the thousand-zhang sacred fire or the true fire of samadhi. Additionally, metal conquers wood. Although Ao Qing possesses a formidable physique that is impervious to ordinary weapons, should he encounter a foe like the Dragon King of the Jing River, he would not display the same nonchalance as Sun Wukong. The second method is rather straightforward: to transform his dragon body. In Taoist internal alchemy, there are four major realms: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to the void, and refining the void to unite with the Tao. Currently, Ao Qing appears to have directly achieved the realm of refining the void to unite with the Tao. However, he has bypassed the earlier stages of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and refining spirit back to the void, leaving them incomplete. Thus, the next step is to solidify his foundation. Akin to the Monkey King in Journey to the West, who reaches a perfect state by connecting with the root and forging his divine body. Contemplating this, Ao Qing found himself increasingly inspired. He has only just begun to cultivate the dragon pearl, yet he already senses a formidable strength within himself. The synergy of the dragon pearl and his dragon body, combined with the art of cosmic transformation, suggests that even the monkey who has just departed from the three-star cave pales in comparison. If he were to truly forge the divine body of the dragon ancestor, what magnificence might that entail? Would there come a day when he could achieve the transcendent heights reminiscent of the dragon ancestral emperor of yore? On the path of cultivation, one must follow the natural order, with a heart as tranquil as still water. In the pursuit of immortality, one must strive relentlessly, seeking both upwards and downwards. These two principles are not mutually exclusive. Thus, Ao Qing eagerly anticipates the extent of his potential. From that day forth, he resolved to continue following his master, reinforcing his foundation. The master, naturally, felt immense satisfaction with Ao Qing's decision, and he imparted knowledge to him without reservation, embodying both action and teaching. The flow of techniques is both serene and dynamic, embodying the harmony of Buddhism and Taoism. Whatever the ancestral master possessed, Ao Qing yearned to learn, and he would readily impart his knowledge. This naturally included the grand celestial arts, known as the supreme essence of manifest and esoteric unity. Although the paths of the four fruits and the orthodox teachings of the three doctrines were not the route Ao Qing intended to pursue, the essence of the Great Way is that diverse paths lead to the same destination. The dragon pearl cultivation method, although powerful, was an ancient practice from a bygone era and lacked completeness. However, the profound techniques of the three doctrines and the practices of the four fruits indeed offered valuable insights. Time flies like an arrow, and the days and months weave swiftly. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 180 years passed. Ao Qing's cultivation deepened significantly, and he had already entered the realm of mastery. Chapter 41. The Jester and the Woodcutter. Since Ao Qing commenced his cultivation in the three-star cave, 5 centuries have quietly elapsed. The dragon pearl he possesses has gradually reached completion, and his physique, nourished by the essence of the pearl, has become capable of adapting to the whims of nature. Although his true form remains that of the azure dragon, by invoking the power of the dragon pearl, he can harness the innate divine abilities of other dragons, such as the vermilion dragon, the the black dragon, and the white dragon. For instance, he once summoned the fiery essence of the southern binding fire from within the pearl. In an instant, flames enveloped his azure form, and his scales transformed to a vivid crimson, metamorphosing him into a colossal vermilion dragon, stretching over 12,000-zhang, with blazing flames swirling around him, reminiscent of a cataclysmic inferno. Similarly, when invoking the power of the western gung-exine metal, his scales would become the impenetrable white dragon, impervious to even the sharpest of weapons. Moreover, when he called upon the northern Ringue water, his command over water became as instinctive as the movement of his own limbs, and its potency surged to extraordinary levels. Naturally, as a divine dragon, Ao Qing already possessed the inherent abilities to manipulate fire and water, his scales as resilient as gold and iron. However, under the influence of the Dragon Pearl, these powers were significantly amplified, akin to transcending from the mortal realm to the celestial. Yet, despite such advancements, Ao Qing felt a lingering dissatisfaction within. He believed that this enhancement merely fine-tuned the compatibility between the Dragon Pearl and his dragon form, allowing his physique to adapt to the elemental transformations of the pearl rather than embodying the true essence of integration. He aspired to achieve a state where his body would inherently possess the quintessence of all 5 elements, rather than relying on the Dragon Pearl's influence to manifest and alternate between them. Consequently, Ao Qing recognized that his next endeavor must be to unify the 5 elements, assimilating the powers of the Dragon Pearl into his very being. If one were to draw a parallel to Taoist cultivation, this would correspond to the attainment of the state known as the convergence of the 3 flowers at the crown and the 5 qi converging towards the source. However, achieving such a state proved to be a formidable challenge. Ao Qing toiled for an extensive period yet failed to simultaneously invoke even 2 of the powers from the Dragon Pearl. The inherent nature of the 5 elements, characterized by their cycles of generation and restriction, posed significant obstacles. For instance, if one attempted to invoke both water and fire simultaneously, the water would extinguish the fire, leading to mutual cancellation due to their opposing natures. Conversely, if one tried to summon wood and fire together, the wood would fuel the fire, causing an uncontrollable surge of power. Thus, whether through generation or restriction, the task remained daunting. Most crucially, Ao Qing discovered that his mastery over the elemental forces was limited to 4. He could effortlessly manipulate metal, wood, water, and fire. Yet he remained incapable of harnessing the central earth element. The root of this limitation lay in the fact that Ao Qing had never encountered a dragon attuned to the qualities of the earth element, let alone engaged in its cultivation. As a result, his endeavors with the Dragon Pearl cultivation method found themselves ensnared in a state of stagnation. In contrast, the art of Zhou Tian transformation has made remarkable progress over the years and can be said to have been mastered to perfection. This is quite natural, akin to how Sun Wukong's journey to the west took 3 years to learn the great celestial transformation technique, yet swiftly grasped the 72 transformations in the somersault cloud. Ao Qing is somewhat similar. His Dragon Pearl serves as a foundation, requiring meticulous consideration and a pursuit of perfection, leading to sublimation. The Zhou Tian transformation, by comparison, is more straightforward and easier to comprehend. On this particular day, Ao Qing sat in his courtyard, focusing his mind and heart toward the heavens, with closed eyes, contemplating the Dragon Pearl and sensing the power of the central earth element, but he ultimately failed to achieve understanding. It was then that he perceived the lumberjack approaching from the distant wild mountains. The lumberjack did not conceal his presence, and Ao Qing, now significantly more perceptive, could clearly detect each step he took. Thus, encountering the lumberjack was far less frequent than meeting his own master. As his thoughts crystallized, he transformed into a streak of light and soared toward the cave's entrance. In an instant, he arrived at the path leading to the mountain's mouth and transformed into a willow tree, blocking the way. The willow tree was indeed a sight to behold. Its countless slender branches brushed against the stars, and its dense leaves mingled with the clouds. The old roots lay buried deep in the earth, extending over 800 feet, while the green and red intermingled in the gorges for 40 fathoms. When the willow tree took form, it appeared entirely natural, seemingly harmonizing perfectly with the scenery of Mount Fangsuan. Before long, squirrels began to dart around its branches, and birds settled nearby. Meanwhile, the lumberjack, carrying a bundle of firewood and wielding an axe, strode toward the 3-star cave. Upon reaching the mountain's mouth, he was suddenly confronted by a massive willow tree blocking his path. Initially, he gave it little thought. as he often wandered for hundreds or even thousands of years after leaving the three-star cave. Although this cave exists within the mind's realm, it resembles the outside world, with evergreening pines and cypress trees growing naturally in the absence of care. He was not particularly concerned. However, the willow tree's obstruction was somewhat unsightly. Thus, the lumberjack raised his axe and swung it toward the willow tree. With a dull thud, the axe struck the willow. The blade quivered, yet the tree remained utterly undisturbed. It neither sustained any injury nor startled the birds perched upon its branches. The lumberjack paused, taken aback. For this strike bore the weight of 10,000 pounds. Surely no ordinary tree could withstand such force. He gazed at the willow, and his eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity. Goodness, this is a misstep. Yet he did not expose his realization instead. A look of delight spread across his face. What a marvel! Who would have thought such a rare treasure could emerge from this mountain? Watch as I refine this old tree into a precious item for my junior brother as a gift. With that, the axe in his hand suddenly radiated a chilling light, as sharp and fierce as glacial ice. In that fleeting moment, Ao Qing felt an overwhelming sense of dread, sensing an unstoppable force emanating from the axe. He had an ominous premonition. Unless he activated the dragon pearl to gather the power of metal, perhaps he could withstand a blow or two. Otherwise, he feared he might be cleaved in two beneath this axe. Brother, wait. It is I, your junior. Ao Qing, busy conversing with human words, was soon enveloped in a radiant light, and in the blink of an eye, the willow tree transformed into a majestic wild goose, deftly evading the axe. The woodcutter sheathed his axe and let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, little dragon. How dare you play tricks on me here? Do you not understand the principle that the elder brother serves as a father? Ao Qing reverted to his human form, smiling as he bowed and replied, How could Ao Qing ever be disrespectful? I merely ventured here, emboldened by the long absence from my elder brother, to seek your guidance. Chapter 42. The Dragon of the Clouds. Indeed, the transformation of Ao Qing into a willow tree, obstructing the path, was not born of a desire for ostentation akin to that of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. The woodsman's prowess was something Ao Qing could not fully comprehend, yet he was acutely aware of the woodsman's formidable strength. Even in his nascent mastery of mystic arts, Ao Qing found himself devoid of any chance against this woodsman. Thus, seeking his guidance was entirely reasonable. The woodsman regarded Ao Qing and inquired, Why do you seek counsel from your senior brother instead of your own master? Ao Qing replied, As you yourself have stated, an elder brother is akin to a father. I believe my master possesses his own teachings, just as you must have your own methods as a senior brother. The woodsman nodded in agreement. That is not without merit. Very well. Transform a few more times for your senior brother to observe. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing executed the art of celestial transformation, transmuting into a stubborn rock concealed among the flora. The woodsman observed the stone intently and remarked, Well done. Now, change into a few other forms. Following the woodsman's request, Ao Qing transformed into various creatures, such as squirrels and birds, as well as into humans of all ages and appearances, each semblance appearing remarkably authentic without revealing any flaws. After a considerable time of observation, the woodsman clapped his hands and laughed. Enough, enough. Junior brother Xian, your art of transformation is truly refined, with scarcely any discernible flaws. However, it is still lacking one essential element. The woodsman continued, That element is the state of mind. The state of mind? Ao Qing echoed. Precisely. Your art of transformation surpasses mere illusions and disguises. It embodies a true metamorphosis into the real thing. Yet, it lacks a corresponding state of mind. In this vast world, there exist profound principles. Each creature has its own path. Birds follow their own ways, as do terrestrial animals, flowers, and trees. Even mortals experience shifts in their state of mind with the passage of time. While your transformations appear identical in form, the state of mind does not align. This may not pose an issue with ordinary individuals, but should you encounter those endowed with abilities such as heavenly eye or thought reading, or those who can pierce the essence of reality, you risk being seen through. Ao Qing suddenly grasped the truth. This revelation illuminated for him why Sun Wukong's transformations in Journey to the West were discerned by Erlang Shun and Methria Buddha. Beyond the monkey's inherent characteristics, the crucial factor was the misalignment of the state of mind. It was akin to the moment when Sun Wukong, during his duel with Erlang Shun, transformed into a sparrow. Although his form had changed, his heart remained that of a monkey, inevitably rendering him distinguishable from a genuine sparrow. In contrast, transforming into something like a shrine would better conceal one's state of mind. Yet, the monkey's tail betrayed him. Having understood this flaw, Ao Qing felt profoundly grateful. It seemed that seeking the woodsman's guidance had not been in vain. If the woodcutter had not spoken, one might have overlooked this flaw. If a confrontation were to arise, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Thus, Ao Qing expressed his gratitude to the woodcutter and took note of the matter concerning his mental state. Unlike the monkey, his temperament was not erratic. With the assistance of the Bodhi seed, concealing or altering one's nature should not pose significant difficulties. Indeed, while this was a considerable gain, Ao Qing had primarily come to seek the woodcutter's guidance not on transformation techniques. After the woodcutter had elucidated the deficiencies in the art of transformation, Ao Qing said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your insight. However, there is another matter on which I wish to consult you." The woodcutter replied, "Oh, what is it? Please, do share." Ao Qing inquired, "Might you know if there are any dragons in this world associated with the central Wuji earth?" The woodcutter furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" Ao Qing confessed, "I do not wish to conceal anything. With my master's assistance, I have perfected the method of the primordial dragon pearl." He then recounted the details of the cultivation method without reservation. Upon hearing this, the woodcutter grasped the context and remarked, "I see. So the previous celestial phenomenon was indeed triggered by you. However, I did not expect your master to expend such effort. Reversing the flow of time to envision the cultivation techniques of the dragon ancestor emperor." At this revelation, a ripple of emotion stirred within Ao Qing. Although he was aware that his master's envisioning of the dragon ancestor scroll would not be an easy task, the woodcutter's confirmation deepened his appreciation. What toll must my master have endured? With the woodcutter's words, Ao Qing's heart finally settled. However, as for the dragon embodying the central Wuji earth, the woodcutter shifted his tone. In this world, it may indeed be quite difficult to find. To my knowledge, while there are earth element dragons, they are predominantly river dragons or well dragons. The central Wuji earth they embody likely does not align with your primordial dragon pearl. Have you inquired with your master? Ao Qing replied, "My dragon pearl has only just been perfected, and I have yet to ask." The woodcutter nodded and said, "As far as I know, the last dragon god possessing the central Wuji earth and exhibiting formidable strength was your dragon clan's illustrious ancestor, the Gongchen Yinglong." Yinglong? Ao Qing's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, the woodcutter explained, the so-called Gung of the heavenly stems belongs to the Yang metal, while Chen of the earthly branches belongs to the Yang earth. Yinglong is named Gongchen because he embodies both earth and metal attributes. With this clarification, Ao Qing understood immediately. Indeed, Yinglong should possess earth attributes. First, the depiction of Yinglong closely resembles that of the yellow dragon. Texts such as the record of the yellow tomb and the collected annotations describe its image as that of a yellow dragon. Clearly, the yellow dragon is an earth element dragon. Naturally, Yinglong should be more formidable than the yellow dragon. As the woodcutter mentioned, he is not merely an earth element dragon, but embodies both earth and metal attributes. Furthermore, Ao Qing had seen fragments of Yinglong's dragon pearl. Reflecting on it now, it indeed seemed distinct from the attributes he currently possessed. However, from the perspective of the Eastern Sea Treasury, it appears that Yinglong has passed away. It remains uncertain whether the fragments of his dragon pearl can aid in perfecting my earth affinity. Chapter 43. The token. Ao Qing pondered deeply. Yet now, it seemed that this was the only reliable path. As a member of the dragon clan, Ao Qing, due to his tender age, could not claim to possess exhaustive knowledge of his kin. However, concerning the Four Seas dragons, he had yet to hear of a single yellow dragon. As the woodcutter had remarked, there might be river dragons or well dragons, but on one hand, Ao Qing was not well versed in matters beyond the Four Seas. On the other hand, those river dragons and well dragons might not truly possess the requisite qualifications. The Yinglong, however, certainly qualified. Regrettably, the woodcutter seemed unaware of this fact. Alas, that Yinglong has since passed away, and it is unlikely he can offer any guidance. The woodcutter and the ancestral master were the two individuals Ao Qing trusted most at present. Thus, upon hearing these words, he felt no need for concealment and directly stated, "Brother, you may not know this, but the Yinglong's dragon pearl is still within our dragon clan SEC treasury." "Oh," the woodcutter exclaimed with delight. "If that is the case, then it is indeed promising. Should you manage to extract the Gongxin metal and Wujichi earth from the Yinglong's dragon pearl, not only will it enhance the 5 elements, but it could also elevate the Hunyuan dragon pearl to new heights. Seeing the woodcutter's joy, Ao Qing felt a surge of emotion. His elder brother truly had his best interests at heart. Yet, contemplating the current state of the Yinglong's dragon pearl, Ao Qing responded, however, although the Yinglong's dragon pearl still exists, it is merely a fragment now. I wonder if I might still be able to refine the Wajichi earth from this shard? A fragment? The woodcutter paused. That might prove quite difficult. As expected, Ao Qing realized that the task was not so simple. The dragon pearl was a divine artifact, a manifestation of the dragon's essence. Nonetheless, even the most wondrous of objects would lose its elemental resonance upon shattering. It seemed he would need to contemplate other avenues. At that moment, the woodcutter shifted his tone. Though it is challenging, it may not be entirely impossible. If the master intervenes, perhaps he could restore it, reassembling the fragment into its former glory. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing felt a surge of delight, yet simultaneously, he was struck with a sense of shock and concern as he inquired, can the master truly achieve such a feat? Would that not require a considerable toll? If so, I would rather seek alternative solutions. The notion that a mere fragment could restore the Yinglong's dragon pearl was unfathomable to Ao Qing. He even believed it to be more arduous than the ancestral dragon scroll. After all, the ancestral dragon scroll merely involved tracing back time to create an image, whereas the dragon pearl embodied the fundamental power of a true dragon. Nevertheless, the woodcutter reassured him, there is no need for concern with the master's magical prowess. Accomplishing this is quite straightforward. What need is there for any toll? This is far easier than retracing time to envision the ancestral dragon emperor. It is essential to remember that while the Yinglong was indeed talented, he cannot be compared to the ancestral dragon emperor. Very well. Ao Qing had received yet another lesson. Upon reflection, it did indeed seem to be the case. He had focused solely on the might of the Yinglong's dragon pearl, neglecting the disparity between the ancestral dragon emperor and the Yinglong. However, through this experience, Ao Qing found himself in a state of introspection. Although I find myself accomplished in my studies, the vastness of the world reminds me that learning is a boundless journey. As the saying goes, the road ahead is long and winding, and one must not become complacent due to a minor achievement. The reason my master imparted to me the art of cosmic transformation must be to teach me the virtue of humility. Indeed, this perspective sheds light on the profound mysteries of the dragon pearl held by the dragon ancestor. Should malevolent beings become aware of my potential, it is true that a man of innocence may suffer for possessing a treasure. I fear that troubles may soon follow. Nevertheless, I am undaunted, for I have the esteemed Bodhi Master at my back. However, it must be noted that Bodhi Master and the Tathagata Buddha, unlike the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, may not be known to the ordinary demons and spirits in this realm. It appears I must forge alliances with more formidable beings, even if they do not intervene directly. Their mere presence can serve to deter nefarious entities. For instance, the Bodhisattva Guanyin would be an excellent choice. I am grateful to my senior for this counsel, and I shall promptly seek guidance from my master. Filled with joy at this revelation, Ao Qing intended to consult his master immediately and bowed respectfully to the woodcutter. However, at that moment, the woodcutter called out to him, "Hold on, my junior. Your eagerness to seek knowledge is commendable. Yet, as practitioners, while the quest for immortality is indeed vital, we must not forget that the true essence lies in cultivating our path. One must not hurry like a restless monkey." Upon hearing this, particularly the comparison to a monkey, Ao Qing could not help but smile and replied, "Your teachings are wise, senior." Thus, the two of them ascended the mountain, sharing laughter and conversation as they made their way to the Three Stars Cave. The woodcutter, observing how the dragon prince was able to relinquish his fixation on the convergence of the five elements and instead embrace a state of serene simplicity, silently praised him. No wonder the master holds my junior in such high regard. To be fair, had the woodcutter himself been in a crucial moment of cultivation and received a glimmer of hope, even with a reminder, he would have found it difficult to suppress his inner turmoil. He could not have achieved such effortless tranquility. Yet, his junior managed to do just that. Moreover, the woodcutter discerned that Ao Qing was not merely suppressing his feelings. He genuinely seemed unburdened. To go with the flow and act as one ought. What a remarkable dragon prince. As they chatted, the two entered the Three Stars Cave. The woodcutter then beckoned to Ao Qing, extending his hand and saying, "Junior, do you see this?" Ao Qing looked at the woodcutter's palm and noticed a blue stone orb resting there, round and smooth, resembling an ordinary rock. Surprised, Ao Qing inquired, What is this? The woodcutter chuckled. This is a stone I found during my youth while practicing martial arts on a desolate mountain. I kept it because of its beauty. Earlier, when you came to fetch me, I mentioned that I would bring you a token of our meeting. As the saying goes, words must be followed by action. I shall indeed honor my promise. A stone? Ao Qing paused momentarily before responding. I cannot refuse such a gift from an elder. In that case, I shall accept it. He then received the stone with both hands. He initially believed it to be inconsequential, yet upon grasping the stone, an overwhelming aura reminiscent of ancient primordial times surged from the depths of his heart. This stone appeared to exude the essence of bygone ages. In the midst of this ethereal flow, Ao Qing astonishingly discovered that the dragon pearl within him had become remarkably stable. The subtle dissonance he once felt had vanished entirely. It was evident that this stone was undeniably a remarkable treasure of great significance. Chapter 44. Departure from the mountain. Initially, Ao Qing accepted the stone without much thought. Yet upon sensing its value, he found himself momentarily immobilized. Conversely, the woodcutter, seemingly perceiving Ao Qing's hesitation, spoke, "Junior brother, please do not refuse this small token of my goodwill." He then hoisted his axe and turned to head back to his dwelling. Observing this, Ao Qing felt a sense of relief. He carefully stowed away the stone, his gratitude transforming into reverence as he bowed and expressed, "In that case, I am deeply thankful, senior brother." The departing woodcutter waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formality. Go seek our master." Ao Qing acknowledged this, realizing it was indeed time to consult his master. Thus, he summoned a gentle breeze and made his way toward the Yao platform. Moments later, Ao Qing arrived at the Yao platform, only to find that his master was not present. He proceeded directly to the abode of the Bodhi patriarch, where he discovered the front door wide open, revealing the patriarch reclining within, eyes closed in meditation. Respectfully, Ao Qing chose not to intrude and waited patiently at the entrance. Before long, the patriarch slowly opened his eyes, brushed aside his dust whisk, and sighed softly, saying, "The world speaks of the law as being unattainable, and the mundane realm's discussions of emptiness are not truly empty. If the real and the illusory are but one entity, why concern oneself with the realm of dreams?" Hearing these words, Ao Qing felt a profound meaning within them and began to contemplate deeply. The Bodhi patriarch, observing this, refrained from interrupting, allowing Ao Qing the space to achieve understanding. After some time, Ao Qing appeared to awaken from his reverie, noticing the patriarch's gaze upon him. He said, "Master, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." The patriarch stroked his beard and replied, "Wherein lies your rudeness? It is I who seem to have disrupted your inner contemplation." Ao Qing hastily responded, "Master, how can you say such a thing? Were it not for your profound words, how could I have gleaned such insights? There is no reason to complete the sutras only to strike the monk." "Complete the sutras only to strike the monk?" The patriarch smiled faintly. "You, little dragon, possess a delightful sense of humor. But let us set aside idle chatter. I am already aware of your purpose for visiting. You seek the Yinglong dragon pearl, do you not?" "Indeed," Ao Qing nodded. He found it entirely reasonable that the Bodhi patriarch was aware of his intentions, for this inner realm was essentially a world shaped by the patriarch himself. Naturally, every action and event occurring here could not escape his notice. Nevertheless, this time, the patriarch did not extend his hand to assist Ao Qing as he had in the past. Instead, he stated, "The Yinglong dragon pearl can indeed aid you in achieving the primordial treasure pearl, realizing the realm of the five elements nurturing each other in an eternal cycle. However, this opportunity is yours alone to seize." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing wholeheartedly agreed. As the saying goes, in times of confusion, the master guides. In moments of enlightenment, one must rely on oneself. Now that the Bodhi patriarch had ushered him into the threshold of understanding, it was clear that his cultivation must depend on his own efforts. Yet, despite this, Ao Qing lamented his lack of ability to reconstruct the Yinglong dragon pearl. Thus, he inquired, "What you say is indeed true. Yet I hope Master can illuminate a clear path for me. In this world, aside from the Yinglong dragon pearl, are there other entities capable of completing the five elements?" The Bodhi patriarch regarded Ao Qing with a composed demeanor and replied, "Indeed, there are such entities. The mysteries of this world are profound and boundless. Aside from that, there exist numerous divine entities capable of completing the five elements. I can guide you along a path to attain the divine form of the dragon ancestor. However, you must consider whether you truly wish to pursue this." Ao Qing gazed at his master, who appeared unremarkable. Yet a sense of unease began to stir within Ao Qing's heart. Could it be that the Bodhi ancestor intends to expel him from the sect? He paused, contemplating extensively. After a moment, Ao Qing stated, "Disciple wishes to pursue the method of the five-element dragon pearl. However, it is not imperative to seek external assistance. Should external matters compromise my Tao heart, I would rather relinquish the pursuit of the five-element dragon pearl and forge an alternative path." "Oh," inquired the Bodhi ancestor. "What is the reasoning behind this?" Ao Qing responded, "I have heard that to go against the natural order is to guard, while to align with it is to cultivate in harmony with the heavens. To follow the natural flow brings life, while to resist brings death. To lose oneself results in obscurity. The primordial dragon pearl embodies the grand power of seizing the essence of creation and encroaching upon the mysteries of the sun and moon. Yet, its purpose is to protect the Tao and cultivate the heart, not to disrupt or mislead it. Should one become overly fixated on seeking immortality, they would inevitably stray from the path, leading to a reversal of priorities." Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation appeared in the ancestor's eyes, only to be quickly concealed. Nonetheless, this momentary emotion eased the atmosphere significantly. The ancestor then queried, "Xian, you just mentioned after reciting the sutra, 'Strike the monk.' Pray tell, what sutra did you discern from the 4 phrases I imparted?" The ancestor finally smiled, saying, "Indeed, non-attachment. Your natural approach to the Tao aligns beautifully with its profound essence. I have not misjudged you." Ao Qing humbly replied, "Master, you flatter me." Returning to the East Sea, Ao Qing pondered his words carefully before stating, "Master, beyond the primordial dragon pearl, I seek to learn other divine arts." The ancestor inquired, "What divine arts?" Nodding, the ancestor replied, "Very well. In that case, we shall consider your further studies after you have completed the dragon pearl." Ao Qing's heart soared with joy as he respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." It seemed the ancestor did not intend to cast him out of the 3-star cave, but rather to allow him the freedom to come and go. Much like Brother Qiao, this realization brought him immense happiness. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, nearly 5 centuries had fostered an indelible attachment to the 3-star cave. With the ancestor's approval, Ao Qing relaxed and engaged in further respectful discourse with his master. As dusk approached, he prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, the ancestor cautioned, "Xian, do not misplace the stone from Mount Buzhou. This object not only stabilizes the 5 elements, but also conceals the mysteries of the dragon pearl, preventing its brilliance from attracting malevolent entities." The mention of the Mount Buzhou stone startled Ao Qing, who then recalled Brother Qiao. How remarkable, the Mount Buzhou stone. No wonder it emanated an aura of ancient age. He immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Since it was gifted by my brother, I shall cherish it dearly and ensure it is not lost." The ancestor nodded. "Go now." Disciple takes his leave. Chapter 45. The return to the Eastern Sea. It is said that Ao Qing took his leave from the Bodhi patriarch and then sought an audience with the woodcutter. Upon learning of Ao Qing's impending departure from the mountains, the woodcutter offered him further guidance. This time, the woodcutter's counsel focused primarily on martial skills. One must not underestimate the significance of martial prowess. While the pursuit of enlightenment and the cultivation of mystical powers are indeed paramount, martial arts serve as an equally vital form of protection. As the saying goes, a single strike can conquer myriad techniques, although various divine powers and spells abound. If one possesses sufficient strength, a single blow can reduce all transformations to mere dust. The might of the celestial laws lies in this principle. At present, Ao Qing has become impervious to blades and fire, endowed with boundless strength and fluidity of movement. Thus, in confrontations, mastering formidable martial arts would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. Much like the monkey, who, despite possessing 72 transformations, often resorts to the most straightforward and brute force method, wielding a club. While the woodcutter may not rival the Bodhi patriarch in other respects, he is undoubtedly more fitting to instruct Ao Qing in the art of combat. After all, considering the patriarch's esteemed status, it is uncertain whether he even possesses expertise in martial arts. Even if he once had a period of youthful exuberance long ago, it is improbable that he would personally demonstrate the intricacies of various weapons to Ao Qing. Ao Qing even found himself questioning the origins of Sun Wukong's martial skills. Could it be that he acquired them while being a performing monkey in the southern continent? In any case, the woodcutter has diligently pursued this path since childhood. Thus, After several days, the woodcutter imparted his insights on martial arts to Ao Qing. Ao Qing diligently absorbed the teachings. And although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of mastery with weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and hooks, he had nonetheless gained substantial understanding and proficiency. The woodcutter, pleased with Ao Qing's rapid progress, felt a sense of fulfillment akin to that of the Bodhi patriarch towards Ao Qing. Grateful for the woodcutter's mentorship, Ao Qing acknowledged that although the woodcutter is his senior, he has also bestowed upon him invaluable teachings. Perhaps he is not beneath the celestial transformations after all. For this individual can effortlessly conjure the very stones of Mount Buzhou. Of course, for Ao Qing at this juncture, the cultivation of the dragon pearl technique remains paramount. As for the woodcutter's mystical powers, they will only be effective if Ao Qing attains a degree of proficiency in martial arts, so he chose to let things unfold naturally. Thus, Ao Qing expressed his gratitude and took his leave of the woodcutter. He gazed towards the east, inhaling deeply before revealing his true form. With a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, Ao Qing transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring into the sky, enveloped in divine radiance, and flew eastward. The land beneath him diminished into insignificance, the scenery shifting in an instant, as Ao Qing glided through the air like a drifting cloud. As the light shifted, the landscape soon became indistinct. In the next moment, Ao Qing abruptly opened his eyes. A gentle breeze caressed him, and the sun shone brilliantly. Several seagulls glided over the surface of the sea, ascending towards the heavens and vanishing into the vastness above. The vastness of the heavens enveloped Ao Qing's heart with an endless desolation. Was this merely a dream? Ao Qing was taken aback. He realized he was lying upon the ocean, his body seemingly coated in dirt and dust. Remarkably, flowers, grasses, and trees had sprouted from him, alongside creatures such as wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, reindeer, and foxes. As Ao Qing stirred gently, a deep rumble echoed around him. He distinctly sensed the panic of the beings upon him as they scurried in all directions, yet found no escape. With a shift of his gaze, he summoned his divine power, and a radiant light burst forth from his brow, transforming into a streak of luminescence that soared into the sky. In the next instant, the ocean swelled with waves as a colossal divine dragon, measuring 12,000-zhang, materialized amidst the brilliance. Its scales shimmered under the sun, exuding a pearlescent glow. Sharp and resplendent, it was Ao Qing himself. With a resounding roar, Ao Qing unleashed a dragon's cry, instilling reverence in all creatures around him, compelling them to retreat. His gaze swept beneath him, and to his astonishment, a massive island, towering 10,000-zhang, lay at his feet. The island, shaped like a coiled dragon, flourished with luxuriant vegetation and dense forests, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. This was indeed the manifestation of his own being. Ao Qing could not help but reflect on the wonder of it all. Was this the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, the Xiaoyu Shenxing Cave? He finally comprehended the nature of the heart realm that Bodhi Patriarch spoke of. Though he had previously grasped the essence of the Shenxing Cave, he had yet to form a tangible concept until now. The so-called heart realm was both illusory and real. Fortunately, while the visions he beheld within this realm were illusory, the realizations gained through his cultivation were undeniably genuine. It was through the technique of celestial transformation that he had shed his chrysalis and liberated his true self from the island. Now, the island remained as it was, with the myriad beings and trees birthed from his body largely unaffected. However, within, Ao Qing's dragon form had ceased to exist. Henceforth, it would merely be an ordinary dragon-shaped island. At that moment, it was uncertain whether the creatures on the island sensed Ao Qing's presence in some profound manner. Ao Qing distinctly felt that the countless beings on the island were facing him, bowing in reverence. It seemed as if they were expressing gratitude for the life he had bestowed upon them, accumulating a measure of benevolence. Ao Qing smiled softly. Yet, he did not linger there. Instead, he gathered auspicious clouds and summoned his magical powers, soaring toward the eastern sea. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed the island, heading towards the East Sea, a spirit fox, a yellow oriole, a jade rabbit, a bear, and a white tiger on the dragon-shaped island watched him intently, bidding him farewell. In their eyes shone gratitude and respect, and astonishingly, glimmers of wisdom. It appeared that many beings of Dragon-Coiled Island had developed intelligence. However, Ao Qing remained oblivious to these matters. Or perhaps, even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. This is the law of fate, and it is also a predetermined outcome. Ao Qing is acutely aware of his own happiness. This is precisely encapsulated in the notion, when departing, one bears the weight of mortal existence, but upon attaining enlightenment, both the heart and body become light. Chapter 46. The surprise of Ao Guang upon reaching the East Sea. Ao Qing transformed his form to 100 feet in size and descended into the ocean, making his way toward the Crystal Palace. He had not concealed his appearance during his arrival. Although the rocks of the uncanny mountain could obscure the brilliance of the dragon pearl, his overwhelming dragon majesty had already alarmed the aquatic denizens of the four seas. As Ao Qing submerged into the waters, he observed thousands of soldiers hastily assembling, the resounding clang of golden bells and jade drums echoing. As they rapidly formed a chaotic array, as if preparing to face a formidable foe, who dares to intrude upon the Crystal Palace, the General of Turtles boldly stepped forward. Accompanied by the sea-patrolling epochs, shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and valiant toads standing in his way. Observing this, Ao Qing spoke, "General of Turtles, do you not recognize me?" The General of Turtles, hearing this, felt a surge of joy, and the shrimp soldiers, epochs, and crab generals behind him eagerly rushed to inform the Dragon King. The General of Turtles then stepped forward to apologize. "Your Highness, after 500 years, you have undergone such a tremendous transformation, appearing almost unrecognizable. I beg your forgiveness for my momentary lapse." "Do not mention it." Ao Qing nodded slightly. "But why this commotion? Has something transpired in the East Sea?" Although he did not concern himself with trifling matters, the tranquility of the Dragon Palace had always prevailed, and he had not intruded upon it. Thus, even if there had been some unusual occurrences, there should not have been such a state of panic. After 500 years of cultivation, Ao Qing was no longer the same, and he could perceive the unease within them. The General of Turtles hesitated before responding. "I dare not conceal the truth from your Highness. In the past 2 centuries, the four seas have indeed been quite unsettled, with demons and monsters frequently disturbing the peace." "Demons?" Ao Qing's brows furrowed at the mention. What kind of demons would dare to intrude upon the East Sea Dragon Palace? It is essential to note that while the Dragon Clan may not be considered formidable compared to the heavenly realms, they still hold significant power in the human realm. Any ordinary demon, let alone a mere glimpse of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, would tremble in fear and flee. In the journey to the west, even Neza, who wreaked havoc in the Crystal Palace, faced severe repercussions from Li Jing. Those who oppressed the Dragon Clan, regardless of whether they were genuinely punished, were at least superficially dealt with by the heavenly court. After all, the Dragon Clan sought refuge under the auspices of the heavenly realm. Should any situation arise that they could not handle, they could still appeal to the heavenly court for assistance. It was only someone as formidable as Sun Wukong, a newcomer, who would dismiss the Dragon Kings. Ao Qing inquired, "In that case, has my father made a report to the heavenly court?" The General of Turtles replied, "Though these demons have intruded multiple times, they have not truly engaged in battle with our Dragon Palace, and we have suffered no casualties. Therefore, no report has been made." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing felt that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. However, surmising that the General of Turtles would not dare to conceal anything from him, he chose not to press further and said, "I wish to see my father. Please step aside." "Yes." The General of Turtles promptly waved his command flag, allowing the East Sea soldiers to clear a path. With the way opened, Ao Qing proceeded directly into the Crystal Palace. In a short while, Ao Qing arrived within the palace, where he beheld the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. "I pay my respects to you, father." Ao Qing approached. Ao Guang revealed a smile, pausing momentarily before his gaze sharpened slightly as he inquired, "Qing'er, over the past 5 centuries, what skills have you acquired from the Bodhisattva?" "From the Bodhisattva?" Ao Qing's mind shifted, instantly recognizing that this must be the arrangement of the Bodhi Patriarch. Thus, she chose not to reveal the truth. Noticing no one else around, she replied, "Your Majesty, I have been introduced to a remarkable figure by the Bodhisattva. Under their guidance, I have comprehended the Dragon Pearl cultivation method and have successfully gathered my own Dragon Pearl." Although Ao Qing had no intention of disclosing her mastery of the Dragon Pearl, she felt no need to conceal anything from her father. As for the omission of the Bodhi Patriarch's name, it was simply that if the Patriarch was indifferent to fame and fortune, attributing her progress to the Bodhisattva sufficed. The Dragon Pearl cultivation method. Ao Guang was both astonished and elated. Although he had harbored suspicions for some time, hearing Ao Qing confess it with her own lips brought him immense joy. Did you cultivate it yourself? Ao Qing suddenly asked. Indeed. Ao Qing erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, excellent. It seems the extraordinary phenomenon that shook the heavens 5 centuries ago was indeed instigated by my son. A wave of relief washed over Ao Qing. He had never felt such lightness before. The last time he experienced such joy was 50,000 years ago. Indeed, while Ao Qing had wished to prevent Ao Qing from learning the cultivation method, there were conditions. Firstly, it was because the dragon clan currently had no dragon pearls to bequeath to Ao Qing. Secondly, inheriting another's dragon pearl was fraught with peril, potentially leading to one's own demise. 50,000 years ago, Ao Qing's elder brother had met his end due to such circumstances. However, Ao Qing was different. She had managed to condense her own dragon pearl. This was an entirely different matter. It is worth noting that the last dragon to cultivate a dragon pearl solely through innate talent was Ying Long. While Ao Qing's abilities may not rival the extraordinary talents of Ying Long, who could fuse 2 elemental dragon pearls of earth and gold, even mastering just one would be a source of immense pride for the Dragon King. Of course, despite this, after his initial delight, Ao Qing's expression grew cautious and serious once more. Qinger, have you disclosed your achievement of the Dragon Pearl to anyone else? Ao Qing replied. Apart from you and that esteemed figure, no one else is aware. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing seemed to exhale in relief, but then promptly asked, is that esteemed figure trustworthy? Ao Qing paused briefly before responding, that individual has shown me great kindness. Of course, they are trustworthy. That is good to hear. Ao Qing finally relaxed, saying, Qinger, you have matured and possess your own judgment. I trust your choices. However, regarding your achievement of the Dragon Pearl, ensure that no third party becomes aware of it, not even your 3 uncles. Seeing the deep concern reflected in Ao Qing's eyes, Ao Qing felt profoundly moved. Perhaps Ao Qing had indeed lived through many stories. She did not argue but simply replied, I understand. This time, under the guidance of that esteemed figure, I not only cultivated the Dragon Pearl but also acquired some supernatural abilities and esoteric techniques. Though the Dragon Pearl remains concealed, there are still means of self-preservation. Ao Qing, upon hearing this, was slightly astonished. Who is this individual possessing such extraordinary powers? The 4 fruits inside doors may not hold significance in the eyes of Bodhi Patriarch. Yet for Ao Qing, the art of the 4 fruits inside doors embodies an immensely formidable path to enlightenment. In truth, this is indeed the case. Should an ordinary person acquire any one of the 360 doors of the 4 fruits inside doors, they could attain true enlightenment. Chapter 47. The Serpent Demon King. The 4 fruits of the side gate are a remarkable amalgamation of diverse principles, each brimming with profound mysteries. Should the Dragon Clan come to possess them in the future, their strength would undoubtedly surge. Indeed, this was the very notion that occupied Ao Qing's mind. The Grand Immortal Technique and the Dragon Pearl cultivation method were beyond his capacity to impart to the other members of the Dragon Clan, constrained as they were by innate talent and understanding. Furthermore, the Grand Immortal Technique represented a lineage passed down from their ancestors. However, the 4 fruits of the side gate bore no such restrictions. While their depth was profound, many in the world were already knowledgeable about them, rendering them not particularly secretive. Consequently, they could naturally be transmitted to the offspring of the Dragon Clan or to other loyal members of the aquatic races in due time. Yet, there was no urgency to act immediately. On another note, although Ao Qing was astonished by the 4 fruits of the side gate, in comparison to the Dragon Pearl cultivation method, they seemed inconsequential to him. What he truly valued was the identity of the esteemed individual Ao Qing had mentioned. If this person was indeed recommended by a bodhisattva, could they possibly belong to the Buddhist order? If so, perhaps in the future, the Sea Dragon Clan would gravitate towards Buddhism. After all, Ao Qing was destined to become the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. However, given the circumstances, Ao Qing had no intention of reproaching Ao Qing. The mere fact that Ao Qing had mastered the Dragon Pearl cultivation method, rather than some Buddhist relic technique, was already a remarkable achievement. Ao Qing was well aware of Ao Qing's thoughts and thus reassured him, Please rest easy, Father. Though this esteemed individual was recommended by a bodhisattva, they embody a unique essence, neither distinctly Buddhist, Taoist, nor Confucian. They represent a harmonious union of the 3 teachings, a genuine flow of the primordial truth. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing was even more delighted, yet he harbored some confusion. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Ao Qing nearly smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He always felt that Ao Guang's path of moderation was somewhat petty in nature. Of course, this was not to say it lacked value. It was a strategy the Dragon Clan had employed for countless years to preserve their own existence, and it undeniably served its purpose. However, one must forge their own strength. Moderation must be backed by substantial capital. Should the Dragon Clan's power ever dwindle to an insignificant level, mere adherence to moderation would not guarantee respect from others. Conversely, when one possesses great strength, they too can embrace the unity of the three teachings, much like the revered patriarch Bodhi. Nevertheless, Ao Qing could not articulate all of this at that moment. Observing this, Ao Guang chose not to pursue the matter further and stated, regardless, this individual has bestowed great favor upon our 4Cs. Should we encounter them in the future, we must extend a warm welcome and not be neglectful. Ao Qing replied, certainly. After a considerable time had passed, Ao Qing inquired, Father, I heard from General B that for nearly 2 centuries, demons have been troubling our 4Cs. Do you know their identity? Now that I have returned, I shall take action to subdue them. Ao Guang furrowed his brow tightly, saying, Ao Qing, this matter does not concern you. You need not pay it any mind. Ao Qing countered, the affairs of the Dragon Clan are my affairs. How can they be separate? Do you wish to treat me as an outsider? Ao Guang then proceeded to explain in detail. It turns out that 50,000 years ago, Ao Shun was seduced by the Serpent Maiden, and, forgetting the ancestral teachings, fell in love with her, allowing her to drain his essence. The mingling of dragon and serpent resulted in a Jiao. The Serpent Maiden, having conceived, gave birth to a Jiao dragon. However, she was not a virtuous being. This incident ignited her ambitions, ultimately leading to her demise. Only the Jiao dragon managed to escape alone, concealing itself. It is uncertain what fortune befell the Jiao dragon, but in just 50,000 years, it acquired formidable powers, even surpassing the 4Cs dragon kings. Yet, despite its might, the Jiao dragon seemed to harbor some trepidation, refraining from disturbing the 4Cs until the past 2 centuries, when, for reasons unknown, it began to act increasingly audaciously, causing disturbances throughout the 4Cs, even challenging the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon hearing this explanation from Ao Guang, Ao Qing finally grasped the sequence of events. A Jiao dragon? He furrowed his brow, involuntarily reminded of the Jiao Demon King, one of the 7 great saints from Journey to the West. The monkey returned from his training, leading the monkeys at Flowerfruit Mountain, commanding the 72 Demon Kings, and later traversing the 4 continents, reveling in the mountains and rivers, meeting great heroes, and forging brotherhood with the Bull Demon King. Jiao Demon King, Peng Demon King, Lion Trojan King, Monkey King, and the Yuan King, becoming the 7 great saints. This Jiao dragon, possessing such strength, could threaten the 4Cs single-handedly. Could it possibly be the Jiao Demon King? Upon careful contemplation, Ao Qing felt that this possibility was quite substantial. The Jiao dragon was most likely the future sea overturning great saint, the Jiao Demon King. Only with such a lineage of enmity could it dare to adopt the name Overturning Sea. Ao Guang, with a sigh, reassured, however, my dear Qing, there is no need for concern. Though this malevolent creature is reckless, it does not dare to truly assault our Dragon Clan of the 4Cs. Over the past 2 centuries, it has merely harassed us, at most seeking some mundane treasures. For us of the 4Cs, it is but a trifling matter. Thus, let it be. Ao Qing glanced at Ao Guang, beginning to comprehend his father's predicament. The Jiao Demon King was not like other demons and monsters. If he did not possess such a heavy lineage, even with great abilities, the Dragon Clan of the 4Cs would not fear him. At worst, they could appeal to the Jade Emperor, much like the monkey, as the 4Cs are under the protection of the Heavenly Court, and the Jade Emperor would certainly intervene. Yet, the Jiao Demon King is the illegitimate son of Ao Shun, a spawn of a demon. For Ao Guang, how could this matter be brought to the Heavenly Court? If it were to reach the Heavenly Court, not to mention the Jiao Demon King, Ao Shun would first face the dragon execution platform. Fortunately, the Jiao Demon King is merely a Jiao dragon. There are many methods for aquatic creatures to transform into Jiao dragons. Had Ao Shun fathered a creature of strange appearance with another aquatic species instead of the Serpent Maiden, it would have been difficult to conceal the truth. Of course, Ao Qing did not believe that Ao Guang's forbearance was justifiable, especially since he sensed that the Jiao Demon King, having remained dormant for 50,000 years, began to stir only 200 years ago. There must be some reason behind this. Could it be? With a calm tone, Ao Qing inquired, Father, could it be that the malevolent Jiao is seeking the child? Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implications of Ao Qing's words. Was it not precisely 2 centuries ago that the extraordinary phenomenon of the dragon pearl made its appearance? For the flood dragon to transform into a divine dragon, it must seize a tremendous opportunity, and the dragon pearl is indeed a significant opportunity. A flicker of anger ignited in Ao Guang's eyes. If that wretched being truly harbored such thoughts, then I would not hesitate to provoke even the heavens themselves. Chapter 48. Journey to the Treasure. Why has Ao Guang been so indulgent and forgiving towards the Jiao Demon King? Is it not simply because he wishes to protect Ao Shun? However, should the Jiao Demon King pose a threat to Ao Qing, it would undoubtedly strike at Ao Guang's most vulnerable point. This sentiment extends beyond Ao Qing. It applies equally to all the dragon offspring. Although the Jiao Demon King has wreaked havoc, he has consistently refrained from truly attacking the dragon clan, fearing the wrath of Ao Guang. Moreover, if Ao Guang were to report to the heavenly court, the price the dragon clan would pay would be limited to merely replacing the Dragon King of the North Sea. This cost, while significant, might still be deemed acceptable when the time comes. Indeed, even if Ao Guang chose not to take such action, should the Jiao Demon King inflict severe damage upon the dragon clan, Ao Shun might very well feel compelled to present himself at the Lingxiao Palace. This is especially true for Ao Qing, who represents the current hope of the dragon lineage. It can be said that in Ao Guang's heart, the entirety of the Four Seas Dragon Clan pales in comparison to the importance of Ao Qing. When necessary, he would sacrifice the entire aquatic race of the Four Seas to ensure Ao Qing's safety. This is not an exaggeration. After all, achieving the Dragon Pearl through one's own efforts is a feat not seen since the time of the Yinglong. Ao Qing, sensing the complex emotions within Ao Guang, felt deeply moved. However, Ao Guang paused momentarily before speaking. Qinger, you may not know that the Jiao Demon King possesses a formidable array of magical powers learned from unknown sources, far from ordinary. A century ago, your 4th brother was wounded by him. Ao Qing frowned. It appears that the Jiao Demon King has indeed dared to confront the Dragon Clan, albeit while treading carefully on Ao Guang's boundaries. His gaze sharpened, and suddenly, an aura of divine light enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a young boy clad in simple garments. There is a saying that in the mortal realm, a century equates to a dragon's age of 1 year. This statement rings particularly true for Ao Qing. 500 years ago, when he took on a corporeal form, he resembled a 5 or 6-year-old boy. Now, after 5 centuries, though he has matured somewhat, he still appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Fortunately, he has experienced some growth, and one can anticipate what his youthful appearance will be like in several millennia. If he were to remain looking like a 5 or 6-year-old, would he not resemble Neza? Of course, despite his youthful appearance, the dragon might emanating from him is undeniably real. Upon witnessing Ao Qing's transformation, Ao Guang's gaze sharpened. Qinger, your transformation technique. Ao Qing replied, Father, not only have I mastered the supreme mystical arts, but I have also comprehended the 108 divine abilities of the cosmos and the boundless art of transformation. I assure you that even the vile Jiao, with all its malevolence, would not be a match for me. Only then did Ao Guang realize that Ao Qing, over the past 500 years, had not merely condensed the Dragon Pearl. He had also cultivated an array of magical powers, powers that even he could not discern. No, this is very likely the true art of transformation, rather than the mere illusions practiced by common demons. The 108 divine abilities and the art of boundless transformation. In just these 2 phrases, Ao Guang sensed an overwhelming power, not to mention, with the assistance of the Dragon Pearl. Perhaps Ao Qing truly possesses the prowess to capture the Jiao Demon King. Should the Dragon Clan manage to resolve the matter themselves, there would be no need to rely on the heavenly court. Consequently, the prospects of the Dragon Clan reigning over the seas and enjoying eternal tranquility would be significantly bolstered. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. However, the Jiao Demon King is a minor concern. Although the Jiao Demon King may indeed be formidable, he may not necessarily be a match for the monkey. Moreover, at present, even the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, has yet to make his appearance or find a master. It is possible that the Jiao Demon King's strength has not yet reached its zenith. Even if, hypothetically, the Jiao Demon King were to attain his peak power, Ao Qing still possesses the confidence to subdue him. More crucial than this, however, is the dragon pearl of the Yinglong. If he could successfully cultivate the earth element from the Yinglong dragon pearl and achieve the harmonious cycle of the 5 elements, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that point, even the naturally gifted Sun Wukong from the original tale would not stand a chance against him, let alone the mere Jiao Demon King. Thus, the dragon pearl is of paramount importance. Unaware of this, Ao Guang inquired, "What is it that you desire, Qing-o?" Naturally, Ao Qing did not conceal his intentions and shared his aspirations. When Ao Guang learned that his son sought to borrow the Yinglong dragon pearl to enhance the earth element, he was momentarily taken aback. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Ao Qing's dragon pearl had already gathered the wood, fire, water, and metal elements, leaving him utterly astonished. After a brief moment, tears of joy welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. It is no wonder Ao Guang reacted this way. Initially, he had thought that while Ao Qing had indeed condensed a dragon pearl, as the azure dragon, he could at most have formed a wood dragon pearl. To his astonishment, Ao Qing had managed to create a dragon pearl embodying 4 elemental properties simultaneously. And now, he sought to borrow fragments of the Yinglong dragon pearl to gather the 5th element. It is important to note that even the Yinglong of Ur had only amalgamated the metal and earth elements. Nevertheless, he was already a prodigious talent, a master of great abilities, rare among the dragon clan for 1,000,000 years. Now, Ao Qing aspired to gather a dragon pearl representing all 5 elements. Would this not signify a resurgence of the ancestral dragon gods from a distant past? Of course, it is not to say that the 5 elements unequivocally represent absolute strength. However, it is indisputable that they symbolize unparalleled potential. At this moment, Ao Guang's emotions were elevated to an extraordinary degree. Thankfully, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he possessed a profound inner fortitude. After a fleeting moment, he managed to regain his composure and declared, "Qing-er, let us proceed to unlock the treasures of the East Sea." At this juncture, he was entirely unconcerned with the Jiao Demon King or matters concerning Ao Shun. The priority for the Dragon Clan was whether Ao Qing could indeed gather the 5 elements. Hence, Ao Guang was almost immediately prepared to take Ao Qing in search of the Yinglong fragments. Fortunately, he had not lost his reason. Although they were to seek the fragments of the Yinglong dragon pearl, he first ensured that all preparations were made discreetly, leaving no trace for others to perceive. Furthermore, along the journey, he repeatedly urged Ao Qing to remember to carefully conceal the 5 elements dragon pearls. After all, even a singularly belonging dragon pearl had already attracted the covetous eyes of many. If the 5 elements dragon pearls were to be revealed, would it not incite the envy of all the demons in the world? In contrast, Ao Qing appeared rather indifferent to these concerns. Chapter 49, Within Reach in This World. All things arise from the convergence of causes and conditions. Having chosen to cultivate the dragon pearl, one cannot lament the concealment of one's aura by the stones of the unyielding mountain. Even if the dragon pearl were to be exposed, attracting the covetous gaze of malevolent spirits, it would simply be a manifestation of fate. At that juncture, I trust that there will be a natural resolution. Moreover, with Ao Qing's profound abilities, ordinary malevolent entities would pose no threat to him. Setting aside trivial matters, Ao Qing and Ao Guang ventured once more to the depths of the Eastern Sea's treasure vault. As they traversed the vault, Ao Qing beheld an array of countless treasures and weapons, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Should he not possess a weapon of his own? Although Ao Qing held no particular expectations regarding the weight of such a weapon, engaging in battle without a suitable armament often proves disadvantageous, especially when assuming human form. Should he retrieve the golden cudgel in advance? After some contemplation, Ao Qing concluded that the golden cudgel did not quite resonate with him. Presently, he had mastered the use of various weapons. While he could wield a staff adeptly, it did not align with his desires. More importantly, the golden cudgel was destined to be intertwined with the Monkey King. The reasons for this connection eluded Ao Qing at the moment. However, he was no longer merely a seeker of immortality. After attaining enlightenment in the 3 Stars Cave, he had become a cultivator of the Tao. For cultivators, the principle of fate is paramount. Where there is affinity, there is gathering. Where there is none, one may pass away without ever crossing paths. The golden cudgel had lain dormant in the Eastern Sea for so long. Ao Qing had previously inspected it without finding it remarkable, merely perceiving it as an immense divine iron. Yet in Journey to the West, When Sun Wukong arrived at the Eastern Sea, he resonated with the golden cudgel. Treasures possess spirits. It chose Sun Wukong. Although the sea-calming divine iron had been stolen in the past, no demon could wield it at will. And this principle remains unchanged. Ao Qing, in his current state, may not be able to do so either. Furthermore, even if he could forcibly subdue it, it might bring more misfortune than fortune. Of course, should the golden cudgel emanate a brilliance towards him, and he felt a sense of affinity for it, he would graciously accept this weapon. Nevertheless, this matter was not urgent. The dragon pearl remained the primary concern, Ao Qing mused. In the blink of an eye, Ao Qing and Ao Guang opened the grand doors to the innermost vault of the dragon palace. As before, upon crossing the threshold, they were met with a surrounding of skeletal remains, exuding a faint yet palpable pressure. However, as Ao Qing sensed, these bones felt different from before. Beyond the oppressive aura, there existed a lingering resentment, an obsession, and a hint of regret, as if, despite their demise, they were still tethered to unfulfilled desires. As Ao Qing stepped into this realm, the aura emanating from the bones dissipated instantaneously, retreating from within 3 feet of him. Yet, while they recoiled in apprehension, they also exuded a curiosity, encircling Ao Qing as if subconsciously appraising him. Ao Qing glanced at Ao Guang, who remained oblivious to this phenomenon, entirely unaware of the spectral presence surrounding them. It appears that this place is not merely a repository for the fragments of the dragon pearl, but may also harbor other hidden existences. Nevertheless, since these are matters of old, it hardly matters now. Ao Qing paid no heed to this and approached the platform, casting his gaze upon the fragments of the dragon pearl. The shards remained as dull as they had been before. However, as Ao Qing drew closer, he distinctly perceived a faint divine radiance emanating from the fragments. What could this be? Ao Guang was taken aback, for he too had witnessed that glow. How could a shattered dragon pearl, which was supposed to have lost all its mystique, still emit divine light? Is this what my master referred to as Yuan Fa? Noticing this, Ao Qing paused momentarily, then stepped forward to touch the enormous dragon pearl fragment, which seemed colossal in comparison to his youthful form. At the instant Ao Qing's hand made contact with the shard, a surge of energy erupted forth. The force radiated outward but quickly waned. Yet, amidst this energy, 2 strands of light, one white and one yellow, emerged, drawing forth into Ao Qing's very being. These were the essences of earth and metal. Although these strands were exceedingly faint, they confirmed that the dragon pearl of the Yinglong, despite its fragmentation, still retained some lingering mystique, enduring through time. What was even more delightful was that, for reasons unknown, Ao Qing felt an extraordinary resonance with these strands of light and this aura, as if they were inherently his own, devoid of any sense of discord. It is worth noting that when Ao Qing had previously refined the other 4 elements, he had not experienced such seamlessness. He summoned his mystical energy, merging the dragon pearl fragments into 2 currents of essence within his body. Suddenly, Ao Qing felt a stir within his heart. The Bodhi seed in his mind emitted a resounding tremor. What could this mean? Ao Qing was startled. Why would the dragon pearl fragment provoke his Bodhi fruit? As he attuned his senses, he discovered that the Bodhi seed had merely trembled once before returning to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, he was certain that it was not an illusion. The Bodhi seed must indeed hold some connection to the fragments of the Yinglong's dragon pearl. However, the Bodhi fruit was his own Tao fruit, and the dragon pearl fragment was something he had just received. Logically, the two should bear no relation whatsoever. Ao Qing found himself momentarily perplexed. At this juncture, perhaps noticing Ao Qing's daze, Ao Guang could not help but voice his concern. Ao Qing turned to him and reassured, "Father, do not worry. This dragon pearl is indeed usable. However, its essence is weak and requires careful nurturing. Yet, within a millennium at most, I am confident I can refine the earth elemental power." "Excellent," Ao Guang exclaimed with joy. The 5 elemental dragon pearls, his son could truly cultivate them, and it would only take a millennium. A millennium may seem distant to the ordinary person, but to Ao Guang, it was but a fleeting moment. "Ao Qing, you may delve into your understanding without concern. The wretched creature dares not act recklessly. Should he truly possess the audacity to do so, I shall petition the heavenly court to beseech the Jade Emperor to dispatch forces to apprehend him." Ao Qing gently shook his head and replied, "There is no need for such measures. If he chooses not to come, it shall be overlooked for the time being. However, should that wretched Jiao dare to approach, I implore you to inform me, Father. Like Ao Qing, Ao Qing currently holds the Jiao Demon King in utter contempt. At this moment, his thoughts are consumed with pondering the peculiar events surrounding the Bodhi seed. Chapter 50. The heart realm of Ao Qing to the east of the Northern Sea. Stretching for countless miles, lies a vast chasm, a veritable abyss, deep and unfathomable. This region is adjacent to the northern Julu continent, a place notorious for its rampant demons. Historically regarded as the most perilous locale among the four great continents. However, since the celestial master of demon suppression was commissioned to subdue the northern Julu continent, many aquatic demons have been intimidated by his formidable presence, causing them to flee in all directions. Consequently, this great chasm has become a sanctuary for these malevolent beings. Within this abyss resides the formidable demon king of the flood dragon, a colossal black serpent coiling within. Yet, this demon king did not escape from the northern Julu continent. Rather, he is the sovereign of this domain. As a result of his dominion, his power has amplified, unifying 36 factions of wicked spirits and commanding an army of 800,000. On this particular day, the demon king was engaged in cultivating his supernatural abilities. He opened his gaping maw, unleashing torrents of venomous miasma. This noxious wave, dark as ink, was both pungent and acrid. Upon its release, it rapidly spread in all directions. Even the vile entities that inhabited this place, upon contact with the miasma, were instantly transformed into blood. The demon king paid no heed to whether his subordinates were harmed, inhaling the toxic tide along with the blood back into his belly. In that moment, ominous shadows danced in his eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence. After several such displays, the chasm had become a desolate wasteland, with only a few formidable demons, who had been imparted with spells by the demon king, managing to barely protect themselves. At the moment when Ao Qing received a fragment of the azure dragon pearl, the demon king suddenly felt a stirring within, as if sensing an ominous portent. He was taken aback. Despite having encountered many fortuitous opportunities in the past and acquired unparalleled powers, he had never experienced such a premonition before. It felt as if his nemesis had emerged into the world. He promptly inquired of his two generals, the frog and the leech, regarding any recent movements across the seas. The two generals reported, "Great King, not long ago, a divine light soared from the southern sea. We have learned that a colossal azure dragon has taken flight towards the east. However, as you were engrossed in your cultivation, we refrained from disturbing you." An azure dragon? The demon king's gaze flickered. Could it be the individual who, 200 years ago, had coalesced into the dragon pearl? His provocations across the seas had been driven by the desire to uncover information about the dragon pearl. The demon king believed his powers to be formidable, and even if a dragon had indeed attained the dragon pearl, he was confident it would not be his match. Yet, feeling that ominous sensation in his heart, he now felt a twinge of fear. Could it be that, despite his supreme powers, he still could not contend with the might of the dragon pearl? A glimmer of greed appeared in the demon king's eyes. No wonder it is said that a flood dragon that obtains the dragon pearl can transform into a true dragon. The dragon pearl is indeed a coveted treasure. The more he pondered, the stronger his yearning grew, and thoughts surged within him uncontrollably. He was determined to obtain the dragon pearl, yet this premonition could not be dismissed. If this were the case, "Frog, leech," he commanded. "Here, my lord." They responded, trembling under his icy gaze. "You two shall journey to the northern Julu continent and summon the three great kings, the lion tortoise king, the monkey king, and the rock demon king." The prince expressed, "I have a matter of great importance to request. Should it be fulfilled, I shall offer an exquisite treasure with both hands. If I cannot contend with the dragon pearl alone, then perhaps with the assistance of three formidable sorcerers, not inferior to myself, I might stand a chance." Ever since the arrival of the demons subduing patriarch from the ninth heaven, countless fiends in the northern Julu continent have been vanquished, leaving only a handful to conceal themselves. Among these are the Lion King, the Monkey King, and the Pung Demon King, three of the most powerful, particularly the Pung Demon King, whose true form is that of a great rock, a creature that is, by nature, a nemesis of the dragon kin. It is said that in the West, there exists a golden-winged great rock that preys upon dragons, consuming 500 each day. Although the Pung Demon King is not a golden-winged rock, and the dragons it consumes are not true dragons, the enmity is indeed palpable. The current dragon race is not what it once was. Even if they manage to coalesce into a dragon pearl, they are limited to a mere singular lineage, with their magical prowess being a contributing factor. The dragon pearl has only been cultivated for 200 years. How formidable can its power truly be? The Jiao Demon King finds it hard to believe that the strength of the four of them cannot overcome a solitary dragon. Indeed, for the sake of the dragon pearl, the Jiao Demon King has chosen to sever ties with the Four Seas Dragon clan, as long as they do not completely eradicate the dragon race. He surmises that the celestial court would not pursue him to the ends of the earth for the sake of a single dragon. What the Jiao Demon King is contemplating is unknown to Ao Qing. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. For it is essential to note that while Ao Qing's dragon pearl is yet to reach its full potential, his own divine abilities and magical powers far surpass even the fledgling Sun Wukong. Thus, he remains confident, focusing solely on perfecting the earth element. At this moment, he is seated in a grand treasure hall, located at the heart of the Crystal Palace, which connects to all directions, ascending to the ethereal realms above and delving into the oceanic depths below, a most suitable sanctuary for cultivation. Not only is the spiritual energy abundant here, but it is also remarkably tranquil, ideal for comprehending the Tao's essence. In the center of the hall, Ao Qing sits with his heart directed towards the heavens, absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe and the quintessence of the sun and moon. Yet, his thoughts are immersed in the Bodhi seed within his mind. This seed radiates a delicate luminescence. Though it appears diminutive, when his consciousness delves within, it expands tremendously. At present, Ao Qing's awareness seems to be entirely enveloped by the Bodhi seed. Previously, when he encountered the fragment of the dragon pearl belonging to the Yinglong deep within the treasury, this Bodhi seed resonated with a vibration. This instantaneously led Ao Qing to realize that the dragon pearl fragment may provide him with an opportunity beyond merely refining the earth element. Furthermore, it could significantly benefit the Bodhi seed as well. As for why this connection exists, Ao Qing remains unaware, nor does he need to be at this moment. For he places his trust in the Bodhi Patriarch, and thus, his sole endeavor is to seize this fortuitous occasion, relying on the sensation of the Bodhi seed's resonance to continuously attempt to unlock its secrets. And so once, twice, thrice. Ao Qing lost count of how many times he had made these attempts. Yet the subtle radiance emanating from the Bodhi seed grew ever more resplendent, and Ao Qing's consciousness became increasingly ethereal. At last, after an indeterminate multitude of instances, boom, accompanied by a reverberation in his mind, a beam of light blossomed forth from the location of Ao Qing's life palace. In the next instant, the essence of the Bodhi seed seemed to unfold before his very eyes. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Ao Qing discovered that his consciousness could actually merge into this realm. Immersing himself in this experience, he suddenly felt as if his spirit had detached from his corporeal form. Abruptly, he found himself within that realm. Here was, enveloped in this dimension, Ao Qing gazed at his own hands, standing upon a landscape of pure whiteness. Moments later, he grasped the extraordinary nature of his surroundings. This world before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the heart realm of the Bodhi Patriarch. Could it be? This is the heart realm that belongs to him. Chapter 51. What is the essence of the heart realm? Ao Qing finds himself only partially comprehending its nature. However, one thing is certain. This power is intrinsically linked to that of the Bodhi Patriarch, for his Bodhi seed was indeed realized beneath the Bodhi tree, bestowed by the Bodhi Patriarch himself. Later, when he formally took on the role of a disciple, the Bodhi Patriarch conferred upon Ao Qing the name derived from the heart character of the Three-Star Cave's teachings. What does this signify? It signifies that Ao Qing has truly and completely inherited the doctrinal lineage of the Bodhi Patriarch. But what, then, is the essence of the Bodhi Patriarch's teachings? Is it the 72 transformations? The Great Celestial Method? Or perhaps the amalgamation of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism? In truth, it is neither of these. Nor is it entirely any one of them. While all of these are indeed the supreme and wondrous methods of the Bodhi Patriarch, the true transmission lies solely within the heart character. The spirit platform, the inch of the heart, the slanted moon, the 3 stars, and the Bodhi, along with the Bodhi verse. These collectively indicate that the heart is the most significant legacy of the Bodhi Patriarch. Just as the Tao represents the essence of Taoism and the Buddha embodies Buddhism, the Bodhi Patriarch harmonizes the 3 teachings, ultimately converging upon the heart. Now, as Ao Qing gazes upon the heart realm before him, Is it not akin to the spirit platform of Inch Mountain and the slanted moon of the three-star cave? Yet, this realm does not belong to the Bodhi patriarch. Rather, it is his own, a realm that connects the past with the future, bridging the old with the new. While the two share a common lineage, they need not be identical. Is this truly the legacy of the patriarch? No wonder. On the day I revealed the Bodhi seed to my master, he was so overjoyed. Ao Qing cannot help but recall the contentment reflected in the patriarch's eyes on the day of his initiation. Nevertheless, what profound mysteries does this heart realm possess? Ao Qing finds himself perplexed by this notion. Although he has initially gleaned insights about the heart realm from the Bodhi seed, its true function remains elusive to him. Indeed, the heart realm that now lies before Ao Qing is merely a rudimentary blank world. Clearly, this realm does not possess the dual nature of illusion and reality as does Inch Mountain. It cannot completely obscure itself from the three realms, nor can it exist as an independent world. Even when Ao Qing attempts to cultivate within this space, he discovers that while it is possible to practice, the spiritual energy remains indistinguishable from that of the external world, and the flow of time appears to be no different. Given this, the act of cultivating here seems rather inconsequential. Since there is no essential difference, one might as well practice directly in reality. Yet, despite this, the heart realm must possess its own enigmatic qualities, perhaps not entirely perceivable through the lens of the three-star cave. Ao Qing recalls the Bodhi patriarch's words when he evaluated Ao Qing's Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed is essentially a seed, and the heart realm is the blossom that unfolds from it. However, every seed yields a flower that is far from identical. The blossoms may bear resemblance, yet they are never entirely the same. Thus, the Bodhi patriarch remarked that he could not predict what kind of fruit Ao Qing's Bodhi seed would eventually bear. Nevertheless, one thing remains certain: I have indeed embarked on a path of cultivation that resonates with that of the revered ancestor. As the ancestor has articulated, if the powers of the dragon pearl and the art of cosmic transformation represent the quest for immortality, then the realm of the heart and the state of Bodhi signify the true journey of cultivation, my own path to enlightenment. The four great realms, immortal, saint, and the Tao, are represented in this journey. Currently, Ao Qing resides in the realm of the immortal, a state of considerable strength. However, to ascend to the realm of the saint and ultimately to the Tao, mere pursuit of immortality is insufficient. One must also cultivate the Tao. Reflecting on this, Ao Qing suddenly extended his right hand, and upon it, a fragment slowly materialized, the shard of the dragon pearl belonging to Ying Long. Indeed, this fragment sparked a revelation within Ao Qing. It was through this very shard that he began to grasp the essence of the Bodhi heart. Logically, one would assume that the dragon pearl fragment and the Bodhi seed are unrelated, especially since the ancestor had previously mentioned that the shard is tied to his unique destiny. Thus, there must be some underlying reason connecting them. Although Ao Qing could not ascertain the nature of their relationship, he was convinced there was indeed a connection. If this bond did not exist in the past, it might very well manifest in the future, for the Tao transcends all dimensions of time and space, existing in eternal freedom. In both Taoism and Buddhism, the past, present, and future coexist synchronously, much like the Buddhas of the past, present, and future, who represent three eras in a single, eternal thought. There is no circumstance where Shakyamuni's parinirvana leads to Maitreya's succession as the present Buddha. Thus, while it may seem that the dragon pearl fragment and the Bodhi seed lack causal connections at this moment, Ao Qing could not dismiss the possibility of such connections emerging in the future. In fact, this possibility was realized at that very moment. As Ao Qing revealed the dragon pearl fragment, a surge of radiant light suddenly erupted within the Bodhi heart realm. The illumination spread like ripples, cascading through the heart realm as if seeking to imbue the blank canvas with vibrant hues. In an instant, Ao Qing beheld a spectacle of divine light, as the once boundless void of the world transformed, radiating myriad shadows. With the emergence of these shadows, Ao Qing's mind was flooded with a multitude of visions. He appeared to witness a youthful figure, exquisitely adorned, frolicking with a blue dragon, chasing after a decorative ball. The youth bore a striking countenance, with the character Na inscribed on his left palm and Jia on his right. Could it be Neza? This seemed implausible, for in Journey to the West, Neza's relationship with the Dragon Clan was hardly amicable. Was it not true that he had inadvertently trampled the Water Crystal Palace shortly after his birth and had extracted the dragon tendons to fashion his cords? Ao Qing was perplexed. However, the vision faded as quickly as it had appeared, transforming into another scene, a young warrior wielding a halberd, riding the towering waves as he soared skyward. Beneath the colossal waves, Neza extended his hands, seemingly striving to reach the young boy. His eyes were filled with palpable concern, clearly indicating his deep care for the lad. To Ao Qing's astonishment, the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to him, nearly an 8 or 9 out of 10 match. The scene shifted once more. In the next instant, the boy revealed his true form, roaring with pride across the expanse. His true essence was that of a golden dragon, rather than the azure dragon he had appeared as initially. 3 shimmering silhouettes materialized in succession, only to shatter immediately. Boom. Everything dissolved into nothingness, returning to dust. Ao Qing abruptly opened his eyes, the palace quaking as a formidable aura emanated. What had just transpired? He was momentarily taken aback. Upon introspection, he realized that his heart's realm could still be accessed, though it remained a blank slate. The shimmering images within the fragment of the dragon pearl seemed to have vanished entirely. Could it be that this was the brother his father had often mentioned? Yet, how could his transformed visage resemble his own so closely? Ao Qing was taken aback. If he had transformed into the azure dragon or the yellow dragon, it would be understandable. However, he struggled to comprehend why this brother of his bore such a striking similarity to him post-transformation. It is worth noting that Ao Qing's own transformation was a fusion of his former self's likeness. How could an identical individual exist in this realm, and by coincidence, be his brother? Could it be? Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Ao Qing's mind. Chapter 52, The Inner World, Reversing Time. Could it be that the brother is a reincarnation of my past life? This possibility flickered in Ao Qing's mind, yet he quickly shook his head in denial. No, that cannot be the case. He clearly remembered his previous existence, which was certainly not of the dragon lineage. Even if that brother truly were a reflection of his former self, without any memories, it would be unreasonable to suggest a connection, let alone a bond, with Neza. If this notion were to be dismissed, could it imply a connection to the Bodhi seed? Perhaps the power of the Bodhi seed altered the past? Ao Qing contemplated, finding this possibility to be the most plausible. He recalled that within the 3-star cave, Bodhi Patriarch had once reversed time to witness the dragon ancestor from eons past, thereby acquiring the dragon ancestor's cultivation method. If it were true that the Bodhi seed and Bodhi Patriarch's powers were inherently linked, then it stands to reason that he too might achieve such feats in the future. This notion brought clarity to his musings. However, it appeared that his inner world and Bodhi Patriarch's vision were not entirely congruent. Regardless, there was now a glimmer of understanding. The remaining details would reveal themselves in due course. Ao Qing decided not to delve deeper into his thoughts, aware that his exploration of this inner realm was far from complete. Having grasped the initial essence of the Bodhi seed's power, he found that the first layer of his inner world was within his control. Yet, at present, it offered him no tangible enhancement. Practicing within a blank expanse held little significance. Moreover, unlike Bodhi Patriarch, who could traverse the inner world with his spirit, Ao Qing's physical form remained unable to enter this realm. In other words, he could not utilize this inner sanctum as a means of concealment or evasion. However, this did not imply that Ao Qing was incapable of harnessing the inner world. Since the fragments of the dragon pearl could influence and imbue the inner realm, there was no reason to believe that the same could not be achieved with other artifacts. Extending his hand, a vibrant light coalesced, revealing a cerulean stone orb nestled within his palm. The orb, perfectly round and translucent, emanated an ancient essence. It was indeed the stone from Mount Buzhou. This precious gem had been bestowed upon him by his woodcutter senior. While Ao Qing could not ascertain its true worth, he honestly believed it to be of equal, if not greater, value than the dragon pearl fragments. Given that the dragon pearl fragments could evoke and embellish the inner world, it was reasonable to assume that the Mount Buzhou stone could do the same. With determined resolve, Ao Qing decided to put this theory to the test. If it proved fruitless, it would matter little, but if it succeeded, he would reap great rewards. Upon extracting the Mount Buzhou stone, the tremors of enlightenment that had previously resonated throughout the treasure hall swiftly stabilized. Yet, this was of little consequence. More importantly, Ao Qing discerned that the radiance of the Bodhi seed had also become steadied under the influence of the Mount Buzhou stone's power. The inner world, which Ao Qing had initially forced open with sheer mental strength, had been difficult to manipulate in its nascent state. Yet, with the enhancement of the Mount Buzhou stone's power, it now flowed effortlessly at his command. Moreover, with the profound aura of the Buzhou mountain stone permeating the atmosphere, Ao Qing discerned that the hues of his heart realm seemed to undergo yet another transformation. Indeed, it was possible. A sense of joy welled up within Ao Qing. He assumed a meditative posture, aligning his 5 hearts towards the heavens, and once again immersed his consciousness into the heart realm. At that very moment, the essence of the Buzhou mountain stone began to shift and evolve. From 1 sprang 2, from 2 sprang 3, and from 3 sprang myriad beings. Soon, this essence, initially singular, branched out into countless paths. Thunderous roars echoed. Within the heart realm, a world was gradually being formed. It resembled a primordial state from eons past, a time before the heavens and the earth were delineated, where chaos took on the appearance of an egg. Ao Qing beheld the heart realm gestating within this egg. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a resounding boom heralded the creation of the world, illuminating everything. Ao Qing was astounded to witness a colossal mountain, stretching countless miles into the sky, rising from the ground, eventually filling the entire Bodhi heart realm. This was none other than Buzhou Mountain. The Shanhai Jing states, beyond the northwestern sea, at the corner of the vast wilderness, there exists a mountain that does not conform, known as Buzhou. Buzhou Mountain is located to the northwest of Kunlun Mountain, and it is said to be the only path through which mortals could ascend to the heavens. The origin of the name Buzhou, whether it exists in opposition to Zhou Mountain, remains uncertain. Some say it is due to the anger of Gonggong that it became incomplete, hence the name Buzhou Mountain. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this mountain now stands before Ao Qing's eyes. Within the heart realm, Ao Qing, harnessing the power of the Buzhou mountain stone, had astonishingly brought forth Buzhou Mountain. Moreover, he stood upon the earth, inhaling the fragrant essence of the surrounding grasses. It was evident that this Buzhou Mountain was so vividly real. Although manifested within the heart realm, Ao Qing felt as if he were genuinely situated amidst Buzhou Mountain itself. He unleashed his divine powers, instantly transforming into an immense azure dragon, soaring skyward. Ao Qing's true form measured 12,000-zhang in height, and as he fully revealed himself, he was indeed a magnificent sight that obscured the sun. Yet, in comparison to Buzhou Mountain, he appeared minuscule. Ao Qing even exerted all his strength to employ the celestial transformation technique, causing his body to swell further, becoming even grander. He ascended towards the heavens, gazing down at the earth. Yet, he still could not behold the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. Thus, the vastness of Buzhou Mountain became evident. After a considerable time, having roughly explored the scenic wonders, Ao Qing alighted upon a peak and reverted to his youthful form. Atop the summit, he sat in meditation, channeling his energy as he unreservedly refined the dragon pearl. A primordial treasure orb floated from Ao Qing's body, suspended in midair. Upon the emergence of the dragon pearl, the spiritual energy from all directions of Buzhou Mountain was instantaneously drawn towards it, surging forth like a torrent of whirlpools converging upon water. Not only that, but Ao Qing distinctly sensed that the dual attributes of gold and earth within the fragments of this dragon pearl grew increasingly potent under this influx of spiritual energy. Indeed, the heart realm, both illusory and real, was manifesting its wonders. Although this Buzhou Mountain was merely a recreation, it did not exist in reality. However, the power of the Buzhou Mountain within the realm of the mind is indeed genuine. Moreover, this force can be drawn by Ao Qing's dragon pearl, just as it is within the Three Stars Cave, assisting in cultivation. Coincidentally, the dragon pearl is an ancient divine artifact from eons ago, particularly the primordial pearl of the dragon ancestor. It is only in the primordial chaos, at the dawn of creation, that the perfect environment for cultivating the primordial dragon pearl exists. In truth, this is indeed the case. Under this force, the circulation speed of gold and wood has been significantly enhanced. Ao Qing estimates that at this rate, within a decade, or perhaps even sooner, he will be able to complete the 5 elements and achieve the harmonious cycle of their generation. This is a remarkable acceleration, surpassing 100-fold compared to a millennium. However, while Ao Qing rejoices at this outcome, he cannot help but ponder. The manifestation of Buzhou Mountain in the realm of the mind is due to the stone of Buzhou Mountain. The fragments of the dragon pearl of the Yinglong are still incomplete, hence only the remnants of its light exist. Yet, what if there were a complete dragon pearl? If his primordial dragon pearl were to attain the fullness of the 5 elements and absorb all the power of the Yinglong, Would it not also be able to manifest reality like the stone of Buzhou Mountain? It certainly could. Moreover, Ao Qing has an inexplicable feeling that the power of the Bodhi seed should not be limited to this. When the 5 elements reach perfection, there may be new transformations awaiting. Perhaps, akin to the Bodhi patriarch, it could even reverse the flow of time. Chapter 53, The King of the Monkeys Indeed. It was precisely due to this conjecture that Ao Qing felt the dragon pearl fragment might be intrinsically linked to his future ability to reverse the flow of time. If he could attain such a level, perhaps he would, like the three-world Buddha or the celestial of the great Luo heaven, come to comprehend the eternal truths of the Tao. The past would also become the future. However, such matters were still far too premature for him. The possibility of reversing time would only become clear once he had completed the 5 elements of the dragon pearl. Thus, in the heart of the Buzhou Mountain, Ao Qing embarked upon his cultivation journey. For 3 consecutive days, his mind and body were wholly immersed at the peak of Buzhou Mountain, delving into the earth element of the 5 elements dragon pearl. Remarkably, within just 3 days, a rudimentary form of the earth element had begun to take shape within the Hunyuan dragon pearl. Ao Qing discovered that once the earth element was established, the 5 elements within the dragon pearl harmonized significantly. The 4 elements that had previously been in conflict began to gradually align and give rise to one another. Nonetheless, the power of the earth element was still insufficient, requiring several more years to accumulate enough strength to harmonize the 5 elements adequately. Even so, Ao Qing's magical prowess grew exponentially, advancing by leaps and bounds. After all, within this heart realm, the spiritual energy was not only inexhaustible, but also drawn from ancient epochs, far surpassing the current energies, allowing Ao Qing to thrive as if he were a fish in water. As Ao Qing diligently cultivated, he remained unaware that at this very moment, atop a desolate mountain in the North Julu continent, a monkey was intently examining a bamboo slip in its hands. The monkey furrowed its brow, scrutinizing the slip as if deep in thought. Beneath it, a toad demon, clad in armor, knelt on the ground, seemingly awaiting its response. Indeed, this monkey was none other than the future king of the monkeys, one of the 7 great saints. The toad demon was the frog general, one of the 2 commanders dispatched by the dragon demon king. After carefully perusing the dragon demon king's missive, the monkey king narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Does the monkey king not know about this matter of assistance? The frog general cautiously inquired. The monkey king countered. What do the lion and rock kings think of this? The frog general replied. Those 2 kings have naturally agreed to lend their aid. As long as the monkey king is willing to assist, this matter is sure to succeed. At that time, my lord shall present the treasures of the dragon palace, be it gold, silver, or fine elixirs, to the monkey king. Even the divine iron of the river that great you left behind to tame the waters will be offered for your selection. The monkey king's gaze shifted, and he chuckled. If that is the case, you may inform your lord that I shall certainly be there. The frog general rejoiced. Thank you, monkey king, and promptly withdrew. Once the frog general departed, the monkey king's expression gradually darkened. Nearby, another monkey observed this change and inquired, My king, do you truly intend to assist the dragon demon king? This monkey was a mountain demon, covered in black fur with a strikingly white face, almost as if wearing a mask. The mountain demon, a trusted confidant of the monkey king, had known him since childhood and had contributed greatly to his endeavors. The monkey king, upon being questioned by his loyal aide, revealed without reservation that Black Mud Eel indeed harbors grand aspirations, hoping to enlist me as his enforcer. The divine treasure, known as the iron of the heavenly river? Merely a remnant from the time of great Yu's flood control. What use is a mere iron pillar to me? As for the treasures within the dragon palace, while they are undoubtedly valuable, they do not sway me. Upon hearing this, the confidant hesitated and replied, But, your majesty, you have already pledged your allegiance to the dragon king. How shall we explain our absence? The monkey king, incensed, retorted, Explain? Nonsense. The true monarch of Yuxing has been sweeping through the northern Julu continent day and night. My very life hangs by a thread. To offend the dragon clan at this juncture? Do you truly believe the dragon lineage is so easily trifled with? Their offspring serve in both the Buddhist and Taoist heavens. Should the dragons feel cornered, it will be the 9 heavens demon-vanquishing patriarch who first obliterates my mountain of monkeys. Startled by the monkey king's fury, the confidant quickly interjected. Forgive me, your majesty. Yet, if that is the case, why not decline outright? The monkey king pondered, Since that black mud eel has approached me, if I refuse him, he may harbor resentment. Regardless, I can no longer remain in the northern Julu continent. It is better to seek refuge elsewhere." The confidant was taken aback, quickly realizing the implications, exclaiming, "Could it be that your majesty intends?" The Monkey King smirked. "Do we require several great demons to contend with a single dragon? Only under one circumstance would that be necessary. If the dragon has coalesced into a dragon pearl. In such a case, that dragon would be of paramount significance to the Four Seas Dragon clan. Should I extend my favor to him, it would be a tremendous boon for the entire dragon lineage. Even if I can no longer stay in the northern Julu continent, I could establish my own domain in the eastern Victory Divine continent." The confidant, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. The Monkey King had devised such a plan. He pondered the feasibility of this course of action. Although the influence of the Dragon clan and the enigma of the Dragon Pearl were matters of secrecy, not even the likes of the Pung Demon King or the Lion Trojan King might be privy to such knowledge. Yet, the Monkey King was different. He had been bestowed with great fortune, learning profound techniques from a master, adept at discerning sounds and understanding principles, possessing an intimate awareness of various information within the cosmos, and often knowing the weaknesses of others. It was precisely for this reason that, despite his modest powers in the northern Julu continent, he had managed to survive under the oppression of the Nine Heavens demon-vanquishing patriarch. The confidant remarked, "However, the Four Seas Dragon clan is, after all, governed by the heavenly court and recognized as a legitimate deity. How could they possibly accept us, mere wild mountain demons?" The Monkey King replied, "You need not fret over this matter. In my youth, I forged a bond with the Dragon clan. Moreover, during our years in the northern Julu continent, we have not acted against the dragons as the Pung Demon King has. Based on my understanding of the dragons, I surmise they would feel compelled to repay such kindness. As for their status as legitimate deities, are you not aware that the 28 mansions of the celestial constellations were once demons and immortals in the distant past?" The confidant paused, realizing that this was information he had indeed not known. However, since it was the Monkey King who spoke, one can only surmise that His Majesty possesses extraordinary powers and would not err. "Nonetheless, your point holds merit." The Monkey King pondered for a moment and remarked, "As the saying goes, to know oneself and to know one's enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Yet, I remain uncertain of the identity of that azure dragon and whether it possesses the strength to withstand these 3 demons. Very well. I shall employ my divine abilities to observe the situation." Upon concluding his words, the Monkey King made no preparations. With a swift somersault, he leaped from his seat onto the table. With ears attuned, he sensed the gentle whispers of a breeze wafting through the cosmos. A manifestation of his cultivated divine skill, the wind-listening technique. Harnessing his powers, he swiftly tuned into the happenings of the East Sea Dragon Palace, his magical prowess penetrating even the minutest details. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected thunderous roar reverberated, causing an excruciating pain to erupt upon his forehead, akin to a violent explosion. In the next instant, he lost his footing and tumbled from the table, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. "My king!" His loyal aide was startled and hurried to assist him. The Monkey King, having fallen, sat for a while before finally speaking. "I know not why, but just now I heard a tremendous sound, its divine might akin to that of the creation of heaven and earth." Chapter 54. Presenting to the Celestial Court. Though the Monkey King possesses considerable prowess, his abilities in seeking information are comparable to the celestial generals known as the all-seeing eye and the all-hearing ear. However, Ao Qing, well versed in the transformations of the cosmos, has a certain understanding of such mystical arts. Moreover, being within the heart realm, a microcosm in itself, makes it exceedingly difficult for even the 6 divine powers of Buddhism to glean insights into Ao Qing's presence, let alone the Monkey King. As the Monkey King observed Ao Qing, the latter was engrossed in his cultivation, sensing a subtle disturbance as though someone were peering into his mind. While the technique was intricate, it proved ineffective within the heart realm, revealing the intruder's presence without concealment. After retaliating, Ao Qing did not cease his actions. Instead, he employed the art of cosmic transformation to discern the location of the intruder, furrowing his brow momentarily. North? Could it be the Dragon Demon King spying on him? Upon contemplating this, Ao Qing calculated using his divine powers, which indicated that the intruder was not of the aquatic race but rather a mere monkey. The art of eavesdropping, attributed to a monkey, struck Ao Qing with realization. It was likely the Monkey King among the 7 great saints. If it were indeed a monkey, it could also be the Yaoran king, known for his keen listening abilities. Yet, the most fitting candidate remained the wind-listening great sage, the Monkey King, reminiscent of the six-eared macaque in the original text, who also possessed similar eavesdropping techniques. As for the reason behind the Monkey King's appearance, Ao Qing was not particularly surprised. Despite the bonds of brotherhood formed among the seven great saints and Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, it does not imply that they were previously unacquainted. Should it indeed be the Monkey King observing him, it might indicate that the Dragon Demon King sought assistance to confront him. Ao Qing's gaze sharpened. Among the seven great saints, aside from the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong, only 5 others were vaguely mentioned. Nonetheless, Ao Qing did not dare to underestimate them. Given the formidable strength of Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong, it was evident that even those deemed weaker could not be dismissed lightly. They were undoubtedly formidable demons capable of commanding respect across the 4 continents. Ao Qing considered himself significantly stronger than the fledgling Sun Wukong. Should 1 or 2 confront him, he felt confident in his ability to subdue them. However, if all 5 were to arrive simultaneously, while his own strength was considerable, he feared that the Crystal Palace might suffer collateral damage. Yet, Ao Qing found it curious. It is worth noting that the Dragon Clan, while not comparable to the transcendent beings of the Celestial Court and Buddhist realms, remains a formidable entity in the mortal world. Moreover, the Dragon Clan itself comprises several individuals possessing notable magical powers. Most are not found in the 4 seas but reside among the mighty practitioners of the Celestial Court and Buddhism, serving as disciples, attendants, or auditors. Additionally, many dragons from ancient times persist within the realms of Celestial Court and Buddhism, such as the Metal Dragon of the 28 constellations and the Jiao of the Horned Wood, or the 5 great dragons under the command of the great Emperor Zhenwu. However, they are not merely the dragons of the 4 seas. Indeed, the Dragon Clan is not confined solely to those of the 4 seas. There exists a lineage of dragons embodying the essence of mountains and rivers, the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars, and even the dynasties of the mortal realm. Yet, it is the sea dragons that currently hold the greatest power among all dragon clans. Although these dragons are not closely associated with the sea dragons, they share a common ancestry. In critical moments, one cannot discount the possibility that they may remember their kinship and extend their assistance. As for the Jiao Demon King, his enmity towards dragons stems from a complicated past, which is rather understandable. However, could it be that the other members of the 7 great saints are equally oblivious to reason? Very well, since they intend to arrive, it would be wise to prepare in advance, just in case. With this thought, the heart of the unbending mountain dissipated instantly. I wish to see my father. Ao Qing summoned his attendant. At the sound of his voice, a catfish spirit promptly obeyed and went to relay the message to Ao Guang. Upon learning of Ao Qing's request to meet, Ao Guang hastily set aside matters of the sea. Before long, Ao Qing found himself on the platform, face to face with Ao Guang. Upon seeing Ao Qing, Ao Guang inquired with concern, "My son, how goes your mastery of the earth element? Is there something you need assistance with?" Ao Qing shook his head and replied, "The mastery of the 5 elements is within reach, in less than 10 years. I shall achieve it." 10 years. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in the thought. Up to this point, Ao Qing had provided him with numerous pleasant surprises. At times, an abundance of surprises can lead to a sense of numbness. For instance, if Ao Qing were to declare that he had already mastered the 5 elements, Ao Guang might very well accept it as a matter of course. After all, that is the nature of prodigies. For some, the heights they can never attain may merely represent a starting line for others. Nevertheless, joy remains paramount. Ao Guang chuckled, "Truly, you are my son. Once you have achieved the Dragon Pearl, I shall petition the heavens to bequeath to you the title of Dragon King." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. The title of Dragon King? To be candid, he had not given this position much thought. Perhaps he had considered it in the past. But since becoming a disciple of the 3 Stars Cave, the notion of the Dragon King's title seemed to lose its significance. No, in truth, it remained quite important. Ao Qing understood that the title of Dragon King was not merely a ceremonial position. It held genuine power. Yet, he had not yet fully grasped this reality. After a brief pause, he stated, "Let us defer the discussion of the Dragon King's title for now. I have come regarding the Cursed Jiao." The Cursed Jiao? Ao Guang was momentarily stunned, but shortly after, he realized that Ao Qing was referring to the Jiao Demon King. However, Given the tranquility that had enveloped the sea in recent days due to Ao Qing's enlightenment, Ao Guang momentarily failed to connect the dots. What has happened with that cursed creature? Ao Qing replied, if my intuition serves me correctly, the Jiao Demon King will soon mobilize against the Dragon Palace of the Sea. He dares. Ao Guang exclaimed, a mixture of anger and disbelief surging within him. Yet, upon seeing Ao Qing, he was compelled to accept the possibility. Could that cursed creature truly have the audacity to act so boldly? Ao Qing continued, I believe this to be accurate. However, there is no need for you to worry, Father. I am confident in my ability to subdue that cursed Jiao, though I fear he may have accomplices. It is said that the cursed Jiao has deep ties with the demons of the North Julu continent, and perhaps someone will come to his aid. Ao Guang pondered for a moment and said, if that is the case, what should we do? Ao Qing then revealed his intentions, stating, in my humble opinion, Father should petition the heavenly court. What? Ao Guang was taken aback. Petition the heavenly court? What about the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun? Chapter 55. The convergence of three demons in the vast chasm of the Northern Sea. The waters are deep yet unfilled, and the cup is poured yet never drained. Here, the chilling winds howl, and since the arrival of the Serpent Demon King, toxic springs have surged forth, bubbling with crimson. This scene is already quite alarming. However, on this day, an unprecedented terror looms within the Northern Sea chasm. Blood surges ominously, bones lie in heaps, and the atmosphere is suffused with a frigid aura of death. Countless severed heads are piled high, filling the abyss to its depths. Amongst these heads are those of humans, aquatic beings, and various demons alike. The heads form a staircase, while the bones accumulate into tables and chairs. Atop this macabre assembly, three formidable demons raise their goblets in celebration, filled not with fine wine, but with blood. The two generals, Frog and Leech, kneel below, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Clearly, they too are paralyzed with fear at the recent happenings. In stark contrast, the Serpent Demon King's eyes gleam with delight. I am grateful to my two brothers for their assistance. Should we achieve great success, the dragon offspring and progeny of the four seas, as well as the dragon matrons and maidens, shall be at your disposal. The two monstrous figures seated across from him, the Pink Demon King and the Lion Trojan King, chuckle in response. The Serpent King has generously provided us with 80,000 blood offerings. It is we who ought to express our gratitude. Indeed. The two demons opposite the Serpent Demon King are none other than the Pung Demon King and the Lion Trojan King, two of the future seven saints. Both retain human forms, yet unlike the Serpent Demon King, they do not manifest severed heads. One bears the visage of a lion, and the other, that of a black rock. They have truly come to aid the Serpent Demon King. However, the price for enticing the Lion Trojan King and Pung Demon King is substantial. The Serpent Demon King has offered his own 80,000 demon soldiers as tribute to both. Centuries past, these two demons ravaged the populace, feasting upon an entire nation. When the Grand Master of Demon Extermination arrived, they were severely wounded, their essence compromised, and they have yet to recover. It was precisely because the Serpent Demon King learned of this that he offered 80,000 demon soldiers as a condition to summon these two powerful figures. Furthermore, he promised, upon success, to bestow upon them the dragon matrons and maidens, along with the dragon offspring and progeny of the four seas, to do with as they please. Thus, the two great demons, initially reluctant to act, were swayed by the allure of such tempting rewards. It is well known that after the capture of the monkey and journey to the west, the seven saints dispersed, with few recalling the bonds of brotherhood. After all, they are merely a horde of demons. How could they hold loyalty in their hearts? Only through profit can they be compelled to take action. I have consumed human flesh, heavenly soldiers, and spirit beasts, yet I have never feasted upon dragons. I wonder if the flesh of the dragon kind is palatable? Inquired the Lion Trojan King in a coarse voice. The Pung Demon King shook his head. Though I have dined upon dragons, I have never tasted a true dragon. The Lion Trojan King, intrigued, asked, what do you mean by that? The Pung Demon King explained, a true dragon is one of 9 kinds. Some creatures that exhibit dragon-like features, such as the Ao fish and the water serpent, are not true dragons. I once partook of the Naga of the West, which is referred to as a dragon in that realm. In ancient times, it was also under the dominion of the dragon clan, yet it is not a true dragon. The Lion Troop King exclaimed, by that logic, I too have tasted dragon. Who has not feasted on the great serpents of the mountains or the toads of the waters? The Pung Demon King retorted, What you speak of cannot be compared to a dragon. Though the Naga may not be a dragon, it possesses innate divine abilities. Have serpents ever had such powers? As the two engaged in their argument, the Jiao Demon King chuckled slyly. Fear not, my brothers. I assure you, the true dragon is exquisitely delectable and will undoubtedly satisfy your palates. Upon hearing this, the Peng Demon King appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, Jiao Demon King, are you so certain because you have feasted upon a dragon? The Jiao Demon King did not shy away from the truth, declaring, I have resided in this vast northern sea for 50,000 years, diligently honing my craft. Naturally, I have often referred to the offspring of dragons during my training, frequently disemboweling and extracting their bones as a common practice. Over the course of 50,000 years, I have consumed no less than 800, if not 1,000, true dragons. The Peng Demon King was taken aback and asked, did the Dragon Clan truly allow you such liberty? The Jiao Demon King laughed heartily. 50,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan was still numerous. It was quite ordinary for the younger dragon progeny to go missing from time to time. What is so remarkable about that? Besides, my powers are vast, while the dragons are timid and inept. Even if they were to discover my deeds, what could they possibly do? The Jiao Demon King's words were half-truths. While he had indeed consumed dragons, he did not convey the full weight of his actions nor the volume of his claims. For 50 millennia, he had transformed himself into a true dragon in pursuit of the Dragon Clan's magical arts, harming some of their offspring in an attempt to mimic and attain a dragon's form. Yet he had never fulfilled that ambition. This matter had become a haunting nightmare for him, and the recent emergence of the Dragon Pearl had driven him to a near-manic fervor linked to this very desire. His boastful declarations, though grounded in reality, were largely intended to reassure the Peng Demon King and the Lion Troop King, seeking their assistance in his endeavors. Rest assured, my brothers, the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas is but a collection of insignificant creatures. Only the Azure Dragon I speak of may possess some true prowess. However, should the three of us combine our powers, I believe it will not stand as our adversary. Once our plans are realized, I shall share not only the dragon offspring, but even the Northern Sea Dragon King with you. Upon hearing this, the Lion Troop King hesitated. There is the sacred tortoise of the North Julu continent watching over us. If we were to slay a Dragon King, what would happen if the heavenly court learned of it? Fear not, my brother. The Dragon Clan has waned, and the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas are of little consequence. As long as we do not eradicate the Dragon Clan entirely, the heavenly court shall surely remain indifferent. Besides, our very reason for attacking the Four Seas is due to the vastness of the skies and the earth, intending to leave the north behind, replied the Jiao Demon King. The Lion Troop King nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a sound argument. Ultimately, these three demons were akin to mere brigands. Though they considered themselves immensely powerful and dared to assault the dragon palaces of the Four Seas, they had no intention of occupying them. Instead, they sought to plunder the Dragon Clan and then scatter like birds and beasts, fleeing to distant lands. They did not even wish to linger in the North Julu continent any longer, as long as one retreats to the realms of Xinyo Huzhou or Nanjian Buzhou. Concealing one's identity and leading a life of tranquility, it is likely that the Celestial Court would find it difficult to pursue them, effectively rendering them impervious to any repercussions. Thus, they harbor no fear of incurring the wrath of the Dragon Clan, as long as they do not annihilate the dragons. The Celestial Court will likely turn a blind eye. That is splendid. I too wish to savor the taste of the true dragon, to discern the flavor of the flesh of the mighty dragon and the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The Lion Trojan King exclaimed with great mirth. In contrast, the Peng Demon King cast a glance at the Flood Dragon Demon King, a strange glimmer flickering in his eyes. Yet, as the Flood Dragon Demon King turned his gaze towards him, he quickly masked his expression, returning to his usual demeanor. The Lion Trojan King speaks wisely. I too am eager to discover what the essence of the true dragon truly tastes like. Chapter 56. A well-thought-out plan. At the moment when the three demons were deliberating on how to devour the dragon in the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qing was also devising his own schemes. He approached the Dragon King, Ao Guang, and broached the idea of petitioning the Heavenly Court. Ao Qing was fully aware of Ao Guang's sentiments. The Jiao Demon King was the illegitimate son of Ao Shun. The love affair between Ao Shun and the demons not only defied ancestral teachings but also contravened heavenly laws. After all, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were regarded as righteous deities. It is worth noting that once, the sister of the Jade Emperor, the fairy Yunhua, who fell in love with a mortal, was suppressed beneath the Peach Mountain by the supreme Jade Emperor himself. Heavenly law is absolute. From Ao Qing's perspective, if the Jade Emperor did not spare his own sister, how could he possibly show leniency towards Ao Qing? However, after a moment of contemplation, Ao Qing remarked, "Very well. It is indeed a mistake committed by my fourth brother. He must bear the consequences himself." Ao Qing ultimately chose to side with Ao Qing. Though his intention was to protect Ao Qing, if the Jiao Demon King were truly to launch an assault on the East Sea Dragon Palace, possibly even allying with the demons of the northern Julu continent, then the matter would extend beyond Ao Qing. It would concern Ao Qing and the entire dragon clan of the Four Seas. When a decision must be made, it must be decisive. Having experienced so much, Ao Qing possessed the requisite resolve. Yet, upon hearing this, Ao Qing shook his head and said, "Father, please do not misunderstand. I do not intend to have my fourth uncle take the blame. When we report to the heavenly court, my uncle shall not be implicated." Confused, Ao Qing questioned, "What do you mean by this? If we are to petition the heavenly court, should that wretched creature be captured, then naturally my fourth brother's actions will be revealed by this fiend." This was indeed a valid point. Ao Qing nodded but quickly added, "But what if he is not captured?" Ao Qing was taken aback. "Not captured?" "Indeed," Ao Qing affirmed. "If that wretched Jiao were to attack the East Sea Dragon Palace, the demons of the northern Julu continent would surely lend their support. However, when we report to the heavenly court, we will only state that the demons from the northern Julu continent are planning an assault, without mentioning that the Jiao is involved. But even if we do not mention that wretched creature, he will surely make an appearance, will he not?" Ao Qing countered. Ao Qing replied, "Should a battle truly ensue, I shall take the initiative to eliminate that Jiao demon. In such a case, without any evidence, my uncle's involvement will remain concealed." Ao Qing then experienced a moment of enlightenment. So, this was Ao Qing's plan. Indeed, while the capture of the Jiao demon would undoubtedly reveal Ao Qing's guilt, if he were not captured, and Ao Qing were to slay him first, then all would be well. Nevertheless, many uncertainties remained. Ao Qing inquired, "This plan may be plausible, but what if that wretched creature's soul is imprisoned in the underworld? Or what if, seeing his impending doom, he cries out in desperation?" Ao Qing did not doubt Ao Qing's ability to eliminate the Jiao demon. Though formidable, the Jiao demon was no match for his own son. After all, Ao Qing had lived long enough to possess such discernment. Yet, this plan was far from foolproof. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing slightly shook his head and stated, "Though matters may be in our hands, fate is ultimately determined by the heavens. I am confident in this plan, but as the saying goes, no plan is without its flaws, and no amount of caution can guarantee success. Nothing is absolute, even without reporting to the heavenly court. The celestial realm may already be aware of the matters at hand. As the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act." While Ao Qing possesses the confidence to eliminate the Jiao Mo Wang, perhaps even causing his soul to scatter, he remains uncertain whether Ao Qing's actions can truly remain concealed. In fact, with his current understanding, he suspects that the Jade Emperor might not be oblivious to the situation. He simply may not deem it worthy of his attention. The circumstances surrounding the Jade Emperor's sister, Fairy Yunhua, and Ao Qing are not comparable. Furthermore, it is undeniable that Ao Qing has erred. Although Ao Qing lacks clarity regarding the events of the past and holds no position to judge the right or wrong, the fact that Ao Qing has posed a risk to the Dragon Clan cannot be overlooked. As for whether eliminating the Jiao Mo Wang constitutes an attack on kin, Ao Qing bears no moral burden. It is essential to recall that the Jiao Mo Wang had previously injured the Dragon King of the North Sea. Over the years, he has undoubtedly plotted against the Dragon Clan both overtly and covertly. Moreover, through his divine insights, Ao Qing has discerned that this demon's malevolent power is deeply entwined and has wrought considerable havoc. The waters that have perished at his hands must surely harbor countless vengeful spirits. After all, this has spanned a full 50,000 years. This abomination can no longer be regarded as one of the Dragon Clan. In light of this, Ao Qing would certainly not spare him. Upon hearing Ao Qing's words, Ao Qing felt a sense of relief. Indeed, as Ao Qing stated, human actions shape destiny, while fate is determined by the heavens. If the Jiao Mo Wang were allowed to continue unchecked, it would not only pose a significant threat to the Dragon Clan, but would inevitably unearth ancient grievances. Have you not seen how this scourge, in his quest for the Dragon Pearl, is even seeking to ally with the demons of the North Julu continent to attack the Dragon Clan? Under such circumstances, Ao Qing's course of action is, in fact, the most prudent. Ao Guang replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I shall ascend to the heavens to petition the Jade Emperor, requesting celestial forces to assist our Dragon Palace in vanquishing evil and removing obstacles." With that, Ao Guang prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Ao Qing called out to him, "Father, please hold on. I have one more matter to inquire of you." Hearing this, Ao Guang halted his steps. "What is it?" Ao Qing continued, "While it is certain that upon your petition, the heavenly court will dispatch celestial soldiers to aid our Dragon Clan, we cannot rely on them to provide substantial assistance. In matters of subduing demons, the heavenly court merely schemes the surface. The true reliance must rest upon ourselves. It is akin to the tail-end journey to the west, where the Jade Emperor sent troops to capture the Monkey King. The celestial forces dispatched to suppress evil often do not comprise their elite, particularly now, as the Dragon Palace is not under real threat. Even if the so-called seven sacred ones were to severely wound our clan, as long as they do not push it too far to the point of complete annihilation, the heavenly court might not be overly concerned. Perhaps it is precisely this lack of concern that has emboldened the Jiao Mo Wang to act so recklessly. Thus, while the heavenly court cannot turn a blind eye to our plight, it is highly probable that they will merely send some celestial soldiers to frighten off a few demons. However, Ao Qing does not desire such an outcome. In his view, since those demons have arrived, they should not be allowed to leave. Allowing them to escape would only bring further harm to the world. Therefore, Ao Qing must rely on his own strength to subdue these formidable foes. Since it is imperative to depend on one's capabilities, he must prepare as thoroughly as possible. A well-fought battle could very well elevate the Four Seas Dragon Palace in the eyes of both heaven and the Buddhist realm. This is not an undesirable outcome. Although one who stands out may attract the winds of envy, Ao Qing's status is far from solitary. Should he demonstrate his prowess, the celestial and divine entities might regard the dragon race with heightened esteem. However, this comes with a caveat. Ao Qing must refrain from displaying an overwhelming ambition or excessive brilliance, for such traits could yield adverse effects. The rise of the dragon race may not be hindered by the celestial and Buddhist forces. Rather, they could become allies, as the dragon race is intrinsically linked to the very fabric of these realms. Thus, in this impending battle, Ao Qing must approach it with unwavering confidence and a sense of assuredness. Consequently, his initial thought is weaponry. Indeed, to vanquish the Jiao Demon King and apprehend other malevolent beings, it is essential to leverage Ao Qing's personal strength, and weaponry constitutes a significant aspect of that power. Chapter 57. The importance of weapons. The significance of weaponry requires no further elaboration. As for the choice of weapon, Ao Qing had not given it much thought initially. However, within the confines of the Heart Realm, he discovered through the Dragon Pearl a weapon that was exceptionally suited to him. That is, Father, although I possess divine powers, it is not guaranteed that I can subdue these demons. To be cautious, I require a formidable treasure weapon. I wonder if our Dragon Palace holds any powerful arms? Ao Qing inquired of Ao Guang. A treasure weapon? Ao Guang paused before responding. Our Dragon Palace indeed possesses numerous divine weapons. However, for you, it may not be. Ao Qing nodded. Indeed. Just now, I perused the Eastern Sea Treasury. And while those so-called weapons are commendable for ordinary individuals, they offer me little assistance. Moreover, the weapons of our Dragon Palace are predominantly tridents, spears, and swords, which, in my personal view, are not particularly suitable. Ao Guang replied, My dear Qinger, speak your mind. What weapon do you desire? I shall visit the heavenly court and seek out acquaintances to procure a treasure weapon for you. Ao Qing stated, A halberd. A halberd? Ao Guang's gaze momentarily faltered. Indeed, preferably, the Fang Tian halberd. Ao Qing articulated. Very well. Ao Qing's aspiration indeed lay in the Fang Tian halberd he had glimpsed within the Dragon Pearl's illusion. In that visionary realm, he had also sensed the formidable powers of his elder brother. That divine power was undeniably formidable, perhaps even rivaling his own current abilities. Yet, what captivated him more was the halberd wielded by his brother, radiating an awe-inspiring might that should not be underestimated. While the strength comparison with the golden staff remained uncertain, it was likely that the difference was negligible. It is worth noting that the golden staff, crafted by the old lord, was one of the 3 treasures in the possession of Diyu during the flood control efforts. although its primary function was as a stabilizing force. Its portrayal in Journey to the West unequivocally demonstrated its prowess as a divine weapon. In the Dragon Pearl's illusion, the formidable capabilities exhibited by the Fang Tian halberd led Ao Qing to believe it was on par with the golden staff. Moreover, the design of the Fang Tian halberd was one that Ao Qing found particularly appealing. In Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong borrowed the golden staff from the Dragon King of the East Sea, numerous treasure weapons were presented, among them a Fang Tian halberd, weighing 200 pounds. In contrast to the golden staff's weight of 500 pounds, indicating a not-so-great disparity. Of course, in reality, the golden staff could not possibly weigh merely 500 pounds. Nevertheless, in comparison, the Fang Tian halberd might also exceed its reported weight. This led Ao Qing to ponder whether the Fang Tian halberd was indeed the very one belonging to his elder brother, which he had failed to locate in the Eastern Sea treasury, hence his inquiry. After a brief moment, Ao Guang spoke, "My child, if it is the Fang Tian halberd you seek, there is no need for me to solicit others. Our dragon clan indeed possesses a painted pole Fang Tian halberd. It is a treasure of our Four Seas dragon clan. However, should you wield it, it would surely not bring disgrace to its legacy. Indeed, it exists." Ao Qing felt a sense of clarity in his heart. He had no intention of disclosing matters of the heart realm to Ao Guang. After all, should Ao Guang become aware of such matters, it might not bode well. Thus, he resorted to subtle insinuations. However, to his astonishment, there was indeed something. In truth, he had prepared himself for the possibility that the halberd could be lost or damaged. Yet, Ao Qing expressed his confusion. "The ultimate treasure of our dragon clan? Why have I never heard of it?" Ao Guang replied, "Because this treasured weapon is the possession of your elder brother, Ao Taijia. This weapon possesses a spirit. And since Taijia's passing, no one has been able to subdue it. It has now fallen into silence. However, if it were you, perhaps there is a chance you might be connected to it." Ao Qing furrowed his brow. "Why is that?" Ao Guang continued, "Because, like Taijia, you were born from the power of the Yinglong Dragon Pearl. Only, you were conceived after Taijia, having accumulated the essence of the Four Seas for an impressive 50,000 years before your birth." At last, Ao Qing understood. It was the first time he had heard of his own lineage, and he had not anticipated such a profound connection. Of course, this might not clarify the relationship between the Heart Realm and the Dragon Pearl, but it certainly provided Ao Qing with some insight. If he were to be named Ao Tai E or Ao E, then should he have a younger brother, could it not be the legendary Ao Bing? Ao Qing paused, yet he refrained from voicing this inquiry. "In that case, may father take me to see this treasured weapon?" Ao Guang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he led Ao Qing away from the dragon platform towards a certain ocean trench. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the sea, where radiant light and auspicious energy abounded. Ao Qing soon realized that the location Ao Guang had brought him to was, in fact, the very place where the Rui Jinggu Bang resided. However, they did not linger at the divine iron of the East China Sea. Instead, they both employed their divine powers to navigate around the enormous divine iron, and after turning past some coral, Ao Guang opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of water towards the empty space. With a resounding splash, the water seemed to encounter an unseen barrier, from which a faint outline of the Fang Tian Hua Ji emerged. Ao Qing gazed at the location. "What is this?" He distinctly sensed that the position of the Fang Tian Hua Ji was extraordinary, as if it existed in a realm of its own. However, if Ao Qing recalled correctly, the Dragon Clan possessed no such magical abilities. Curiously, this divine power bore a resemblance to the strength found within his own cultivation of the Zhou Tian transformation technique. Ao Guang remarked, "This Fang Tian Hua Ji is the treasured weapon of Taijia. Not only was it nurtured by Taijia, but it was also once enlightened by a great adept in the West, thus endowing it with its own spirit. Although I know of its presence here, I cannot reveal it in its true form. I wonder, my son, do you possess the means to subdue it?" Upon hearing this, Ao Qing slightly nodded, transforming into human form, and then said, "Father, please step back a bit. Let me have a try." "Very well," Ao Guang replied, retreating 100 paces away. Ao Qing stepped forward, gazing intently at the space before him. In an instant, his mind became composed, and he swiftly unleashed a radiant beam of divine light into the void. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, a colossal wave, imbued with boundless divine might. surged forth from that very spot, its force overwhelming and omnipresent, radiating in all directions. The wave reverberated through the earth, its momentum truly magnificent. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the treasured iron of the sea stabilizing god emitted a golden light, managing to quell the tumult. Otherwise, the entire crystal palace would have been subjected to its impact. Ao Qing focused on the source of the disturbance, only to discover that the original space seemed to reveal slight fissures beneath the influence of his myriad divine abilities, through which myriad auspicious lights danced, and a Fangtian Huaji emerged vividly. This halberd bore a top resembling a well, its shaft adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of a swimming dragon. The blade concealed a hidden edge, glimmering like starlight. However, what astonished Ao Qing even more was that the moment this Fangtian Huaji appeared, it radiated a sense of joy towards him. It felt akin to a reunion after a long separation, a rebirth of sorts. Could this be what is referred to as fate? Chapter 58. The treasure. Ao Qing lifted his sleeves and stepped forward, extending his right hand to grasp the handle of the Fangtian Huaji, a formidable weapon of immense size. Even a man of considerable stature would find it rather unwieldy. Yet, in the present moment, Ao Qing's form resembled that of a youth, and the weapon seemed to evoke a celestial presence in his grasp. Strangely, a profound harmony emerged between Ao Qing and the Fangtian Huaji. As he held the weapon, it suddenly radiated a brilliant light, a kaleidoscope of colors that spread outward, creating tumultuous waves in its wake. What a magnificent treasure! Feeling the power emanating from the Fangtian Huaji, Ao Qing's heart leaped with joy. This divine weapon was not only razor-sharp, but also harbored an immense might. Truly a remarkable artifact. Such a quality alone was enough to captivate Ao Qing's heart. However, the weapon was rather cumbersome, and at his current size, it was somewhat inconvenient to wield. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to manage for the time being. After all, in a millennium, he would mature into a young man, and then the weapon would fit him perfectly. Just then, as this thought crossed his mind, it was as if the Fangtian Huaji perceived his desire. Suddenly, the radiant light flickered, and the weapon shrank slightly. Ao Qing was taken aback. Could it be that this Fangtian Huaji possesses such an ability? No. This is the art of Zhou Tian transformation. Ao Qing's heart raced. He had initially believed that this weapon could transform like the Rui Jingu Bang, effortlessly growing and shrinking. However, after a brief sensation, he recognized that this familiar feeling was unmistakable. The Fangtian Huaji could indeed perform the Zhou Tian transformation. As expected, with a mere thought, the weapon morphed into a long spear. With another thought, it transformed into a sharp sword. The sword, upon release, seemed to possess a mind of its own, morphing into a vibrant koi fish that swirled around Ao Qing, playfully brushing against him. Are you truly capable of such wondrous feats? Ao Qing was uncertain whether to feel elated or astonished. It is worth noting that Ao Qing's Zhou Tian transformation technique was learned from the esteemed Bodhi Patriarch. This technique encompasses 108 forms of divine transformation, rivaling the 72 transformations found in Journey to the West. While many in the three realms possess transformation skills, those who can master the Zhou Tian transformations are exceedingly rare. But who would have thought a mere weapon could possess such abilities? Could it be that the Fangtian Huaji learned from the Bodhi Patriarch? What a preposterous notion! Upon further reflection, Ao Qing considered his so-called brother, Ao Taijia, in conjunction with the light and shadows from the dragon pearl illusion within his heart realm. Ao Qing began to grasp a profound understanding. Could it be that you are, in fact, my weapon? He inquired of the koi fish. The koi seemed to express great delight, nodding vigorously at Ao Qing. Thus, clarity dawned upon him. It appeared that the Fangtian Huaji was indeed connected to his heart realm. No, it should be said that Ao Taijia himself was also intertwined with his heart realm. No wonder this Ao Taijia, whom I have never heard of, is a genius of the dragon clan and seems to share a profound bond with Neza. It appears to be related to me. Indeed, Ao Qing has come to a complete understanding. It must be the heart realm that allowed him to do something in the future, which subsequently altered the past. Much like how Bodhi Patriarch, with the power to reverse the flow of time, recalls the grand epochs of yore. In the future, Ao Qing too shall undoubtedly wield a similar power. Yet, this power remains somewhat elusive to him at present. If that is the case, then what truly transpires first, the past or the future? As this thought crossed Ao Qing's mind, he shook his head and dispelled the notion. It is of little consequence. The past may indeed be the future, and the future may very well be the past. If he overthinks, it could jeopardize his Tao heart, leading him astray. Perhaps there exists neither future nor past. Yes, Ao Qing lives in the moment. As for the notions of past and future, they are matters for another time. He chooses not to question or alter them actively. Rather, he simply goes with the flow. When the time is ripe, all will be revealed in due course. If something occurs that he does not desire, then when the moment arrives, he may yet harness the great tide to effect change. Perhaps this embodies the Tao heart that Ao Qing cultivates. His heart realm is not entirely akin to that of Bodhi Patriarch. Not only can he recreate and envision, but perhaps one day, he might even intervene. With a command, Ao Qing summoned a divine light, transforming the koi into the form of a Feng Tian Hua Ji, which landed steadily before him. Ao Qing admired it closely, noting its exquisite beauty. The halberd shaft was adorned with colorful decorations, and a line of characters appeared along the handle, shimmering with treasure light. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the words, Oversee Divine Dragon. The Oversee Divine Dragon halberd, the character could also denote, which is quite fitting. Ao Qing nodded slightly. This name indeed resonates with him. As for the understanding of Oversee, it is also comprehensible. He paid little mind to whether this name would usurp the title of the great sage of the Oversea. Moreover, the Jiao Demon King is soon to be vanquished. With a thought, Ao Qing transformed the divine dragon halberd into a bracelet, which elegantly adorned his wrist. What a marvelous treasure! Ao Qing rejoiced. This Feng Tian Hua Ji truly suits him perfectly. As for the bracelet, he merely acted on a whim. Such divine weaponry, if desired, could transform into a needle for embroidery, or be summoned and dismissed at will. Qing, it was at this moment that Ao Guang's voice resonated from afar. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing approached his father. Father, I have tamed the Oversea Divine Dragon halberd. Good, good. There is a successor indeed. Ao Guang laughed heartily. His eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Ao Guang instructed his envoy to draft a memorial and solemnly advised Ao Qing, my dear child, as I journey to the heavenly realm, should those nefarious beings arrive and you feel unprepared, do not display bravado. Simply await the arrival of reinforcements. Ao Qing nodded, assuring, Father, rest assured, I shall be prudent. Thus, Ao Guang employed his transformative divine powers to conceal his form, assuming the appearance of a dragon-headed human. Adorned with the Dragon King's crown and draped in the Dragon King's robes, and he ascended towards the heavenly realm. Indeed, although Ao Guang typically resided in the Dragon Palace in his draconic form, when summoned by the Celestial Emperor or tasked with delivering the Emperor's commands, he would transform into a human to avoid any semblance of disrespect. This, of course, was not a metamorphosis, but rather a display of the inherent illusionary abilities of the dragon lineage, fundamentally distinct from true transformation. After Ao Guang's departure, Ao Qing gave little thought to the matter, merely issuing orders for the dragon palaces of the East Sea and the other 3 seas to be placed on heightened alert, biding his time. However, shortly thereafter, Tua Xiang reported, Your Highness, a monkey has arrived outside the dragon palace, claiming to be an old acquaintance of yours and requesting an audience. A monkey? Ao Qing furrowed his brow, pondering, I have no notable acquaintances among monkeys. Remain vigilant. I shall investigate. Chapter 59. Seeking refuge, Ao Qing arrived outside the Crystal Palace and indeed spotted a diminutive monkey awaiting him. This monkey stood at a height of 5 feet, draped in animal skin, and appeared to be a macaque. Its demeanor was innocuous, even possessing a certain delicate charm. However, Ao Qing could sense the immense demonic power emanating from it. Though this power posed no threat to Ao Qing, it unmistakably indicated that the creature was a formidable demon king. In an instant, Ao Qing began to speculate about the monkey's identity. Are you the Monkey King? Ao Qing inquired directly, gazing at the creature. Indeed, the monkey confirmed, revealing itself to be the Monkey King. Upon arriving at the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Monkey King felt a twinge of apprehension. He suppressed his demonic aura and spoke to the toad with the utmost politeness, ensuring he did not come across as disrespectful. This was largely due to the overwhelming power he had sensed from Ao Qing during their previous encounter. However, upon Ao Qing's appearance, the Monkey King was momentarily taken aback. Why does a mere child emerge? Is he not the East Sea Prince I was meant to meet? Indeed. While the Monkey King had utilized his divine abilities to eavesdrop and deduce that the East Sea Dragon Prince was likely the individual he sought, Ao Qing had only been born for a mere millennium. In terms of dragon lineage, he was undeniably quite young. Thus, after taking on his human form, his appearance was somewhat misleading. Additionally, the stone barrier of Mount Buzhou obscured his true aura, causing Ao Qing's formidable presence to remain concealed, even though he had not deliberately hidden it. Once Ao Qing accurately revealed the Monkey King's identity, the monkey suddenly realized the truth. There was no one else who could so effortlessly discern his identity other than the Dragon Prince. He then asked, "Are you truly the East Sea Dragon Prince?" Ao Qing narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. After careful observation, he detected no other demonic presences and understood that the Monkey King might not have come to assault the East Sea Dragon Palace. He refrained from further speculation and replied, "Indeed, I am Ao Qing, the East Sea Dragon Prince. What brings you here? Are you perhaps acting on behalf of that vile flood dragon? Why do I not see the other demon lords?" Upon hearing this, the Monkey King was slightly startled. It seemed that the Dragon Prince was fully aware of the flood dragon's schemes. However, knowing that the flood dragon intended to conspire with several demon lords to attack the Four Seas, the Dragon Prince remained indifferent. Suggesting one possibility, he was unconcerned about the flood dragon's petty machinations. It appeared that the Monkey King had indeed been correct. Fortunately, he had chosen not to ally with the flood dragon. Otherwise, given the Dragon Prince's confidence and nonchalance, this endeavor would likely have been perilous. In truth, while the Monkey King had spoken simply in front of his confidants, he was somewhat tempted by the flood dragon's proposal. The flood dragon had promised that once the plan succeeded, he could choose any treasures from the dragon palaces of the Four Seas, and even the precious iron from the depths of the heavenly river would be bestowed upon him. The Monkey King possesses magical powers and is well versed in the art of persuasion. He has a vague understanding of the origins of the treasured iron of the Dragon King and has long coveted it. The Dragon King, aware of this, has used it as leverage. However, he did not anticipate the Monkey King's choice under such circumstances. It is understandable, for typically, these demon kings are not like ordinary monsters. They are somewhat concerned with their reputations. Logically, even if they do not lend their assistance, they would merely decline politely. It is unfathomable that one would choose betrayal instead. Yet, the situation is dire for the North Julu continent, having been ravaged by the celestial exorcist, leaving it on the brink of collapse. The Monkey King surmised that if he were to refuse, he would inevitably face retaliation from the Dragon King, thereby leading to his ultimate decision. "Your Highness need not be overly concerned. I come not to aid that black mud eel, but rather to seek an audience with the true dragon." The Monkey King hastily explained the circumstances, distancing himself from the Dragon King while elucidating the entire sequence of events to Ao Qing. Although he had some suspicions upon meeting the Monkey King, it was only now that Ao Qing was able to confirm the truth. This monkey had come to seek refuge with him? How peculiar. He wondered about the other monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain and Sun Wukong, but this thought merely flitted through his mind. He understood that the Monkey King's allegiance was not due to any admiration for his fame. In the future, the Monkey King would be known as the Sage of Wind, where wind does not imply mastery over the breeze, but rather an understanding of celestial secrets. Capable of divining fortunes and misfortunes, and adept at adapting to circumstances. Coupled with previous observations, Ao Qing realized that the monkey had discerned his formidable power, which prompted his approach for allegiance. Ao Qing furrowed his brow. The Dragon King has indeed resorted to using the lives of his 800,000 subordinates and my dragon palace as a price to summon you few fiends. No wonder such overwhelming karmic retribution is manifesting in the North Sea. The Monkey King replied, "Indeed, the Dragon King is ruthless. Although the so-called 800,000 is merely a figure of speech, there are not that many in reality, yet it still amounts to a tremendous sin. Even if most of those sins are committed by demons, they are still entwined with karma. Although I am also a demon, I place great importance on karmic consequences. I have been compelled to commit some misdeeds in the past, yet I have never harbored great malevolence, nor have I ever acted against the aquatic races." Ao Qing calculated carefully, realizing that the monkey was not speaking falsely. "I see. So it appears you are still merely a demon?" The Monkey King quickly replied, "I dare not claim otherwise." Ao Qing regarded the monkey and said, "Monkey King, there is no need for such verbal tests. You have come to seek refuge with me. You must have certain conditions in mind. Speak, and if they are reasonable, I shall consider them." The Monkey King responded, "Your Highness is indeed wise. Pray tell, are you familiar with the celestial exorcist? Although I have not committed any great transgressions, I have engaged in minor misdeeds, for I am still a demon. In the present day, the master of exorcism, known as the Nine Heavens. commands great respect in the northern region of the Lu state. My desires are simple. I merely wish to lead a few trusted subordinates to find a place of tranquility. The intentions of the Monkey King were originally twofold. Firstly, he sought the assistance of the Dragon Clan to secure a refuge. Secondly, he yearned for the divine iron of the sea and the numerous treasures within the Dragon Palace's vault. However, witnessing the formidable strength of Ao Qing, he wisely refrained from mentioning the latter. Ao Qing nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "This condition, while challenging, is not unreasonable. Since you have come to deliver this message, it shows your sincerity. However, merely delivering a message does not merit recognition. I am already aware of the ambitions of the Jiao Demon King. At best, it is a labor of effort without true merit. If you can achieve a noteworthy accomplishment, I can guarantee you a secure place to reside. What say you?" The Monkey King inquired, "What constitutes an accomplishment?" Ao Qing responded, "Did not the Jiao Demon King summon you to gather? Simply go forth. You need not engage in battle. All I require is for you to gather intelligence on his movements, to ascertain when he intends to strike and where he plans to go." Chapter 60. Arrangement. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King paused and spoke. "Your Highness, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but even if I were to go, how can I communicate with you to discern the intentions of that mudfish?" Ao Qing took a couple of steps closer to the Monkey King. As the distance diminished, the Monkey King, possessing divine abilities, immediately felt a prickling sensation, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The Monkey King, being knowledgeable, became more prudent in the face of danger than an ordinary person. It was evident that this youth before him was quite perilous. In the past, the Monkey King relied on this particular divine ability to navigate fortune and evade calamity, thus establishing his territory in the northern Julu continent despite not possessing outstanding magical prowess. Even under the suppression of the Grand Master of Demon Exorcism from the Nine Heavens, he had never truly sustained any injuries. However, this Monkey King was indeed a remarkable figure. Witnessing such a situation, he did not evade nor show any sign of defense, instead asking, "Could it be that your Highness has some cunning plan?" Ao Qing gently raised his hand. The bracelet on his wrist suddenly transformed into a stream of ethereal energy, swiftly penetrating the Monkey King's mouth, nose, and ears. "This is..." The Monkey King was taken aback, instinctively attempting to evade, but Ao Qing struck unexpectedly. The Monkey King was unprepared and had never anticipated that the bracelet was a divine artifact. In an instant, the ethereal energy had entered his life palace. "Your Highness, what is this?" "Do not be alarmed." Ao Qing waved his hand and replied, "This is a divine ability of mine that allows me to sense you through this ethereal energy. When you encounter the Jiao Demon King and discern the nefarious schemes of that wretched Jiao, whatever thoughts you harbor, even if we are separated by a myriad of miles, I shall know." Divine ability? The Monkey King felt a chill run down his spine. Such a divine ability to know another's thoughts from afar. Could it be akin to the heart communication of the Taoist sect or the six transcendences of the Buddhist school? Could it be that this dragon prince possessed such profound cultivation? It is known that the six transcendences of Buddhism and Taoism are not mere divine abilities. They are deeply intertwined with one's cultivation, especially with formidable abilities like fate perception and heart communication. If one's cultivation is inadequate, it is utterly impossible to master them. Could it be that this prince could? Yet he appeared quite youthful, likely only around 1,000 years old. Or perhaps this dragon prince does not assess age in the same manner as the dragon race. This is quite plausible. The Monkey King, well versed in many arcane secrets, understood that in the three realms, many great practitioners could not be judged by their appearance or age. For instance, the supreme deity of Tai, who rescues the suffering in the Eastern Changal world, has a true form that resembles a youth, as he is an embodiment of the primordial essence of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Conversely, those who appear as middle-aged or elderly, young or female, similar to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, are merely manifestations. Perhaps this dragon prince is akin to such an entity. Of course, in truth, while Ao Qing had some understanding of the six transcendences of Buddhism and Taoism, due to his relatively short period of cultivation and primarily focusing on the dragon pearl cultivation method, he had not yet mastered them. Furthermore, he could not be compared to the supreme deity of Tai. Moreover, while the abilities of the heavenly eye and the heavenly ear may be manageable, the heart insight and fate insight are decidedly more complex. The so-called divine powers he possesses, however, are underpinned by a remarkably simple principle. They rely on the might of the ocean-covering divine dragon spear to probe the Jiao Demon King. The ocean-covering divine dragon spear is a treasured weapon closely tied to Ao Qing, although the specifics of its origins are unclear. This spear possesses a profound understanding of the art of cosmic transformation. Furthermore, after subduing the ocean-covering divine dragon spear, Ao Qing discovered during its nurturing that the spear was imbued with an exceptional spirit, seemingly resonating with a hint of Buddhist essence. This remembrance brought to mind Ao Guang's words that the divine dragon spear had once been enlightened by a powerful deity from the West. The Buddhist essence, coupled with the art of cosmic transformation, allowed Ao Qing to establish a connection with the spear through mere nurturing. Not only did the divine dragon spear acknowledge Ao Qing as its master, but it also exhibited a natural affinity for him, reminiscent of the bond between the golden cudgel and Sun Wukong. Consequently, Ao Qing could harness the spear to transform it into a subtle essence, serving as his eyes and ears, infiltrating the Jiao Demon King's fate palace. Thus, whenever Ao Qing willed it, every action of the Jiao Demon King would be laid bare before him. In critical moments, should the Jiao Demon King harbor treachery, the divine dragon spear could, without hesitation, breach the palace of his fate. Of course, as the saying goes, trust not the suspicious, but trust those without suspicion. Ao Qing held no doubts regarding the Jiao Demon King's allegiance, especially since he had divined through his powers that the Jiao Demon King had indeed not harmed the aquatic race, and even seemed to possess some connection with them. Jiao Demon King, proceed accordingly. If this endeavor comes to fruition, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Previously, you had used your powers to pry into my affairs, causing me injury. In due time, I shall find a way to heal your wounds. Ao Qing spoke slowly. Very well. In that case, I hope the prince will keep his word. I thank you in advance. The Jiao Demon King nodded, then performed a somersault and soared towards the northern sea. That monkey. Observing the Jiao Demon King's departure, Ao Qing shook his head slightly. Were it not for the stark differences in stature and appearance, one might easily mistake the Jiao Demon King for Sun Wukong. He gave it little thought, and instead turned his gaze northward. The Jiao Demon King. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. Ao Qing turned away. Originally, the golden bell and jade drum were instruments that only Ao Guang could command. However, due to Ao Qing's deep connection with Ao Guang and his standing in the East Sea being akin to that of the Dragon Kings, their use at this moment did not raise any objections from the Toad Commander. The two of them dared not defy him and promptly struck the golden bell and jade drum. As the resonant sounds echoed, the waters rippled in all directions. Upon hearing the summons, the Dragon Kings of the Western, Southern, and Northern Seas hastened to the East Sea. These three Dragon Kings were no ordinary beings, especially in the depths of the ocean where their speed was unparalleled. In less than half a day, they all arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Brother, what is the urgency that summons us? Who are you? The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Run inquired upon entering, only to find not Ao Guang, but rather a young lad. Upon the arrival of the three Sea Dragon Kings, Ao Qing revealed his true form, transforming into a magnificent azure dragon. He addressed them. Esteemed uncles, I trust you are well? Dear nephew. Ao Qing proceeded to recount the events concerning the Jiao Demon King, detailing the impending military campaign, his request for Ao Guang to submit a formal petition, and the measures to safeguard Ao Shan. The three Sea Dragon Kings, upon hearing this, were filled with both astonishment and indignation, each offering their perspective. The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shan, was particularly remorseful, exclaiming, "What a calamity! Dear nephew, since this is a fault of my own making, there is no need for further discourse. I shall bind myself and present myself to the celestial court." Observing Ao Shan's agitation, Ao Qing urged, "Uncle, there is no need for such fervent distress. What has transpired is in the past. Let us not dwell on it. I have my own strategies. My intention in summoning you three is to enlist your assistance in capturing these fiends." The South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing, remarked, "Indeed. Fourth brother, what use is it to speak of these matters now? Even if you were to bind yourself before the celestial court, we would still face this dire predicament, and we would lose a significant ally." The West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, added, "Dear nephew, my son Moong is currently in the celestial court. He has acquired formidable martial skills and could lend his support." Ao Qing also mentioned, "I have some acquaintances who could be summoned to aid us." Ao Qing gently shook his head and gestured dismissively. "There is no need to trouble my cousins. As for my third uncle's friends, they are unnecessary. This is a matter pertaining to our dragon clan, and I alone shall suffice. I summoned you three solely to form a united formation, ensuring none of these demons can escape. Indeed, the 3C Dragon Kings were not to be underestimated. They had lived through countless ages. And even if they had not undergone rigorous training, their innate abilities were formidable, particularly in the vast ocean, which was their domain. Although they may not individually match the 7 great saints, together they could certainly delay and obstruct the threats they faced. Chapter 61. Departure. Ao Qing's meticulous arrangements exuded an air of confidence that commanded the respect of the 3 Dragon Kings. If followed accordingly, the formidable Jiao Demon King would indeed pose no significant threat. The only concern that lingered was whether his esteemed nephew could subdue the nefarious Jiao. However, in Ao Qing's view, this concern was negligible. To assuage the worries of the 3 Dragon Kings, he chose to demonstrate a fraction of his formidable powers. Upon sensing the overwhelming might radiating from Ao Qing's Dragon Pearl, the 3 Dragon Kings felt a wave of reassurance. With such prowess, coupled with their combined strength, even if they could not capture or defeat the Jiao Demon King, they could at the very least hold off until the celestial troops arrived. Yet, should they fail to vanquish the Jiao Demon King, as Ao Qing suggested, the affairs of the North Sea Dragon King might become exposed, leading to repercussions. Nevertheless, the North Sea Dragon King had already braced himself for this possibility. For him, the worst-case scenario was merely a return to the dragon execution platform. He was acutely aware of the calamity he had caused, which had deeply implicated the Dragon Clan. Could he not muster a modicum of courage in the face of such adversity? Unbeknownst to Ao Qing, the thoughts of Ao Xuan and the other 2 Dragon Kings were far more complex. To him, the situation seemed trivial. Once his plans were set, Ao Qing attuned his spirit to sense the movements of the Monkey King, patiently awaiting news of the Jiao Demon King and his cohorts. After 3 to 5 days, he received word from the Monkey King. The Jiao Demon King was preparing to embark on his journey. Unsurprisingly, his primary target was the North Sea Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, having departed from the East Sea, wasted no time in hastening towards the North Sea abyss. As he traversed the skies, he arrived at his destination with remarkable speed. Upon his arrival, he found the Jiao Demon King and his companions reveling in merriment. The sight of the Monkey King brought immense joy to the Jiao Demon King. The great Monkey King has come to lend his strength. Success is surely within our grasp. Initially, the Jiao Demon King had been apprehensive about the Monkey King's absence. Although, in terms of magical prowess, the Monkey King could not rival the likes of the Lion Tiger King or the Ping Demon King, his unique abilities to gather intelligence made him invaluable. The mere presence of the Monkey King was a harbinger of good fortune, instilling the Jiao Demon King with a renewed sense of certainty regarding their endeavor. Oh, Jiao Demon King, Lion Tiger King, Ping Demon King. It has been a while. How have you fared? The Monkey King greeted with a smile. Quite well, quite well. I had been slightly unwell, but thanks to the assistance of the Jiao Demon King, I am now in good health. The Lion Tiger King replied in a gruff voice. Indeed, the Jiao Demon King has provided us with ample sustenance. We are rejuvenated and brimming with vitality. The injuries we sustained from the Celestial Master of Exorcising Demons have fully healed, and we have even made some progress, chimed in the Peng Demon King. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King expressed his envy. I envy both of you. Not long ago, I too sustained some injuries. My foundation has been somewhat compromised, and I fear I may not be of much assistance against the Dragon Clan this time. The Jiao Demon King was taken aback. The Monkey King has been injured? Could it be at the hands of the blessed true monarch? The Monkey King nodded in affirmation. Had it not been for my adeptness in the art of concealment, I might never have arrived at this place. Upon hearing this, the Lion Trojan King bitterly remarked, that old turtle. While we have been leisurely residing in the northern continent, we have never provoked him, yet he has repeatedly attacked us. If it were not for the fact that we cannot match him in strength, I would. One day, if I can master boundless powers, I shall assault the heavenly court and bathe the celestial palace in blood. The Peng Demon King, taken aback, cautioned Lion Trojan King. It would be wise to refrain from such reckless words. The celestial beings possess great insight. Should they take notice of your utterances, it could invite trouble upon us. Despite his disdain for the heavens, the Peng Demon King was aware of the adage, words can bring calamity. He maintained a semblance of prudence in his speech and actions. I do not believe they are so formidable, the Lion Trojan King scoffed, but he chose not to pursue the matter further. Observing this, the Jiao Demon King quickly sought to change the subject. Let us set this matter aside for now and deliberate on the affairs of the Dragon Palace. Great Monkey King, are your injuries severe? The Great Monkey King replied, it is of no concern. Though I lack significant strength, I still possess some degree of cunning. I can certainly assist in guiding you and strategizing. However, he added, but, Jiao Demon King, do not forget the promise you made to me. The Jiao Demon King then felt reassured. That is well. Great Monkey King, do not worry about engaging in battle. Simply use your powers to monitor the movements of the Dragon Clan and inform me, ensuring they do not report to the Heavenly Court or seek assistance. Additionally, please keep a watchful eye on the whereabouts of the East Sea Dragon Prince. Once we succeed, I shall generously present you with the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace and the divine iron of the sea. A cold smile crept across the Great Monkey King's heart. This Jiao Demon King was indeed clever, attempting to reap benefits while contributing nothing. Yet, he feigned delight, replying, this is a trivial matter, rest assured, Jiao Demon King. After a pause, as if indifferent, he inquired, by the way, where shall we commence our assault? The Jiao Demon King stated, from the North Sea. The North Sea? The Great Monkey King expressed his surprise. Why start there? The Jiao Demon King elaborated, firstly, I have resided in the North Sea for 50,000 years and am quite familiar with this region, as well as the North Sea Dragon Palace. An assault here is highly probable to succeed. Secondly, this will draw the attention of the other 3 seas, leading them astray. We shall then secretly attack the East Sea. Once we achieve our goal, we will retreat to the southern continent or the western bull heavens. As for the western and southern seas, we need not venture there. The Prung Demon King nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiao Demon King's strategy is astute. We need not engage the entirety of the 4 seas in battle. Moreover, the Dragon Clan is powerful. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. The notion of a raiding strategy resonated well with the Prung Demon King. Conversely, the Lion Trojan King appeared somewhat displeased by such a petty scheme. However, after consideration, the prospect of feasting on true dragons, possibly even the North Sea Dragon King, and recognizing the minimal risk involved, he ultimately concurred. Unlike the Prung Demon King and the Lion Trojan King, the Great Monkey King was acutely aware of the Jiao Demon King's intentions. To strike at Beihai is to seek personal vengeance. To assault the East Sea is in pursuit of the Dragon Pearl. As for the West Sea and South Sea, they hold little significance in the eyes of the Jiao Demon King. Provoking them may prove futile and could potentially exacerbate the situation. After all, while the dragon lineage may have waned, they are not to be trifled with, especially now, as a formidable power has emerged from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Upon contemplating this, the Monkey King felt a stirring within his destiny chamber, which triggered a surge of pure energy. In an instant, Ao Qing also became aware. After learning of the Jiao Demon King's intentions, he promptly issued orders. Fourth uncle, that vile Jiao intends to attack Beihai. Let us set forth at once to prepare in advance. Chapter 62. Into the trap. Upon receiving the news, Ao Qing promptly informed the Dragon King of the North Sea. Although the North Sea Dragon King felt a surge of anger and fear, he managed to regain his composure under Ao Qing's counsel, and subsequently ordered the North Sea aquatic beings to go on high alert, sealing the gates of the Crystal Palace. Meanwhile, Ao Qing set off early. Enveloped in a radiant aura, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the North Sea. Several hours later, Ao Qing arrived at the North Sea and stood before the Crystal Palace, observing its tightly shut gates. To prevent any unintended harm to the innocent aquatic creatures, he employed the art of cosmic transformation, concealing the Crystal Palace and transforming its exterior into a series of rocky outcrops. Shortly thereafter, the 3 Dragon Kings arrived in succession. The sea surged violently as a crimson dragon, a black dragon, and a white dragon followed Ao Qing to the entrance of the Crystal Palace. Even though the 3 divine dragons restrained their formidable presence, their arrival still stirred quite a commotion. Fortunately, with Ao Qing's presence, they remained undetected by the Jiao Demon King. The 3 dragons inquired, Noble nephew, how shall we proceed with our arrangements? Ao Qing replied, Uncle, as long as you form a formation in the shadows to prevent the Jiao Demon King from escaping, I shall handle the rest. The dragons expressed their concerns, saying, We are colossal in size, and though we possess the ability to transform, we fear that the malevolent being's powers are vast, making it impossible to deceive the heavens. Ao Qing chuckled, This is but a trivial matter. He then invoked the art of cosmic transformation upon the 3 dragons. This technique not only allowed him to alter his own form, but also enabled him to transform others. The dragons, under this magical influence, offered no resistance and swiftly morphed into 3 shimmering wisps of water mist at the seabed, blending seamlessly with the rocky surroundings. Even upon close inspection, they were indistinguishable. "Noble nephew, your art of transformation is truly marvelous," the 3 dragon kings exclaimed in unison. While they had not sensed much when Ao Qing concealed the crystal palace, experiencing it firsthand left them awestruck. It seemed that their noble nephew had indeed transcended his former self. Perhaps he truly possessed the ability to subdue that wicked Jiao. Without dwelling on the thoughts of the 3 dragons, Ao Qing gazed towards the North Sea and employed the art of cosmic transformation once more. Not only that, he also activated the power of his heart realm, emanating its energy outward. Before the North Sea, a magnificent array of palatial scenery gradually emerged with the shimmering waves, resembling the crystal palace to a remarkable degree. Indeed, this was another extraordinary power of Ao Qing, the heart realm, which he inherited from the venerable Bodhi patriarch. The heart realm, apart from manifesting visions and recreating experiences, allowed him to project a semblance of illusion into reality. In the past, the patriarch effortlessly conjured an immense continent spanning countless miles above the South Sea merely through the power of the heart realm. Now, having inherited the Bodhi seed and the heart realm, Ao Qing naturally possessed similar powers. However, upon closer inspection, the replicated crystal palace revealed several imperfections, lacking the flawless artistry of the Bodhi patriarch. After all, this was Ao Qing's first practical application of the Bodhi seed's power since comprehending it. Nonetheless, even with its flaws, it was more than sufficient to contend with the Jiao Demon King. Having made meticulous preparations, all that remained was to await the arrival of a few formidable foes. Ao Qing calculated the time and concluded that Ao Guang should have reached the heavenly court by now. The battle was about to commence, and the heavenly court would undoubtedly sense the impending conflict. He needed to act swiftly and decisively, for delays were not an option. He steered through the waters, arriving above the Heart Realm Dragon Palace, where he sat cross-legged atop a palace platform, taking a moment to rest. Although this marked his first battle since embarking on his journey of mastery, he felt neither anxious nor excited. Rather, he was enveloped in a profound tranquility. Everything had been arranged, and now, he would let events unfold as they may. Days passed, and Ao Qing opened his eyes. The Jiao Demon King had arrived. Meanwhile, after gathering with the Peng Demon King, the Lion Troop King, and the Monkey King, the Jiao Demon King did not linger for long. Having cultivated some depth over 5 millennia in the depths of the Northern Sea, he realized that after launching an assault on the Dragon Clan, he could no longer afford to remain there. Thus, he distributed his accumulated resources, which delayed him considerably. Upon hearing this, the Frog and Leech generals, initially overwhelmed by fear from the prospect of the 80,000 blood sacrifices, seemed to regain their composure. They stated, "Great King, if that is the case, we are willing to follow you in the assault on the Dragon Clan." The Jiao Demon King laughed heartily. "What skills do you possess? If you are not to be a hindrance, then depart swiftly." He dismissed the Frog and Leech generals. After their departure, the Jiao Demon King turned to the Peng Demon King, the Lion Troop King, and the Monkey King, saying, "Thus, whether we succeed rests upon the 3 of you." The Lion Troop King replied with confidence, "Fear not, I am endowed with tremendous abilities. Even the Grand Master of demon slaying in the heavens is of no concern to me." The Peng Demon King nodded in agreement. "Today is the perfect day to taste dragon meat." The Monkey King chuckled, "Hee. As I set forth, I consulted the divination, and the omens are exceedingly auspicious. Brothers, you may proceed with ease." The Jiao Demon King's heart swelled with joy, and he exclaimed, "Excellent. I thank you, my brothers." He then grasped his weapon, a hooked spear, 7 feet and 2 inches in length, with a sharp tip and downward-facing barbs resembling a sickle's claw. The Peng Demon King and the Lion Troop King also readied their weapons, a crescent-shaped spade and a demon-slaying staff, respectively. Only the Monkey King stood empty-handed, devoid of any weaponry. Once the 4 demons were prepared, they departed from the depths of the Northern Sea, guided by the Monkey King's lead, navigating through the murky waters towards the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. The Monkey King feigned seeking a path through clever tactics, yet in truth, he followed the mental instructions of Ao Qing. He steered the trio through the underwater trench, claiming to locate the lair of the Northern Sea Dragon King for a swift strike. After approximately half a day, the 4 demons approached Ao Qing's vicinity. The Monkey King gazed toward the distance and saw the crystalline palace with its grand gates wide open. Realizing that Ao Qing was within, he boldly entered first. The Jiao Demon King, unaware of the ruse, presumed it was the Monkey King's sorcery guiding them along a hidden route. And thus he too charged into the Heart Realm alongside the Lion Troop King. Only the Ping Demon King hesitated momentarily before finally stepping inside. "Oh, is that so?" A voice resonated. In the very next moment, a resounding roar echoed, and divine light burst forth. Chapter 63. The flaw. At the moment when the Dragon King of the Flood was filled with joy, a sudden burst of divine light illuminated the surroundings, causing him to startle. However, the divine light approached with great swiftness, leaving him no time to react. In a critical moment, the Peng King swiftly pulled the Dragon King aside, and the divine light narrowly grazed past his ear. Boom! As the divine light passed, it stirred up dark waves, crashing against distant reefs. Waves of resonance echoed, and even from the seabed, the formidable power unleashed by this divine light reverberated, creating towering waves upon the surface of the ocean. "This is bad. We've been deceived." The Peng King gasped in horror. "Is this a formation?" "What?" The Dragon King of the Flood was taken aback. Deceived? How could this be? He quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to find the Crystal Palace eerily quiet. Upon closer inspection, the palace appeared to waver, as if it were a mirage, bending and twisting slowly with the waves. It was evident that this place was an extraordinarily sophisticated formation, not the true Dragon Palace of the North Sea. The Dragon King's thoughts raced, and he suddenly realized, neglecting the incoming threat, he brandished his hooked spear, swirling with malevolence, and struck violently at the Monkey King. Yet, the Monkey King was already prepared. Before the Dragon King could make his move, he somersaulted twice and vanished into a shroud of darkness. The Dragon King's spear missed its target, crashing into a palace wall, which instantly shattered into fragments. "This illusion feels so real." "Haha. Dragon King, why such fury? I came to assist you with good intentions, yet you repay my kindness with hostility. It seems this mudfish cannot be trusted. I shall seek the light instead." The voice of the Monkey King echoed, though he had already disappeared from sight. "You wretched monkey. This king has treated you with utmost sincerity, offering you an opportunity, yet you dare to betray me. Should I capture you, I swear I will flay your skin, strip your bones, and feed you to the dogs." The Dragon King roared in fury. The Peng King, maintaining a stern expression, remarked, "Monkey King, do you not fear losing your place among the demonkin with such treachery?" Indeed, both the Peng King and the Dragon King were not fools. Though they were slow to realize, they quickly connected the dots, realizing that the Monkey King's betrayal was the sole explanation for their predicament. To lure one into a trap, a bait is required. The Monkey King had led them in circles, and with his ability to communicate and manipulate, it was clear he was the bait. Otherwise, even if the Dragon Clan had foreseen their impending assault, they would not have orchestrated it with such precision. In contrast to the Peng King and the Dragon King, the Lion Trojan King seemed to be somewhat slower to grasp the situation. However, he too recognized the Monkey King's betrayal and bellowed in anger, "You cursed monkey! How dare you trifle with your grandfather, the lion? Do not think that your pathetic formation can hinder the three of us. Once I break this formation, I shall devour every last monkey from your mountain of monkeys." Lion Trojan King, Peng King, surely, you do not believe this black mudfish has any good intentions? The reason he seeks to assault the Dragon Clan is that his cultivation technique requires the bloodline of dragons as a catalyst. Now his progress has stagnated, and he is on the verge of losing control. Compelled by circumstance, one can only act thus. Otherwise, why has there been silence for 5 millennia, only to strike today? He seeks personal gain while attempting to drag us down with him. Such a nefarious scoundrel. How could I be subjugated by him? The Monkey King continued to wage a war of words. As the monkey spoke, the cold glint in the eyes of the Peng Demon King intensified, though it remained unclear whom it was directed towards. Although the Monkey King dared not reveal the matter of the Dragon Balls to avoid implicating Ao Qing, his words were indeed flawless. Through his clandestine inquiries, the Monkey King had gleaned a superficial understanding of the characteristics of the Jiao Demon King's powers, knowing that his abilities were originally crafted in ancient times as a means to target the Dragon Clan. The Jiao Demon King, struck by this truth, was driven to madness. "Detestable monkey, cease your nonsense. Brothers, do not trust this wicked brigand. Let us first break the formation before we discuss further." With that, he swept his hooked spear, unleashing dark light in all directions. The dark light struck the palace, causing a tumultuous uproar as crystal structures crumbled. Yet, despite the palace's ruin, the formation remained unbroken. At that very moment, Several beams of divine light coalesced in the void, relentlessly striking at the three demons. Each beam possessed immense power, forcing the three demons to flee and defend themselves. Even so, they were grazed and sustained considerable injuries, depleting their stamina. The Jiao Demon King, now even more enraged, felt a surge of malevolence threatening to consume him, and he bellowed to the heavens, "Scoundrel, beast, you insignificant wretches, lurking in the shadows to launch sneak attacks, dare you face me openly?" Ao Qing did not reveal himself, but instead spoke, "Wretched beings, you plot to ambush my four-seas dragon clan. Such rogue tactics are the epitome of evil. I now act in accordance with destiny to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. While your fate is sealed, death is your only path. How dare you utter such arrogant words?" Currently, the three demons were ensnared within the heart realm, struggling to find a way to break the formation. However, the magical prowess they displayed was indeed formidable. Furthermore, Ao Qing's objective was solely the Jiao Demon King. As for the Prung Demon King and the Lion Turtle King, the heavenly army would arrive in due time to settle matters. With this in mind, it was imperative to strike the Jiao Demon King with lethal precision. He would not act hastily, but had resolved that when he did strike, it would be to achieve a momentous triumph. Upon hearing Ao Qing's words, the Jiao Demon King continued his tirade. "You dragons, once a formidable force in ancient times, how have you become so timid now? You merely cower in the shadows, spouting hypocritical nonsense. Let me speak plainly. Over these 5 millennia, I have consumed countless dragon offspring, flaying them, drawing their blood, and leaving them unrecognizable in their torment. Should I break this formation today, your four-seas dragon clan shall meet the same fate." The Jiao Demon King raged on, spewing vile words in an attempt to unsettle Ao Qing's resolve. Yet, no matter how he ranted, Ao Qing refrained from retorting, instead unleashing beams of divine light to assail the three demons. Eventually, seeing his tactics fail, the Jiao Demon King suddenly cried out, "Ao Shan, do you still remember that serpent maiden? That serpent maiden, deceived by you, remained oblivious until her death, forever haunted by thoughts of you. Do you know how she met her end? In truth, it was I who brought about her demise, personally consuming her flesh and blood piece by piece. Ha ha ha. Wretched creature." In the distance, Ao Shun was already consumed with rage. At this moment, upon hearing such words from the Dragon Demon King, his eyes instantly turned crimson, and he could not help but emit a low growl. A flaw has revealed itself. Upon hearing this growl, the Dragon Demon King struck out violently towards the void in the northern expanse. Buzz. A ripple reverberated through that space. It was evident that the power had reached the very edge of the heart's realm. "My two esteemed brothers, let us strike together," commanded the Dragon Demon King. Very well. The three demons unleashed their formidable powers, directing their combined might towards that elusive void. However, at that very moment, Ao Qing also made his move. Chapter 64. Overpowering the three demons. It is essential to recognize that the Dragon Demon King, the Pung Demon King, and the Lion Camel King are formidable foes in their own right. In Journey to the West, they are depicted as sworn brothers of Sun Wukong. Although the text does not explicitly mention them, their prowess can be inferred from the character of the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong himself. Presently, they reign as significant dark overlords, managing to survive even under the suppression of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying patriarch, clinging to a thread of hope for survival. Now, having pinpointed Ao Shun's location, the three demons launched a concerted assault, causing a tremendous upheaval in the vicinity of Ao Shun. Due to Ao Qing's influence, Ao Shun remained concealed within his heart realm. Yet, as the shockwaves surged, he felt an overwhelming pressure that was nearly insurmountable. Fortunately, the three demons were unaware of his precise position, and through sheer willpower, he gritted his teeth and stifled any cries of pain, though he still sustained severe injuries. Observing this, Ao Qing furrowed his brow. Very well. He summoned his magical power and opened a rift in the northern part of the heart realm. As the radiance spread, the heart realm cracked under the onslaught of the three demons' attacks. Streams of magical energy began to manifest beyond the heart realm, causing the northern sea to tremble. The three demons rejoiced and sought to flee through the opening. Allowing them to escape was acceptable, for my objectives have been achieved. Ao Qing had no intention of subduing the three demons solely through the heart realm. This realm served a dual purpose: to observe the demon's magical strength and to quietly eliminate the Dragon Demon King while the opportunity presented itself. However, if this endeavor endangered Ao Shun, it would be a grave miscalculation. Suddenly, with a powerful sweep, a colossal divine spear manifested within the heart realm, hurtling toward the Dragon Demon King. This is perilous. The Dragon Demon King sensed an imminent threat and felt a chill surge within him, an instinctive fear erupting from the depths of his being. In the next instant, a deafening roar reverberated through the heart realm. The Dragon Demon King was struck by this blow, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, ethereal scales materializing and shedding, as crimson blood gushed forth, signaling grievous injury. At that moment, the clash between the two combatants seemed to annihilate the very fabric of the universe. The Pink Demon King and the Lion Camel King were equally startled by the ferocity of the strike. Without hesitation, the Pink Demon King unleashed his primordial magical power, risking his own essence as he summoned all his strength, transforming into a streak of dark light and darting through the rift. The Lion Camel King, however, did not flee. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to his inability to match the speed necessary to escape the spear's range. Witnessing the immense spear descending from the heavens, relentlessly pressing the Dragon Demon King into the earth, the Lion Camel King steeled himself and prepared to intervene. Chanting his incantation, he summoned the essence of the mountains, channeling it into his demon-slaying staff, raising it high in an effort to counter the divine spear. Do not fear, Dragon King. I am here to assist. With a thunderous impact, the Lion Camel King felt the weight of the divine spear pressing down upon him. Fortunately, he possessed immense strength, and with the enhancement of his magical prowess, the two demons united their efforts, allowing the Dragon Demon King to catch his breath. In this formation, we are not a match for this foe. We must retreat. Once freed from this formation, I am certain we can overcome this foe. The Lion Trojan King and the Jiao Demon King simultaneously summoned their formidable powers to withstand the divine dragon spear. Under the immense pressure of both forces, the surrounding light and shadow began to flicker and shatter. In the next moment, disregarding their injuries, they exerted all their strength to push aside the divine dragon spear, seizing the opportunity to escape the realm of the heart. Buzzing, the light and shadow swirled, as remnants of the heart realm disintegrated into nothingness. In fact, the heart realm had swiftly collapsed the moment Ao Qing made his move. This heart realm held no true enhancement of strength. The injuries inflicted upon the three demons were solely due to Ao Qing's own power. As the three demons prepared to flee, Ao Qing transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the Jiao Demon King. In the distance, the resounding roars of dragons echoed. Clearly, the three dragon kings had also intervened, intent on intercepting the demons. From the depths of the ocean, 3 beams of light coalesced into dragon forms, culminating in 3 colossal divine dragons. These dragons were the Black Dragon, the White Dragon, and the Red Dragon, each emanating unparalleled might upon their emergence. The Black Dragon roared, gathering dark waters. The White Dragon howled fiercely, radiating sharp energy. The Red Dragon bellowed, igniting flames. The 3 grand powers surged forth towards the 3 demons. Upon sensing the potency of the divine dragons, the 3 demons were taken aback, particularly the Jiao Demon King, who felt an instinctual dread as someone pursued him. In a moment of panic, he shouted back in fury, "Prung Demon King, even if you abandon us now, they will not spare you. Moreover, should you flee, you will find no refuge among the demon race, just like that Monkey King." Hearing the Jiao Demon King's voice, the Pung Demon King hesitated. He was the fastest and the first to be confronted by the 3 Dragon Kings. Now, feeling the obstruction posed by the 3 divine dragons and the relentless light behind him, he realized he had been severely misled by the Jiao Demon King. Cursed be it. Had he known better than to indulge in bloodlust and comply with the Jiao Demon King? Yet, at this juncture, he had to concede that the Jiao Demon King spoke some truth. Besides, having broken the formation, it was likely that the 3 of them would not stand a chance against the divine dragons within it. Outside the formation, however, the outcome was uncertain. What do you mean by this, Jiao Demon King? I shall lend my aid. The Pung Demon King summoned his power, and a dark light emanated from his palm, suddenly striking at the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run. Surrounding Ao Run was an aura of sharpness, incredibly potent. However, the Pung Demon King's dark light seemed to obliterate all in its path, swiftly reaching Ao Run's vicinity. "Oh no!" Ao Run exclaimed, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, being of massive form, he could not escape in time. Struck by the dark light, he let out a muffled groan as his resilient dragon scales shattered. Witnessing the success of his strike, the Pung Demon King rejoiced. Indeed, while the 3 Sea Dragon Kings possessed divine powers, they lacked true cultivation and, having enjoyed a long period of peace, were not as formidable as imagined. Hearing this, the Lion Trojan King also invoked his divine powers, summoning waves that spiraled like a tornado from the ocean's surface, leading to the emergence of colossal mountain silhouettes from the sea. His future title would be the mountain-moving great sage, for the essence of moving mountains naturally encompassed the divine ability to shift mountains and fill seas. This mountain is not a true mountain, but rather an embodiment of mountainous essence. At present, the Lion Troop King has summoned the quintessence of 5 great mountains from the northern Julu continent, compressing it instantaneously from the surface of the sea. In that fleeting moment, the 3 Dragon Kings sensed the formidable power emanating from this magic and swiftly swam away to evade the 5 towering mountains. Observing this, the Jiao Demon King coldly declared, "Brothers, you must restrain the individual pursuing from behind, while I take down the Dragon King of the North Sea." The Lion Troop King responded affirmatively, "Very well, proceed. We shall handle the pursuer." With that, they prepared to intercept the advancing Ao Qing. Meanwhile, having evaded the 5 mountains, Ao Shun seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Elder brother, third brother, we must strike together. We cannot allow these 3 demonic fiends to escape." Ah, abomination! Before he could finish his words, the Jiao Demon King, having already fixated on Ao Shun, lunged forward, driving a spear into Ao Shun's left eye. This strike was treacherous, and Ao Shun, having sustained grave injuries from the previous assault, was unable to dodge in time, resulting in the loss of one eye. Seeing his strike had landed, the Jiao Demon King felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, launching another spear towards Ao Shun. Just then, Ao Qing arrived from behind. Although the Lion Troop King and the Peng Demon King attempted to impede him, they were ultimately unable to stop Ao Qing, with the intent to vanquish the Jiao Demon King. Ao Qing, witnessing Ao Shun's dire state, wielded his Fong Tian Hua Ji and struck fiercely at the hooked spear. Boom! As the spear and halberd clashed, the Jiao Demon King immediately felt an insurmountable force bearing down upon him. In an instant, he tasted blood in his throat and spat it forth. When he looked down, he was astonished to find that the hooked spear, forged from the northern sea's profound ice, had bent. "Demon Jiao, meet your end." Ao Qing did not glance at Ao Shun, but instead thrust his divine dragon halberd at the Jiao Demon King. "Brother, save me." The Jiao Demon King cried out desperately. The Lion Troop King interjected, "Jiao Demon King, I will assist you." Approaching swiftly, he wielded the demon-suppressing staff with all his might to block the divine dragon halberd. He was well aware of Ao Qing's prowess, and during this defense, he channeled his mystical powers, reinforcing himself with the essence of 15 great mountains. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated, and the Lion Troop King felt a numbing sensation in his arms, yet his immense strength allowed him to withstand that blow. The consequence of this defense was the emergence of colossal waves surging skyward above the northern sea. Indeed, the mighty beings across the 3 realms sensed this terrifying upheaval. Chapter 65. The great battle. Ao Qing's halberd was intercepted by the Lion Turtle King, granting the Jiao Demon King a fleeting moment to gasp for breath, allowing him to swiftly turn and flee. In this moment, he truly had the opportunity to scrutinize Ao Qing. Even under such circumstances, upon observing Ao Qing's youthful visage, the Jiao Demon King was taken aback. How could he be but a mere child? However, when his gaze fell upon the Fangdianhua halberd, his eyes widened in astonishment. A flicker of trepidation crossing his features. This halberd was the divine dragon halberd of the sea. He had witnessed its legendary prowess 5,000 years ago, long before he embarked on his training, during the fierce clash between the Dragon King's son, Ao Jia, and the great demon, Xiang Lu. That battle had rent the heavens and split the earth, engulfing the 4 seas in chaos. The memory of the divine dragon halberd was indelibly etched in the Jiao Demon King's mind. Now, this formidable weapon had resurfaced. The Lion Turtle King and the Peng Demon King were formidable adversaries, yet Ao Qing appeared still too youthful, presumably lacking in magical prowess, relying solely on the strength of his treasured weapon. Together, the 3 of us shall unite our forces. Once his magic is exhausted, we shall surely eliminate him, lest he becomes a future calamity. The Jiao Demon King bellowed. As fate would have it, events unfolded in a heartbeat. Just as the Lion Turtle King deflected the divine dragon halberd, the Peng Demon King had already arrived. Realizing escape was futile, the 3 demons resolved to join forces and fight with all they had. The Jiao Demon King was indeed correct. How much mastery could a child possess? He must be relying on the power of his weapon, augmented by the prior formation, to achieve such feats. Let us strike together. Upon uttering these words, the three demons simultaneously launched their assault. The Lion Turtle King raised his demon-subduing staff, while the Peng Demon King wielded a crescent-shaped spade. The two demons flanked Ao Qing, attacking from both sides. Meanwhile, the Jiao Demon King unleashed a torrent of black water upon the hooked spear, which, already slightly bent, surged with malevolent energy as he grasped it, directing it towards the center. The combined might of the three demons unleashed a tempest of demonic energy. "Be cautious, dear nephew. I shall lend you my aid." Behind Ao Qing, Aosin steadied himself and released a stream of profound water towards the three demons. However, Aosin's mystical water paled in comparison to the combined magical force of the trio, merely serving to hinder them momentarily before being overrun. "Uncle, step back. I shall manage this." Ao Qing urged Aosin aside, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped him. The Fang Dianua halberd in his grasp surged with a torrent of immense magical power, charging towards the three demons. Clang! The Fang Dianua halberd danced like a dragon, engaging the three demons in a flurry of strikes. After all, these demons were among the 7 great saints who would one day form a brotherhood with the Monkey King, and Ao Qing dared not underestimate them. Channeling the power of the Dragon Pearl, he unleashed his full strength from the outset. What a formidable force! The three demons, seasoned warriors in their own right, were powerful demon kings. Yet, upon truly clashing with Ao Qing, they were left awestruck. They had never encountered a being of such staggering strength. This was not merely a matter of magical prowess or cultivation. It was a raw, corporeal power. Indeed, each of Ao Qing's strikes seemed imbued with the force of countless tons. Even the slightest brush felt insurmountable. Despite the three demons invoking their own magical abilities, they found themselves unable to match his might. Such was the overwhelming nature of Ao Qing's strength. It is essential to understand that Ao Qing, as a true dragon transformed, possesses a power that is intrinsically akin to that of a dragon. Although he appears in the guise of a youth, he is essentially a humanoid dragon. His strength unwavering and impervious to harm, with skin as resilient as steel. This transformation, unlike typical illusions that necessitate a sacrifice of power for the sake of spellcasting, retains the innate might of a dragon, which is already formidable. Ao Qing's dragon form is even more powerful, surpassing that of the 4 seas dragon kings. Furthermore, he has harnessed the innate powers of the black, red, white, and azure dragon attributes. The very essence of Ao Qing's dragon physique has undergone rigorous refinement. Unlike the 4 seas dragon kings whose strength is merely a product of time and natural growth, Ao Qing's formidable stature is a result of deliberate cultivation. This fundamental distinction explains why, despite their considerable prowess, the 4 seas dragon kings cannot contend with the 7 great saints, were it not for their exceptional capabilities. Even the mightiest demons would likely falter against a single strike from Ao Qing. The 3 demons, consumed by desperation, recognized that a defeat in this battle would mean certain doom, as even a narrow escape would not guarantee their safety from their adversaries. Compounded by the betrayal of the Monkey King, who possesses the ability to relay information, the prospect of evasion became increasingly bleak. With these thoughts in mind, the 3 demons summoned their powers. The Lion Trojan King focused his immense magic into a singular point, channeling the essence of 35 great mountains to confront Ao Qing directly, aiming to restrain his formidable strength. Meanwhile, the Ping Demon King relied on his swiftness, wielding his crescent shovel with the grace of a long spear, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair. In contrast, the Jiao Demon King, though lacking in martial prowess, possessed formidable dark water magic that manifested as monstrous apparitions, seeking to erode Ao Qing's defenses. Yet, Ao Qing faced their onslaught with unwavering resolve, skillfully brandishing the sea-covering divine dragon spear, a weapon he mastered under the tutelage of his esteemed woodcutter mentor. In the heat of battle, his spear danced like a startled swan, striking with the ferocity of thunder, demonstrating his proficiency with ease. As Ao Qing contended against 3 foes, the entirety of the northern sea was stirred into tumultuous waves, suffering grievous wounds. At times, oceanic trenches collapsed, and tides surged backward. At others, magma erupted, sending solid rock flying. Occasionally, towering waves breached the clouds, ascending skyward as if to flood the heavens, while cataclysmic tsunamis surged forth, devouring countless solitary islands. This battle marked the most fervent effort the 3 demons had ever exerted. However, as the conflict raged on, they became increasingly horrified. Ao Qing not only displayed no signs of fatigue, but seemed to grow more vigorous with each engagement, his magical prowess deepening. The wounds that the three demons had sustained earlier began to worsen, their magical energy severely depleted, especially the Jiao Demon King, whose tainted blood stained the waters crimson. In stark contrast, the youthful figure clad in white remained untouched, his garments unsullied by even a speck of dirt. Even the assaults of the three demons left not a single mark on the boy. Is this a deficiency in magical power? If this continues, before he exhausts his energy, the three of us shall be drained of our strength first. Roar. Suddenly, a lion's roar resounded. It was the Lion Turtle King. Realizing that the three demons could not prevail through martial prowess, set aside his reservations and unleashed his ultimate abilities. Before our eyes, his form surged dramatically, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a majestic lion, massive as a mountain, materialized. This was the true form of the Lion Turtle King, the Lion of the West. The lion was a magnificent golden-maned creature, yet its visage bore a more fearsome aspect, almost reminiscent of a dragon. Once the lion appeared, his formidable powers were unleashed to their fullest extent. High above the heavens, the ethereal silhouettes of over 100 colossal mountains emerged. Each one was truly gigantic. As these mountains descended towards the northern sea, the waters began to surge violently, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Chapter 66. The Heavenly Army mobilizes. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, within the Lingxiao Palace, the foremost hall of the heavenly court where the Jade Emperor convenes with his ministers. This palace, while not ostentatious, embodies a singular characteristic: authority. The principles of heavenly ethics are upheld with utmost fairness and righteousness. Upon entering the Lingxiao Palace, one is immediately enveloped by a sense of the vastness of the heavens, as if standing before the boundless sky. The Jade Emperor, seated upon his elevated throne, exists here as an entity on par with the heavens themselves. His divine aura radiates magnificently, evoking an overwhelming sense of one's own insignificance. At this moment, Ao Qing has arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, summoned by the Jade Emperor. After reviewing the memorials, the Jade Emperor remarked, "I am aware of the report from the Dragon God. I shall dispatch troops to apprehend the demons and restore peace to the seas." Ao Qing, perceiving the calmness in the Jade Emperor's eyes, hesitated for a moment, but his paternal concern compelled him to express, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I implore you to send the troops swiftly. I sense disturbances in the North Sea. Prince Ao Qing may already be engaged in battle with the demons." Grateful, Ao Qing promptly expressed his thanks and departed the heavenly court, hastening towards the North Sea. After his departure, the Jade Emperor summoned the celestial ministers, stating, "There are demonic disturbances in the North Sea caused by the fiends from the northern Julu continent. Which of the divine generals is willing to descend to subdue them?" Upon hearing this, the ministers felt the palpable momentum emanating from the mortal realm, and several of the four great spirit officials of the heavenly court could hardly contain their eagerness to step forward. Just then, a youthful and handsome general emerged from the ranks. This young general appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, with rosy lips and a delicate visage. His hair was styled in a top knot, his round face reminiscent of a full moon, adorned in a brocade robe that shimmered like gold in the sunlight. He bore a demon-slaying sword at his waist and addressed the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, though I am insignificant, I humbly request permission to proceed." Indeed, the connection between Neza and the Dragon Clan made him the most fitting candidate for this mission. The Jade Emperor responded, "In that case, I shall bestow upon you the title of the great deity of the three altars of the sea. You shall immediately lead 50,000 celestial soldiers to the mortal realm to capture the demons and restore tranquility to the seas." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Neza rejoiced internally and quickly expressed his gratitude. The Jade Emperor then added, "The demons in the mortal realm are several powerful demon kings from the northern Julu continent. Which divine official is willing to assist Neza in this endeavor?" Before any celestial minister could step forward, the Star Lord of the White Emperor, Tai Bai Changxing, announced, "I suggest enlisting the assistance of several star officials from the Eastern Azure Dragon constellation." The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement, "As you propose." He then ordered the prominent star officials from the 28 lunar mansions, including Jiao Mu Jiao, Kong Jin Long, and Wei Huahu, to accompany Neza. Indeed, the disturbances in the North Sea were substantial. While they might not pose a significant threat to the heavenly court, they were nonetheless perceived by many divine generals. On one hand, they were astonished that the Dragon Clan had produced such a formidable deity. On the other hand, they were equally amazed by the formidable powers of the demon kings from the northern Julu continent. Notably, The Lion Troop King's ability to move mountains and fill seas was already remarkable. Moving mountains and filling seas, in fact, is not an uncommon divine power. Many true immortals possess such capabilities. However, the actions of the Lion Trojan King in moving mountains and filling seas are unlike the typical feats of such nature. In ordinary instances, one would recite incantations to summon the assistance of mountain deities, borrowing their intentions. Yet, the Lion Trojan King forcibly seizes the very essence of the mountains. This is largely due to the current chaos in the northern Julu continent, where, despite the presence of mountain deities, they are overwhelmed by demonic forces. Nonetheless, such a fiend is still quite rare. Therefore, to be prudent, the Jade Emperor dispatched several prominent star officials. Despite the complex emotions stirring within the celestial officials, no matter how significant the matter, it could not create ripples in the presence of the Jade Emperor within the Lingxiao Hall. Meanwhile, at the moment of the great battle in the Northern Sea, several bodhisattvas and arhats from the Thunder Sound Monastery and Ling Mountain awakened. They turned to the Buddha, saying, "There is a demon causing chaos in the Northern Sea. The Dragon Prince of the Eastern Sea, single-handedly, may be unable to contend with it. Should we not lend our aid?" Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva also spoke. "The Buddha has said that Ao Qing has a certain affinity with our Buddhist teachings. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to assist. What do you think?" The Buddha gently shook his head, replying, "This affinity is not the same as the previous one. Have you seen the Taoist celestial lords intervene? Since they have not offered their assistance, we need not rush. Moreover, those few demons are no match for this young prince." The bodhisattvas and arhats were momentarily taken aback. The notion that those demons were not adversaries for the Dragon Prince was rather surprising. When did the Dragon Clan produce such a figure? It is no wonder they were astonished. Ao Qing had only recently revealed his powers since departing from the Three Stars Cave. In contrast, the infamous reputations of the Lion Trojan King, the Peng Demon King, and the Jiao Demon King were widely known. Now, Ao Qing was facing three opponents, and the Buddha seemed unconcerned. It appeared that the four seas had indeed undergone significant changes. As for the Taoist celestial lords, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was equally startled. Though she was not surprised that Ao Qing could suppress the three demons, she had long recognized Ao Qing's extraordinary talents. And with the guidance of the master from Mount Fokzuan, such abilities, while astonishing, were within reason. However, why did the Buddha mention the Taoist celestial lords? If the Dragon Prince had an affinity with Buddhism, then the Taoist celestial lords should not be expected to intervene. Or could it be that the Dragon Prince possessed good connections with the Taoist sect as well? Contemplating this, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva seemed to grasp something profound. Leaving aside the movements of Buddhism and the celestial court, within the Northern Sea, the Lion Trojan King had already exerted his full powers. Not only revealing his true form, but also summoning the mountain essences of nearly 100 colossal mountains from the northern Julu continent. The force of these mountain essences pressed down relentlessly, and for a moment, it seemed as though the heavens and the earth were on the verge of shattering. A terrifying might akin to heralding a great cataclysm. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming power, Ao Qing remained unfazed. His expression unchanged, he suddenly grew several sizes larger. In the next instant, he raised the sea-covering divine dragon spear high above. Boom! The dragon spear of the oversea surged to an immense height in an instant, as if it had transformed into a celestial being, and then suddenly thrust towards the vast ocean. A thunderous roar erupted. The sea boiled tumultuously, resonating with boundless shockwaves that echoed through the heavens. The North Sea was engulfed by countless waves that radiated in all directions. The entire expanse of the North Sea trembled, and even the dragon palace within it succumbed to this overwhelming force, collapsing under its might. Fortunately, the aquatic beings had already been on high alert, thus sustaining minimal damage. However, Ao Qing's strike unleashed an even more terrifying power. In the sky, the formidable essence of 100 colossal mountains shattered, scattering like transparent shards through the air. Simultaneously, in the North Julu continent, 100 giant mountains crumbled, rocks tumbling and dust swirling into the atmosphere. The majestic peaks of North Julu were utterly reduced to mere powder. Meanwhile, the Lion Trojan King opened his enormous maw, seemingly attempting to unleash some arcane power. Yet, moments later, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Then, with a resounding crash, he collapsed into the oceanic trench, raising a cloud of dust. The once mighty Demon King, the Lion Trojan King, met his demise. Chapter 67. The final strike within the Northern Sea. An extraordinary stillness enveloped the surroundings. Indeed, it was a profound silence, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. That instant felt as though it were eternal. No one could have anticipated that the formidable lion Trojan king, in the midst of exerting all his might, would meet his demise in the blink of an eye. Such an abrupt cessation, such an unforeseen turn of events. Not only the two great fiends, but even the four dragon kings of the seas, along with the observing bodhisattvas, arhats, and celestial generals, were momentarily taken aback. Among those in the ocean, the Jiao Demon King and the Peng Demon King were evidently the most shaken. As the lion Trojan king fell, a chilling sensation surged through them, and their fear became utterly uncontainable, particularly the Peng Demon King, who, with a furious roar, exhibited no intention of avenging the lion Trojan king. Instead, he abruptly hurled his crescent spade aside and, in an instant, transformed into his true form, a colossal black rock, soaring westward in flight. The Jiao Demon King, astonished, cried out, "Peng Demon King, where do you think you are fleeing to? Can you escape for a moment, or for eternity?" Yet, the Peng Demon King disregarded these words, calling out to Ao Qing, "I harbor no enmity with the Dragon clan. Spare my life, and I shall never again raise my hand against your kind." While he shouted, his movements remained unrelenting. The Peng Demon King was exceedingly swift, and as he spread his wings, he quickly distanced himself. However, just as he was about to escape, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as a bolt of lightning, thick as a water column, descended from the heavens. The Peng Demon King, caught off guard, was struck in his wings, letting out a muffled groan as he plummeted from the sky, barely managing to stabilize himself. Upon looking up, he beheld a colossal azure dragon soaring through the high heavens. It was Ao Qing who had arrived. Ao Qing, possessing his own formidable powers, launched a sudden assault. Though the Peng Demon King was not gravely injured by this strike, the pain was excruciating, and he found his path obstructed. In that moment, fear consumed him. Thoughts of retaliation fled his mind, and all he could think of was to spread his wings and flee in another direction. Observing this, Ao Qing turned to the three dragon kings of the seas and urged, "Uncles, hasten to assist my father. Even if we cannot capture this demon, we must not allow him to escape." Very well. Upon hearing Ao Qing's declaration, Ao Shun, Ao Qing, and Ao Run could hardly remain oblivious. With the lion Trojan king already deceased and the Jiao Demon King cornered like a fish in a pot, only the Peng Demon King remained, necessitating accountability to the heavenly court. Therefore, the Peng Demon King was resolutely determined to evade capture. Consequently, the three dragon kings, disregarding their initial shock and astonishment, revealed their dragon forms. Behold, three colossal dragons, who, adorned in hues of red, black, and white, ascended into the sky, joining forces with Ao Qing to encircle and impede the Peng Demon King. Seeing this, Ao Qing felt reassured, entrusting the matter to the four dragon kings. Although it was unlikely they could subdue the Peng Demon King, whose true form as the Great Rock posed a challenge for the Dragon clan, his formidable cultivation and magical prowess were also noteworthy. Nevertheless, even so, the Peng Demon King had sustained considerable injuries during his confrontation with Ao Qing. While the four dragon kings might not capture him, they could certainly delay him long enough for Ao Qing to deal with the Jiao Demon King. As the four dragon kings engaged in restraining the Peng Demon King, Ao Qing turned his attention towards the Jiao Demon King. As the Jiao Demon King sensed Ao Qing's gaze, a mix of fear and trepidation enveloped him. Gripping his hooked spear tightly, he declared, "The Dragon King of the North Sea has wronged me, which compelled my assault on his realm. Today, you occupy the superior position. Should you wish to obstruct me, I shall retreat and vow never to strike against the Dragon clan again. Let our enmity be resolved henceforth. What say you?" In response, a radiant divine light surged forth. The Jiao Demon King, taken aback, had presumed that although Ao Qing had slain the lion Trojan king, he too must have suffered some fatigue and might entertain his proposal. Even if he declined, it would at least afford him precious moments to plot his escape. However, to his astonishment, Ao Qing remained silent and launched an immediate assault without the slightest hesitation. Caught off guard, the Jiao Demon King hastily raised his hooked spear. Yet, Ao Qing unleashed his full might, and without the lion Trojan king to intervene, a single thrust rendered the spear utterly bent. Ao Qing swiftly reversed the halberd, ensnaring the spear's hook with the polearm's prongs. With a forceful tug, the Jiao Demon King lost his grip, and the spear was sent soaring away, transforming into a mere hunk of scrap metal as it crashed against a rocky outcrop. The Jiao Demon King, both astonished and enraged, gazed at his bloodied hands and swiftly transformed into a colossal black serpent, surging northward. Yet, How could Ao Qing allow him to flee? He soared into the air, the halberd in his grasp expanding once more, and with a mighty strike, he brought it down. You dare, child. In an instant, the serpent's head was severed from its body. With a tremendous crash, the massive carcass plummeted into the oceanic trench, its head rolling away, black blood gushing forth. The foul blood, both briny and bitter, tainted the surrounding waters. Thus, the Jiao Demon King, seemingly unable to unleash his powers, met his end at Ao Qing's hands. However, Ao Qing did not immediately depart from the sight of the two lifeless forms beneath the waves. After all, as a demon king entrenched in the north, it was prudent to deliver a few more strikes, just to be certain. He raised the sea-covering divine dragon halberd, and arcs of lightning crackled from its blade. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as bolts of electricity, accompanied by flames, rained down upon the two corpses. Boom! Flames surged along the ocean floor, producing clouds of steam that bubbled vigorously in the water. In an instant, it appeared as though Ao Qing's magical power had thoroughly boiled an entire expanse of sea. The flames continued to blaze, creating a breathtaking spectacle of water and fire coexisting beneath the waves. Before long, the body of the Lion Trojan King was reduced to ash. Yet, the form of the black serpent, though glowing red and seemingly cooked beneath the flames, did not disintegrate like that of the Lion Trojan King. Suddenly, the black serpent's body writhed, emitting anguished cries from within. Unlike the Lion Trojan King, the Jiao Demon King was indeed not dead. From the serpent's flesh, blood and sinew ruptured, revealing exposed veins, and bizarrely, two bulging eyes emerged. Then came another pair. 4, 6, 8. A total of 18 eyeballs surfaced, all fixated intently upon Ao Qing. A murky voice, laced with boundless malice, echoed, "Dragon Clan, I vow to perish alongside you." Hiss! The serpent's form emitted an eerie hissing sound akin to that of a snake. As the dark blood transformed into an endless stream of malevolent energy, it coiled around Ao Qing like countless tentacles. In an instant, Ao Qing found himself ensnared by this ominous force. Roar! Above the sea, a colossal dragon's head emerged, its eyes radiating an ominous glow, bearing fangs that dripped with blood as it lunged towards Ao Qing. Instantly, sensing this formidable power, the dragon kings of the four seas, along with celestial beings such as the thousand-mile eye and the wind-listening ear from the heavenly court, could not help but break into a cold sweat for Ao Qing. This is indeed the power of Xianglu. This is dire. Nephew, Qing'er. But at that moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted, indescribably radiant. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, divine light burst forth in all directions, transforming Ao Qing into a titanic divine dragon. In an instant, he shattered all malevolent energies. That divine radiance, akin to the sun, illuminated the four seas. Compared to this divine light, the malevolent energy of the Dragon Demon King was as insignificant as a grain of rice, instantly reduced to ashes under this overwhelming power, obliterated in both form and spirit. Thus, the Dragon Demon King met his demise, and two of the 7 great saints had already fallen. Chapter 68. Arrival. Ao Qing manifested his true form, instantly dispelling the malevolent karma unleashed by the Jiao Demon King. However, despite the seemingly straightforward nature of the event, a weighty concern lingered in his heart. The Jiao Demon King's final retaliatory strike was formidable, imparting a vague sense of threat to Ao Qing. It is worth noting that Ao Qing, having harnessed the essence of the 5 elements, possessed a physique as unyielding as iron and strength beyond measure. He was indeed indestructible and remarkably agile. Even when faced with the combined might of the 3 demon lords, though he found it somewhat troublesome, he never truly felt overwhelmed. Yet, the strike from the Jiao Demon King appeared entwined with the ancient grievances of the Dragon Clan, capable of inflicting harm on Ao Qing. Fortunately, at that crucial moment, Ao Qing reverted to his true self and summoned the full power of the Dragon Pearl. Although the Jiao Demon King wielded great supernatural abilities, his cultivation was insufficient, leading to a result akin to a stone striking an egg, thus obliterating him completely. Of course, beyond mere supernatural prowess, perhaps of greater significance was Ao Qing's mindset. Throughout the encounter, he never underestimated the 3 demons due to his formidable power. While he may have held a degree of disdain for them, he committed himself fully to battle, ensuring that he would not suffer a downfall. Following the demise of the Jiao Demon King, Ao Qing gazed upon the remnants floating above the ocean trench, remaining vigilant. Once more, he ignited the divine light of the dragon pearl, reducing the last vestiges of flesh from the Jiao and Shizhao kings to mere dust. Moreover, he transformed the weapons of the three demon lords, the demon-subduing staff, the hook and sickle spear, and the crescent shovel of the Peng demon king, which had fled, into a heap of scrap metal with the ocean-subduing divine dragon spear, ensuring no demonic power remained concealed. Simultaneously, he utilized the power of his mind realm to sense the souls of the two. Only upon confirming that the souls of the Jiao and Shizhao kings were utterly dispersed did he feel a measure of relief. It was over. Although the Peng demon king still lived, Ao Qing sensed that the heavenly forces dispatched from the celestial court had arrived. In the clouds, several immensely powerful presences were evident. Unmistakably celestial beings sent from the heavens. These divine troops would be more than sufficient to deal with the Peng demon king. In all matters, excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. Although Ao Qing had intended to showcase his strength and display his dragon might with the celestial court's arrival, he could not completely overshadow them. Moreover, with the Jiao demon king deceased, his original aim had merely been to eliminate that foe. As for the Shizhao and Peng demon kings, they had indeed been drawn into the fray by the Jiao demon king. They were not akin to the monkey king and likely remained oblivious to the matter of the dragon pearl, thus posing no threat to Ao Qing. Therefore, it was best to leave the remaining task to the celestial court. Naturally, Ao Qing would also stand by to lend support. As Ao Qing contemplated this, he ascended above the sea. The Peng demon king, seeking to escape, had opted not to flee deeper into the ocean but instead soared above the North Sea. At that moment, whether due to the fierce battle or not, the North Sea was shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder flashing and torrential rain pouring down. The entire expanse of the North Sea seemed to don a gray veil, with surging tides and crashing waves against the rocks. The Peng demon king exerted great effort to flee, seeking to escape the encirclement of the four seas dragon kings. At this moment, the Peng demon king revealed his ultimate magical prowess. When Ao Qing surfaced, he was astonished to find not a great rock, but a colossal fish, measuring tens of thousands of fathoms. This fish was entirely black, its fins resembling wings, allowing it to glide gracefully through the water and soar through the air with the winds. The true form of the Peng demon king was indeed a fish? Taken aback by this revelation, Ao Qing realized this was beyond his expectations. It reminded him of the existence described in Lizi, Qixia, and Zhuangzi. The Kuan. Zhuangzi recorded, in the northern abyss, there is a fish called Kuan. Its size is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird named Peng. The wings of the Peng span thousands of miles. When enraged, it flies, its wings resembling clouds that hang low in the sky. Qixia further states, when the Kuan migrates to the southern abyss, it strikes the water, creating waves for 3,000 miles, and soars upwards in a whirlwind for 90,000 miles, traveling with the breath of June. Originally, the Kuan was a great fish in the ocean, which later transformed into the Peng, soaring through the heavens in fury. Thus, the Kuan became known as Kuanping. It turned out that the Peng demon king was of such a nature. No wonder his future title would be the Great Sage of Chaos. It is also not surprising that he differed entirely from the golden-winged Great Ping of Buddhist lore, being a dark variant. However, Ao Qing did not equate the Peng demon king with the Kuan. After all, aside from the obvious size difference, the Kuan's dimensions were said to be incomprehensible, whereas the current form of the Peng demon king, though immense, could not be compared. Perhaps the Kuan was a mythological being from ancient or even primordial times, akin to the ancient dragon kings. The Peng demon king might be a descendant of the Kuan or perhaps an accidental inheritor of its legacy. This explanation was quite acceptable. However, if this were the case, could it be that the Peng demon king was aware of the dragon pearl? Ao Qing's gaze sharpened. If so, then he could not afford to let him live. It was not that Ao Qing was intent on hoarding the dragon pearl. With the existence of the stone from Mount Buzhou, the dragon pearl had not yet emitted the aura of the primordial dragon pearl. Even if powerful demons were aware that Ao Qing possessed the dragon pearl, they would likely only perceive it as an ordinary dragon pearl. An ordinary dragon pearl would not concern demon kings of the 7 great sages, unless they were water tribes like the Jiao demon king. The Peng demon king was similar in this regard. Thus, if the Peng demon king had intended to attack him from the outset, Ao Qing would show him no mercy now. In fact, Ao Qing's suspicions were nearly spot on. The conditions proposed by the Jiao demon king were indeed tempting. Yet the Peng demon king seemed to regard them with disdain. Much like the monkey king, the Ping Demon King held no trust in the Jiao Demon King. However, the Prung Demon King had sensed the aura of the Dragon Pearl. From the very beginning, his intention was the Dragon Pearl. 200 years ago, the moment the Dragon Pearl appeared, many beings associated with the water and dragon tribes in the three realms became aware of it. The Prung Demon King was no exception. Indeed, though he was a Pung, he was more aligned with the aquatic beings than with birds, as his true form was that of a great fish. He later transformed into a black rock. Even though he had ventured to the west, he was never truly regarded by the illustrious golden-winged rock. Thus, much like the Jiao Demon King, the Prung Demon King yearned for the Dragon Pearl, hoping to metamorphose into a golden rock or a true dragon. Initially, the Prung Demon King intended to join forces to confront Ao Qing, planning to ultimately betray the Jiao Demon King and seize the Dragon Pearl for himself. Unfortunately, he too did not anticipate the formidable strength of Ao Qing. Even the combined might of the three demons proved inadequate. Consequently, he found himself in this dire predicament. Now, facing an insurmountable blockade, the Ping Demon King, in desperation, revealed his true form, seeking to break free with all his might. Upon revealing his true identity, the Four Seas Dragon Kings could barely contain their excitement, for, after all, the vast ocean was also the domain of the descendant of Kuan. Yet, Ao Qing did not intervene. At that moment, suddenly, an endless crimson glow spread across the sky. From the eastern horizon, countless red, blooming balls, akin to a shower of meteors, hurtled towards the Pung Demon King. Indeed, the heavenly soldiers had arrived, led by a youthful figure of striking appearance, wielding a precious sword and sporting a bun atop his head. Upon seeing those vibrant balls, Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. For such a distinctive divine weapon unmistakably signified the arrival of Neza. Chapter 69, The Conclusion Beneath the Dome. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the air was thick with a palpable sense of battle. Thousands of heavenly soldiers stood in formation, their divine might evident, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This was indeed the contingent of 50,000 troops dispatched from the heavenly court, led by Neza and several star officials from the 28 constellations. As Neza arrived, he immediately noticed 4 divine dragons encircling a large fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his magical artifact, transforming the embroidered ball into countless projectiles, launching them forth. Following this, Neza himself stepped out of the ranks. Such impulsiveness left many of the heavenly warriors momentarily stunned. It was important to note that Neza was not merely a deputy commander this time, but the supreme leader. Yet, upon reaching the Northern Sea, he was the first to engage in battle. Fortunately, among the heavenly soldiers, the star officials from the 28 constellations did not act recklessly. They were not surprised by Neza's behavior, as they were well aware of his relationship with the dragon clan. The Kongjin dragon inquired of the duty celestial deity, "Have you spotted the whereabouts of those monstrous beings?" The duty celestial deity, utilizing divine powers to observe, quickly reported, "There are 3 demon kings attacking the Northern Sea. Apart from the Pung Demon King, the Jiao Demon King and the Lion Trotter King are nowhere to be found. The Eastern Sea Dragon Prince Ao Qing is unharmed, indicating that the 2 demons have already met their demise." The deity's report elucidated the situation with considerable clarity. The heavenly court's intelligence capabilities were indeed remarkable. However, Kongjin Dragon was more astonished by the news than by the battle intelligence. What? The Lion Trotter King and the Jiao Demon King have been slain? The heavenly soldiers were equally taken aback. Among the 3 demon kings that had invaded the Northern Sea, only the Pung Demon King remained defiant. They had not anticipated this outcome at all. After all, these demon kings were formidable tyrants entrenched in the northern Julu continent. Even the Grand Master of exorcising demons had struggled to suppress the demons of that region, allowing them to escape. While subduing an entire continent's worth of demons cannot be compared to confronting a few demon kings, it nonetheless highlighted the strength of the Dragon Prince Ao Qing. To say the least, even if Kongjin Dragon were to confront the Jiao Demon King or the Lion Trotter King, he would have little confidence. Though a victory might be achievable, annihilating them would prove exceedingly difficult. Little did they know, the Dragon Prince was so formidable that they found themselves unwittingly reaping the rewards of victory. The water leopard of the 7 eastern constellations felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had anticipated a grand battle upon their arrival, only to discover that only one of the 3 demon lords remained. With Neza's intervention against the Pung Demon King, they felt somewhat sidelined in the affair. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative outcome, as they had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle. To enjoy the fruits of victory without exertion, in a sense, left them indebted to Ao Qing. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the eyes of the moonlight fox as she remarked, "Surely, do you not discern the dragon prince's intentions?" The 7 eastern constellations were no fools. Upon hearing this, they pondered deeply and soon grasped Ao Qing's strategy. The celestial generals, while summoned as a precautionary measure, serve an even more significant purpose: to manifest their might. On one hand, it serves to admonish the demons across the 4 great continents, making it clear that those who dare to provoke the dragon clan, even the formidable demon kings reigning over the northern continent, shall meet their demise. On the other hand, it reveals to the 3 realms that a remarkable talent has emerged within the dragon clan, one whose background is indeed formidable. This may be the crux of the matter. For ordinary celestial generals, this battle might merely be a spectacle, a realization that the dragon clan is not to be trifled with. However, the 7 stars of the East, being celestial beings themselves, understand that this dragon prince is far from ordinary. If he had merely defeated the Jiao Demon King and the Peng Demon King, one might attribute it to extraordinary talent or the inheritance of ancient dragon pearls. Yet, the annihilation of these 2 powerful demon kings, sending their souls into oblivion, undoubtedly signifies a prestigious lineage. After all, the 7 stars of the East are aware that Ao Qing has only been alive for a mere millennium. Even with immense talent, it is implausible that one could achieve such prowess in merely 1,000 years without guidance. Thus, while the situation may appear simplistic, many thoughts arise in the minds of the 7 stars of the East, particularly since they share an inexplicable connection with dragons. Although they are not part of the 4 Seas dragon clan, they are nonetheless intertwined with it. Each of the 7 stars ponders their own thoughts. After a moment, Kong Jinlong remarked, "It appears that the dragon clan is about to produce another extraordinary figure. Since we are also related to the dragon clan, it is only fitting that we forge a bond with them." Zhao Mu Jiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the battle is not yet concluded, and the 3rd prince is engaged in fierce combat with the Peng Demon King. Let us go and support him. Once this matter is settled, we shall celebrate with the dragon prince over drinks, shall we?" Agreed. The 7 stars of the East replied in unison. They swiftly arranged their forces, deploying the 50,000 celestial generals to the 5 directions, establishing a grand formation to prevent the Peng Demon King from escaping. Meanwhile, above the North Sea, the pressure on the 4 dragon kings significantly diminished upon the arrival of Neza. Conversely, the Peng Demon King felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. He suddenly soared into the sky, attempting to break through the clouds with the power of the ocean beneath him. However, Neza would not allow him to flee. With unwavering determination, he wielded the fiery wheel, illuminating the sky. The wheel multiplied from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000, and then to myriad flames, releasing an inexhaustible blaze that scorched the North Sea, turning it into a seething cauldron of fire. The sea, engulfed in crimson flames, became unbearable even for the 4 dragon kings, forcing them to take to the skies. Seeing this, the Peng Demon King transformed back into a black rock and attempted to escape through the clouds. Yet, before he could flee, Neza cast the binding demon rope, which grew wildly and soon ensnared the Peng Demon King's true form like a ribbon, binding him tightly. The Peng Demon King tried to alter his size, but the binding demon rope held fast, constricting him regardless of his attempts to escape, inciting a furious roar of frustration. As the escape route dwindled, the Peng Demon King resolved to fight to the bitter end. He gazed ahead at Neza, who wielded the sword of slaying demons, and began to channel his formidable powers, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic force. However, at that very moment, an icy chill surged from behind, heralding the arrival of Ao Qing, brandishing the sea dragon spear. The Peng Demon King instantly sensed an overwhelming peril. While he might have entertained a glimmer of defiance against Neza and the celestial soldiers, having previously encountered the heavenly army where most soldiers merely fulfilled their duties without risking their lives, facing Ao Qing extinguished all vestiges of his combat spirit. The reason was simple: Ao Qing was ruthlessly decisive. He would not hesitate to kill, leaving no room for mercy. Moreover, sensing the ominous aura emanating from the depths of the North Sea, the Peng Demon King was engulfed in terror. For perishing at Ao Qing's hands might mean his remains would be unrecognizable. With Ao Qing's arrival, the absence of the Jiao Demon King's presence in the ocean was unmistakable. It was clear that the Jiao Demon King had already met his demise. In an instant, the Peng Demon King retracted his powers and shouted, "Spare my life, and I shall willingly surrender." Chapter 70. Fate. The Peng Demon King was captured, and thus, the three great demon kings that threatened the North Sea met their demise. Originally, the Jiao Demon King had intended to conquer the North Sea and subsequently invade the East Sea, hoping to escape unscathed. However, little did they know, their fate had been sealed from the very beginning. In an instant, the Peng Demon King was ensnared by Neza, who pierced his peep bone with iron chains, subduing him under the might of the heavenly soldiers. It was only then that Ao Qing had the opportunity to observe Neza closely. This Neza was indeed a figure he had long admired. In his past life, the tales of Neza had accompanied Ao Qing through his childhood. Regrettably, in those stories, the Dragon Clan often played a supporting role or emerged as antagonists. Nonetheless, Ao Qing held a fondness for Neza. Excluding the great deities, Neza, Sun Wukong, and Erlang Shun were the three individuals Ao Qing most eagerly wished to meet in this realm. Neza's appearance was much akin to what he had envisioned, his hair styled in a top knot, a round face, and clad in lotus garments, adorned in resplendent robes with intricate embroidery, exuding an ethereal beauty. Although Ao Qing had previously encountered Neza within the Dragon Pearl illusion, that version of Neza appeared merely as a child of 4 or 5 years. In contrast, the Neza before him now seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old, quite similar to Ao Qing's own age. However, Neza appeared somewhat feminine, making him seem slightly younger than Ao Qing. The crucial point was that Ao Qing was aware he would continue to grow, while Neza, being no dragon, would likely remain in this juvenile form. After all, even after 50,000 years, Neza still bore the visage of a child, possibly due to some reason, such as his cultivation methods or spiritual resolve, which stunted his growth. Thus, even after another 50,000 years, Neza's appearance would likely see little change. As Ao Qing scrutinized Neza, the latter was also observing him. In Neza's eyes, there was an inexplicable excitement, particularly when he gazed upon the ocean-covering divine dragon spear, which sparked a glimmer of surprise. Yet upon noticing Ao Qing's age, the initial excitement gradually morphed into a hint of disappointment. This fleeting change of emotion did not escape Ao Qing's notice. Before Ao Qing could speak, Neza inquired first. "I am Neza, bestowed the title of the great deity of the 3 altars of the sea. You are the Dragon Prince of the East Sea, are you not?" Ao Qing nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I have long admired your name. I am Ao Qing, and it is an honor to meet the great deity of the 3 altars of the sea." Neza appeared momentarily taken aback, responding, "Long admired? Do you truly recognize me?" Indeed, Ao Qing did recognize Neza, but only from his past life. His mention of long admired was merely a polite remark. However, seeing Neza's inquiry, he elaborated. "There are many tales concerning Neza, the 3rd prince in the mortal realm. I enjoyed wandering among mortals, thus I have heard of you." Neza's eyes brightened in realization, expressing interest. "So, you too enjoy exploring the mortal world. No wonder you are so compatible with my temperament. Brother Tai Jia?" Ao Qing pondered. Upon hearing this name, his gaze shifted slightly. He was already aware that Neza had a connection with the Dragon Clan in the past. However, in contrast to the accounts recounted in Journey to the West, the narrative surrounding Neza and the Dragon Clan reveals a starkly different tale. In the classic, Neza harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the dragons. Born with exceptional talents and immense power, Neza was nonetheless notoriously unruly. Merely 3 days into his existence, this infant caused chaos by storming into the sea, toppling the Crystal Palace, and extracting the tendons of dragons to fashion strings, thereby inciting great turmoil. Upon learning of these events, Li Jing, fearing future repercussions, sought to eliminate his son. This led Neza to the desperate act of disfiguring himself to appease his parents. His spirit then ascended to the west, where it was rescued by the Buddha, who restored his life using lotus roots for flesh and lotus leaves for clothing. Initially, Ao Qing shared this perspective and even speculated whether his so-called elder brother was the very one who had suffered at Neza's hands. However, within the illusions of the Dragon Pearl, Ao Qing beheld an entirely different narrative. In this vision, Neza appeared not only to be free of grievances against the Dragon Clan but, in fact, possessed a connection steeped in camaraderie. Nevertheless, regardless of these revelations, the current circumstance was fortuitous for Ao Qing. After all, having an additional ally is preferable to acquiring another adversary, especially when that ally is Neza. Neza remarked, "Wood of the first element is yellow, while wood of the second is green. Thus, your name, Ao Qing, is quite fitting. I have had some acquaintance with your elder brother, Ao Tai Jia, so there is no need for you to regard me as a stranger." Consider me as your elder brother. Observing the proud demeanor of the young deity, Ao Qing noted that Neza, in both appearance and temperament, resembled a child. The notion of designating him as an older brother felt somewhat peculiar to Ao Qing. Nonetheless, given the substantial age difference, Neza indeed surpassed him. Ao Qing, unperturbed, smiled and engaged in light-hearted banter with Neza. As they conversed, the four great dragon kings arrived, transforming into their dragon-headed human forms. The Dragon King of the East approached, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Third Prince, for your consideration. The celestial army's arrival has indeed been arduous." Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Neza? What events transpired in the past, or perhaps the future, to result in such an unexpected situation? Ao Guang stated, "In any case, I have prepared a banquet. I invite the Third Prince and all the esteemed deities to the Crystal Palace for merriment and revelry. Please, do not decline." Neza nodded in agreement. "Very well. I have some inquiries to make of the old Dragon King." Thus, under the guidance of the Dragon King, they journeyed towards the East Sea. Along the way, Ao Qing, puzzled, inquired of Ao Guang, "How is it that Neza is so familiar with our dragon clan? Is there some underlying connection?" Ao Guang replied, "This pertains to your elder brother Ao Taiji's past. It is best left unspoken. However, Qing, I have noticed that many celestial generals have arrived for this banquet, notably the 7 stars of the East, who share some ties with our dragon clan. This gathering presents a valuable opportunity for you to cultivate connections with them, not only for camaraderie, but also to seek insights regarding cultivation." Ao Qing paused, contemplating, what if the inquiries pertain to matters concerning the dragon pearls? Ao Guang cautioned, "The matters of the primordial dragon pearls are of great significance and require utmost prudence. However, there would be no issue if inquiries were made solely regarding matters pertaining to the earth element." Upon hearing Ao Guang's words, Ao Qing realized that the 7 stars of the East and Neza were indeed trustworthy. This implies that they share a certain benevolent connection with the dragon clan. Even the knowledge of the dragon pearl holds no significance. Of course, the primordial pearl of the dragon ancestor is a different matter entirely. Nevertheless, Neza is somewhat acceptable, being associated with the illusion of the dragon pearl. But what connection do the 7 stars of the East have with the dragon clan? Could it be? Ao Qing pondered and inevitably recalled the Azure Dragon constellation. If it pertains to the Azure Dragon constellation, perhaps Ao Qing could indeed seek their guidance. Chapter 71. Reflections on the launch tomorrow at noon. My work will be officially released. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my readers and the editor, Guang, for their unwavering support. The performance of this book has not met my initial expectations, yet it undoubtedly surpasses my previous work, starting from being reborn as a cultivator. From the latter half of signing in at Shaolin for 10,000 years, I developed a fondness for the philosophical writing style. Journey to the West, winning the match against Lao Jun, also achieved commendable results under this narrative approach. However, Rebirth suffered from an excess of philosophical content, rendering it rather dry and lacking in storytelling, which led to its underwhelming reception. This new work, Dragon Prince of Journey to the West, can be regarded as a culmination of the previous philosophical styles, striving to weave in a more compelling narrative. Nevertheless, the current feedback suggests a lukewarm response. There are numerous factors contributing to this, such as the vast thematic scope and world building that has yet to be fully realized, along with other aspects that may have resulted in many familiar faces among readers, while fewer newcomers have emerged. This concern is one that Sun Luo takes seriously. Since my time at Shaolin, my writings have tended to be slow to gain traction. I am committed to addressing this issue in my next book. In summary, despite these challenges, I remain grateful for the steadfast support from many readers, which has allowed for a modest yet steady following. Without such support, I might have already shifted to another project. The competition is fierce in the current literary landscape, and I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope that my loyal readers will lend their support for the initial subscriptions. Thank you all once again. Chapter 72. Inner Elixir in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. A grand banquet has long since commenced. While the Pring Demon King has just been subdued, the festivities continue seamlessly. At this banquet, the 4 Dragon Kings have gathered, celebrating alongside the aquatic denizens of the 4 seas. A jubilant atmosphere envelopes the entire realm. Even the North Sea Dragon Palace, which bore the brunt of a recent collapse, joins in the revelry. Despite the magnitude of the recent battle, its actual impact on the 4 seas is minimal. Moreover, Ao Qing's prowess has heralded the emergence of a formidable figure in the aquatic realms, as he single-handedly vanquished 2 demon kings, instilling awe across the seas and earning renown far and wide. In a matter of moments, demons from all corners have fled at the mere whisper of his name. After all, the 3 demon kings are not to be taken lightly. Their reputations in the 4 continents, particularly among the demon race, rival that of the future Monkey King. Perhaps, in comparison to Sun Wukong, they merely lack the grand spectacle of a heavenly upheaval. Thus, the Dragon Clan's newfound fame is indeed significant. While not yet on par with the illustrious Ying Long, it subtly hints at an impending rise. Naturally, the 4 Dragon Kings rejoice at this development. Furthermore, they are eager to honor the celestial troops who lent their support, particularly Neza and the 7 constellations of the East. Consequently, this banquet has been meticulously prepared. The melodies of celestial music resound as the Carp Maiden presents her enchanting tunes. Great whales sing in harmony, and the giant crabs dance in jubilation. The toads play their instruments, while the turtle generals beat their drums. Pearls illuminate the dragon palace, and treasures adorn the emerald screens. The feast boasts an array of celestial delicacies and divine wines, rivaling even the banquets of the heavenly court. Even Ao Qing finds great delight in the exquisite foods and wines presented, indulging alongside Neza in a culinary extravaganza. Of course, for them, these delights are mere trifles. Abstaining would not pose a hardship. Nonetheless, the flavors are undeniably exquisite. Moreover, the banquet provides an opportunity for open discourse, and under the influence of the fine wines, lively conversations ensue. At this gathering, the focal point is unmistakably Ao Qing. Although Ao Guang is honoring the celestial troops, specifically Neza and the 7 constellations of the East, Ao Qing's formidable presence does not go unnoticed. A person's capabilities command respect, regardless of the setting. Furthermore, Ao Qing's rapport with Neza and the deliberate camaraderie with the 7 constellations foster a convivial atmosphere, with toasts exchanged among hosts and guests alike. As the evening progresses and the wine flows freely, a gentle inebriation settles over the attendees. The dragon matriarch, dragon maidens, dragon offspring, and the myriad of aquatic warriors gradually withdraw. Neza turns to Ao Qing and suddenly inquires, Ao Qing, how fares your cultivation of the dragon pearl? Ao Qing's eyes exhibit a serene clarity. The ambrosial wine, though delightful, does not intoxicate him. Recognizing Neza's benign intent, he glances at the Dragon King and replies, under the guidance of my esteemed mentor, I have cultivated the dragon pearl. Currently, the focus of my practice lies in the Western Gung-Xian metal and the Central Wuji earth. The Gung-Xian metal is manageable, offering some points of reference. However, the Central Wuji earth presents considerable challenges. Fortunately, I have obtained fragments of the Yinglong dragon pearl from years past, from which I have gleaned some insights. Through diligent cultivation over the span of millennia, one should be able to achieve great success. Recalling the words of Ao Guang, Ao Qing refrained from disclosing the matter of the 5-element dragon pearl. Instead, he spoke of the Gengxin gold and Wuji earth, which are related to the Yinglong dragon pearl. In truth, Ao Qing had no particular desire to conceal the existence of the Hongyuan dragon pearl. However, considering the Dragon Clan, he recognized that if news of the Hongyuan dragon pearl were to leak, it might incite malevolent intentions from certain demons, which would indeed be troublesome. Nevertheless, merely mentioning Gengxin gold and Wuji earth astonished the 7 eastern constellations. After all, the dragon pearl of the Yinglong from years past belonged to these 2 attributes, and its formidable power was evident. A hint of excitement flickered in Neza's eyes. You too belong to the gold and earth attributes. Your elder brother does as well. But he inherited the Yinglong's dragon pearl, whereas you refined yours independently. This suggests that your future accomplishments may very well rival those of your elder brother. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing inquired, I have heard the great deity of the 3 altars mention my elder brother multiple times. I wonder what has transpired with him. Neza paused for a moment before replying, 50,000 years ago, when I was born, my temperament was unruly, and I was quite ignorant of the world, often clashing with my father. Fortunately, with the assistance of your elder brother, I was able to cultivate my powers and gain insight into the Tao heart. I have always regarded your elder brother as my own, so rest assured, Ao Qing, your matters are also mine. Allow me to assist you with Gengxin gold and Wuji earth. This was the first time Ao Qing had heard such words. From Neza's tone and expression, he could discern the depth of their bond. However, upon hearing the latter part, Ao Qing felt a tinge of confusion. Might I inquire what powers the great deity of the three altars possesses? Could it be that he can aid me in cultivating the dragon pearl? Neza responded, the powers I wield are innate, derived from my very essence, which coalesces into a spiritual pearl of 5 elemental harmony, capable of assisting you. After saying this, Neza gently closed his eyes, and a wondrous light gathered at the center of his brow. As the extraordinary light converged, a Hanyuan precious pearl quickly materialized within the treasure hall. Upon its emergence, the pearl dazzled with brilliance, drawing all the luminescence of the crystal palace towards it. This pearl was indeed a Hanyuan atmospheric 5 elements precious pearl, with pure powers that subtly rivaled Ao Qing's Hanyuan dragon pearl. Upon beholding this pearl, Ao Qing's heart stirred. According to folklore, Neza was transformed from the divine pearl, Zhang Xia, held by the primordial heavenly sovereign, and this Zhang Xia is none other than the Hanyuan precious pearl, possessing the might to create and shape the heavens. By this account, Neza's origins could be likened to those of Sun Wukong. In fact, it was indeed so. In Journey to the West, Neza was endowed with formidable powers at birth, capable of traversing the seas and shattering the crystal palace without any prior cultivation, clearly indicating an extraordinary lineage. Although Ao Qing was uncertain whether Neza truly had ties to the primordial heavenly sovereign, the spiritual pearl he had cultivated was undeniably remarkable and would greatly benefit Ao Qing's own Hanyuan dragon pearl. Originally, even with the aid of the heart's realm, Ao Qing estimated that it would take him a decade to refine the Hanyuan dragon pearl. However, with the assistance of Neza's spiritual orb, it is likely that within a year, the 5 elements could be restored. Yet, the matter does not conclude here. Observe how Neza presents the spiritual orb. The eastern 7 constellations also spring into action. Among them, the dragon of the horned wood, Jiao Mu Jiao, opens its mouth, and with a surge of azure energy, it expels a treasure the size of a chick, a delicate inner elixir. Jiao Mu Jiao proclaims, since the third prince has unveiled the spiritual orb, we must not be outdone. Therefore, I present this inner elixir for Prince Ao Qing's consideration. Upon hearing this, the other members of the eastern 7 constellations follow suit, each releasing their own inner elixirs from their mouths. As the brilliance radiates, one by one, the inner elixirs materialize before Ao Qing. Each elixir emanates a unique luminescence, leaving Ao Qing momentarily stunned. Chapter 73. The Azure Dragon Constellation. It was not only Ao Qing who was taken aback. Even the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas were momentarily stunned. Was it not an extraordinary display of generosity from Neza and the 7 eastern constellations? The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, dared not even take a breath, fearing that the 7 eastern constellations might retract their offer. How could this be? Ao Qing remarked, though I have just met with you all, and there exists a sense of camaraderie, we have not yet shared the trials of life and death together. Why do you extend such unwavering support toward me? These words nearly caused Ao Guang to leap in exasperation. The gift was offered to you. Simply accept it. Moreover, this action serves as a testament to your integrity. Yet, to speak candidly, Ao Qing did feel somewhat unworthy of such generosity. It is important to note that, setting aside Neza's spiritual pearl, the inner elixirs of the 7 eastern constellations are nothing short of remarkable. In Journey to the West, the character Kuei Mu Lang possesses an inner elixir that embodies his fundamental magical essence. At one point, Sun Wukong transformed into Kuei Mu Lang's wife by Hua Xiao. Feigning a heartache, Kuei Mu Lang, devoted to his beloved, presented his inner elixir without hesitation. Even Sun Wukong, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in awe and eagerly consumed it. Kuei Mu Lang is one of the 7 western constellations. Similarly, the eastern constellations, such as Jiao Mu Jiao and Kong Jin Long, possess their own powerful inner elixirs, each distinct in nature. For instance, Jiao Mu Jiao's inner elixir is aligned with the wood element. In like manner, the inner elixirs of Kong Jin Long, Di Tu Hu, Wei Hui Hu, and Ji Shui Bao correspond to the elements of metal, earth, fire, and water respectively. What piqued Ao Qing's interest the most were the inner elixirs of the Heart Moon Fox and the Room Sun Rabbit. One inner elixir shimmered in a brilliant golden hue, clear and radiant, reminiscent of the sun, while the other appeared dim and shadowy, akin to the night, with a subtle elegance, resembling a full moon. Indeed, the inner elixirs of the Heart Moon Fox and the Room Sun Rabbit were manifestations of solar and lunar essence, a power that Ao Qing did not yet possess. Even though the Hanyuan Dragon Pearl amalgamates the 5 elements, it does not embody the formidable power of these solar and lunar inner elixirs. Furthermore, While some elemental affinities of the eastern constellations overlap with Ao Qing's dragon pearl, the magical essences are undoubtedly distinct, rendering them invaluable to Ao Qing's understanding. You need not be modest, Prince Ao Qing, Kong Jinlong said. You are aware that we are the 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon, and you must also recognize our deep-seated connection with the Dragon Clan. In the past, there were no figures like you among the Dragon Clan. But now that you have attained the Dragon Pearl, we too shall rise together and reap the benefits. Indeed, Prince, please accept our gifts. The Heart Moon Fox added with a smile. Just remember to return them to us when the time comes. Ao Qing was deeply moved by their words. Although he understood that the 7 eastern constellations were deliberately seeking to forge a bond with him, such trust was indeed a rare treasure. Of course, this was undoubtedly also influenced by the Azure Dragon constellation. The Azure Dragon constellation, also known as the Eastern Azure Dragon constellation, is one of the 4 symbols. It comprises the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Each of the 4 symbols corresponds to a major constellation, and within each major constellation, there exist 7 significant asterisms. In total, this encompasses the 28 mansions. The 7 eastern constellations belong to the celestial realm of the Azure Dragon, thus establishing a connection with the dragon lineage. However, to be frank, this association alone is insufficient to achieve such heights, for it is somewhat tenuous. After all, the essence of celestial phenomena lies in the stars themselves, not in sentient beings. The Azure Dragon constellation does not embody a true dragon. Similarly, the divine guardians of the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise constellations are also celestial deities, bearing no true relation to their respective symbols. Of course, this is also due to Ao Guang's insufficient strength. When one mentions the Black Tortoise, the general populace does not think of the deity Zhi Ming, but rather the formidable Emperor Zhenwu. Had Ao Guang possessed the stature of Emperor Zhenwu, such circumstances would not have arisen. Ao Qing then remarked, "In that case, I shall graciously accept. There is no need for an extended period. Within 3 days, I shall return everything in full." He nodded slightly and gently raised his hand, causing the inner elixirs of the 7 constellations, along with Neza's spiritual pearl, to fall into his sleeve. Upon acquiring the inner elixirs of the 7 constellations, Ao Qing immediately felt the overwhelming magical power contained within them. These elixirs, cultivated through the Taoist practice of golden elixir, harbored profound Taoist essence, surging boundlessly. As for Neza's spiritual pearl, although its power did not significantly surpass that of the 7 constellations, its inherent meanings were even more astonishing. The flow of the 5 elements is perpetual and unending. It can be posited that from the perspective of the 5 elements, Neza may have inherently reached a realm that Ao Qing has yet to attain. This time, even with merely 3 days, Ao Qi would be capable of condensing the 5 elements into a dragon pearl. Indeed, he might achieve even greater gains. He felt he had struck a significant fortune. At that moment, the voice of the Yiksha general resonated from outside the hall. The East Sea Dragon King turned to Ao Qing, who nodded slightly, prompting the Dragon King to allow the Yiksha general to enter. "What news do you bring?" inquired the Dragon King. The Yiksha general replied, "We, under the prince's command, have journeyed to the North Sea, obliterating the Demon King's lair, and from the depths of the North Sea's chasm, we procured 1,000 luminous pearls and 10,000 measures of golden sand, along with countless divine weapons and treasures. We present them for the king's consideration." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing could not help but chuckle inwardly. When had he ever commanded the Yiksha to destroy a demon lair? He surmised it was yet another scheme of the East Sea Dragon King's conciliatory tactics. Golden sand and luminous pearls, undoubtedly, would possess considerable allure even for the 7 eastern constellations. Although Neza might not hold much regard for such items, they nonetheless represented a military accomplishment. Moreover, there were likely many trinkets among them that would delight Neza. The 7 eastern constellations, upon hearing the Dragon King's words, understood immediately and responded with smiles, "Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing upon us such military honors." The Dragon King hurriedly replied, "Not at all. It is the merit of the 3 altars of the Sea Assembly and the 7-star officials." The 7 eastern constellations added, "We are greatly indebted to the prince's assistance." Observing the smooth exchanges between the Dragon King and the 7 constellations, Ao Qing felt a wave of annoyance. He was not adept at such diplomacy. It was not that he could not engage in it. Rather, he found it rather tedious. However, should one ascend to the position of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, it is likely that such tribulations may indeed be inescapable. Reflecting upon the words of the ancestral master regarding the 9 trials of the mortal realm, perhaps it is a fate one is born into. It appears that the role of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea may not be particularly suited to me. Just at that moment, the soaring golden dragon suddenly inquired, "Your Highness," as the adage goes, to acquire both literary and martial skills is a fortune befitting the imperial family. With your esteemed abilities, do you harbor any aspirations of serving in the celestial court? Chapter 74. A recommendation to serve the heavens. Upon hearing Kong Jinlong's words, Ao Qing paused momentarily. To speak candidly, he harbored no aversion towards the idea of serving in the celestial realm. In fact, one might say he aspired to such a position. The 3 realms reverence the heavenly court, and even the esteemed figures of Buddhism and Taoism show deference to the Jade Emperor. Many from these traditions also hold positions within the heavenly court. To serve in such a capacity is not without merit. It could indeed bestow numerous benefits upon the Dragon clan. However, the manner of serving and the specific office held must be considered with care. Should it be akin to that of the Dragon King, serving as a god of rain, Ao Qing would graciously decline the offer. Moreover, beyond the hierarchy of positions and the scope of power, there are certain roles that require constant vigilance or duty rotations, which Ao Qing would prefer to avoid. For instance, some Star Lords must perpetually oversee the celestial body's operations and must respond immediately should the Jade Emperor summon them. The Water Virtue Star Lord exemplifies such a role. In a certain sense, although the Water Virtue Star Lord is a superior to the Dragon King, his responsibilities are far more demanding. Within the heavenly court, only the esteemed celestial beings may hold nominal titles and enjoy the blessings of peace. Even when summoned by the Jade Emperor, they can tactfully excuse themselves. This includes the 5 elders and the 4 imperial guardians, along with many powerful beings who merely carry the title of celestial being. Hence, while Ao Qing indeed desires to serve, his ambitions are directed towards becoming a figure of the same caliber as the celestial beings. Of course, despite Ao Qing's considerable powers, he still falls short of attaining such exalted status. Nonetheless, even if he cannot reach that pinnacle, he aspires to possess a degree of autonomy, akin to that of Erlang Shun, where he may choose to heed calls at his discretion. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to protect the Dragon clan, but his own cultivation would also be adversely affected. One need only observe the great Emperor Zhenwu, who, after subduing the northern Julu continent, retired to the southern Jianbu continent to enjoy a life of ease. The most they could recommend would be a mere star officer or divine general, with the likelihood of ascending to a star lord being exceedingly slim. It can only be said that the time has not yet come. Ao Qing indeed harbors aspirations for an official position, but the moment is not right. When will he emerge from his training? That remains contingent upon circumstances. Upon hearing this, Kong Jinlong appeared somewhat intrigued and inquired, "Might I ask to which sect Prince Ao Qing belongs?" Ao Qing did not conceal the truth, extending his palm outward and stating, "My sect resides within this very square inch of land." This square inch of land? Kong Jinlong was momentarily taken aback, unable to ascertain the origin of Ao Qing's teachings. However, he soon nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, because both he and Ao Qing are aware that this conversation is, in essence, intended for the Jade Emperor. Indeed, given the illustrious experiences of the Jade Emperor, he would undoubtedly recognize the Bodhi Patriarch. Kings against kings, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. To earn the respect of the heavenly court, one must possess a corresponding background. Relying solely on the dragon lineage may suffice to attain the status of a star official, but advancing further proves to be a formidable challenge. Of course, there exists another method. One could emulate Sun Wukong and attempt to create an uproar in the heavenly palace. However, the consequences. While it may not lead to being trapped beneath the 5 elements mountain like Sun Wukong, it would likely yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, Ao Qing does not possess such a temperament. Were he to be so, the Bodhi Patriarch would have long since expelled him like he did the monkey. At that moment, Neza interjected, Come, let us not dwell on mundane matters. Let us share a drink together. What joy it would be. Ao Qing, this cup is dedicated to you. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect." Neza lifted a sea bowl and drank it in one gulp, his face immediately flushing with color. Upon witnessing this, Ao Qing likewise raised a cup and consumed it with equal fervor. The 7 stars, including the Kong Jinlong, naturally followed suit. After downing 2 cups, the atmosphere once again became jovial and relaxed. Ao Qing, seeing this, remarked, "However, star official, if we speak of heavenly officials, I indeed have a brother who has mastered formidable skills, yet lacks a path to the heavens. Today, since fate has brought us together, would you kindly introduce him?" Upon hearing this, Kong Jinlong replied, "Oh, such a person exists? Is the prince's brother currently in the Dragon Palace?" Ao Qing responded, "He is. I dare not conceal the truth. During the recent invasion of the 3 demons in the North Sea, it was this brother who aided me with his divine powers to perceive the malevolent beings, thus allowing me to prepare in advance." The 7 stars exchanged glances. After a moment, Jiao Mujiao said, "If that is the case, he is indeed a meritorious figure. Please, Prince, let that brother join us for a drink." Ao Qing nodded and instructed someone to invite the Monkey King. Indeed, the brother Ao Qing referred to is none other than the Monkey King. In this matter, the Monkey King has indeed been a source of assistance to him. The two have become friends, and a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. In return, Ao Qing intends to extend a helping hand. The Monkey King's request is quite simple. He merely seeks a place to hide. For Ao Qing, this is as effortless as the lifting of a finger. However, the Monkey King is, after all, a demon king. Although he has not committed great evils, he still bears a tarnished reputation. Should his identity be exposed in the future, it would certainly pose a problem. In comparison, helping him clear his name may prove to be the most prudent course for Ao Qing. Moreover, should the Monkey King ascend to a heavenly position, he would also serve as Ao Qing's eyes and ears in the celestial realm. As for whether the Monkey King would behave like Sun Wukong, Ao Qing is at ease. The Monkey King is not the reckless fool that Sun Wukong was. If one were to draw a comparison, he is more akin to his distant cousin, the 6-eared macaque, who is singularly focused on the pursuit of enlightenment and achieving Buddhahood. Yet, attaining entry to the heavens is no simple task. It must be noted that not everyone possesses a background as exalted as that of Sun Wukong, nor do they receive such favorable treatment. Not only does one receive the title of Zhaoan upon mere mention, but even in a reversed circumstance, one might be bestowed the exalted title of the great sage equal to heaven, particularly for those demon kings who have faced the wrath of the true martial emperor. It is not a lack of desire to ally with the celestial court, but rather an inadequacy in their origins that prevents them from passing the threshold. Moreover, this individual possesses a remarkable talent for seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. His inclination to seek refuge with Ao Qing demonstrates his cunning nature, suggesting that he would undoubtedly thrive within the heavenly realm. Chapter 75, Playing the Fool. Meanwhile, the Monkey King received the news that Ao Qing had recommended him to the Eastern 7 Stars and Prince Neza, proposing that he ascend to the heavens to serve as an official. Instantly, he was overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety. The unexpected gesture from Ao Qing, who had advocated for him to rise to such heights, left him astounded. If this were to materialize, would he no longer have to live in fear, perpetually evading capture? It is essential to understand that a demon king is first and foremost a demon, and when faced with celestial soldiers, how could one not tremble with fear? Moreover, the Monkey King possessed profound knowledge of the affairs of the 3 realms. Unlike those fearless demon kings, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the heavenly court. To illustrate, the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor was known to suppress an entire continent, leaving little time to deal with personal matters. Even with the best of luck, he would still have to tread the path of demon slaying. Upon hearing this news, the Monkey King felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Ao Qing in gratitude. Such a benefactor was not to be taken lightly. Yet, in an instant, his nerves returned. While he had been recommended, would it truly come to fruition? The Eastern 7 Stars and Prince Neza were revered deities, each capable of instilling terror in the hearts of demons. Although he held a position of power in the northern Buddhist continent, he was, in reality, a minor demon. In the eyes of the true celestial beings, his reputation was scarcely acknowledged. The crux of the matter was that in the past, the Monkey King had been besieged by heavenly soldiers in the northern Buddhist continent, even managing to injure some during his escape. Would the heavenly court truly accept him? Was it possible they intended to capture him, only to present him as a trophy? No, that seemed unlikely. The Monkey King shook his head vigorously. With the power of the Dragon Prince, there was no need for elaborate schemes to apprehend him. Though his acquaintance with Ao Qing was brief, the Monkey King discerned that Ao Qing was a man of his word, resolute in his intentions. Resolving to trust Ao Qing, he quelled his anxious heart, devised a strategy for his approach, and entered the Crystal Palace. From a distance, He observed Neza and the 7 stars still reveling in their libations. Upon entering the hall, the Monkey King bowed and announced, "This humble demon pays respects to the esteemed deities." Neza glanced at the Monkey King and remarked, "Oh, you are the one Ao Qing spoke of? A monkey, indeed. How intriguing. Since you are a meritorious figure, come, join us in our revelry." The Monkey King felt a wave of shyness wash over him. This humble demon dares not. Ao Qing, witnessing the Monkey King's reticence, could not help but find it amusing. Yet, he understood the Monkey King's intentions. The Monkey King was feigning ignorance. Although he longed to redeem himself, he was, after all, a powerful demon. Would he truly display such behavior if he were genuinely uneasy? This was indeed his cleverness. Unlike the others, he understood a crucial truth. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. The more one flaunted their prowess, the more one risked overstepping their bounds. Thus, he preferred to play the fool, even if it meant being underestimated, as it was far better than overshadowing others and stealing the limelight. Moreover, the most vital consideration was that the Monkey King had previously clashed with the heavenly soldiers in the northern Buddhist continent. At this moment, his pretense was motivated by a fear of being called to account. Ao Qing, naturally, would not reveal the truth, saying, "Brother Monkey, we owe our safety in the northern sea to your timely warning. Since Neza has invited you to take a seat, you should do so." The 7 constellations echoed, "Indeed. Please take your seat." The Monkey King was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Third Prince. Thank you, Ao Qing, and thank you, esteemed deities." He then took a seat but refrained from raising his cup. The 7 constellations exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting profound significance. As celestial officials, they were certainly aware of the Monkey King's true identity. Even if they did not fully comprehend it, they recognized at least a part of it. The Monkey King was clearly a great demon of the north. However, given that he was introduced by Ao Qing, the 7 constellations would not dare to disregard him. Moreover, they had witnessed the Monkey King's demeanor, which displayed sincerity. Although he was a demon, he bore little karmic burden. Thus, it should not be difficult for him to obtain an official position in the heavenly court. Furthermore, the 28 constellations were themselves ancient deities and demons. They harbored no aversion towards the Monkey King. In fact, they felt a certain kinship. This was indeed the case. The distinction between demons and deities was not as clear-cut as one might think. Deities could arise from demons, and demons could ascend to divinity. In Journey to the West, the Silver Star once remarked that among the 3 realms, anyone with 9 orifices could cultivate to become an immortal. Though the Monkey King's cultivation was not rooted in the orthodox teachings, it was nonetheless a legitimate path with tangible results. Possessing magical powers, how could he not attain immortality? What he lacked was merely the recognition of the heavenly court. Indeed, as long as the heavenly court acknowledged him, a demon could become an immortal. Of course, if one were like the Lion Turtle King, who had devoured numerous heavenly soldiers and bore heavy karmic ties, redemption would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, outward appearances still required some effort. The Dragon of the Horned Wood inquired, "Ao Qing, the prince, mentioned that you possess great powers but have no means to serve the heavens. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, the Monkey King quickly lamented, recounting his hardships over the years, expressing a desire to contribute to alleviating the suffering in the world, and lamenting, "Alas, my ambitions remain unfulfilled." This drew laughter from the assembly, filling the grand hall with a joyful atmosphere. The Heartmoon Fox could not help but smile at Ao Qing, saying, "Prince, your brother is indeed quite the character." Ao Qing replied, "My brother possesses the divine ability to discern fortunes and misfortunes, to hear sounds and discern principles. What do you all think? Does he have the potential to serve in the heavenly court?" The Dragon of the Horned Wood responded, "Since the prince has recommended him, there should be no issue. However, the specific position he may hold must be decided by the Jade Emperor himself. Nevertheless, securing a legitimate position should be entirely feasible." Ao Qing nodded slightly. "If that is the case, I shall rely on you all for this recommendation." The 7 constellations hurriedly replied, "We dare not take such credit." Seeing this, the Monkey King was elated. He had succeeded. From now on, he would be considered a proper deity of the heavenly court. As for the specifics of his title, it mattered little. The most important thing was to enjoy a life of peace. Even if it is merely as a deity of the mountains and land, having a position is still quite acceptable. Upon witnessing the exuberance of the Monkey King, Ao Qing suddenly remarked, "Brother Monkey, now that you have the opportunity to attain enlightenment, you must learn to temper your heart and diligently fulfill your duties. My master often said, to cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. Should the heart remain unrestrained, future calamities may arise. Hearing Ao Qing's admonition, the Monkey King regained a measure of composure and promptly replied, "Thank you, Prince Ao Qing, and thank you to the 7 stars and Prince Neza. I shall certainly keep this in mind and refrain from courting trouble." Ao Qing nodded. He had precisely discerned this quality in the Monkey King. Although the Monkey King may not possess a clear sense of purpose in his cultivation, the years of wandering and hardship had rendered him particularly appreciative of the opportunity to ascend to divinity. As for your monkeys and descendants, there are certain mountains and rivers in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent where they can be settled. You may manage that as you see fit, Ao Qing stated. The Monkey King understood that this phrase, manage as you see fit, implied that if there were no misdeeds, they could indeed be accommodated. However, should they engage in malevolence, the weight of their karma would be profound. In that case, it would be left to him to determine their fate. After all, even without mentioning Ao Qing, the Eastern 7 stars and Prince Neza would also weigh the matter carefully. Fortunately for the Monkey King, he had but one true confidant, the mountain spirit. Chapter 76. A playful encounter. This matter, it can be said, has reached a resolution. After indulging in a few cups of wine, the Monkey King gradually relaxed in the warm atmosphere created by the 7 stars and Neza. During the feast, he showcased his remarkable ability to communicate over vast distances, articulating sounds and movements from miles away with astonishing clarity. The 7 stars, witnessing such extraordinary prowess, could not help but feel a sense of rarity. The Monkey King's aptitude for distant communication could be deemed, in a subtle sense, even superior to that of the renowned deities known as the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear. Of course, even so, such talents are indeed rare. Initially, the 7 stars intended to extend a favor to Ao Qing. However, after witnessing the Monkey King's abilities, they found themselves indebted to Ao Qing instead. After all, it is not easy to find a demon king like the Monkey King, whose formidable powers and unique functions bear little causality with the heavenly court. As the evening progressed, with the wine flowing and the dishes savored, the guests began to feel pleasantly tipsy. After all, a day in the celestial realm is akin to a year in the mortal world. For the immortals, even the concepts of past and future are not absolute. A millennium may pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, even if they lingered in the Crystal Palace for a few days, it was of no consequence. Regarding the inner elixir, there was no hurry. It could be returned after the matter at hand was concluded. Ao Qing felt immensely grateful for this. Originally, he had intended to return the inner elixir within 3 days, but the 7 stars and Neza insisted that it was unnecessary. Indeed, they not only lent him the inner elixir, but also refrained from stipulating a precise time frame, merely stating that he could return it after use. Such a significant item entrusted to him embodied a level of trust that was truly rare. Ao Qing's deepest gratitude was naturally directed towards Neza. After all, without Neza taking the initiative, the 7 stars might not have been so magnanimous. Moreover, Neza's spiritual pearl evidently surpassed the inner elixir of the 7 stars in power. Yet, while the 7 stars offered some words of caution, Neza seemed entirely oblivious to the significance of the spiritual pearl. That night, Ao Qing intended to delve into the powers of the inner elixir and Neza's spiritual pearl through meditation. Given the trust shown by the 7 stars and Neza, Ao Qing was acutely aware of the importance of this matter. Although they had not set a deadline, it was ultimately preferable to return the elixir sooner rather than later, to avoid any potential resentment arising from prolonged delays. After all, good borrowing and returning makes for easy future exchanges. However, just as Ao Qing was about to commence his cultivation, Neza unexpectedly sought him out in the hall. "Ao Qing, are you there?" Neza called from outside, without summoning the koi to announce his presence. Yet, given his status, no one would dare to hinder him. Ao Qing promptly answered and stepped out of the hall. "Great deity of the 3 altars and the sea assembly, what is your command?" Neza waved his hand. "No need for such formalities. Simply call me Neza. Of course, if you don't mind, you may also refer to me as Brother Neza." Ao Qing replied, "In that case, I shall graciously call you Neza. As for Brother Neza, looking at one who appears even younger than myself after transformation, I find it difficult to utter." Moreover, following this battle, Ao Qing grew increasingly valiant, his magical prowess seemingly enhanced beyond previous limits, accompanied by a subtle growth in both age and stature. If Neza appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, Ao Qing resembled a child of about 9 or 10. When Ao Qing called out his own name, Neza, instead of feeling anger, appeared to be filled with delight. Typically, in the heavenly court or before the 7 stars, Neza, though open-hearted, still maintained a faint air of authority. However, in Ao Qing's presence, he seemed to let his guard down considerably. Neza suddenly inquired, Ao Qing, have you ever played with the embroidered ball? An embroidered ball? Ao Qing was taken aback. Neza nodded enthusiastically. Yes, an embroidered ball. Ao Qing replied, I am unfamiliar with such a thing. Neza extended his hand, and with a flash of crimson light, a red embroidered ball materialized in his palm. Upon seeing this ball, Ao Qing felt an inexplicable sense of affinity. More astonishing than that was the immense magical energy it radiated. When Neza had captured the Peng Demon King, the ball had merely transformed into myriad forms, striking the Demon King into the depths of the ocean. Yet now, upon deeper examination, Ao Qing realized that this embroidered ball contained a surging magical force, as if it held the very essence of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it seemed to embody a life force, and not just a trivial one. It felt as though it harbored the might of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The reason Ao Qing felt so drawn to it was that the magic contained within was remarkably familiar, akin to the power of the Yinglong dragon pearl. Neza, oblivious to the depth of Ao Qing's thoughts, asked, What do you think of this embroidered ball? Ao Qing replied, It is indeed a treasure imbued with limitless power. Neza continued, Then, would you care to play with it? Play with it. Ao Qing hesitated before responding, Since this is your treasure, how could I dare to use it without permission? Upon hearing this, Neza seemed slightly bored, a hint of ennui crossing his features as he said, Very well. If that is your wish, so be it. With a casual shake, the embroidered ball appeared to tremble as if the mountains and earth were shifting, and it emitted a faintly chaotic sound from within. Ao Qing clasped his hands in gratitude. In that case, thank you, third prince. Neza replied, I have already said. No need for excessive courtesy. Just call me Neza. Forget it. Do as you wish. With that, Neza turned and departed. Observing Neza's retreating figure, Ao Qing's thoughts stirred. It seemed that his elder brother, Tai Jia, shared a profound connection with Neza. Yet, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Meanwhile, after leaving the treasure hall, Neza made his way out of the Crystal Palace and ascended above the East Sea, traveling through the clouds. He arrived at a rugged coastline where the waves surged and crashed violently. As he gazed at the shore, a sense of melancholy, starkly different from the merriment of the banquet, washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a sigh. In the end, is it merely a semblance? Suddenly, he produced a conch shell and, facing eastward, blew into it with great force. Chapter 77. The execution the following day, after the 7 stars had awoken from their intoxication. They bid farewell to the Dragon King of the 4 seas. Ao Qing came to see them off, but did not encounter Neza. Once the 7 stars and the celestial generals departed, Ao Qing conveyed the events to Dragon King Ao Guang. Upon learning the full story, Ao Guang sighed and remarked, I never imagined that Neza still harbors sentiments from the past. My dear, his embroidered ball has a significant origin, closely tied to your brother. Thus, this action is understandable. Ao Qing nodded in agreement, realizing the connection to past events. Indeed, during his meditation in the heart realm yesterday, he had heard the sound of a conch shell, indicating that the matter was more intricate than it seemed. However, for Ao Qing, Neza's affairs were secondary. His recent cultivation in the heart realm had yielded profound insights. Yet, due to the absence of the 7 stars in the heavenly realm, he had not delved deeply into contemplation. At that moment, Ao Guang spoke, My dear, your contributions this time have been substantial. How about I take this opportunity to pass the position of the Dragon King of the East Sea to you? Ao Guang, having guessed Ao Qing's thoughts, nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, you have matured and formed your own opinions. Moreover, the position of Dragon King may indeed be somewhat constraining for you. It's a pity that the He-Fu has been lost. Otherwise, the title of Dragon Clan Sovereign might suit you even better than that of a Dragon King. He-Fu, Dragon Clan Sovereign. Ao Qing was momentarily taken aback, as it was the first time he had encountered these terms. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Isn't the Dragon King of the East Sea revered in our Dragon Clan? If so, shouldn't my father be the Dragon Sovereign? Why then is there a distinction of Dragon Clan Sovereign? Ao Guang replied, My dear, there is much you do not understand. The 4 seas indeed revere the East Sea, yet I am far from being the Dragon Sovereign. At best, I am merely the leader of the Four Seas Dragon clan. Your three uncles, if we were to discuss rank, hold positions equivalent to mine. As for the Dragon clan sovereign, the last one was Ying Long. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing realized the implications. Indeed, when Ying Long was present, there were also Dragon Kings in the Four Seas. But the status of the Four Seas Dragon King certainly could not compare to that of Ying Long. However, what was the significance of the Hifu? Noticing Ao Qing's confusion, Ao Guan explained, "These matters are relics of ancient times. Speaking of them now is of little use. You need only understand that the Hifu is a symbol of the Dragon clan sovereign, revered not only by my Four Seas Dragon clan, but by all dragons across the three realms. However, this reverence is not absolute. My dear, you possess immense potential and, having trained in this primordial Dragon Pearl, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Ying Long. With great talent and ambition, even without the Hifu, you could unify the Dragon clan." Ao Qing nodded in agreement. This indeed made sense. The Hifu must be akin to a token or a jade seal, a symbol of authority. If that were the case, without the requisite power, possessing it would be futile. Hence, strength is the decisive factor. For himself, aside from enhancing his abilities, it is essential to cultivate a profound understanding of the Tao and, while seeking immortality, to remain steadfast in the pursuit of enlightenment. When he eventually breaks through to the realm of immortals, reaching the sacred domain, or even ascending to a higher plane of existence, any challenge will naturally be surmountable. Ao Qing then stated, "If that is the case, I shall retreat for contemplation. Within 7 days, regardless of what transpires. I implore my father to intervene and ensure I am not disturbed." Initially, Ao Qing intended to return in 3 days, but since there was no time constraint, he was more than willing to deepen his insights. Ao Guang replied, "Very well. Focus solely on your cultivation. All other matters will be managed by your father." Ao Qing, moved by his father's words, bowed deeply and then turned to enter the inner hall. Meanwhile, the Pink Demon King observed the Monkey King trailing behind the 7 stars, brazenly mingling among the heavenly soldiers. How could he be oblivious to the unfolding events? Infuriated, he erupted in curses, "Beast! Scoundrel! You wretched monkey afflicted by plague! You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Even if I am to ascend the altar of extermination today, I shall not spare you." The Monkey King retorted with a cold laugh, "Fear not, Pring Demon King. You will not have the chance to transform into a vengeful spirit. Indeed, how could the celestial court permit a demon to become a vengeful ghost? With a single strike, even if a soul remains, its power will dissipate, its karma erased. And even if there were a lingering grievance, could it ever pass the scrutiny of the great emperor of the Northern Yin?" Upon hearing this, the Pink Demon King began to panic, desperately pleading for mercy. "Spare my life. I am willing to serve as a beast of burden. I will become a foot soldier for the celestial court. When the heavenly troops came to capture me, I never resisted. How could I not seek to prolong my existence?" His cries for mercy went unanswered, and he turned to the Monkey King, exclaiming, "He too is a great demon from the northern Julu continent, notorious for his misdeeds. Why should I be punished, and not him? Where's the justice in this?" Yet, at such a critical moment, no one paid him heed. The Monkey King had already ascended to the celestial court alongside the 7 stars. The disparity was stark, a chasm of fate. The Pink Demon King was forcibly taken to the altar of extermination, bound to the demon-subduing pillar. Neza arrived just in time to oversee the execution. The mighty Demon King brandished his blade and advanced, delivering a fierce strike to the Pink Demon King's head. Remarkably, as a formidable beast, he survived the blow, though gravely wounded, blood pouring forth, revealing his bones. Realizing his impending demise, the Punk Demon King ceased his pleas and began to curse loudly towards the execution platform. "Neza, you wretched being, the cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. By killing me today, you will surely meet a fate as gruesome as that of Ao Taijia. Your body in ruins, your soul scattered." Before he could finish his words, a sudden flash of cold light illuminated the sky as a treasured sword shot forth, piercing directly into the Prung Demon King's brow. In an instant, the sword had impaled him, leaving only a demon core to fall and shatter into 2 halves. The one who struck was Neza, who, with the sword of extermination, took the Pung Demon King's life. After slaying the Pung Demon King, Neza turned his gaze to the fallen demon core and summoned the true fire of Samadhi with his fire wheel, incinerating it to ashes, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. The Pink Demon King, who once roamed the northern Julu continent, ultimately met his demise today, his form and spirit extinguished. The mighty Demon King, witnessing Neza's decisive action, was drenched in cold sweat, simultaneously feeling a sense of admiration for this formidable foe. Lamenting the unfortunate turn of events he had mentioned, Neza, with an impassive expression, remarked, "This fiend possesses an extraordinary mastery of supernatural powers, impervious to ordinary blades and swords. I must intervene personally. Alas, my cultivation falls short, and I have failed to capture its soul. I am truly ashamed. Did you all witness this? Extraordinary mastery of supernatural powers? It has been pierced through the peepa bone, and yet there is still talk of supernatural prowess." Chapter 78, The Steed Tamer. The Seven Constellations, accompanied by the Monkey King, entered the southern heavenly gate and arrived in the celestial realm. They were greeted by a scene of opulence, with golden rays illuminating the surroundings and auspicious colors radiating in abundance. Their eyes sparkled with wonder. As they ventured deeper, they beheld numerous heavenly marshals and golden-armored deities, each a true immortal or divine being, which filled them with envy. Yet, a profound joy surged within them, for they realized that they too would soon possess the celestial decree of immortality. In a fleeting moment, the seven constellations led the Monkey King to wait outside the Lingxiao Palace for the decree of the Celestial Emperor. Shortly thereafter, the Jade Emperor summoned the seven constellations, with the Monkey King trailing behind. From a distance, they caught a glimpse of the radiant figure upon the throne, obscured in a haze of divine light, evoking a sense of immense pressure from the heavens, akin to confronting the vastness of the universe. The Monkey King, overwhelmed by such formidable presence, felt a surge of trepidation. Although he dared not flaunt his abilities before the Jade Emperor or employ his cunning powers, he instinctively understood that the might of the Jade Emperor far exceeded his imagination. Should the Emperor choose to do so, a mere finger could extinguish his life. Thus, he prostrated himself upon the ground, refraining from even the slightest breath. The seven constellations approached the throne and performed their respectful bows, stating, "We have received your command to descend and subdue the demonic fiends, and we return victorious, having seized numerous treasures and beheaded the demons." The Jade Emperor replied, "Your toil and merit are duly recognized. Reward shall be granted." Consequently, he bestowed upon them golden flowers, precious jewels, luminous pearls, and several celestial pills, while also recording their achievements. The seven constellations rejoiced, hastily prostrating in gratitude, and added, "This time, there were 3 great demon kings disturbing the northern sea. We captured one, while the other 2 were vanquished by the dragon prince Ao Qing of the eastern sea. We do not wish to conceal this from your majesty." The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, aware that matters of the mortal realm would not escape his notice. Although he was already informed, he inquired, "Do you know the origin of that dragon prince from the eastern sea?" The seven constellations respectfully conveyed what they had learned from Ao Qing at the banquet, mentioning the significance of the place of origin, and continued, "We sought to invite the dragon prince to ascend to the heavens for rewards, but he, bound by his master's orders, could not act on his own. Thus, he requested us to pay our respects on his behalf and present treasures from the eastern sea to express his reverence." Ah, the place of origin. Now it makes sense. No wonder he possesses such vast powers. It is a true inheritance from his ancestral master. "I am now aware," the Jade Emperor remarked, a flicker of interest illuminating his gaze. Recognizing the Emperor's response, the seven constellations felt reassured that their alliance with Ao Qing was indeed fortuitous. The seven constellations continued, "In addition to the matter of the Dragon Prince, we encountered a demon immortal during our descent and proceeded to recount the circumstances involving the Monkey King to the Jade Emperor. The Monkey King, feeling an acute tension, hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply. This humble demon greets the great celestial emperor. By sheer luck, I have attained the status of a demon immortal, hoping to serve the heavens and bring peace to the common folk." The Jade Emperor inquired, "What abilities do you possess?" The Monkey King replied, "I possess little magical power, but I hold a particular skill that allows me to attract good fortune and avert disaster, as well as discern blessings and misfortunes. While I may lack other capabilities, I am quite proficient in locating objects and receiving information. I humbly hope your majesty takes note." The Jade Emperor nodded and turned to the celestial ministers, stating, "Are there any positions still vacant that can be filled?" Beside him, the Martial Star Lord turned and reported, "The Imperial Horse Management lacks a chief steward. This monkey, being knowledgeable of fortune and misfortune, adept in worldly affairs, and skilled in locating objects, seems quite suitable." The Jade Emperor decreed, "Let him be appointed as the assistant to the horse manager." The ministers expressed their gratitude, and the Monkey King was overjoyed. Subsequently, Under the guidance of the Wood Virtue Star official, the Monkey King received celestial credentials and proceeded to the Imperial Horse Management. Within the management, he gathered the steward, deputy steward, registrars, strongmen, and various officials, all of whom paid their respects to the Monkey King. He discerned the affairs of the management, noting that there were 1,000 heavenly steeds, all fine horses. The Monkey King did not anticipate that upon his initial entrance into the heavenly court, he would be granted such an esteemed position. It is worth noting that the role of assistant to the horse manager, while ostensibly concerned with horse maintenance, also constitutes a celestial official. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong dismissed such official titles as lacking merit and unworthy. However, for the Monkey King, he understood the intricacies of the situation and recognized that it was not so simple. To speak of the assistant to the horse manager, he not only commanded numerous officials but could also appoint deputies, which represented power. This position could be deemed superior to that of the heavenly marshal. Ordinarily, although he had submitted to the heavenly court, he would have begun as a lowly soldier. Even if he were to hold an official position, he would merely be a subordinate servant. How could he be granted such a celestial office and oversee a multitude? On one hand, this was undoubtedly related to his innate powers, but more significantly, it was undoubtedly due to the favor he received from Ao Qing. Thus, the Monkey King was filled with immense gratitude, ever mindful of such a great favor. He familiarized himself with the Imperial Horse Management and soon arranged for officials, requesting that his trusted aides from the 7 constellations be summoned. As a celestial official with a public role, facilitating such arrangements was naturally effortless. Ao Qing was taken aback, realizing that due to his influence, the Monkey King had received such favorable treatment. Moreover, inadvertently, he had usurped the future position of Sun Wukong as the assistant to the horse manager. However, from a certain perspective, this might also be considered a good fortune for the Monkey King. Let us set this matter aside for now. Meanwhile, within the inner chamber of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qing was engrossed in comprehending the powers of the 7 inner elixirs and the spirit pearl of Neza through his inner realm. With his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, he sat upon a meditation cushion. As his thoughts stirred, the inner realm coalesced before his spirit. Ao Qing's spirit entered the depths of the inner realm, revealing a scene of ancient grandeur. The inner realm manifested as if it were the primordial moment of creation, distinctly exhibiting the form of Mount Buzhou. Within this inner realm, Ao Qing sat before a precipice with 9 translucent treasure orbs swirling before him. These were the primordial dragon pearl, Neza's spirit pearl, and the 7 inner elixirs. At this moment, the 9 treasure orbs, with the dragon pearl at the center, were surrounded by the 7 inner elixirs, while the spirit pearl radiated above. Ao Qing activated his mystical powers, and the primordial dragon pearl immediately emanated various elemental energies. The 7 inner elixirs simultaneously released a multitude of formidable powers: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, moon. These powers shone down upon the primordial dragon pearl. Neza's spirit pearl also emitted streams of spiritual energy, assisting the dragon pearl in harmonizing the 5 elements and consolidating the essence of the sun and moon. As the powers of the 7 inner elixirs surged forth upon the dragon pearl, a myriad of visions flickered to life within the realm of the heart. These images continuously overlapped, conjuring ethereal landscapes within the unyielding mountain, producing a cacophony that threatened to collapse the very fabric of the heart's domain. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the stones of the unyielding mountain emanated a potent force, stabilizing the myriad illusions. Before long, 7 mirrors, akin to circular reflections, manifested before Ao Qing's gaze. With eyes wide open, Ao Qing beheld those 7 visions, which depicted the historical experiences of the 7 celestial hosts of the East. Indeed, through the synergy of the inner elixirs and the heart's realm, Ao Qing not only absorbed the essence of the elixirs to perfect the primordial dragon pearl, but also ascended to the 2nd level of the heart's domain, namely, contemplation. Chapter 79. The origins of the dragon clan. The heart realm of the Bodhi Patriarch currently reveals 2 distinct levels of power. The first level is manifestation, which involves utilizing a medium to evoke atmospheric phenomena associated with that object. For instance, using the stone from Mount Buzhou, Ao Qing successfully manifested the primordial scenery of Mount Buzhou at the dawn of creation. The second level pertains to visualization. In the past, when Ao Qing became a disciple, the Bodhi Patriarch imparted to him the technique of cultivating the dragon pearl, during which he employed the power of the heart realm to traverse back through time and visualize stories from ages long past. The Dragon Ancestors Scroll was meticulously transcribed in this manner. Visualization, as the term suggests, allows one to trace back through time and witness events that transpired in the distant past. Prior to this, Ao Qing had not mastered such power. Only the illusory fragments of the dragon pearl hinted at remnants of bygone events. However, now, after comprehending and absorbing the inner alchemical powers of the Eastern seven constellations, he inadvertently triggered the power of time-reversing visualization. Indeed, the sevenfold illusion before him is a reflection of the experiences prior to the cultivation of the Eastern seven constellations. The figures of Jiao Mu Jiao, Kong Jin Long, Di Tu Hu, Feng Ri Tu, Xian Yu Hu, Wei Hua Hu, and Ji Shui Bao, all materialized before Ao Qing's eyes. Although Ao Qing harbored no desire to pry, he meticulously observed the past experiences of the Eastern seven constellations in order to better learn from the elemental and celestial powers they cultivated. Through this observation, he gained considerable insight. It became evident that the Eastern seven constellations were not innate celestial beings but rather postnatal demon immortals. There was indeed a profound cause and effect at play. Nevertheless, Ao Qing discerned one crucial fact. The Taoist canon records, the first year of the Long-On era was the primordial calamity, during which the Dragon Ancestor Emperor emerged. The dragon took its transformation, while Han took its grandeur. Before the formation of heaven and earth, a singular essence swirled through the cosmos, coiling its form, ever-changing, and coalescing spirit and essence. The Dragon Ancestor Emperor is the progenitor of all divine dragons. But how was he born? He was manifested from the primordial calamity, the earliest of great calamities. When heaven and earth were not yet formed, the Dragon Ancestor Emperor took shape from pure essence, ever transmuting and boundless, simultaneously nurturing a realm of existence. Thus, it can be understood that the Dragon Ancestor Emperor, in a strict sense, is not merely an ordinary dragon. He is not born from moist eggs nor inherited through ancestral lineage. Rather, he embodies the very concept of a dragon. Likewise, the descendants of the Dragon Ancestor Emperor inherit this very concept in their lineage. For example, mountains. If a mountain takes the form of a dragon, it becomes a dragon vein, possessing the potential to transform into a dragon. Similarly, atmospheric phenomena, which are ethereal and elusive, if they take the form of a dragon, also represent a dragon vein, endowed with the possibility of transformation. Of course, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas and the Dragon Emperors of the Five Directions were initially born from dragon veins. Moreover, even the vast lakes and seas, as well as rivers and channels, hold the potential for dragon transformation as long as there exists a dragon vein. However, correspondingly, the magical powers and essence may not be as formidable. This elucidates why, in Journey to the West, even a mere well is presided over by a Dragon King. He is an embodiment of celestial bodies, a divine being. The Azure Dragon's essence is intricately linked to the celestial dragon constellation, which embodies the dragon's veins. Thus, when these veins manifest, they transform into a dragon, achieving the true form of the Azure Dragon. It is no wonder that the seven celestial lodgings of the East were so generous, willingly lending me their inner elixirs. Ao Qing has come to comprehend the intricacies of this cause and effect, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Such matters may indeed be challenging for the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas to articulate. Previously, Ao Guang had alluded to many such concepts in an ambiguous manner. And during his cultivation in the Three Stars Cave, Ao Qing had gained some insights, thus understanding a portion of it. However, it is only now that he truly grasps the antecedent and consequent events. Simultaneously, he cannot help but ponder, if this is the case, can the dragon veins of human fortune also transform into dragons? In his past life, Ao Qing frequently encountered references in various texts regarding the concept of imperial dragon veins. Since the Han Dynasty, the sovereign of the realm has been referred to as the true dragon's son. Moreover, in the records of the Grand Historian, there exists an account that states, in autumn, someone held a jade disc and addressed the envoy, saying, "This year, the ancestor dragon has died," referring to the ancestor dragon as the progenitor of humanity. Clearly, according to the records of the Grand Historian, even during the Qin dynasty, the title for the human king was also dragon. Yet, it is essential to recognize that the Qin dynasty regarded the Shang as its rightful lineage, and its totem was not a dragon, but rather the mysterious bird. Why is this so? Could it be? Ao Qing cannot help but recall Ao Guang's mention of the harmonious symbols. Harmonious symbols. Could it be the convergence of the mountain of harmony? With this thought, Ao Qing immediately perceives the vastness of the information contained within. It appears that long before his time, the dragon clan had many ancestors who had orchestrated numerous schemes, striving to revitalize the dragon lineage. Although, in terms of outcomes, these schemes may not have been particularly successful, they were certainly not devoid of significance. After all, the dragon, as a totem of China, has persisted into later generations. The dragon clan remains quite united. Incidents akin to that of the Jiao Demon King, while not absent, are overshadowed by the efforts of many sages dedicated to the resurgence of the dragon lineage. It seems that my previous thoughts were not entirely absolute, given these numerous reasons. For my father, preserving the status quo indeed appears to be the most prudent course. After all, the dragon clan is a collective. The ancestors have made considerable efforts that should not be squandered. Perhaps a forceful pursuit of ascendance in a single day could inadvertently yield contrary results. As Ao Qing's thoughts evolved, his state of mind gradually transformed. It was at this moment that the 7 illusions reached their conclusion. The 7 streams of magical power began to surge wildly towards Ao Qing's primordial dragon pearl. Chapter 80. The Great Completion of the Primordial Unity. Perhaps due to a transformation in Ao Qing's state of mind, his understanding of the dragon clan has become increasingly profound, leading him to fully embrace the entirety of the dragon lineage. Consequently, the primordial dragon pearl has likewise accepted Ao Qing. Indeed, in the past, Ao Qing claimed to aspire to revitalize the dragon clan, yet his thoughts were predominantly centered on the restoration of the 4 seas. However, the dragon clan encompasses far more than merely the 4 seas. The primordial dragon pearl, bestowed by the dragon ancestor emperor, is no exception. It is essential to recognize that the dragon ancestor emperor, as the embodiment of the meaning of dragons, could not possibly be confined to the 4 seas alone. In retrospect, Ao Qing's previous approach of refining the dragon pearl from the limited perspective of the 4 seas was rather myopic. He ought to have approached the refinement of this primordial dragon pearl from the broader perspective of the entire dragon clan. It is precisely due to this shift in mindset that, at this moment, Ao Qing has genuinely attained the acknowledgement of the primordial dragon pearl. No, acknowledgement does not suffice as a descriptor, for the primordial dragon pearl is, in essence, a manifestation of Ao Qing's own refinement. In the past, he merely adhered to a prescribed method of cultivation that the dragon ancestor emperor had established to create a dragon pearl. Now, however, he has begun to comprehend the state of mind that the dragon ancestor emperor possessed during the refinement of the dragon pearl. The sun, moon, and stars, the vastness of heaven and earth. Any being with a dragon vein can be considered part of the dragon clan. And to master the primordial is to unify all dragon veins from the myriad heavens within oneself. Thus, the title Dragon Ancestor and the honorific Emperor are rightfully bestowed. Furthermore, this notion is not restricted to dragons alone. One must acknowledge that there are koi that transform into dragons, serpents that evolve into dragons, and even humans who can metamorphose into dragons. Conversely, this implies that the dragon clan holds dominion over these beings as well. Hence, the 7 stars of the East, which originally cultivated the celestial powers of the Azure Dragon, now resonate with Ao Qing's dragon pearl. In an instant, Ao Qing felt the surging magical energy emanating from the 7 internal elixirs. After years of dedicated cultivation, the internal elixirs of the Eastern 7 stars contained profound virtues and spiritual potency, far exceeding Ao Qing's expectations. It is no wonder that even the gluttonous Monkey King, who had grown weary of the peaches of immortality and golden elixirs, would find himself captivated by the internal elixir of the Kuemu wolf. Of course, one must not equate magical power with strength indiscriminately. Even if the magical energy is as vast as the ocean, if the wielder can only draw a single cup, it is ultimately futile. Thus, while the Eastern 7 stars possess formidable strength, various circumstances prevent them from surpassing Ao Qing, or even Neza. However, they would certainly not fall short of the Kuemu wolf from Journey to the West. As Ao Qing confronted the influx of magical energy from the Eastern 7 stars, he focused his mind and activated the primordial dragon pearl. Instantly, the primordial dragon pearl began to operate within the 5 elements, gathering the magical energy of the 7 stars into its very essence. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the cosmos. Lightning flashed, and the winds swept away the clouds. The heavens raged, and the earth trembled. Within the confines of his mind, the ground of Mount Buzhou revealed numerous fissures akin to a spider's web. Under the weight of this power, beneath the essence of the sun and moon, and the energies of the 5 elements, The earth attribute of the Yinglong was gradually being restored. Furthermore, propelled by the magical energy of the 7 stars and the abundant spiritual energy from the pearl, Ao Qing continued to channel the power of the dragon pearl. Soon, the 5 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth within the dragon pearl were all awakened. Ao Qing's pupils shifted, at times becoming pitch black and at other times glowing red like fire. Indeed, Ao Qing was balancing the powers of the 5 elements. He utilized the essence of the 7 constellations and the power of Nez's spiritual pearl to elevate the 5 elemental forces within the primordial dragon pearl to an extraordinarily stable and harmonious state. The magical energy of these 5 elements within the dragon pearl was unprecedentedly potent. Each element could independently coalesce into its own dragon pearl. Furthermore, thanks to the inner elixirs of the sun rabbit and the moon fox, Ao Qing's primordial dragon pearl also condensed the energies of solar essence and lunar radiance. However, in comparison to the 5 elemental attributes, the power of solar and lunar essence appeared relatively weaker. After all, Ao Qing's foundation was primarily rooted in the 5 elemental dragons, achieving a level of mutual generation among the elements. Thus, the sun and moon manifested merely as 2 shimmering beams of gold and purple, swirling amidst the 5 elements. Before long, Ao Qing's primordial dragon pearl became increasingly transparent. The magical energies of the 5 elements coalesced, suddenly resembling 5 fish that intertwined, biting each other's tails and revolving together. As they spun, the strength of the 5 elements surged dramatically, embodying the principle of mutual generation. Wood nourishes fire, fire creates earth. Earth produces gold, gold generates water, and water fosters wood. The 5 fish were represented as yellow, black, white, azure, and red, each reflecting the corresponding elemental force. The magical energy generated from their convergence filled the dragon pearl, causing it to exude 5 distinct phenomena, swirling and flowing. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled once more. And at that moment, a phantom of a 5-colored dragon soared upward from the dragon pearl, resonating with a mighty dragon's roar. This was none other than Ao Qing's primordial spirit. In that instant, Ao Qing broke free from his shackles, fully completing the primordial dragon pearl and thereby crystallizing his primordial spirit. According to Taoist alchemical practices, this signified his attainment of the realm of 5 qi returning to origin. Not only that, under the influence of the 5 elemental forces, Ao Qing's physical form was infused with the quintessence of the 5 elements. His body can currently harness the powers of the 5 divine dragons, rather than being limited to just one. The sharpness of the white dragon, the mysterious waters of the black dragon, the true fire of the red dragon, the vitality of the azure dragon, and the essence of the yellow dragon combined harmoniously. The convergence of these 5 elemental powers enabled Ao Qing to achieve a divine body, solidifying his foundation, akin to mastering the great celestial immortal technique to its fullest extent. Of course, although both were considered complete, Ao Qing's primordial dragon pearl was even more formidable than the perfected great celestial immortal technique. After all, even during the initial formation of the dragon pearl, Ao Qing's magical prowess had already surpassed that of the fledgling Monkey King. He lifted his gaze slightly toward the dragon pearl. The current primordial dragon pearl was remarkably translucent, its exterior smooth as jade, while internally, the 5 elemental forces subtly swirled and pulsed. After the dragon pearl had formed, the 7 inner elixirs of the eastern 7 constellations seemed to lose their luster, falling to the ground. Ao Qing glanced at the inner elixirs of the 7 constellations and couldn't help but feel a moment of astonishment. Indeed, within the inner elixirs of the eastern 7 constellations, no magical energy remained. This was the consequence of condensing the 5 elements and achieving the primordial state. The inner elixir's mystical power and spiritual energy from the 7 stars have been thoroughly absorbed by the primordial dragon pearl, already intertwined with the essence of the Tao and the attributes of the 5 elements. Fortunately, the true strength of the inner elixir lies in its Taoist cultivation and its primordial source. In comparison, mystical power is of secondary importance. While Ao Qing has drawn upon these teachings and gathered them within the 5 elements, they remain akin to an indelible imprint. Unless the inner elixir is deliberately shattered, its integrity remains largely intact. As for replenishing the depleted mystical power and spiritual energy, this does not pose a significant challenge. The manifestation of the unyielding mountain within the heart realm and Nez's spiritual pearl serve as ample resources. The mystical power and spiritual energy lost by the seven stars can be restored to their former glory within a fortnight. Particularly, Nez's spiritual pearl, for reasons unknown, harbors an abundance of spiritual energy that can only be likened to an ocean, rendering any attempt at description inadequate. To say it is inexhaustible would be no exaggeration. Thus, replenishing the seven stars' mystical power seems quite feasible. This is the assurance that empowers Ao Qing to draw upon the inner elixir's mystical power so audaciously. Without the heart realm, he would not dare to be so unrestrained. In truth, Ao Qing's gains from this endeavor are profoundly significant. It is essential to recognize that the heart realm's efficacy extends beyond merely gathering spiritual energy, while absorbing the inner elixir's mystical power from the eastern seven stars. He simultaneously envisioned their past experiences. Following the integration with the primordial dragon pearl, Ao Qing has not only completed the five-element dragon pearl, but has also acquired the innate divine abilities of the eastern seven stars. Indeed, to put it differently, Ao Qing is now capable of employing the transformative arts of the celestial cycle, manifesting the core divine abilities of the eastern seven stars. Chapter 81. The true forms of the seven constellations. The term true form refers to one of the many manifestations. For instance, the Bull Demon King, when besieged by Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, the heavenly court, and the Buddhist sect, found himself devoid of options and resorted to revealing his true form, transforming into a colossal white bull in an attempt to break free. Had it not been for Nez's timely intervention, he might have indeed escaped. Moreover, beings such as the golden-winged roc, the blue lion, the white elephant, the nine-headed insect, the scorpion spirit, and the centipede spirit each possess their own extraordinary true forms. The magical powers inherent in these true forms are nearly unparalleled. For example, the roc excels in soaring flight, while the scorpion spirit wields a tail endowed with lethal venom. As for figures like the nine-spirit sage, he is so disinterested in assuming human form that he prefers to act solely in his true form. It is essential to recognize that the nine-spirit sage, a disciple of the compassionate celestial of the Supreme Oneness, possesses the ability to calculate karma and can traverse the realms from the three saints to the nine hells. It is unfathomable that he cannot transform. Yet, for him, his true form is simply more comfortable. The eastern seven constellations are also celestial beings, each possessing their own unique true forms. In Journey to the West, the son of the Bodhisattva Ppln, the star of the western seven constellations, known as the Rooster of the Morning, once manifested his true form to capture the scorpion spirit. With just 3 calls, that remarkably powerful scorpion spirit was subdued and ultimately vanquished. Just as the Western 7 constellations exhibit such capabilities, so too do their Eastern counterparts. The true forms of these extraordinary creatures are beyond even the scope of Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. While Sun Wukong can metamorphose into a chicken, he cannot transform into the Rooster of the Morning. Although conventional transformation methods are not entirely without merit, Sun Wukong has, on numerous occasions, transformed into creatures that can subdue ordinary demons. When faced with formidable adversaries like the scorpion spirit, they prove ineffective. For instance, in his early encounters with the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong initially engaged in a contest of transformation techniques. However, once the Bull Demon King revealed his true form as a great white bull, Sun Wukong found himself unable to counter that power, resorting instead to a direct confrontation. In comparison, Ao Qing's celestial transformation technique, while more comprehensive than Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, shares the same limitations in this regard. Yet now, having observed the experiences of the Eastern 7 constellations and gleaned insights from their inner elixirs, Ao Qing has integrated their respective paths. With this synthesis, he is now capable of manifesting their abilities. Standing upright, Ao Qing swayed his body and instantly transformed into a colossal toad dragon. This toad dragon bore horns atop its head, its entire body covered in verdant spikes, with formidable fangs and scales akin to armor. Upon revealing his true form, he suddenly expanded further, ascending skyward, and soon, 2 dragon claws emerged from his abdomen, gradually morphing into a serpent-like shape. Indeed, this was the true form of the horned wood serpent, the foremost among the Eastern 7 constellations. Originally a toad dragon, it had transformed into a serpent after mastering the powers of the horned constellation. This majestic figure far surpasses the diminutive toad dragon, the progeny of the River King in Journey to the West. As Ao Qing harnessed the celestial transformation technique, he swiftly transformed once more into a singular golden dragon, soaring into the heavens, radiating brilliance. This was the true form of the golden dragon of the Dipper. This golden dragon, while draconic in nature, bears a distinct appearance from a true dragon, possessing a single horn and limbs, adept in both flight and movement. In Journey to the West, his singular horn possesses the ability to transform at will, even enabling him to penetrate the golden gong of Maitreya Buddha. Ao Qing experimented with it, and indeed, that horn would occasionally swell to a colossal size, resembling a small mountain drill. At other times, it would shrink to a minuscule dimension, akin to a delicate embroidery needle. He continued to experiment, demonstrating the true forms of the Eastern 7 constellations one by one. Transforming into the tail fire tiger, he became a fierce red-eyed tiger, its tail resembling that of a dragon, ablaze with flames. Morphing into the water leopard, he stirred the waves, treading upon the wind and sand. Capable of raising surges akin to a vast sea of purple clay, transforming into the earthly ferret, he appeared round and adorable, adept at finding things. And as the heart moon fox, his eyes sparkled with the allure of peach blossoms, possessing the art of heart-seeking. When he took the form of the room sun rabbit, Ao Qing leapt and, in an instant, soared over several towering mountains. Though the room sun rabbit's true form is that of a rabbit, its cultivation is linked to the heavenly steed, thus it is inherently skilled in leaping great distances and adept at swift ground pursuits. Should he encounter formidable foes like the Jiao Demon King or the Lion Camel King, he now possesses an additional means of restraint. Ao Qing felt an immense satisfaction. The true forms of the Eastern 7 constellations are far from mere exotic beasts. They embody the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, and moon. Consequently, each true form can be aptly referred to as a divine beast. Take, for instance, the Jiao Demon King. Should he manage to resurrect and return to fight, Ao Qing need not revert to his original form but could confront him with the true forms of the Kongjin dragon and the horned dragon instead. The Eastern 7 constellations could not have anticipated that by borrowing Ao Qing's inner elixir, they would merely assist in completing the dragon pearl, while Ao Qing, through the power of his heart realm, would master even their most coveted divine abilities. However, with such benefits bestowed upon him, Ao Qing had no intention of being remiss towards the 7 constellations. His experimentation served dual purposes: to familiarize himself with the 7 constellations' divine powers and, simultaneously, to utilize his dragon pearl and Neza's spirit pearl to reinvigorate the 7 constellations' magical energies. At this rate, it might not take half a month before everything returns to its original state. Moreover, the rejuvenated inner elixir's power would surpass its previous form, becoming more refined and pure. After all, this power is a result of the nurturing from Neza's spirit pearl and Ao Qing's 5 elements dragon pearl. If the original inner elixir's power was merely quantitatively substantial, the replenished power now exhibits formidable quality, even subtly hinting at the essence of chaos. However, since the inner elixirs of the 7 constellations are singular in nature, they cannot truly bear the weight of genuine chaos power. This is indeed a win-win situation. As for the acquisition of the 7 constellations' true forms, Ao Qing did not dwell on it too much. For him, it merely enhanced his ability to manipulate the cosmic transformations. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to clarify when the time comes, to avoid any misunderstandings. When restoring the inner elixir, he would provide an explanation. Just then, he suddenly furrowed his brow. His gaze shifted towards the spirit pearl and the dragon pearl. In order to replenish the magical energy, Ao Qing's chaos dragon pearl was also channeling spiritual energy to the inner elixirs of the 7 constellations. At that moment, for reasons unknown, the energies of the chaos dragon pearl and Neza's spirit pearl became intricately intertwined. 2 streams of ethereal energy intertwined like twisted dough, radiating a brilliant and translucent light. Suddenly, a resonant vibration emanated from the Bodhi seed within Ao Qing's mind. Simultaneously, the seed exuded a profusion of luminous essence. As the Bodhi seed quivered, a thunderous sound echoed through the realm of the heart. Consequently, amid the energies of the spirit pearl and the dragon pearl, a doorway was unveiled. Within this portal, scenes flickered incessantly as the essences of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, and moon melded together, resembling a primordial chaos. Gazing at the radiant spectacle within the doorway, Ao Qing couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Yet, in an instant, realization dawned upon him. Could this be akin to the fabled tales of the seven constellations, a glimpse into Nez's past? But why, too, was his dragon pearl ensnared within this tapestry? Chapter 82. The Illusion of the Dragon Pearl. Upon witnessing this scene, Ao Qing was suddenly reminded of the vision of the dragon pearl illusion he had glimpsed through the fragments of the Yinglong. Previously, that imagery had been fragmented, presenting only a few broken glimpses. At that moment, Ao Qing had pondered whether, upon the completion of the dragon pearl's 5 elements, he could once again manifest that scene within his heart realm. Could the current spectacle be related to that vision? It was highly probable. Ao Qing had come to realize that the dragon pearl illusion was intricately connected to himself, Neza, and his elder brother, Ao Taijia. The Hunyuan dragon pearl was a manifestation of his own essence, while the spirit pearl represented Neza's origin. Moreover, the Yinglong dragon pearl fragments were steeped in the karma of Ao Taijia. Thus, it could be inferred that the illusion birthed from these 3 entities should indeed reflect the entirety of the dragon pearl illusion. However, setting aside the Yinglong dragon pearl fragments for the moment, the Hunyuan dragon pearl and the Hunyuan spirit pearl before him were in a perpetual cycle of mutual generation, their magical powers seemingly boundless. What, then, could be revealed in the illusion conjured by these two together? Ao Qing stepped forward, intent on discerning the events unfolding within. Yet, to his astonishment, the illusion presented a vast chaos, devoid of any discernible scenery. This was markedly different from the illusion manifested by the 7 constellations' inner elixir. Moments ago, through the power of his heart realm, Ao Qing had envisioned the inner elixir of the eastern 7 constellations and had witnessed the scenes of their prior cultivation. Yet now, within the dragon pearl illusion, he saw nothing at all. All was shrouded in mist. What could this mean? Ao Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He extended his hand, gently reaching towards the illusion. As he made contact, the mist parted slightly, causing Ao Qing to pause in astonishment. His right hand was able to touch the interior of the illusion. It was worth noting that while the inner elixir illusion of the 7 constellations could be envisioned across great epochs, it could not be physically touched. Any attempt to reach out would render the illusion as elusive as swirling clouds. However, the dragon pearl illusion before him seemed to have opened an entirely new realm. Ao Qing's hand had actually penetrated it. Suddenly, the dragon pearl illusion emitted a swirling vortex, seemingly attempting to draw Ao Qing entirely into its depths. However, the force of attraction was not overpowering. Ao Qing was able to extricate himself effortlessly. In other words, the dragon pearl illusion remained under Ao Qing's control, a part of his heart realm. Could this be the 3rd level of the heart realm? An unexpected thought crossed his mind. The first level of the heart realm was manifestation, while the second was visualization. What, then, could the 3rd level entail? Could it be? Ao Qing was reminded of Master Bodhi. With boundless Taoist prowess, Master Bodhi had traversed the currents of time to manifest the moment when the dragon ancestor, the great emperor, created the dragon pearl at the dawn of creation. Yet, was it truly possible to capture the essence of that moment solely through visualization? One must consider that the power and spirit contained within the dragon ancestor's scroll were undeniably the essence of dragon might. Although Bodhi Patriarch seamlessly integrates the 3 teachings and possesses profound knowledge of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, he is, after all, not a dragon. It is unlikely that he would deliberately cultivate the power of the Dragon Balls for the sake of teaching. Even if the Patriarch could indeed do so, he might not achieve perfection in the cultivation methods of the Dragon Balls. Could it be that the 3rd power within the heart realm is interference? If it can be manifested, it can be observed. If it can be observed, it can be interfered with. Ao Qing pondered, and the determination in his gaze gradually solidified. The art of cosmic transformation, employed to safeguard the Tao, is fundamentally a technique. The cultivation method of the Dragon Balls, sought for immortality, serves as the source of his current strength, yet it can only be regarded as a method. Only the Bodhi seed, or rather, his own Bodhi heart, represents the true essence of his Tao heart, which is synonymous with his own path: humanity, immortality, sanctity, and the Tao. Even though Ao Qing has become immensely powerful, surpassing even the original Sun Wukong, without a Tao heart, he would merely be an immortal. Now, the profound mysteries of the Bodhi heart realm lay before him. How could he forsake this opportunity, hesitating? Indeed, after sensing the power of this illusion, Ao Qing resolved to enter it and pursue the 3rd realm of the Bodhi heart, thereby comprehending his own Tao. After all, this illusion, while akin to the creation of another world, is ultimately within his heart realm. Since it is the heart realm, it is akin to a dream, both real and illusory, both true and fantastical. Even if he encounters peril here, it should not pose a significant problem. At worst, he could simply awaken. In a fleeting thought, Ao Qing's entire being was engulfed by the illusion. In the next instant, the scenery within the heart realm seemed to shift, all being drawn into that illusion. The entire world turned pitch black, with only the dragon balls and spirit pearls still shining brightly. Suddenly, within the illusion, the heavens and earth were birthed, and all things came into existence. After entering the Dragon Ball illusion, Ao Qing felt as though he were dreaming, as countless scenes appeared before his eyes. In an instant, he opened his eyes, only to find himself within the Dragon Palace. What is this? Ao Qing glanced around, discovering that the surroundings were vividly lifelike, not dissimilar to his memories of the Crystal Palace. No, I am still within a dream. Initially believing he had awakened, he scrutinized the layout of the Crystal Palace and realized that it differed significantly from his recollections. Moreover, he even noticed that his own form had changed. Ao Qing's body had transformed into an enormous azure dragon, measuring 12,000-zhang in length. Though he primarily cultivated the Dragon Balls and the art of cosmic transformation in the three-star cave, neglecting physical training, he had still grown somewhat. Upon the completion of the Dragon Balls, which nourished his physical form, his true azure dragon essence not only converged with the primordial energies of the 5 elements to attain a divine body, but also grew significantly larger, reaching approximately 15,000-zhang in size. However, upon careful perception, Ao Qing discovered that his dragon form measured merely 3,000-zhang. Moreover, he sensed no essence of the primordial divine body within it. This is not my dragon form. Could it be? Ao Qing's thoughts raced. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he activated the celestial transformation technique, and with a burst of radiance, he manifested in human form. Turning his attention to a nearby crystal, he was astounded to see a reflection that bore a striking resemblance to himself. Yet, the figure was not that of a mere child of 9 or 10, but rather that of a youth around 15 or 16 years of age. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he possessed an imposing demeanor. A faint trace of a wooden mark adorned his brow, and 2 delicate dragon horns subtly emerged from his forehead. Ah, so it is. Ao Qing realized with clarity. In this dreamscape, he had inexplicably become his elder brother, Ao Taijia. Nonetheless, at the inception of this dream, Ao Taijia himself possessed no cultivation. With a dragon form of only 3,000-zhang, his magical prowess was shallow, and while his innate abilities were commendable, they mirrored those of the untrained Ao Qing. Naturally, he lacked the celestial transformation technique and had not yet condensed a dragon pearl. Yet, Ao Qing discerned that his magical powers remained at his disposal. The primordial spirit of the Hunyuan dragon pearl could still be wielded. Even his form could seamlessly revert to that of his primordial divine body at will. This indicated that it was indeed a dream. Although it bore an uncanny resemblance to reality, it was ultimately a mere illusion. Thus, this power was akin to visualization rather than true intervention, Ao Qing mused. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter, since he found himself within a dream. Harnessing its power to comprehend the realm of the heart became his foremost priority. After all, if the 3rd level of this heart realm could manifest past experiences and vividly visualize bygone days, might he not glean some elusive secrets from this world that were difficult to perceive in reality? For instance, the whereabouts of the harmonious talismans. Chapter 83. Enlightenment in Dreams. Since dreams can harness the power of the Dragon Pearl and the Spirit Pearl to traverse back 50,000 years, can the events manifested within these dreams be perceived as both illusory and real? Are there hidden truths that may surface through interference? Ao Qing pondered this and surmised it was highly plausible. After all, the 5 elements have existed since the dawn of the world, bearing witness to countless events. At this moment, Ao Qing, utilizing the causal energies of the Spirit Pearl and Dragon Pearl, conjured a dreamlike realm. To test the authenticity of this world, he summoned a koi fish and posed several inquiries. Remarkably, the koi responded with vivid clarity to Ao Qing's questions. However, in the eyes of the koi, Ao Qing was recognized as Ao Taijia. This experience was indeed fascinating, leaving Ao Qing in a state of uncertainty regarding the reality of the events unfolding before him. Yet, this uncertainty bore little significance. One thing was certain: whether this dream would culminate in awakening or continue was entirely in the hands of Ao Qing. who possessed the power of the heart realm. Thus, all he needed to do was to let things unfold naturally. Meanwhile, as Ao Qing reveled in his dream, in another heart realm within the three realms, specifically in the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, within the Xia Yu Senxing Cave, Bodhi Patriarch was in his alchemical chamber. He ignited fragrant incense, and the smoke cascaded like a waterfall from the high platform, enveloping the chamber in an ethereal ambience. Upon Ao Qing's initiation of the dream, Bodhi Patriarch slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of admiration. Excellent. He had not anticipated that the heart Shinner would so swiftly access the power of time reversal within the heart realm, advancing further to a realm distinct from his own. Enlightenment in dreams. Suddenly, a calm and profound voice resonated. Well done, well done. Then, at an unknown moment, a Buddha materialized within the alchemical chamber. This child is extraordinary, possessing true Buddha nature and wisdom roots. Congratulations, my friend, on acquiring such a remarkable disciple. Bodhi Patriarch was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the appearance of this Buddha. Yet, he quickly comprehended the situation. Indeed, the manifestation of enlightenment in dreams within the three realms would naturally attract the presence of the Tathagata from the spiritual mountain. After all, before reaching the Tao realm, to encounter such an outcome as enlightenment in dreams is a rarity throughout history, with only one individual having achieved such an experience, Amitabha Buddha, revered as the supreme luminary among Buddhas. When Amitabha was still known as Bhikshu Fazang, under the guidance of the free ruler Buddha in the world, he attained the supreme Buddha nature and journeyed through the dream to reach the realms of 210 billion Buddhas, merging wisdom in a single dream across countless eons. Thus, he is referred to as the Buddha of the past. Although many great beings have reached the Tao realm in the celestial domain of Buddhism, such as the three pure ones of Taoism and the Jade Emperor, none have walked a path akin to his. Yet now, a new figure has emerged. This individual is Ao Qing. The Bodhi Patriarch gazed at the Buddha and spoke slowly. This, too, is the law of causation. However, since he is my disciple, I must embrace whatever fate may come. Moreover, the realm of Bodhi's heart is intrinsically linked to my own lineage, and it bears significant distinction from the vast dream world of Amitabha Buddha. Given the gravity of the matter, the Bodhi Patriarch understood that the Tathagata surely wished for Ao Qing to enter the Buddhist fold. Yet, irrespective of Ao Qing's willingness, the Bodhi Patriarch himself was reluctant. The heart realm has always been his legacy, and now it merely blooms anew through Ao Qing. That blossom, while reminiscent of the Buddha's flower, is also an embodiment of the Taoist golden flower. The Patriarch did not wish for it to be plucked by the Buddhist sect. The Buddha turned his gaze towards the Patriarch. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, "Indeed, all conditioned phenomena arise from the convergence of causes and conditions. I do not come to compete for disciples with my fellow Taoist. Rather, I have perceived profound prajna listening to the three realms and observing the celestial beings. I have discerned that the Dragon Prince possesses some auspicious connections with our Buddhist teachings, and should such auspiciousness arise, I hope the Patriarch will not obstruct it." The Bodhi Patriarch furrowed his brow slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he recognized that Ao Qing indeed had some karmic ties with the Buddhist realm, yet he was equally entangled with the Taoist sect and the heavenly court. After a pause, the Patriarch declared, "Whatever the future holds is ultimately the choice of Xi and Xian. If the opportunity presents itself, I shall not stand in the way." The Buddha nodded in agreement. "In that case, I am grateful to my Taoist friend." He hesitated briefly before continuing. "Aside from this Dragon Prince, there is another matter for which I hope to seek your assistance." The Patriarch inquired, "What matter?" The Buddha replied, "It pertains to the celestial stones of Flower Fruit Mountain." The Patriarch paused. It appeared that the Tathagata had come to seek his counsel, cleverly plotting the fate of both his current and future disciples. However, since the celestial stones had yet to manifest, they could not yet be considered the Bodhi Patriarch's disciples. They could only be deemed as having a connection. Thus, after some contemplation, the Patriarch responded, "Very well, what is your wish, Buddha?" The Buddha stated, "To disseminate the Tripitaka and universally liberate all sentient beings." Meanwhile, in the Three Stars Cave, Ao Qing was preparing to seek Ao Guang within the dream world. At that moment, the entire crystal palace suddenly trembled violently. The seas roared, and the earth shook as if a formidable magical force was unleashed. Boom! In the distance, a palace collapsed entirely. Ao Qing was taken aback. This must be the first scene within the Dragon Pearl illusion. After all, this illusion was a fusion of the Dragon Pearl and Neza's spiritual pearl, originating from the ties between Neza and the Dragon Clan, as recorded in Journey to the West. It is said that 3 days after Neza's birth, he descended into the four seas and trampled the Crystal Palace. Coincidentally, 50,000 years ago marked the very day of Neza's birth. From the earlier site of the dragon fragments, it was evident that Ao Qing had intervened to prevent Neza. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would have suffered significant losses. It would be a perfect opportunity to witness what Neza looked like as a child. Ao Qing could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Transforming himself, he assumed his true form as A and surged forth, gliding gracefully across the surface of the sea. In an instant, he reached the ocean's expanse. Behold, upon the vast expanse of the East Sea, the waves surged and rolled tumultuously. There, amidst the tumult, a child, no more than 3 or 4 years of age, frolicked and played. This child was none other than Neza. Such formidable magical prowess. Upon encountering Neza, Ao Qing was taken aback. Unlike the true Neza he had encountered in reality, this newly born Neza exuded an even greater aura of power. As Neza tumbled and danced, countless streams of spiritual energy scattered and coalesced, summoning forth immense magical might that unleashed an unending tempest. Beneath the heavens, ominous clouds gathered thickly. Above the eastern sea, in response to Neza's presence, a torrential downpour commenced. Lightning danced across the sky, striking the sea, yet Neza engaged with it in playful jest. Witnessing this spectacle, Ao Qing could not help but recall the legends that spoke of Neza being transformed from the primordial pearl, Kenguji, held by the primordial heavenly sovereign. There exist numerous tales regarding Neza's origins, yet if one were to consider the highest lineage, it undoubtedly traces back to Kenguji. After all, it was an artifact of the primordial heavenly sovereign. The Taoist canon states, the primordial heavenly king, utilizing the great chaotic essence of the supreme void, forged a pearl and named it Kenguji, declaring, with this pearl, I shall cultivate the profound and the mysterious, giving birth to the primordial essence and manifesting the heavens, solidifying the myriad energies. It is a supreme treasure, existing solely for my own. It can be said that this treasure possesses the potential to create worlds and shape the cosmos. If Neza's lineage is indeed traced back to Kenguji, then it is no wonder that the magical energy within him is as boundless as the sea. However, despite such vast power, Neza was still but a newborn, lacking any significant cultivation. Thus, while his magical prowess was formidable, it posed no threat to Ao Qing. Nevertheless, if Neza were to continue his tumultuous antics, the aquatic denizens of the East Sea would undoubtedly find it intolerable. With this thought in mind, Ao Qing turned his gaze to the frolicking Neza, opened his dragon maw, and unleashed a torrent of dark water. In an instant, the dark water struck Neza, propelling him away with great force. Chapter 84. A lesson for the mischievous child. Neza was reveling in the tumultuous waves, when suddenly a torrent of dark water surged from the sea, forcefully propelling him away. This was none other than the dark water expelled by Ao Qing. Remarkably, Ao Qing had not employed any magical powers. The force emanated solely from his physical form. Consequently, though the impact was formidable, it did not inflict any harm upon Neza. Instead, Neza felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and in an instant, he was swept away, tumbling over several waves before finally landing. After a brief moment, Neza regained his composure and lifted his gaze, only to behold a magnificent dragon standing before him beneath the dark clouds. This dragon, a celestial being, was an impressive 3,000-zhang in length, rearing majestically in the low sky. The dragon was a verdant one, its scales intricately crafted and radiating an aura of sharp, cold light. Its eyes, as large as the sun and moon, seemed to emit golden rays amidst the darkness, exuding an overwhelming presence. Indeed, while this dragon's form measured merely 3,000-zhang, rather than the mythical 12,000, it still ranked as extraordinarily gifted among its kind. Before Ao Qing underwent his training, his own form had only reached 1,000-zhang. Even after absorbing the spiritual essence from the stones of Flower Fruit Mountain, he had only achieved a length of 2,000-zhang. 3,000-zhang. It could truly be said to eclipse the heavens. In stark contrast, Neza appeared exceedingly diminutive. His current form resembled that of a mere 3 to 4-year-old child, and from Ao Qing's perspective, he was no more significant than an insignificant insect. Yet, Neza exhibited no signs of trepidation as he addressed Ao Qing. What manner of creature are you, to sneak up on me in such a fashion? Taken aback by Neza's words, Ao Qing replied, "You can speak?" It was understandable for him to be astonished. According to the records of Journey to the West, Neza should have only recently been born, perhaps merely 3 days prior. How could an infant of such tender age possibly articulate words? However, upon further reflection, Ao Qing considered that there was nothing particularly extraordinary about this. On one hand, Neza was undeniably gifted, perhaps akin to the Monkey King, a natural-born sage. On the other hand, Neza's celestial birth could imply that his 3 days of life were akin to 3 years in the mortal realm. It dawned on Ao Qing that he may have been misled by preconceived notions. Neza continued, "What is so remarkable about my ability to speak? In fact, it is you, a slippery eel, who can talk, that is truly rare." Ao Qing paused momentarily. To his astonishment, he had been insulted as a mud eel by this little rascal. While he had previously read about the Monkey King deriding the Dragon King as an old mud eel without much sentiment, experiencing it firsthand made Ao Qing acutely aware of the displeasure that came with such an insult. With a glimmer of light flashing from the dragon horn upon his brow, Ao Qing summoned forth a thunderbolt, as formidable as a water column, from the gathering storm clouds above. This was a manifestation of his innate powers, directed straight at Neza. After all, this little brat was exceptionally gifted. Even if struck by lightning, he would likely only feel a momentary sting. Ao Qing intended to impart a minor lesson to him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the lightning, having taken form, struck swiftly toward Neza. Although Ao Qing did not employ the technique of celestial transformation, his current prowess was unparalleled compared to the past. Even the simplest of attacks were as swift as lightning. Neza, caught off guard, was struck by a bolt of thunder. "Ah, you slippery eel. That hurts. How infuriating." Amidst the flickering electric light, Neza's hair stood on end. Wisps of smoke swirled above the waves, clearly indicating that this strike was far more potent than the previous one. Even Neza felt the sting of pain. However, being a creation of the spirit pearl, Neza summoned his inner power, gradually compressing the thick bolt of lightning that had struck him. In the next instant, another flash of electricity surged forth. Ao Qing slightly tilted his head, evading the lightning. The bolt soared into the sky, crashing against the dark clouds, dispersing a considerable portion of them with its impact. From the tumultuous waves, a figure sprang forth. Agile and nimble, landing deftly upon Ao Qing's forehead, none other than Neza. "Humph, indeed a monster. Watch me rip off your horns and extract your tendons, ensuring you never wreak havoc again." As Neza declared, he stood atop Ao Qing's head, forcefully attempting to uproot one of his dragon horns. His inherent strength was formidable, akin to a weight of 10,000 pounds, and even Ao Qing could sense an overwhelming force. Had it not been for Ao Qing's formidable form, he might have indeed sustained injuries. Nevertheless, despite Neza's astonishing strength, Ao Qing was not an untrained entity. He executed the celestial transformation technique, harmonizing with his divine essence. And instantly, his divine radiance became subdued. No matter how forcefully Neza pulled, Ao Qing remained unmoved, as if he had not been affected in the slightest. Frustrated, Neza attempted to push, to strike, to stomp, and even to bite, but it felt as though he were colliding with an adamantine surface. In the past, even when striking the earth, it would yield beneath him, but upon this dragon horn, his punch only resulted in a painful hand. Realizing he had encountered an immovable obstacle, he acknowledged that this monster was indeed formidable and that he was not its match. "Monster, I shall return another day to deal with you." After a futile attempt, Neza turned and, with a leap, began to flee across the waves. Ao Qing found this amusing. He never expected that the 3 altars of the sea's great deity, the future marshal of the central altar, could exhibit such childishness. Observing Neza's hasty retreat, Ao Qing called out, "You have insulted me and sought to harm me without cause. Can you simply depart?" With that, he transformed into a beam of divine light, stirring up towering waves. The tumultuous waters roared as the divine light swiftly caught up with Neza. Ao Qing had activated the celestial transformation technique, taking human form, and delivered a kick to Neza's rear. Boom. In an instant, Neza became a streak of light, soaring southward for an unknown distance, ultimately crashing onto a solitary island, creating a massive crater upon impact. Ouch! Neza groaned, clutching his forehead. As he staggered to his feet, he beheld a youth clad in simple garments standing before him. After an intense battle between the two, the ominous clouds had dissipated significantly. A few rays of sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, cascading down upon the youth. Neza, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you?" Ao Qing replied, "You just referred to me as a monster. How is it that you do not recognize me now?" Neza, astonished, exclaimed, "You are that mudfish. You have transformed into a human?" Ao Qing gazed at the utterly shocked Neza, suppressing the urge to deliver a punch. How could the Neza of 50,000 years ago differ so greatly from the Neza of 50,000 years hence? It provoked an irresistible desire to teach him a severe lesson. Chapter 85, The Malevolent Dragon? However, despite such considerations, Ao Qing was not genuinely angered. This Neza was merely a newborn child, having come into existence only 3 days prior, not the marshal of the central altar from 50,000 years hence. Furthermore, the realm before him was but a dreamscape. His identity was that of Ao Taijia, not Ao Qing. Indeed, the third layer of the heart realm was the pathway of dreams. This pathway, which utilized the spirit pearl and the primordial dragon pearl to manifest the dragon pearl illusion from 50 millennia past, allowed for intervention. Thus, everything was vividly alive, as real as reality itself. To deem it another world would not be an exaggeration. If one were to draw a comparison, perhaps the tale of Zhuang Zhou dreaming of being a butterfly best encapsulated Ao Qing's current predicament. Was it Zhuang Zhou who dreamt of being a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuang Zhou? This remains an elusive question. From Ao Qing's perspective, he could not clearly delineate the distinction. Yet, he understood one thing. The world before him bore a striking resemblance to his initial foray into the Three Stars Cave. Indeed, it was akin to the experiences he had while cultivating within the cave. The events he encountered might be illusory. However, the power he garnered was undeniably real. Thus, Ao Qing was able to channel the visions bestowed by his ancestors to comprehend the Tao, coalescing the scenery of the heart realm into a dragon and condensing it into a dragon pearl. The world he beheld now mirrored that experience. Regardless of the veracity of this world or its connection to the true realm, such matters held little significance for Ao Qing. What truly mattered was the knowledge he could acquire within this dreamscape. Presently, aside from familiarizing himself with the third layer of the heart realm and mastering the method of intervention, he harbored two objectives. The first was to inherit the Dragon Pearl of Yinglong. Although Ao Qing possessed the primordial pearl, the Dragon Pearl of Yinglong, as a manifestation of great power, would undoubtedly enhance his Dragon Pearl cultivation methods. This was evident even from the fragments of Yinglong's Dragon Pearl, such immense power encapsulated in a mere shard. How formidable would the complete pearl be? At the very least, should the pearl be capable of reconstruction, it could serve as a treasured artifact of the dragon lineage. As for the karmic repercussions associated with Yinglong's pearl, Ao Qing did not fear them. He may have contemplated that he was not necessarily a match for Yinglong's formidable adversaries. Yet he recognized countless ways to address such challenges. The second objective was to seek the Hifu. If that Hifu truly pertained to the Fusang Hifu, then remnants of information should exist from 50 millennia ago. Even if such knowledge had been obscured, it would still be easier to uncover than in the distant future. Moreover, within the Grand Dream world, Ao Qing could act with greater abandon. This, of course, was far more convenient and secure than navigating the constraints of reality. In other words, in this world, he could indulge his desires more freely. After all, it was, in essence, a dream. This very freedom aligned harmoniously with the principles of following the natural order, providing substantial aid to his cultivation of temperament. It is precisely for this reason that Ao Qing's attitude towards the young Neza is rather nonchalant. Were it not for the fact that Neza serves as the starting point of the Dragon Pearl illusion, allowing him to wreak havoc might pose a threat to the four seas within the illusion. Otherwise, Ao Qing might not have bothered with his antics at all. However, now that they have met, Ao Qing finds the young Neza amusing and is naturally inclined to tease him. Moreover, although Ao Qing is aware that Ao Taijia will inherit the Yinglong Dragon Pearl, the timing of this inheritance remains uncertain. The flow of time in this dream world is currently beyond his control. Thus, it serves as a diversion to pass the time during moments of boredom. When Neza insults him as a loach, he certainly does not take offense, for at present, Neza is merely a mischievous child. Ao Qing gazes at the mischievous child and declares, "I am Ao Taijia, the prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Pray tell, young one, why do you stir the seas above the East Sea? Do you not know that my kin dwell within the Dragon Palace, and your antics have caused the Crystal Palace to tremble, almost bringing calamity upon our kind?" Neza is momentarily taken aback. What Taijia? He wonders, but soon realizes that the other is questioning him. In a fit of anger, he retorts, "You loach. Ah, Before he can finish his sentence, he feels a sharp pain on his forehead and instinctively squats down to clutch his head. It is Ao Qing who has struck him, his finger aimed at Neza's forehead. Ao Qing channels his magical power, causing Neza to experience a searing pain atop his head, as though pricked by a needle, prompting him to cry out in distress. Ao Qing reiterates, "I am called Ao Taijia, the Prince of the East Sea. You may refer to me as Prince Taijia or Brother Taijia. Monster, you." Hey, wait. Just as Neza is about to hurl another insult, he sees Ao Qing's gesture and quickly deflates, revealing the truth. "I was playing near a small kingdom by the coast when the locals spoke of many man-eating evil dragons and night demons residing in the East Sea, all of whom are wicked beings. Each year, they demand offerings of young boys and girls for sacrificial rites. Hence, I ventured into the sea to vanquish these demons. Little did I expect to encounter such a formidable monster. Evil dragons and night demons?" Ao Qing is taken aback. In Journey to the West, it is merely stated that Neza caused an uproar in the four seas, punishing the dragon princes, but the underlying circumstances are not detailed. However, upon reflection, if the situation were that simple, it would not align with reason. Every occurrence has its cause. Particularly in mythology, Neza is portrayed as a heroic figure. Whether in Buddhist or Taoist narratives, he is recorded as subduing 96 caves of demons, assisting in governance, commanding spirits, and protecting the world. In Journey to the West, he is likewise extolled in many passages. Though he may indeed be a mischievous child, he is certainly not one with an inherently malevolent nature. If we consider this aspect, how could he possibly create chaos in the four seas without justification, all while coincidentally punishing the dragon princes? Ao Qing cannot help but recall the tales of Neza's exploits at sea, as well as the folklore surrounding the subjugation of various malevolent dragons. In these legends, there are indeed reasons behind the existence of man-eating night demons. Could it be that there is truly a cause behind these events? However, Ao Qing firmly believed that the East Sea Dragon Palace could not possibly harbor any malevolent dragons. After all, the East Sea Dragon Palace is a sanctuary of immortals, and the dragon kings of the four seas are indeed divine beings. While it is true that they receive tributes from the coastal regions and partake in sacrifices of livestock during rituals, the notion of consuming humans is utterly unfathomable. Humans are, after all, the essence of all beings, endowed with wisdom from birth, and are under the governance of the Jade Emperor. Should a human be devoured, the soul would inevitably seek justice in the underworld, creating considerable complications. Of course, if a shark were to consume a human out of necessity, that would fall under the realm of natural order, but that is a separate matter. Ao Qing inquired, "Where did you hear such tales?" Chapter 86. Forming alliances. Upon hearing Ao Qing's inquiry, Neza widened his eyes in astonishment. "You don't intend to devour them, do you? Or perhaps, you mean to consume me as well?" Ao Qing replied, "As a member of the Dragon Clan, which possesses a celestial pedigree, I would never resort to such actions unless absolutely necessary. I am the Prince of the Eastern Sea, and if there is indeed a malevolent dragon at play, originating from the four seas, I shall take it upon myself to deliver justice." Neza regarded Ao Qing with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, and suddenly a smile graced his face. "You seem rather trustworthy. Thus, I shall share my tale with you." Perhaps the spiritual pearl bestowed upon him endowed Neza with an innate wisdom, for he sensed that Ao Taijia before him was not a villain at heart. Neza proceeded to recount the events leading to his current predicament. It was revealed that Neza had been born 3 days prior. However, as the saying goes, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. This does not imply that a single day spent in the celestial realm corresponds to an entire year in the mortal realm. Rather, the day and night cycle in the heavenly realm is considerably prolonged, with a single day equating to a year of earthly time. Of course, for deities, the passage of time holds little significance. A mere nap or a game of chess could span millennia. Yet, Neza, with the heart of a child, resided in the 9 heavens, within the Cloud Palace, where 3 days and nights felt akin to 3 years. During this time, Li Jing was preoccupied with his official duties and had little time to attend to him. Consequently, Neza chose to descend to the mortal realm for leisure. As the Cloud Palace lay in the east, upon his descent, he fortuitously arrived in the kingdom of Ao Lai. There, he encountered tales of the so-called evil dragon Yaksha, which ignited his desire to vanquish demons and restore order. Listening intently, Ao Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Neza's words bore a semblance of truth. He recalled his own visit to the kingdom of Ao Qing in the mortal world. Although some monsters indeed roamed the land, most did not partake in devouring humans. In fact, many monsters held positions of authority within the kingdom. However, it is important to note that this was 50,000 years ago, a time of great disparity. 50,000 years is a considerable span, even for immortals, and certainly not insignificant. For mortals, it represents an era of transformation, a testament to the relentless passage of time. Ao Qing focused intently, casting his gaze towards the east. Indeed, he perceived a malevolent aura permeating the air, a tumult of karmic energy. This dreamlike realm from 50,000 years ago appeared as a chaotic dance of demons, rife with countless evildoers. It seemed that many events had transpired over the millennia, and the celestial realm had indeed exerted its governance over the world. Ao Qing pondered deeply. He often encountered monsters in the mortal realm, yet never in such numbers as now. Especially in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, a territory of Taoism, monsters were scarce, while spirit creatures, though numerous, tended to be rather docile. Reflecting on the events surrounding the great Emperor Zhenwu's suppression of the northern Jilu continent, it became evident that the celestial realm had successfully eradicated many monstrous forces in recent years. Nevertheless, given that the evil dragon of the kingdom of Ao Qing was masquerading under the auspices of the Eastern Sea, claiming association with the dragon clan, Ao Qing felt inclined to intervene. Even if this was merely a dreamlike world, yet he conducts himself with a singular focus on the present. Regardless of whether the matter at hand is genuine or illusory, after all, life is but a fleeting dream. How much joy can one truly glean from it? Neza, since you claim there is a malevolent dragon at play, why not accompany me to the kingdom of Ao Qing and seek the truth? If it is indeed our dragon clan's doing, I shall show no leniency, Ao Qing declared. Upon hearing this, Neza was momentarily taken aback. How do you know my name? Ao Qing pointed to Neza's hands, revealing that from birth, the character for No adorned his left hand and Jia his right. Ah, now I understand. I thought you possessed the gift of foresight, Neza exclaimed in realization. Ao Qing replied, I possess a modicum of such foresight myself. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Neza, filled with delight, eagerly responded, Yes, indeed. I asked my father to teach me the ways of cultivation, but he always says I am too young and should first focus on my studies. Ao Qing chuckled. You are indeed quite innocent and should devote yourself to your studies. However, if you wish to learn the ways of cultivation, I can offer you some guidance. Yet, let us first investigate this malevolent dragon. Neza agreed. Very well, let us set forth at once. When Neza descended to the mortal realm, he did so with a playful spirit. Although he was a natural-born sage, blessed with innate wisdom, he had never experienced the affairs of the human world. Consequently, he was not well versed in its matters. Nonetheless, he instinctively felt a profound affinity for Ao Qing, finding him intriguing and desiring to forge a friendship. Thereupon, Ao Qing invoked the celestial art of transformation, summoning an auspicious cloud. With a swift motion, he stepped upon the cloud and journeyed towards the kingdom of Ao Qing. Neza, witnessing this, hastily attempted to take flight as well. Yet, despite his magical prowess, he was unable to harness it. He struggled even to ascend the cloud or ride the winds, trailing behind and calling out, Ao Taijia. Taijia, wait for me. Ao Qing, glancing back at Neza, found him quite amusing. With a casual wave of his hand, Neza was enveloped by a divine light, rising gracefully to land firmly upon the auspicious cloud. Standing atop the cloud, Neza was overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily forgetting about Ao Qing as he gazed around in wonder. Brimming with joy, Ao Qing remarked, It appears you truly have no experience in cultivation. I am curious. How is it you descended from the heavenly realm without even knowing how to ride a cloud? Neza replied, Descending is quite simple. One merely jumps down. Ao Qing. This Neza is indeed quite endearing in his navet. Yet, upon reflection, it is quite logical. Neza, being a transformation of the spirit pearl, possesses innate divine strength and is impervious to harm. Unless injured by magic, he would likely emerge unscathed from a fall from the heavens. In truth, Ao Qing was unaware that when he had reprimanded Neza earlier, it was the first time Neza had truly felt pain, a sensation that intrigued him deeply. Very well. In your current state, should you encounter any monsters, it may prove challenging to handle. Thus, I shall impart to you some cultivation mantras. Apply them and see if you can glean any insights from them. Upon concluding his words, Ao Qing proceeded to impart the incantations of the Zhou Tian transformation technique to Neza. The cultivation methods he acquired from the three-star cave. Aside from the grand celestial technique, which is a sacred inheritance from the ancestral master and one that should not be overstepped, are otherwise unencumbered by restrictions on transmission. Notably, the Dragon Pearl cultivation method belongs to the Dragon Clan, while the four fruit side schools are of worldly origin. The Zhou Tian transformation technique, in essence, is not a foundational practice, but rather a method of safeguarding one's path. Moreover, within the pages of Journey to the West, figures such as the Bull Demon King, Erling Shun, and even Zhu Beiji are known to wield similar techniques. Thus, it is entirely appropriate to impart this knowledge to Neza. Chapter 87. Subduing Demons Despite This. As Ao Qing imparted the incantation, Neza found himself somewhat bewildered. Although he was eager to learn, his restless disposition prevented him from fully concentrating. Furthermore, as they journeyed to the kingdom of Ao, gliding through the clouds at a swift pace, Neza did not practice for an extended period. He managed to grasp the basics of the cloud riding technique, albeit with only a partial understanding. Setting aside the matter of cultivation, Ao Qing and Neza arrived above the kingdom of Ao in less than half a day. From a distance, Ao Qing observed that the kingdom was indeed teeming with numerous demons, constituting more than half of its population. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a demon kingdom. This, however, was to be expected. The kingdom of Ao occupied a substantial territory, inhabited by humans. But due to its location in the eastern region, a land of spiritual elegance, it also harbored many spirits and peculiar beings coexisting alongside humans. 5,000 years hence, Ao Qing was aware that the kingdom of Ao was home to both spirits and humans. Yet, at that time, the number of spirits was scarce, unlike the present where they accounted for over half. With so many spirits present, it was evident that demons were even more abundant. After all, not many spirits possess the ability to restrain their inherent instincts and refrain from causing mischief. Upon careful observation, Ao Qing noted that although demons were present, none seemed to be heavily burdened by karma. He turned to Neza and inquired, "Have you encountered the malevolent dragon you spoke of?" Neza shook his head. However, sensing Ao Qing's skeptical gaze, he hastily added, "Though I have not seen it myself, I have heard the villagers along the coast speak of it. Moreover, I have even seen the altars they use for their sacrifices." Neza's explanation only deepened Ao Qing's doubts. Could it be that these were merely hearsay? Contemplating this, Ao Qing decided to dismiss the complications and, accompanied by Neza, swiftly made their way to the coast. Descending from the clouds, Ao Qing employed the art of celestial transformation, forming gestures with his fingers and reciting an incantation. Soon, a white mist dispersed, revealing a diminutive elder with a staff, who appeared astonished as he gazed at Ao Qing. From where does the immortal come? It turned out that Ao Qing had summoned the earth god using the art of celestial transformation. This technique was remarkably sophisticated, subtly rooted in the mystical arts, and the earth god dared not underestimate it. Yet, upon seeing Ao Qing, he was utterly perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with him. Ao Qing inquired, "I am Ao Taijia, the dragon prince of the eastern sea. Are you the deity of this land?" Neza looked at the earth god with curiosity, equally intrigued by Ao Qing's summoning technique. The earth god hastily bowed, saying, "So it is the prince. I pay my respects. I am indeed the deity of this land. The dragon clan roams the seas unchallenged, and common land deities cannot provoke them. Not to mention, the dragon before him had, for reasons unknown, invoked the mystical art of summoning. The earth god had been asleep, only to be abruptly awakened." Ao Qing, unfazed by such thoughts, asked, "Pray tell, has any malevolent spirit been causing trouble here, claiming to act under the banner of my dragon palace, demanding human sacrifices?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the local deity broke into a cold sweat and knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "I dare not conceal the truth. Indeed, there exists a malevolent spirit in this vicinity. Initially, it was merely a swift specter, but in recent years, it has inexplicably acquired formidable powers and now claims to be a night demon of the sea. I have always refrained from provoking it. Moreover, its demand for human sacrifices has only arisen in recent days, hence I have not yet reported this matter." Is it truly the case? It appears that Neza's words hold some merit, he mused. From the land deity's discourse, it seemed this creature had only emerged in recent times. Its desire for human offerings had likely not yet been fulfilled. Otherwise, the deity's failure to report such a grave matter would constitute a severe dereliction of duty. Of course, There are instances when local deities encounter formidable mountain demons who terrorize the region, leaving them powerless to act. Ao Qing inquired, "Where is this demon now?" The deity gestured toward the west. With a swift motion, Ao Qing seized Neza, transforming in an instant as they sped westward. Employing his keen vision, he indeed discerned a plethora of demonic energies emanating from the west, all imbued with karma. Among them, one particular essence resonated closely with that of aquatic beings. Steeped in profound resentment, as they approached, they beheld a creature amidst a sea trench, ravenously devouring a yak. In the distance, the faint echoes of weeping could be heard. The trench was littered with bones, leaving one to wonder whether they belonged to humans or fish. The demon bore a grotesque visage, resembling a night demon yet adorned with scales, suggesting a transition towards serpentine form. Neza exclaimed, "Indeed, there is a demon. Is this the infamous evil dragon night demon?" His voice startled the creature within the trench. Upon seeing Neza and Ao Qing, the night demon did not flee at once. Instead, it grasped the iron trident and shouted, "Who are you?" With its sharp claws and pronounced fangs, the demon stood an imposing height of 5-zhang. Ao Qing regarded the night demon with a discerning gaze. Not out of fear, but because he sensed a trace of the essence of the Jiao Demon King emanating from it. How peculiar. The aura of the Jiao Demon King should not manifest in a night demon from 50,000 years ago. Could it be that its cultivation bears resemblance to that of the Jiao Demon King? Nonetheless, despite the oddity, Ao Qing remained unfazed. Although the energies were similar, this so-called evil dragon night demon was far weaker than the Jiao Demon King, likely a novice in its cultivation. Ao Qing demanded, "From whom did you learn this magic? Daring to usurp the name of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan to perpetrate evil?" The night demon scrutinized Ao Qing and Neza, chuckling, "I wondered who you were. Turns out you are merely two Na'vi children, perfect for my feast." With that, it lunged forward with the iron trident, aiming directly at Ao Qing. Without flinching or evading, Ao Qing stood his ground. Just as Neza was about to issue a warning, the trident closed in, striking him with a resounding clash of metal. The night demon paused in shock, only to feel its entire body stiffen and then begin to levitate uncontrollably. Ao Qing had employed the technique of celestial transformation to ensnare the demon. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air as the night demon shrieked in agony. Despite its sharp scales, they pierced into its own flesh, swiftly transforming it into a spherical mass of iron. Ao Qing queried, "I ask you, from whom did you acquire this magical prowess?" The night demon howled in anguish, exclaiming, "What sorcery have you employed? Release me at once, or I shall devour you alive." As he uttered these words, a surge of karmic energy erupted from his form, revealing a multitude of eyes peering through the veil of darkness, all fixated upon Ao Qing. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Neza exclaimed, "How revolting!" Yet, Ao Qing remained unfazed. With a mere gesture, he summoned a radiant beam of golden light that enveloped the night demon, dispersing the malevolent energy effortlessly. Even the true form of the Dragon King was no match for Ao Qing. How could a mere night demon stand a chance? Moreover, Ao Qing had undergone a remarkable transformation. Should the Dragon King return, he would likely be vanquished with ease. Turning to Neza, Ao Qing suddenly inquired, "Neza, do you play ball?" Neza was taken aback. "Play ball?" Ao Qing chuckled. "Indeed, like this." He delivered a swift kick to the night demon, sending it hurtling towards Neza. Though the demon was formidable in its resilience, enduring several kicks from the two, it merely coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. This was largely due to Ao Qing not utilizing his full physical prowess. Thus, Ao Qing and Neza began to engage in a playful game by the seashore, utilizing the night demon as their ball. To their surprise, Neza displayed considerable skill, kicking with great finesse. Initially, Ao Qing aimed merely to compel the demon to divulge its origins, but as the situation unfolded, a playful spirit took hold of him. He transformed the imposing night demon into a soccer ball, then a volleyball, and even a basketball, reveling in the merriment with Neza. Throughout this day, Neza encountered countless wonders. He forged a bond with Ao Qing, discovered paths of cultivation, and experienced a series of extraordinary adventures, from exploring the proud lands of Ao to subduing spirits and vanquishing evil. His heart and mind expanded, filled with immense joy, as he regarded Ao Qing as a kindred spirit. In the midst of their playful antics, he attempted to harness the art of cosmic transformation, originally intending to manifest an external avatar. However, due to insufficient cultivation, he could only transform into a being with 3 heads and 8 arms, which was nonetheless a remarkable feat. Chapter 88. Three serpent dragons. Upon hearing the words of the night demon, Ao Qing released him. In contrast, Neza, noticing Ao Qing's action, tilted his three heads toward him and inquired, "Brother Taijia, why have we stopped playing? I have not yet had my fill of fun." The night demon, upon hearing this, was greatly alarmed and hastily exclaimed, "Grandfather, deep within the ocean trench resides an evil dragon that spreads karma. The little demons are compelled by him to provide blood offerings. It is a matter of necessity. Today, having encountered you, Grandfather, I have come to understand the true path. I humbly beseech your forgiveness and offer to lead you through fire and water." The night demon spoke with a sense of righteousness that starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance, causing Neza to chuckle. However, Ao Qing remained unamused. Although he had easily subdued the night demon, it was evident that this creature was no mere minor demon. His magical prowess was indeed comparable to that of the Eastern Sea's turtle general. Otherwise, he would not have managed to endure thus far against both Ao Qing and Neza. Yet, he claimed to be merely a pawn of another's will. But who, then, was this evil dragon? Ao Qing turned to the night demon and said, "If you can redeem yourself, I may yet spare your life. However, should you dare to concoct any schemes." With that, he waved his hand, and with a flash of divine light, the night demon reverted to his original form. Previously, he had been compressed into a spherical shape, with his organs displaced and bones shattered, nearly rendered incapacitated. Though he still endured excruciating pain, he was not entirely incapacitated. Overjoyed, the night demon exclaimed, "How could I, a mere little demon, entertain any deceitful thoughts? I shall lead you at once. Both esteemed gentlemen, please follow me." With that, the night demon leaped into the sea and swiftly submerged into the depths. Observing this, Ao Qing, along with Neza, performed a water avoidance spell. Although Ao Qing, being of the dragon lineage, did not require such a spell, he deemed it prudent to separate the waves for Neza's comfort. Emboldened by his true form, the night demon hastened deeper into the ocean. He initially contemplated fleeing, but upon glancing back, he was startled to find the youth and the young boy closely following him, which dispelled any thoughts of escape. As for notions of betrayal, the night demon, by nature, was indifferent to such concepts. He led Ao Qing and Neza to a colossal underwater reef in the depths of the Eastern Sea, navigating left and right until he indeed uncovered a trench. The Eastern Sea was vast, and even Ao Qing could not guarantee he had explored every corner. Moreover, this was not a time 50,000 years hence, and the location was notably concealed, thus he had never been here before. Upon arriving at the trench, Ao Qing sensed a series of faint, yet ominous karmic energies. Despite their deliberate concealment, the power was exceedingly malevolent, as if it had once claimed countless lives. Behind this karma, there lurked the presence of an entity, presumably the so-called evil dragon. Neza, lacking systematic training, was unaware of karma's significance, yet instinctively felt an oppressive atmosphere. "It feels stifling here, Brother Taijia. You must be cautious." "It is of no concern, just remain vigilant," Ao Qing replied before turning to the night demon. "Is the evil dragon you spoke of dwelling within this trench?" The Yasha nodded and said, "Grandfather, the malevolent dragon resides within." "Grandfather, look," Ao Qing instructed. "You should approach and summon forth that wicked dragon." "Very well, this little demon shall proceed." The Yasha's eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation. Clearly, although he harbored fear of Ao Qing, he was equally daunted by the malevolent dragon and did not wish to offend him. Having spoken, the Yasha hunched his body and stealthily descended into the ocean trench. Indeed, within the trench lay a serpent dragon. This serpent possessed 3 heads, each adorned with a dragon's horn atop. Its body was cloaked in patterns resembling dragon scales, seemingly embodying the essence of a wicked dragon. At that moment, the serpent was engaged in its cultivation within the abyss. Suddenly, the eyes of its 3 heads emitted a dark radiance. With a low growl, the serpent released a wave of black mist. In an instant, its demeanor shifted, as if it were a different being altogether. Its energy was restrained, yet its presence loomed large. Its gaze was profound, as though it had weathered countless tempests. Someone approaches, and yet another from the dragon lineage. The serpent dragon intoned in a deep, gravelly voice. When mentioning the dragon lineage, a glimmer of hatred flickered in its eyes. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the trench. "Great King, the little demon has come to present tributes." It was the Yasha, timidly stepping into the ocean trench. He lowered his head, exuding an air of utmost respect. Yet upon entering the trench, the Yasha felt the piercing gaze of the malevolent dragon fixated upon him, causing his heart to tighten. Tribute? Humph, you have brought a formidable enemy instead. I never expected even a creature like you would dare betray me. The wicked dragon uttered with disdain. These words plunged the Yasha into despair, and he quickly bowed his head in supplication, saying, Great King, you misunderstand. I have not betrayed you. I firmly believe that those two little brats outside are no match for you. They merely possess some wicked arts, insignificant in the grand scheme. Once you have subdued them, they shall become tributes for you. The three heads of the malevolent dragon fixated on the Yasha, a glimmer of bloodlust igniting in their eyes. The Yasha, upon witnessing this, was struck with terror, for he had seen the dragon slay its minions with that very gaze. However, after a moment, the dragon refrained from striking, saying, Very well, your words hold some merit. The mere dragon lineage is indeed inconsequential to me. This time, I shall spare you, but there will be no next time. Step aside. I shall first collect the tributes. Though the dragon had intended to slay the Yasha, it feared revealing its powers. Moreover, hiding within the trench, it was in dire need of sustenance. Consuming dragon lineage as nourishment would be greatly beneficial to its spirit and expedite the breaking of its seal. Thus, the Yasha unwittingly found himself of service. As the dragon contemplated this, it prepared to exit the trench, feigning indifference while seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. But at that moment, a voice resounded, No need, I have arrived. With the utterance of those words, a brilliant light erupted. The malevolent dragon abruptly lifted its head, only to find a divine radiance converging above, poised to descend upon it. A sudden jolt coursed through him, for even he had failed to discern when that divine light had coalesced. In a moment of peril, the malevolent dragon unfurled its massive jaws, unleashing a noxious torrent that was both bitter and pungent, aimed directly at the divine radiance. Yet, despite being engulfed by the venomous spray, the divine light seemed to possess an overwhelming force, crashing down with tremendous might and shattering one of its heads into fragments. A cry of anguish erupted from the dragon, filled with both surprise and fury. Who are you? As the divine light dissipated, Ao Qing materialized before the dragon's gaze. To err on the side of caution, he had instructed Neza to remain outside, but had stealthily followed the Yiksha into the chasm. Now, confronted with the malevolent dragon, Ao Qing maintained a composed exterior, though a subtle shift stirred within him. For the dragon's magical prowess, while undeniably formidable, paled in comparison to that of the Flood Demon King. Yet, the aura emanating from the dragon was terrifying, to the point of eclipsing even that of the Flood Demon King. Chapter 89. The Slaying of the Malevolent Dragon. What is the origin of this wicked dragon? Why does it share the same legacy as the Jiao Demon King? A sense of perplexity arose within Ao Qing. It is well known that the legacies of the seven great saints are formidable indeed. There is no need to elaborate on Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King possesses not only immense strength but also the ability to transform in 72 ways. Moreover, among the adversaries Ao Qing has encountered, the Lion and Camel King's mountain-moving techniques, the Peng Demon King's inheritance of the Kunpeng, and the Monkey King's ability to communicate with the wind are all quite extraordinary. As for the Jiao Demon King, despite being vanquished by Ao Qing, his magical powers and divine abilities were subtly superior even to those of the Lion and Camel King. Yet, this malevolent dragon shares a common origin with the Jiao Demon King. From whence does their legacy stem? During the fierce battle with the Jiao Demon King, Ao Qing had not paid attention to this aspect, nor was he aware of the astonishment expressed by the celestial beings like the thousand-mile eye and the wind-listening ear regarding the Jiao Demon King's powers. However, he now found himself intrigued by this malevolent dragon. Could it be that this dragon is the master of the Jiao Demon King? On the other hand, upon seeing Ao Qing, the malevolent dragon's pupils constricted. Particularly, the divine light just now was undeniably formidable and exceptionally powerful. This youth before him is indeed of the dragon lineage. However, since the demise of the Yinglong, when has such a powerful being emerged from the dragon clan? Although this youth may not rival the Yinglong, the malevolent dragon felt exceedingly weak and feared he might not be a match for him. The malevolent dragon's thoughts raced as he suppressed his pain and hastily declared, I have never wronged your dragon clan, and I even cultivate the way of transformation into a dragon. Why do you suddenly strike and harm my essence? Depart swiftly, and let this matter be forgotten. Ao Qing replied, You have misused the name of the dragon clan to forcibly collect sacrifices. Your sins are grievous and intolerable by heaven and earth. What purpose would your continued existence serve? With that, he extended his right hand. As a radiant light coalesced, a colossal thousand-zhang materialized in his grasp. It was indeed the sea-covering divine dragon halberd. Even within this dream realm, Ao Qing could wield his own magical power and even his dragon form. Likewise, the sea-covering divine dragon halberd could also be summoned. However, this halberd seemed different from its reality counterpart. Although it possessed might, it lacked sentience. Presumably, since this was Ao Qing's own dream world, the sentience of the divine dragon halberd could not manifest here. Summoning the divine dragon halberd, Ao Qing thrust it fiercely towards the three-headed serpent dragon. The malevolent dragon was taken aback, sensing the tremendous power of the divine dragon halberd. Ao Qing was indeed no ordinary foe. As the thousand-zhang drew near, the malevolent dragon could not afford to hesitate. He executed a swift maneuver, causing tumultuous waves to surge and a vast expanse of toxic springs to erupt. The yiksha was splattered by the toxic springs, letting out a pained wail. The poison splashed upon his scales, and even though those scales were as resilient as gold and iron, they began to corrode. However, Ao Qing remained undaunted by the toxic springs. The poison that fell around him was repelled by his magical barriers, and not a drop touched his garments. Even as the malevolent dragon evaded the divine dragon halberd with his head, Ao Qing's weapon had already struck his body. With a thunderous crash, the creature's body was suddenly torn apart, revealing a massive wound from which dark blood gushed forth, intertwining with the toxic spring. The malevolent dragon emitted a hiss reminiscent of a serpent, and disregarding the attack from Ao Qing, it hastily commanded the toxic spring to soar beyond the chasm. In merely 2 encounters, it had sustained significant injuries. Did the wicked dragon not realize that it was no match for Ao Qing? Naturally, its only recourse was to flee. However, Ao Qing would not stand idly by while the dragon attempted to escape. As the dragon made its retreat, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning from the divine dragon spear, striking the back of the dragon's head. The impact was akin to that of a watermelon, instantly shattering it into pieces. Originally a 3-headed serpent dragon, it was reduced to a single head in the blink of an eye. Ao Qing, pursuing closely behind, was poised to deliver another blow to obliterate the dragon's remaining head. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Brother Taijia, I have come to assist you." As the voice echoed, a figure abruptly appeared and delivered a fierce kick to the dragon's vulnerable spot. With a muffled groan, the dragon felt the immense force, already exhausted. It was propelled away, crashing into several rocky outcrops. It was Neza, who, unable to wait, had charged into the chasm and sent the dragon flying with a single kick. Neza, endowed with divine strength, found the wounded dragon susceptible to the impact, leaving Ao Qing momentarily stunned. What a turn of events for this great beast. Indeed, while it appeared that Ao Qing could easily handle the dragon, in reality, this creature would undoubtedly be a formidable foe 5 millennia hence. Although it paled in comparison to the likes of the Jiao Demon King and the Lion Trojan King, renowned for their magical prowess in terms of raw combat strength, it was likely on par with the Monkey King. Neza, despite his extraordinary gifts, had yet to begin his cultivation. Should a true confrontation arise, even with his formidable powers, the outcome would remain uncertain, making a decisive victory improbable. Ao Qing swiftly moved to stand before the dragon, inquiring, "Do you yield?" While he could slay the dragon, his curiosity about the source of its magical abilities piqued. After all, this was a dream realm, and asking a few questions posed no real threat. Moreover, he was prepared for any trickery. "I submit. Spare my life, perish." The dragon began to plead but abruptly lifted its head, a dark gleam shooting from its eyes. In an instant, the shadowy essence surged towards Ao Qing, aiming to invade his mind and seize control of his body. Ao Qing sensed a formidable will emanating from the dark energy, as if it sought to conquer his spirit. Yet, he had anticipated this development, as expected. Although the will was indeed powerful, it posed little threat compared to his own possession of the Bodhi seed. Furthermore, they were in the heart realm. The moment the dark essence approached his brow, the Bodhi seed radiated golden light, immobilizing the dark energy. Before him loomed what appeared to be a monstrous serpent, bearing its venomous fangs and roaring fiercely. "Dragon Clan, I vow to take you down with me." "Ah!" A furious roar echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent dragon was obliterated by the radiant golden light of Ao Qing's Bodhi seed, leaving its soul shattered and dispersed. The essence of the wicked dragon was extinguished, and its corporeal form collapsed with a thunderous crash. "So it is a serpent." Ao Qing pondered, gaining insight. Although he had failed to extract any valuable information, the true nature of the dragon that was revealed in its dying struggle allowed him to surmise its genuine identity. Neza observed the entire scene, and due to the rapid unfolding of events, he was left speechless, unable to utter a cry of astonishment before it concluded. He stared in disbelief. Brother Taijia, did this malevolent dragon perish so easily? However, to err on the side of caution, Ao Qing resolved to strike one final blow. With that, he turned his gaze towards the dragon's lifeless body. His eyes suddenly blazed with a crimson light, and in an instant, a true flame ignited the dragon's remains. In mere moments, the dragon's corpse was reduced to ashes. Chapter 90. Xiang Lu. Brother Taijia, why did you burn him? Neza observed as Ao Qing reduced the serpent dragon to ashes with a single blaze, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. After all, he was a dragon. I had hoped to craft a cord from his tendons. A cord, often used to bind garments, can also be referred to as a belt. Upon hearing Neza's words, Ao Qing was reminded of the myth of Neza's tumultuous encounter with the sea. According to Journey to the West, the cord used by Neza was indeed made from dragon tendons. What use is there for a demon? In the future, I shall gift you a fine cord. Ao Qing replied casually. Really? Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then it settled. Although Ao Qing initially dismissed the idea, Neza's fervor prompted him to recall the Neza of 50,000 years hence. This Neza, due to his friendship with Ao Taijia, had even lent his precious spirit pearl to Ao Qing, a significant act of generosity. After all, that was Neza's fundamental spirit pearl, distinct even from the precious inner elixirs of the 7 constellations. While the inner elixirs were indeed valuable, they were products of postnatal cultivation and could not be compared. Such kindness was not lost on Ao Qing. He intended to repay it. However, it seemed that the Neza of 50,000 years later had no particular needs from Ao Qing. Could it be that he wished to shatter Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda? Yet, for the Neza of 50,000 years ago, Ao Qing indeed had much he could offer, such as imparting cultivation methods or crafting magical artifacts for him. So be it. Ao Qing chose not to dwell on it further. He preferred to let things unfold naturally, doing what he ought to do. Since the thought had crossed his mind, he resolved to act upon it, believing that one should seek virtue without being overly concerned with the consequences. Thus, he said, very well, I agree. Neza was instantly overjoyed, perceiving Ao Taijia as truly benevolent. However, there was another matter. Ao Qing suddenly turned his gaze toward a corner of the seabed. There, the previous Yiksha was concealing its presence, planning to flee. Though it had been affected by the poisonous spring, it was not dead. Witnessing the obliteration of such a formidable evil dragon filled it with dread to the core. As it prepared to escape, it realized Ao Qing's gaze was upon it, and hastily knelt, exclaiming, Grandfather, spare my life. You said that if I led the way, you would let me go. Ao Qing spoke slowly. I also mentioned that if you dared to employ deceit, I would certainly not show mercy. Grandfather, I merely acted out of expediency. A shriek cut through the air. Accompanied by the blazing crimson flames, the Yiksha was reduced to mere ashes. Neza observed this and remarked, Brother Taijia, why did you kill him outright? Ao Qing turned to Neza and replied, Neza, being new to this, you may not understand. Any demon entwined with such karmic retribution deserves their fate. To slay one is to save countless lives. Moreover, he had just attempted to scheme against me in the presence of this evil. How could he be forgiven? Neza countered, what I meant was, by killing him. Won't that leave us without any game to play? Ao Qing. Very well, perhaps I have overthought. In a certain sense, this Neza could indeed be considered a small demon star. After Ao Qing vanquished the malevolent dragon, 8 oceanic trenches across the 4 seas simultaneously emitted a terrifying roar. In the far north of the northern sea, beneath the towering platform, there lay a vast chasm. Within its depths, countless chains entwined a primordial behemoth. This creature was a colossal serpent, its body measuring a staggering 100,000-zhang. Moreover, it possessed 9 heads, each with a neck of equal magnitude. This beast was none other than the ancient malevolent deity, the serpent god, Xiang Lu. Xiang Lu, also known as Xiang Yao, is chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, the great wilderness of the north. Gongong's minister is named Xiang Yao, with a serpent body and 9 heads, coiling and feeding on the 9 lands. Its breath and noise give rise to the primordial marshes, which are bitter and painful, where no beast can dwell. Xiang Lu was originally a subordinate of Gong Gong, his enormous form allowing all 9 heads to simultaneously feast upon the bounty of 9 great mountains. He expelled venom, creating foul marshes with a bitter stench that could slay passing birds and beasts. In ancient times, when gods and humans coexisted, Gong Gong contended with Zhuan Su for supremacy but was ultimately defeated, leading him to strike Mount Buzhou, collapsing the celestial pillar. As a consequence, Xiang Lu harbored a deep-seated grudge against the living beings of the mortal realm. During the era of the 5 emperors, he unleashed cataclysmic floods, wreaking havoc and causing untold suffering. It was not until the time of Diyu that Xiang Lu was defeated by Diyu and Yinglong, subsequently being imprisoned beneath the high platform of the Northern Sea. At the moment Ao Qing eradicated the evil dragon, Xiang Lu's essence stirred. His 9 heads simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing anguish and fury. Dragon Clan, how dare you? Indeed, the malevolent dragon was a manifestation of Xiang Lu's lingering spirit. Or rather, it was his residual soul that had usurped that dragon. Although Xiang Lu was confined beneath the Northern Sea's high platform, his spirit and essence were indestructible. After an unknown number of years, he successfully divided his essence into 9 residual souls using his 9 heads. Only his corporeal form and a singular main soul remained trapped beneath the platform, unable to escape. These 9 residual souls, scattered across the 4 seas, had seized control of 9 aberrant beasts. They lay in wait within the trenches, sending forth minions to seek nourishment to sustain themselves. Their ultimate aim was, naturally, to escape the platform's seal. However, today, one of these residual souls was annihilated. Moreover, it was vanquished by the Dragon Clan. It is essential to remember that a significant reason for Xiang Lu's defeat by Diyu is the assistance of Gengchen, who was none other than Yinglong. Consequently, Xiang Lu harbored an intense hatred for Yinglong. He swore that once he broke free from his confinement, he would annihilate the Dragon Clan. Soon, young one. Once this deity escapes the seal, I shall surely grind your bones to dust and ensure the Dragon Clan is reduced to ashes. Xiang Lu, sensing the stirrings of the high platform, thought with bitterness. Although that residual soul was destroyed by the Dragon Clan, he was confident that they would not discern his involvement. On the contrary, that youth, being so formidable, only deepened his resolve. That must undoubtedly be a rare prodigy of the Dragon Clan, perhaps even regarded as the beacon of hope for their resurgence. With the death of the Yinglong, if one could extinguish this flicker of hope for the Dragon Clan and plunge them into despair, would that not be a most gratifying form of retribution? Contemplating this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Xiang Lu's eyes. The high platform then resonated with a thunderous sound. Chapter 91. Ao Qing's response. Ao Qing was unaware of the events transpiring at the high platform of the North Sea. However, one thing was certain, Shang Liu had miscalculated. From the final illusion conjured by the evil dragon during its possession, Ao Qing had deduced his identity. Indeed, with a profound enmity towards the Dragon Clan and being a monstrous serpent, possessing the same 18 eyes as the legendary being, such a distinctive entity could not possibly be anyone but Shang Liu. The crux of the matter lay in a realization Ao Qing had come to. Ao Guan had once mentioned that his elder brother, Taijia, had attracted the ire of an ancient enemy of the Yinglong due to his inheritance of the Yinglong Dragon Pearl. Ultimately, at the cost of his own life, he had awakened the full potential of the Yinglong Dragon Pearl to suppress this formidable foe once more. There were many enemies of the Yinglong, yet many of them had long since perished. Strikingly, Shang Liu remained alive, albeit suppressed. Moreover, when he recalled the fragmented visions from the Dragon Pearl's illusion, it was indeed inconceivable that it could be anyone but Shang Liu. It seemed that in this dreamscape, he might have the opportunity to witness the extraordinary powers of a primordial demon. Ao Qing felt a surge of battle spirit within him. The term demon originally denoted one who undergoes trials. For cultivators, fearlessness is paramount. The more formidable the trial, the greater the enlightenment it could bring to their path. Often, overcoming a calamity signifies a profound ascension of both body and soul. Not to mention, this realm existed within the confines of a dream, which hardly constituted a true calamity. Slaying the Lion Turtle King and the Jiao Demon King, while not without challenge, had not exerted him greatly. Regrettably, such encounters had not significantly contributed to his growth and power. However, should he face Shang Liu, perhaps it could catalyze another breakthrough for him. That said, Ao Qing had no intention of indulging in role-playing. Even though he existed as Aotagia within this dream world, he preferred to remain true to himself, guided by his own desires. The actions of Ao were not necessarily those Ao Qing would replicate. While Ao ultimately met his demise while repressing Shangliu, Ao Qing had no inclination towards death, even in this dream realm. Instead, he aimed to eradicate. Yet, from the previous shattered visions of the Dragon Pearl, it was evident that Ao possessed formidable power, perhaps not inferior to his own current abilities. Furthermore, legend spoke of Shangliu's vast supernatural prowess, one that even the Yinglong and Dayu could not vanquish, forcing them to merely suppress him. If this held true, then Ao Qing might not stand a chance against him. Contemplating this, Ao Qing resolved to seek further opportunities to enhance his strength. Presently, an auspicious chance lay before him, one that could significantly bolster his capabilities, the Yinglong Dragon Pearl. Upon hearing this, Neza was momentarily taken aback, but quickly exclaimed, "May I accompany you?" "Accompany me?" Ao Qing pondered briefly before responding, "Certainly." "Wonderful," Neza exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Not only will I have the pleasure of your company, but I will also witness the splendor of the Crystal Palace. It is truly marvelous that your dragon clan resides in the water." "Thank you, Brother Taijia," Neza expressed gratefully. Ao Qing refrained from elaborating further. He transformed into a majestic azure dragon, soaring to a height of 3,000-zhang. With his powerful claws, he grasped Neza and ascended towards the eastern sea. Neza, obedient and still, allowed Ao Qing to carry him without resistance. Along their journey, they beheld the resplendent coral reefs and countless swimming fish, the grandeur of the waves creating an awe-inspiring panorama that left one spellbound by its beauty. Upon reaching the eastern sea, the two soon laid eyes upon the Crystal Palace. Ao Qing observed closely, noting that the Crystal Palace from 50,000 years ago differed significantly from its present form. Although the materials used in its construction were similar, its appearance was still one of dazzling splendor, adorned with jewels and surrounded by lush greenery. However, with Ao Qing's discerning eye, he could perceive that the architectural layout of the Dragon Palace possessed intricate pathways, subtly hinting at the presence of a formation. Indeed, a formation. The layout of the Crystal Palace was enigmatic and brimming with spiritual energy, benefiting not only from its geographical advantages but also from human influence. Yet, in the 50,000 years since Ao Qing's birth and apprenticeship, the Crystal Palace had lacked any semblance of a formation. Clearly, some event had transpired, leading to the palace's reconstruction. Nevertheless, Ao Qing paid little heed to this, for his studies in the four fruits of the side door had endowed him with some knowledge of formations. In due course, should he find leisure, he could undoubtedly reconstruct the palace's formation, perhaps even forge a more powerful one. At present, however, the pressing matter remained the Dragon Pearl of the Yinglong. Upon seeing Ao Qing, the Toad Minister rejoiced, exclaiming, "Your Highness, where have you been?" The king has been terribly worried. It turned out that Neza had triggered a seaquake, collapsing a treasure haul, which Ao Qing had subsequently rescued. Afterward, he had been unaccounted for. It must be noted that both Ao Taijia and Ao Qing were cherished inheritors of the dragon lineage, often regarded as the hope for the resurgence of their kind. Thus, Ao Guang could not help but feel anxious. Ao Qing reassured him, saying, "There is no need for concern, Toad Minister. I merely dealt with an evil entity that had been causing chaos in the Eastern Sea." The Toad Minister, momentarily taken aback, replied, "If there is indeed an evil presence, why does your Highness not command us to lead a force to capture it?" Ao Qing replied, "The matter has been resolved. Let us not dwell on it." "Where's my father?" The Toad Minister responded, "He is in the hall." Ao Qing nodded and instructed, "Please clear the way. I must speak with my father." The Toad Minister promptly commanded the soldiers to part, allowing the prince to enter the Dragon Palace. Ao Qing then proceeded with Neza into the Crystal Palace, engaging in casual conversation along the way. Before long, they arrived at the Dragon Terrace, where they indeed found Ao Guang. Ao Qing addressed him, "Father, I have grown and require some trials of my own. I cannot rely on others for everything. To be frank, I have come to seek your approval for a matter." Ao Guang inquired, "What is it?" Without hesitation, Ao Qing responded, "I have heard that our dragon clan possesses a method for cultivating the Dragon Pearl. I have gained some insights regarding the Dragon Pearl and wish to behold the one left by the Yinglong." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Taijia, what did you say? You have gained insights into the Dragon Pearl?" Ao Qing nodded, "Indeed." Then Ao Guang opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something. However, upon noticing the presence of Neza beside Ao Qing, he hesitated slightly and inquired, "Who is this young lad?" Ao Qing replied, "This is my esteemed friend in diplomacy, known as Neza. His insights have greatly contributed to my understanding of the Dragon Pearl. Chapter 92. Unspoken understanding. Ao Qing was quite familiar with Ao Guang's character. Ao Guang had lived for an exceedingly long time, and his once vibrant spirit had gradually been dulled by the passage of years. Nevertheless, deep within, he still harbored a yearning for the resurgence of the Dragon Clan. This aspiration was evident in his expectations of Ao Qing. However, influenced by the example of Yinglong, Ao Guang placed greater faith in the rise of the Dragon Clan through the path of harmony and balance rather than through sheer strength and cultivation. That said, the Ao Guang of today was somewhat different from the Ao Guang of 50,000 years hence. In the future, having witnessed the example of Ayatollah, Ao Guang initially opposed Ao Qing's pursuit of cultivation. It was only later, with the persuasion of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and after Ao Qing had become a disciple of a great master and demonstrated his ability to refine the Dragon Pearl, that Ao Guang fully recognized Ao Qing's growth and ultimately released his constraints upon him. 50,000 years ago, however, Ao Guang still harbored the illusion that Ayatollah could inherit Yinglong's Dragon Pearl and become another great sage among the four seas, a notion that Ao Qing was well aware of. Given his profound understanding of Ao Guang's nature, Ao Qing was able to convince him with just a few words. When Ao Guang learned that Neza hailed from the heavenly realm and was the son of the formidable heavenly king Li Jing, his perception of Neza transformed instantaneously. The path of harmony necessitated establishing a rapport with the Buddhist and celestial realms. It is noteworthy that Li Jing was a distinguished figure in the heavenly court, a commander of the three armies, endowed with the power to act decisively. Yunlu Palace, nestled in the 9 heavens, also reflected Li Jing's elevated status. In the journey to the west, whenever the heavenly court mobilized forces, Li Jing was invariably the grand marshal of demon suppression. Of course, should Neza, as depicted in the journey to the west, have indeed flayed the dragon god, the matter would be quite different. Despite Li Jing's immense power, when it came to his own son, Ao Guang would undoubtedly strive to voice his concerns. It is suggested that Neza met his demise under such pressures in the journey to the west. However, as of now, there had been no such turmoil involving Neza. Or perhaps there was some commotion, but it was merely playful antics shared with Ao Qing. The dragon was indeed slain, but it was merely an evil dragon. With such a benevolent bond to his own son and the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with heavenly king Li Jing, Ao Guang was naturally elated. His gaze towards Neza softened, and his words took on a gentle, almost endearing tone. Neza, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Ao Guang's gaze, instinctively sought refuge behind Ao Qing. Observing Ao Guang's change in demeanor, Ao Qing couldn't help but mentally scoff. "Where has your integrity gone, father?" Before Ao Qing could finish his thought, Ao Guang waved his dragon claw and proclaimed, "The third prince shares such a fortunate bond with my son Taijia. It is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Moreover, slaying the demons has